Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines present Humphrey Bogart in Love's Lovely Counterfeit.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's Roma, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, who tonight from Hollywood bring you as star Mr. Humphrey Bogart, who is currently being seen in the Warner Brothers production To Have and Have Not. Mr. Bogart appears with us tonight in a characteristic tale by James M. Cain, the author of Double Indemnity and other noted contributions to the literature of dangerous adventure and troubled romance. And so, with Love's Lovely Counterfeit, and with the performance of Humphrey Bogart, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
That's all right, Lefty. Open up.
Oh, it's you, Ben. Come on in, Ben.
Sal here yet?
No, not yet, but he ought to be pretty soon, huh?
What's he got on his mind?
I wouldn't know, Ben.
Okay. Hey, what's that coming down the street?
Oh, that must be those poor suckers of Citizens League. They're having a political parade. Yeah, there they are. You can see them through the window.
That must be Jansen, huh? The guy they're running for mayor.
That's right.
Who's the doll riding with him?
What's the matter? Don't you read the papers?
Sure. Yeah, I read Little Abner. Who's that, Daisy May?
Her name is June Lyons. She's his new secretary or something, but everybody says she's the brains of his campaign.
Yeah? I could use a little brains like that myself.
Not that kind you couldn't, not that missionary kind.
What about this Jansen?
I keep forgetting that you're new around here. Jansen doesn't have a chance.
Well, he's putting out a lot of publicity. He must have some dough behind him.
Yeah, but you can't elect a reform ticket in a town like this, Ben. Saul's machine is too strong, not unless you got some dirt, some real dirty dirt that smells so bad people can't ignore it. And who's going to get anything on Saul with half of the police force on his payroll?
Sal isn't even worried, huh?
Ah, why should he be? Saul puts up the dough, Maddox wins again, and Saul keeps on running the town. Oh, that must be Saul now.
Hiya, Lefty. Hiya, Benny.
Hiya.
See your draft board today?
Yeah, I saw him.
What'd they say?
Same thing. I still got that hernia from football.
That football hernia comes in pretty handy, don't it?
What's that crack supposed to mean?
What's the matter, Benny? Can't you take a joke?
Sure. I can take a joke.
What you got on this afternoon, Benny?
I guess you forgot. This is my day off.
I said, what you got on this afternoon?
Nothing that I can remember now. Why?
Little job.
What kind of a job?
I got a tip. Some friends of mine may be in a little trouble. Something about a bank.
Why don't you stick to the bookies and the gambling, Sal? You'd be safer.
Listen, Benny. Anytime you think you're big enough to run this business, just let me know. I'll be glad to work something out for you.
What's the job?
These kids are going to crack the Chesterton First National just after closing time. They got a room here in this hotel, room 480. They'll be back here about 3:30. You see, I own this hotel, and I want you to go up and collect the room rent. I'm giving them good protection, so I figure it'll come to about 20 grand.
Yeah? We'll figure on getting somebody else to collect it.
What?
I said get somebody else. I don't like guns, and I don't like gunsos, and you know it.
Listen, you punk. You think you're a big guy, don't you? A big guy with muscles, and I'm just a little guy. That's what you think, isn't it? But if you try to cross me, I'll have you crawling to me on your knees. When I get through with you, you'll beg me to use a gun on you because you're yellow, aren't you? Aren't you?
What's the room number?
480.
Come on, Lefty.
Yeah, okay. Gee, that was lousy.
Skipper.
You're gonna do it, though, aren't you?
Sure. I'll see you up there, 3:15. Oh, by the way, what'd you say that dame's name was?
What dame?
That dame was Jansen, that brains of the opposition.
You mean June Lyons?
Yeah, that's it.
Now, wait a minute, Ben. You know that's poison. If Saul ever thought that...
You know, Lefty, Miss Lyons interests me in more ways than one.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Humphrey Bogart, whom you have heard in the first act of Love's Lovely Counterfeit, a radio play from the novel by James M. Cain, which is tonight's tale of suspense presented by Roma Wines.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Mention the name of Elsa Maxwell, and you picture a famous hostess, expert in every phase of entertaining. Mention a meal featuring fish or fowl, and Elsa Maxwell pictures, but let's hear it in her own words.
The thought of a piping hot fish or chicken dinner naturally calls up for me the picture of glasses of chilled Roma Sauterne at each plate. Roma California Sauterne is delicate, pale gold in color, delightful in bouquet, and even more important, exquisite in taste. Roma Sauterne goes perfectly with any food and tastes as good whether served in ordinary or fancy glasses. The one important thing to remember about this distinguished Sauterne is the name, Roma.
Each glassful of golden Roma Sauterne reflects the heritage of all Roma wines. Choice grapes, slowly brought to perfection in fertile California's choicest vineyards, then gently pressed, then carefully guided with the ancient wine-making skill of Roma wineries to the full goodness you enjoy in every Roma wine. Roma wines do not vary, are always high in quality of bouquet, color, and flavor. Yet all this Roma wine goodness is yours for only pennies a glass. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Mr. Humphrey Bogart, who, in the character of Ben Grace, keeps an adventurous rendezvous in Love's Lovely Counterfeit, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, get rolling.
Are you,
That's right, get rolling. So you're June Lyons, the brains of the opposition.
What's this hot tip you told me about over the phone? I don't have much time.
What's the matter? You worried?
Not particularly.
Well, you don't have to be. I'm not interested in you.
Why do you want to see Jansen elected?
Suppose you let me ask the questions.
All right.
I'll ask you the same one. Why are you working for Johnson?
Oh, I'm just one of those crazy idealists, I guess.
Just a missionary, huh?
Well, Jansen may not be the best man in the world, but at least he isn't hooked up with a racketeer like Saul Casper, the way Maddox is.
June.
Oh, it's June now, is it? What's your name?
Maybe I'll tell you that later, and maybe I won't. Listen, June. If you were one of those earnest kids who stand around on street corners handing out leaflets, I might believe you wanted to reform the world, but you're not. I know that you know that electing Johnson isn't going to reform the world or even reform Lake City. It just doesn't make that much difference.
Well, it does to me. But there's something else, too.
Like what?
If Jansen wins, of course, I'll get a city job out of it. A good one.
That's more like it.
But I want to explain why.
You don't have to explain anything.
But I want to. I'm a lawyer. At least I have a degree from law school. And I want to be a good lawyer. If you start out on your own, it can take years. But with the right job at City Hall, you can build up a practice in no time.
Okay. As long as it's the dough you're thinking about, we can do business.
Oh, it isn't just money.
I know. Now listen. I know. You're a missionary. Now listen, if I give you some dirt on Sal Casper that'll send him up for 10 years or so, Jansen wins, right?
Well, if you can prove it.
You're going to prove it.
3 punks from Chicago are sticking up the Castleton First National Bank at about 3 this afternoon. Sal Casper's hiding them out at his hotel, room 480. If there's any shooting at the bank and anybody gets killed, it'll be that much better. You'll have them for accessory to murder. You have your people there at 4 o'clock. I'll take care of the rest.
Well, if we come out with this and it can't be proved, it's criminal libel. And that's all Jansen needs to really lose.
So, what do you think?
I think you're working for Maddox and Casper.
Well, that could be. But at least I know my law.
What law?
The Castleton Bank is insured by the government. That makes the stick-up a federal rap. If you want the number of the FBI, I'll give it to you.
Oh.
And for your information, my name is Ben Grace, and I work for Sal Casper, so I'm not a guy who's in a very good position to go around giving phony tips to the FBI. You can pull right up here.
Why are you doing this?
Because I just decided Sal Casper is mean, and he's greedy. That enough?
You say so. Room 480 at 4 o'clock. Ben.
Yeah?
Will I see you afterwards?
Now, don't worry, baby. You'll see me. So this is room 480. Huh. Looks just like room 481. Hiya, Lefty.
Sit down, Ben. You didn't take it too hard, what Solly said, did you?
I can't say I liked it. What time is it?
Oh, a couple of minutes to 4. You know, it's too bad about you, Ben.
What's too bad?
That you don't like trouble. You could go a long way in this racket, Ben, because you got brains. Now, me, I don't have the brains.
I wouldn't.
Did I ever tell you how I started, Ben?
No.
I was a preacher.
A what?
Yep, a preacher. So help me. By rights, I still am. Look here, I got the license right here in my wallet. It was one of those hillbilly outfits, and the bishop, as he called himself, was so far away from me that he never ever heard about me, I guess. Anyway, he never canceled the license.
The Reverend Richard Jose Gauss. Yeah, that's one for the books, Lefty.
I was just a kid. But I got hooked up with one of those big-time evangelists, and if I'd stuck to it, I could have hit the big time myself. But you know what I did? The first time we made a really big take, I tied a handkerchief over my face, got me a rod, and stick up the cash box. And they caught me. That's how I know I haven't got brains.
I wouldn't let it worry you, Lefty.
That's not what's worrying me now, Ben.
Huh? What is?
What's going to be happening in here in a couple of minutes. You ever sat in on a divvy before, Ben?
No. I wouldn't be now, except for the manpower shortage.
These are 3 wild kids, Ben. Chances are they'll be coked to the ears and slobbering at the mouth with being half scared to death and half crazy with excitement, thinking how much dough they got and what big shot public enemies they are. And we, you and me, we got to walk up and take 20 grand away from them.
All right. Here they are. So now we're going to find out how it's done.
This is it. Get him in here.
Oh, Johnny, don't leave me. Will you, Johnny?
Get him over there on the chair. Who are you?
I'm the man that collects the room rent.
Yeah, well, stick him up. Frisk him, Marty.
Go ahead. I don't need a rod to handle punks like you.
This guy's clean, Johnny.
What about the other one?
He's with me, and he's got a gun, and don't try to take it away from him because it's an old family heirloom, and he's fond of it.
Oh, yeah?
Now stop acting like something you've seen in the movies and put that cannon away. Might drop it and break somebody's foot.
Johnny.
What's the matter with your pal there?
He got shot.
Anybody else?
No. The guard shot him when we were pulling out.
Oh, Johnny.
You better get him over there on that
Johnny, we're
bed.
going too fast, Johnny.
Yeah?
We're going too fast. We're going too fast.
He's out of his head.
Yeah. You get the dough?
Did we get the dough? Look at this wise guy. 40 grand, maybe more.
You know how much this room is costing you?
How much?
20 grand.
20 grand.
That's right. I'll be back after a while to collect it. What are you going to do with your pal there with the holes in it?
I don't know.
Johnny.
You know that's bad, don't you?
Why?
Kid's out of his head already. Suppose he makes trouble, starts screaming or something.
You got doctors, haven't you?
Sure, but that kind of a doctor, that's one more guy that have to get a cut. Pretty soon you guys won't have anything left but small change.
That's what you think.
But, of course, maybe the kid will die.
Yeah? Then what do we do? That's even worse.
Oh, no. No, that'll be easy. We'll be seeing you.
I hope you know what you're doing, Ben.
I think so. Come on, I got the room next door.
You know you're just as good as signing that kid's death warrant, don't you?
That's right.
The other two will knock him off now before we got time to do it.
Now, listen, I got the transom open, the connecting door.
What you gonna do? Johnny? No! No! No!
They did it.
Yeah. Maybe we better call Sal, huh?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Now, give me Mr. Casper. Ben Gray speaking.
Yes, sir. I hope you know what you're doing, Ben.
Sal, this is Ben. You better come up to room 480, Sal. They want to see you personally. I said they want to see you personally. Well, do you want your dough or don't you? I'm not going to wrestle them for it. Okay. They'll be right up.
Then what?
What do you mean, then what?
Ben,
Yeah?
if you got any little plans, you know I'm all for 'em, don't you?
Sure.
And you know I hope they come off, don't you?
Sure.
But if they don't come off, you know where I stand on that, too, don't you?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. You stand right behind me with a gun in my back.
Just so you know, Ben.
You know, I can see how you would have made a preacher, Lefty. You got a terrible streak of honesty in you.
Just so you know, Ben.
Now, listen, there he is.
I'm Saul Casper. What's going on here?
It's been a little trouble, Mr. Casper.
What kind of trouble?
Arch here, he just died.
Guy.
He was shot.
All right, so we'll get him out of here tonight. You got the dough?
Sure, we got it.
That's it.
Here.
All right, put up your hands, all of you.
What is this?
Department of Justice. You're all under arrest.
Well, that's all, pal.
Ben, where you going?
I got a date with a missionary.
Ben.
Hello, baby. Where's my good evening kiss?
Oh, Ben, please. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Don't you know?
Yeah, I guess maybe I do.
Oh, we can't go on like this, Ben. It isn't right. It isn't fair to Jansen. It isn't fair to... Well, it isn't fair to me.
What's so unfair about it?
You know what's unfair about it. Mr. Jansen promised the people of Lake City that if he got elected, he'd clean up the town.
All right, why doesn't he do it? He's had 6 months.
Because he doesn't even know what's going on.
Great. Then what's the beef?
Well, I know what's going on. The horse racing places and the gambling places and all the other places are just as open as they ever were. And I know who's keeping them open.
Of course you do. I am. Listen, honey, if I wasn't bossing the organization, someone else would be. People like to bet. People like to gamble.
Ben, don't you see? I'm a city official. I have an obligation to the people of this community. To the people who elected Johnson because they believed in...
Still a missionary, huh?
Well, I'm not a racketeer.
Maybe not. But you're the next thing to it.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, where do you think the dough came from for that car I got you and the fur coat and this place?
You never told me.
Did I have to? You knew I didn't get it from a long-lost uncle. Well, why don't you admit it, baby? You're a chiseler.
Am I?
Sure, just like me. Only I'm honest about it. You are not.
Then I will be. Starting now. Starting tonight.
What are you going to do, turn me in?
Oh, Ben.
Maybe your big mistake was falling in love with me, baby. Now there isn't much you can do about it, is
Oh,
there?
Ben, quit it, please. Get out of it. For my sake. Just because I don't like it. Because I hate it.
Maybe I don't like it either. It's all I know how to do.
What was...
Hiya, Benny.
Sal,
Surprised?
kind of. Did you break out?
Yeah, just to see you, Benny. Put up your hands.
You know I never carry a rod.
Maybe you sort of wish you did now, huh? Not that you'd have a chance to use it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to kill your boyfriend, sweetheart. And when I've done that, I'll think of something real nice to do to you.
Oh,
You sit right there where you are, sweetheart. Benny, you start backing up to that door. Slow. That's a bathroom, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I'll kill you in the bathtub, Benny. That way it'll be quiet. There won't be so much of a mess. Now, reach behind you real careful and open the door. And when I tell you to start backing in, you back in. All right, start backing.
Up! I don't leave me down.
June.
Is he?
Yeah. Since when have you been carrying a gun?
Just lately. Ben, are you all right?
Yeah, I just want to sit down a minute.
Oh, Ben.
We got to get out of here, baby.
Ben, listen to me. We'll go away. We'll get out of the country. We'll go to Canada.
Sure.
We can get married there. You do want to marry me, don't you, Ben?
No, you know I do, baby.
You can join the army up there. I'll do something, too. We'll do something decent with our lives. Oh, darling, I know it's been partly my fault. I know I've been weak, but it isn't too late to begin again, is it, darling?
Maybe not. But your aim on that second shot wasn't too good, baby.
Ben.
So there's just one thing that's stopping it.
Ben, what?
The bullet hole in my belly.
Well, hello, big shot. You've been in the land of Nod, haven't you?
Where am I?
The city hospital.
Yeah? What are you doing here?
Reading the funny papers, can't you tell?
Why can't you read them at home?
Because there's been a little thing that we policemen call murder, big shot. You're what we call a material witness.
Where's June? June Lyons.
She's in a nice, cozy cell. When she comes to trial, your statement will probably send her up for 5 or 10 years to another nice, cozy cell.
What statement?
Oh, you talk.
Yeah?
You know what you got, big shot?
Sure. I got ventilated with a lead slug.
Yeah, but that's not all. You got peritonitis.
Oh, I have. So what?
So, I've seen guys with peritonitis before. You know what happens? First, they start getting a fever. Then they get kind of lightheaded. Then they get thirsty, terribly thirsty. And after a while, you get so you can make them talk without they hardly know that they're talking. Yeah, you talk all right.
You think so?
I know so.
Where's Lefty Gauss?
You mean your faithful servant? He's right outside.
Well, can I talk to him alone?
Sure, why not? Hey, Putty Nose, your boss wants to see you.
Thanks, you funny fella. How you been? How you feeling? Not too good. I got some plans to talk over with you, Lefty.
Okay.
Oh, Flatfoot.
Yeah, what do we have now, big shot?
You say the DA wants me to talk, huh?
Maybe he was just pretending.
Well, suppose I had some conditions.
Like what?
Well, like I only talk in the apartment where it happened, June Lyons' apartment. June Lyons has got to be there. And Lefty here, too, to back up some things I might say.
That might be arranged.
You think the DA might forget a couple of those little things he's been holding against me if I talk?
That'd be the general idea.
Okay. You can close the door as you go out and tell the DA to be around in about an hour. I'll talk.
All I'm saying is that I won't be responsible. Dragging a man in his condition way out here in an ambulance, lugging him up 3 flights of stairs on a stretcher.
Doc, that's the way he wanted it, and that's the way it's going to be. All right, everybody here. Miss Lyons?
Yes.
Lefty Gauss?
Yes,
How is he, Doctor?
I've already told you. But he can talk.
Stop worrying about me, Mr. DA. You're breaking my heart.
Are you ready to start, Ben?
Uh-huh. Can I have a glass of water?
Yes, of course.
Thanks. All right, I'm ready.
Do you, Ben, take this woman, June, to be thy lawful wedded wife, to love and to cherish, for better, for worse, to death do you part?
What's going on here?
Quiet.
I do.
Do you, June, take this man, Ben, to be thy lawful wedded husband, to love and to cherish, for better, for worse, till death do you part?
I do.
I pronounce...
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm a licensed preacher, and this is Miss June Lyons' apartment, and it's outside the city's jurisdiction. It's in the county. And this marriage license was taken out at the county courthouse 1 minute before they closed today. And when I sign it, brother, it's legal. I pronounce you man and wife.
I suppose you've heard that a man can't testify against his wife, Mr. D.A.
Yes, I know.
Oh, by the way, you mind if I kiss the bride?
Oh, go ahead.
Ben, darling. That was the finest thing.
Oh, that was nice.
Ben, your face is so hard.
Yeah. I thought maybe I was going to make it, baby, but I guess I'm not.
Oh, Ben. Ben. Doctor, quick, doctor.
So long, missionary. Mrs. Missionary.
Oh, no. Oh, Ben.
Oh, Lord, we pray thee to receive the spirit of our dearly departed, and to forgive him his trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
And so closes Roma Wine's presentation of Love's Lovely Counterfeit, starring Humphrey Bogart, and written by James M. Cain. Lurene Tuttle appeared as June opposite Mr. Bogart in tonight's study in Suspense.
Before Mr. Humphrey Bogart returns to our microphone, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Few hostesses have entertained as extensively, as often as the world-renowned hostess, Miss Elsa Maxwell. That's why these words of hers are significant.
Back in the horse and buggy days, the serving of wine was surrounded by all manner of complicated do's and don'ts. Today, it's fashionable to serve delicious Roma wines whenever and however you choose. For example, the delicious, versatile Roma California Tokay is a light, moderately sweet, flame-bright wine that goes well before or after meals, during the cocktail hour, actually delightful at any time. Everyone enjoys the velvety, smooth, rich flavor of Roma Tokay, served cool.
While Roma Tokay is different in flavor from other Roma wines, it is like them in these respects. Always delicious, never varying in fine quality. And since Roma wines cost only pennies a glass, you can serve them often. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. And the next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, choose Roma vermouth. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, and developed with all the traditional wine-making skill of the Roma wineries, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Humphrey Bogart. It's been a great pleasure and privilege to appear for the Suspense audience, and I hope they'll have me back soon. I'm certainly going to make it a point to hear next Thursday's Suspense show, which sounds like one of the most unusual of the year. Two of the most distinguished ladies of the acting profession will be your stars. There's 75 years difference between their ages. They are Miss Margaret O'Brien and Dame May Whitty.
Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will present Dame May Whitty and Margaret O'Brien as co-stars of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joseph Cotton, Catherine McLeod, and Otto Kruger in I've Always Loved You. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On this election eve, that is in our country, we bring you a screenplay that, according to box office figures, is the choice of millions of theatergoers. It's Republic Pictures' newest hit, I've Always Loved You, enriched by some of the finest music ever written. Our stars are Joseph Cotton, whose reappearance you've so often requested, and a newly discovered artist in the role that brought her stardom, Catherine McLeod. Also, Otto Kruger in the role of the brilliant conductor and pianist. It's interesting to note, I think, that both Miss McLeod and Mr. Kruger have at some time played their roles in real life, one as a symphony conductor, the other as an accomplished virtuoso. I referred to tomorrow as Election Day, but actually all of us use our powers of election every day, in what we read, what we listen to, and what we buy. And when it comes to women and their shopping habits, there's a decided preference for Lux soap. Among our lovely screen stars, the vote is 9-1 for Lux toilet soap. And that, remember, is the ballot of the most beautiful women in the world. And I'm sure in your town, too, the vote is also very much in favor of Lux toilet soap. Here's Act One of I've Always Loved You, starring Joseph Cotton as George, Catherine McLeod as Myra Hussman, and Otto Kruger as Goranov. It's 1926 in a Philadelphia music school. The world-renowned pianist and conductor, Leopold Goranov, is listening to piano auditions. Suddenly, he sees a familiar face in the corridor, and with characteristic rudeness, he bolts from the concert room.
Frederick Hussman, my dear old friend.
But, Maestro, the audition, Maestro.
Your Goranov does not listen to amateurs. Frederick, what are you doing here?
Leopold, oh, it is good to see you.
No. Come in this room over here.
Leopold, you must listen.
The devil with the auditions. Frederick Hussman, now tell me what has happened to you, all these... who are you?
My name is...
She is my...
Oh, never mind. Just sit over there and be quiet. Well, Frederick, let me see your hands. You know, when I first heard these hands play, 25 years ago in Vienna. Yeah, and then you went to America.
To marry a wonderful woman, Leopold.
Who ruined you as a musician? You makes a farmer out of you, or did they lie to me? You are a farmer.
Oh, yes, I'm a farmer, Leopold. A beautiful and large farm. I have done well.
But those wonderful hands grubbing the earth to raise potatoes.
Oh, Leopold, I don't dig potatoes. I have men who work for me.
Have no doubt I will tell this woman what she has done to you.
She has been dead 10 years now.
Oh, forgive me, old friend.
Leopold, I have a protege with me.
You too? Well, get him in here.
He is a she, Leopold.
Oh, beautiful, perhaps.
They are sitting in the corner as you ordered.
Come here, young lady.
Yes, Maestro.
She does not smile, Freddy. Perhaps she does not like me, eh?
Her name is Myra Hussman, Leopold. She is my daughter.
Ah, Myra. Beautiful name. I like your eyes. Now, you will play for me, Myra. Well, there's the piano.
Thank you.
An etude, perhaps, eh? No, a fugue. That will show your father's fine training, yes?
I'd rather not.
You are... Bravo! She tells Goranov she would rather not.
Because you are my father's friend, because it's his favorite, I'll play the Appassionata by Beethoven.
Yeah? I dare you.
And it goes on and on and on.
Myra, finish.
Father,
finish.
There is no need to finish. Myra Hussman, look at me.
Yes?
You have a great talent. A great talent.
We're home, Mrs. Sampter.
How did it go?
I don't know. All right, I guess.
Dinner's almost ready.
All right. Goranov said you have great talent.
Oh, you're his papa. His friend, Papa. He was being kind.
Not about talent, Myra. About anything else, Goranov may agree with a friend, but not about music.
I think he's rude.
Goranov is Goranov.
He's rude.
Maybe.
What?
Here, Friedrich. Eavesdropping by your window. I followed you here.
Leopold.
Well, invitation or not, I'm coming in. This is not the first window I've climbed into or out of, for that matter. Yeah, so I am rude, huh? Ah, my photograph.
Remember when you gave it to me, Leopold?
Yeah, that's the one I like best. You know, that's very good. That shows the height of my forehead. Today, Miss Hussman, you played for me the Appassionata. I said you have great talent. Well, you have, but you made mistakes. I will show you. Now, you listen to my phrasing. Now, listen carefully. Here is what I mean. Now, here. That noise!
George, better wash up for supper.
And who is that woman?
That's Mrs. Sampter. She's our housekeeper.
Hey, Myra, how was the audition?
Please excuse me. Please, Goranov is playing.
What?
Mr. Goranov's here. He's playing the piano.
What?
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop that tractor.
You mean it's bothering you?
Yes, and get ready for supper. I'm terribly sorry.
No, I no longer feel like playing the Appassionata. Anyway, it just goes on and on and on. I play something else. This I composed myself. Now, this is one of my best. Very good indeed.
Dinner's ready, Mr. Hoffman.
Later, Mrs. Sampter, later.
Later?
Not later now. I'm famished.
Have we room for one more?
Company? I thought that was you playing. Who else can play that good?
Who else?
Mrs. Sampter, this is Leopold Goranov.
Oh, I'll fix a place right away, Mr. Gornoff. Just pull up a chair.
I'm sorry I'm late. You see, I was just... Oh.
George, this is Mr. Goranov, the very great pianist. Mrs. Sampter's son, Leopold.
How do you do?
Oh, I've heard all about you from Myra. She plays a lot of piano, too.
Oh, yes, a lot of piano, yeah, but it's not all good. You run the farm, George?
Well, I run the tractor that makes all that noise.
You will show me the farm later.
You're staying?
Yes, I think so. This place of yours, Frederick, has a lot of charm. Tomorrow I go to New York. I have a concert to conduct, and Saturday I go to Europe.
Europe? How exciting.
How sickening. I have not the slightest wish to go. Frederick, old friend, would you have a room for me here?
Leopold, well, of course, certainly.
For how long?
Well, a week, perhaps.
Oh.
Or a month, or 6 months. Miss Hussman, you like I stay here, huh?
It would be wonderful.
Wonderful, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I will teach you. And when I get you at the piano, I'll have you wishing you'd never met Goranov, but I'll make an artist out of you. Yes, even as great as your very great father. Myra, she's gone? You got rid of her. I'm safe now, huh?
Yes, you're quite safe now.
You're laughing at me.
No, but I'd like to.
Why?
Well, she was very pretty with lovely red hair.
Now,
and
how did she discover I was here, huh?
maybe she reads the newspapers. Is that why you stayed with us, to escape from a woman?
That is insulting. Also, it is not true. No, Myra, no. But you did get rid of her, you did.
Yes.
Great favor. A great favor. You know, Myra, this place where I've been hiding, now, what is this?
Just an arbor with vines and a fountain. It's my wishing room.
Your what? Your wishing room? Now, talk to me, Myra. How long is it now we work together?
4 weeks.
And yet you've never shown me this place. Why?
Because it's my own little corner.
Oh.
A place for dreaming things.
Your what, for instance?
Well, the time might stop. Today might be for always. Sometimes when you've been busy, when you've been playing, I'd come here and dreamed you'd never go away.
I must go away today. Well, I said I'm going away.
Yes, Master.
Yes, Master. Yes, Master. That's all you can say when I tell you I'm leaving you. Well, don't turn from me. Myra, I'll take you with me. How would you like that, huh? I'll take... Oh, here comes your father. Frederick, come here. I want to talk to you.
He told you, Myra, that he's leaving us?
Yes, Papa.
I would like to take Myra with me. Myra and my mother. She's in New York.
Myra, my dear, leave us together for a moment.
I'll be at the house, Papa. George!
Hey, come here. Hold this gate, will you?
Oh, George, I can't. Paris, Vienna.
Hmm?
Goranov wants to take me with him to teach me. Oh, wish for me, George. Wish that he'll let me go.
If it's what you want, sure, I'll wish it. Myra, there's something I've got to tell you. I know this isn't the time or the place.
Myra!
Yes?
You're wasting time, darling. If I were you, I'd start packing my bags.
George, I'm going.
Yeah. Goodbye, Myra. Goodbye and good luck.
Well, what else does she say in her letter, George?
She says, what a wonderful person is Madame Goranov, my dearest friend, ever since Papa placed me in her charge that day in New York so long ago. Please tell Father that last night the maestro played the Emperor Concerto to a crowded house. The audience applauded for 10 minutes.
That was in Paris, George? Paris?
Yes. We leave for London tomorrow. After London, I'm not sure where the maestro will decide to go. Then she says, be sure to write her soon and give you her love.
George, when you write, no word about my illness.
No, Mr. Haas.
Over a year she has been gone, George, over a year.
What is this, Butterball? Another letter from your papa?
That one's from George, madam.
What does he say? Never mind, I will read it myself. The earth is brown again, and the vines cover the walls of your wishing room, same as before. I go there often to think about you. Butterball, who is George?
Like a brother, Babushka. He's lived with us on the farm as long as I can remember.
He is big, strong, nice to look at?
Well, yes, I suppose he is.
Maybe you love him?
Babushka.
He thinks about you. Farmer, get to the piano, Butterball. Practice.
Sometimes you're more of a slave driver than your son.
You have not worked on your Chopin nocturnes all week.
All right, a nocturne.
Hello, Mama. Oh, I'm tired. Well, why do you stop? You're not tired. I'm tired.
Tired of what, Lothar?
Tired of concerts, tired of Europe, I'm tired.
All right. We will go to the Riviera.
No. We go to South America. Nicholas,
Yes, maestro?
get tickets for South America.
Where South America?
He does not know. Someplace South America.
Someplace South America.
One day, Leopold, Nicholas will see what an unreasonable man you are, and you will be without a secret.
Oh, I am the easiest man in the world to get along with.
Why not North America, Maestro?
Well, because Rio de Janeiro is in South America.
Rio?
Yeah, I've just decided. Listen, and Chopin is already dead, Myra. Must you kill him all over again? Now look at that music.
Yes, Maestro. But you don't frighten me. Rio de Janeiro. And I've never been so happy in my life, Father. Rio is wonderful. And the house we live in is the most beautiful.
Myra, where are you? Myra.
Just writing to Father.
I've been out buying a present. Here, Myra, for you.
Oh, no.
No. Stand still. I dress you in a lovely shawl if I want to, huh? Voila. You like it?
Oh, how lovely.
All right, now. Rachmaninoff C minor concerto. That E major theme. You've been working on it?
She has been writing a letter. Let her alone.
Now, Mama, please.
Yes, I've been working on it, but on
Well,
paper.
then, all right, then. Come, show me. Come, play. Those themes, Myra. Listen, why do you let the lesser theme cream up so? It shades the heroic. It makes it weak. And take that stupid shawl off when you're playing. Now, get up. I'll show you what I mean here. This theme is the lesser one. Now, the male theme. I am the man, it says. I am the man. I am the man.
And I am the woman. I love you.
Huh? You said something?
Oh, I said I am the woman.
So, should be so. All man, Myra. For there is no woman in music. Now remember, no woman in music. So, tonight we shall work on it again.
No, not tonight.
Huh? Why not?
Because tonight there is a woman. The one with yellow hair.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Another one.
Yeah, well, this is one is different. She's very charming, very beautiful.
They are all very charming and very beautiful.
But Arthur, I cannot work all the time. What is so wrong?
You are angry with me.
No, I'm angry at myself for making explanations.
Someday one of these women will catch you tight by the nose, and then she will marry you.
Never. Well, I go on and put on my best suit. Nicholas!
Such a talent you are, Leopold, and such a dunce. Another letter, but the ball from there's yours?
Yes.
And what does he say?
Babushka, he's gone. My father is dead.
Myra.
Quietly in his sleep, George says.
Frederick Hossman, such a great musician. And you, Myra, he gave it all to you. He bred it into your hands. I know, little one.
Myra, you must do something. Do something, Myra.
Now what?
Well, she's in the patio. That woman, you remember that blonde one last week? She says I promised to marry her.
Don't you always?
Now, Myra, I'm not home. Anything. Tell her, please, to go away.
I'll try. You can relax now. She's gone.
Now, how did you do it?
I showed her this.
Showed her a wedding ring? Where did you get that?
No, not a wedding ring, just a ring. George gave it to me, see? I turned it around my finger.
Yeah.
And...
Oh, magnificent. Yes, we can get rid of them all that way, huh? Well, what's the matter?
Maestro, am I ready for a concert?
What was that?
Well, not important works, perhaps, but I could play some of the lesser ones.
Lesser? What is lesser? What is important?
Please, will you stop playing with words?
Oh, so you know all about Goranov now. You know exactly when he plays on words.
Don't you think it's about time I did?
Well, now you want to concertize, huh?
Is that so wrong?
No, that's good.
You'll let me?
Well, of course. You can play, let me see, Rachmaninoff Second, eh?
Here in Rio? No, of course not. A smaller city.
You will play Rachmaninoff in New York, and I will conduct. We'll show them what Goranov can make out of a nobody.
New York. Home. Oh, thank you.
Nicholas, we go to New York. Nicholas!
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of I've Always Loved You, starring Joseph Cotton, Catherine McLeod, and Otto Kruger. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
With news about a brand new star, Mr. Keeley.
I'm all ears, Libby. Who is it?
Mona Freeman. She's soon to be seen with James Dunn as the co-star of Republic's new picture, That Brennan Girl.
Oh, yes, and from what I've heard about that Brennan girl, she's going to be quite a hit. Tell us about her, Libby.
Well, this is Mona's first starring role, though she's appeared in other films. But you might say she was acting under a handicap.
Why, what was that?
Well, it's a difficulty most women wouldn't mind coping with. You see, Mr. Keeley, Mona always looks younger than she is. At 17, she photographed as though she were 11.
I can see that might worry a teenager.
Even now, at the ripe age of 20, Mona has trouble looking it. But she has no trouble being a fine little actress. James Dunn, who's a veteran of the screen, was very impressed by the way she played her difficult role.
When I saw the preview, Libby, I couldn't decide whether she was prettier in pigtails or a sophisticated evening dress.
Didn't you think she was especially lovely in the close-up, Mr. Kennedy?
Mm-hmm.
That little girl complexion of hers showed to its best advantage then. A Lux complexion, as of course you know. Mona has used Lux toilet soap since she was very young.
She couldn't have used a gentler, more effective care. No wonder 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on Lux Soap Daily Active Lather Facials.
Yes, it's such a quick, easy beauty care. Screen stars just smooth the Lux soap lather well in, rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. They like the way the soap with creamy active lather agrees with delicate skin. It's a beauty care that really works.
Recent tests by skin specialists showed that. 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux Toilet Soap care. Now, a word to the ladies in our audience. Why don't you try these beauty facials with Hollywood's own complexion soap? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of I've Always Loved You, starring Joseph Cotton as George, Catherine McLeod as Myra, and Otto Kruger as Goronov. It's a few weeks later, and Carnegie Hall is filled to overflowing, for the great pianist and conductor, Leopold Goronov, has returned to New York. Intermission is over now, and the second portion of the concert is underway. The Rachmaninoff Concerto in C minor. At the piano is an unknown girl, Myra Hossman. Spellbound, the audience turns its eyes from Goronov. As the majestic passages ring brilliantly through the concert hall, the audience knows it is hearing the pupil excel her master. Goronov knows it too, and his face clouds with rising anger. For Myra Hossman, it is a moment of triumph and heartbreak.
You come home from the concert alone?
Yes, Nicholas.
Your debut a success?
I think so.
Oh, I was only teasing you, mademoiselle. Just now I spoke on the telephone to my friend in the box office. Superb, he said you were almost without parallel.
Nicholas, you've prepared the supper.
Everything as you ordered it. I know what tonight means to you.
No, you don't, Nicholas.
Something wrong?
Yes.
Well, do not let it bother you. Wait till he tastes the partridge, his favorite champagne. Oh, come inside, mademoiselle. Let me show you.
Please, I'm sure it's all very nice. Please go away, Nicholas.
Very well, then. I go away.
Myra, why did you come home alone?
I don't know. I was frightened. I just wanted to get away from the people, from... Your mother's not with you?
She took her own car tonight. Why? Why you don't wish to be alone with me?
I'm sure I'm behaving very stupidly. I've been this way all evening. I played badly, too. If it hadn't been for your orchestral support, Maestro, you were magnificent.
How dared you?
How dared I?
And now you are the master, is that it? Is that what you were trying to apologize for?
Oh, no.
Don't lie to me. I know what you tried to do tonight. You wanted people to say, look, Goronov's pupil is a greater pianist than he is himself.
No, Maestro, no.
Maestro, how dare you try to imitate me at the piano? My style, my technique. Clever, weren't you? And what is that in there? A table spread with food. You would fix wine for me, would you? You would kneel at my feet, all the while trying to steal that which is mine.
That is not true. You must believe me.
Soon there will be another concert. I will play the piano, Myra. I will play, and then the fools will see. They will see you for what you are, a little plow girl good to grub in the earth.
You jealous of me?
Now, get out of here. I said get out.
Met her outside on the street. Her eyes so full of tears she could not even speak to me. She kissed me and went away. Why? Why did she go away, Leopold?
Because I sent her away. What difference does it make?
More than you know. It means you admit she is greater than you.
That is ridiculous.
No, that is truth. Good night, Leopold.
Madame Goronoff?
Yes. How do you do? You would be George, eh?
Yes. Your chauffeur said you wanted to see me. Won't you come in the house?
No, I will just sit here in the car and talk to you for only a moment. For 2 years, you were just a name on a letter. As always, George. But now I see you, I like you. You are a nice boy.
Well, thank you. Mr. Goronoff isn't with you?
No, at this moment. My son is in Carnegie Hall. That piano, that is Myra playing?
Yes.
She knows, too, where my son is, what he is doing. So she talks to him.
Talks?
Her voice is the piano. She says, I am here, Maestro. I sit beside you. I play as you play.
I don't understand.
No, you would not understand, nice boy. Maybe Leopold would not understand either. But he will hear her.
You said he's in New York.
What difference? Walls cannot stop that voice. Distance, time, nothing. You are in love with her, nice boy?
I've always been in love with her.
That I did not know. Well, I go now.
Aren't you going to see Myra?
No, I have decided. It is better if I keep my mouth shut. I go home. You want to marry her?
Very much.
Then fight for her. Fight for this woman. We go home now, Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. Stop it, Myra. Stop playing.
George.
I want you to stop playing.
Well, I've stopped.
Come outside, Myra. I want to talk to you.
What is it, George? What's the matter?
Myra, you've been living in a dream.
Have I?
Sometimes I think you're in love with a dream.
Women don't fall in love with dreams, George. They fall in love with men. With one man. When they do, they listen for that man's footsteps in the morning. Their day starts when he smiles. And they wait to see him again at night. To watch him while he eats. Watch the light of a reading lamp as it plays on his face and touches his head. That's what happens when love comes to a person, George. Someday it'll happen to you.
It has happened to me, Myra.
Why didn't you tell me? Who is the girl, George?
You.
Oh, but I don't mean that kind of love.
Neither do I. I suppose I didn't say it very well, and it isn't something that just happened all of a sudden. I've always loved you, Myra.
But that isn't love. Not real love.
Maybe not for you. For me, it's the most real thing that ever happened in my life. It tells me that without you, there isn't much sense to anything.
But you do have me. I'm home again. I'm going to stay here. I'll be working with you, talking with you, sharing my dreams with you if you'll let me. You're a wonderful person, George. I need someone to help me over the rough spots.
I've always understood that was a husband's job.
You'd marry me? Knowing how I feel about him, Goronoff? If ever he calls,
I love you, Myra. I'll take that chance.
Married? But that's impossible. Why didn't you tell me, Babushka? Why didn't I know?
You've been in Europe for 6 months.
Well, I would have come back.
That's why I did not let you know.
She is mine. I created Myra. She is mine.
Myra is not for you, my son. She nor any other woman. Music is your wife, Leopold.
Babushka, I love her.
She is not for you, Leopold. Not now or ever.
Babushka, you know what the doctor says. Now, what are you doing out of bed, huh?
You have eyes. I'm wrapping a present.
What's that? Little silver cup? Who's the present for?
Myra's little girl. She will soon be 1 year old.
No. I take it to her myself.
No, you will not.
For 2 years, I have kept my promise to you, never to see Myra, never to go near her.
You will continue to keep your promise. I beg you, Leopold. Forget her.
I've tried. I cannot.
Play for me. I'm very tired. Play for me.
Garnoff conducts Gale Anniversary Concert in Budapest.
Today our baby is 3 years old, little Paula. If only my father could have lived to see her.
Garnoff recital thrills royal audience in Stockholm.
Paula went into the 2nd grade today. I refuse to believe she is 6 years old already. Incredible.
Garnoff recital enrages Nazis. Celebrated conductor must leave Germany within 48 hours.
See this, Myra? Tonight's paper? Garanoff's been ordered out of Germany.
I saw it. George, did you look in on Paula? Is she asleep?
Sound asleep. Myra, play something on the piano. You realize it's been months?
I'm never going to play again, George. Never. I started to only because of Paula, because you begged me to play for her. If Paula ever wants to play, we can find her another teacher.
You can't forget him, can you?
George, God's been good to me. I'm very happy. I have you and Paula and my home. Can't we leave well enough alone?
We could if you were really happy. It isn't what you have that makes you happy, Myra. It's what you give.
But I've tried to be a good wife to you. I've given you all I have to give.
All except you.
That isn't true.
If a man can't have all of a woman, he might as well have none.
I wish you'd thought of that a long time ago.
Myra, I'm not trying to go back on a deal. It's just that you're missing so much.
I am, or you?
Both of us. And for no reason. I'm not afraid of Garanoff. I don't know why you should be.
All right, dear. What is it you want me to do?
I want you to know yourself. I want you to forget a dream, especially when the real thing can be so much better. I don't mean I'm the best husband in the world, but put it all together, darling. We've been lucky, really lucky. Think about it, Myra. Please. Oh, and I'd like you to play again. Music in the house is a fine thing, Myra.
Don't ever let me see Garanoff. Please, dear God, don't let me lose the things you've given me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, we'll return with the third act of I've Always Loved You, starring Joseph Cotton, Catherine McLeod, and Otto Kruger. It seems to me our guest of this evening really ought to be introduced with a fanfare of music, dance music, the Latin American kind. Rumba, samba, bolero, flamenco. Miss Olga San Juan, I understand you're expert at them all.
Muchas gracias, senor. I think you must have seen me in my very first appearance on the screen.
Indeed, I did, and enjoyed your work thoroughly.
And so did I. A whole picture of dancing and singing, the things I like best to do. I dance and sing in my latest Paramount picture, Blue Skies.
And do both beautifully. Tell us how you began that very active career of yours, Olga.
My parents were from Puerto Rico, but I was born in New York. There I studied dancing and singing from the time I was a little girl. Gave concerts at high school. Then I appeared at El Morocco and Copacabana in New York. A Paramount talent scout saw me, and I came to Hollywood.
And now you sing with Bing Crosby and dance with Fred Astaire in Paramount's big new musical, Blue Skies.
And it was thrilling to be in the same picture with such famous stars. Imagine Bing Crosby and Joan Caulfield. I like her. She's very pretty.
Joan's a real blonde beauty, isn't she? She looks especially lovely in Technicolor.
I see a striking example of blonde beauty right before us.
You're very kind, Mr. Kennedy. You know, Miss Caulfield and I are alike in one way. We're both Lux girls. Lux toilet soap is a wonderful beauty soap. I use it as a bath soap, too. After a strenuous dance routine, it makes such a refreshing bath. Es maravilloso, as we say in Spanish.
Gracias, senorita. I must say, with your dark hair and fair skin, you're a dazzling Lux girl indeed. Lovely stars who must protect complexion beauty depend on Lux toilet soap to give skin gentle, cherishing care. It's a quality soap made of the finest ingredients. Enjoy it as a bath soap, too. See if you're not delighted with the delicate flower-like fragrance Lux toilet soap leaves on your skin. Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of I've Always Loved You, starring Joseph Cotton as George, Catherine McLeod as Myra, and Otto Kruger as Goranov. "10 years have rolled past, and Myra has found a full measure of contentment in her husband and her daughter Paula, now 16. But memories of another man still haunt Myra like a ghost. George knows it, and so does his mother.
Gonna rain before George and Paula get back from Philadelphia.
A spring rain won't bother them. Remember last winter? Twice a week, regularly, they have to go to Philadelphia. After all this time, I'm beginning to get a little curious. Haven't they told you what they're up to, Mother Santa?
Well, not exactly, but I wouldn't worry. Myra, how long since you've been to New York?
Not since George and I were married.
How long since you've been to a concert?
The same.
And I think I know why.
Do you? Does George know why, too?
Yes.
I've never seen Goranov.
George knows that.
I never want to see him.
Yeah, that's just the trouble.
I'm never going to see him. I've got what I want.
Be nice if George had, too.
What was that, dear?
Nothing. Just said if it's going to rain, I better get in and close some windows.
Hey, where are you? We've brought company.
Myra.
Come in. Well, there she is, Professor Severin.
Hello, darling. I want you to meet Professor Severin. We've invited him to dinner.
Well, how do you do?
Please forgive me, Mrs. Samter, but I did want to meet you.
Well, I'm very happy you came. Won't you sit down?
Mrs. Samter, excuse me for stirring. Your name was once...
No, honestly, Myra, I didn't tell you.
Myra Hussman. Why, I heard you play in Carnegie Hall with Goranov. Yes, of course.
Myra, darling, Professor Severin has been teaching piano to Paula for quite some time now.
So that's the big mystery. Well, at last.
Mystery? You didn't know?
It's been our big secret, Paula's and mine.
I'm delighted. But as for your remembering me, Professor Severin, it was all so long ago, really.
It was like yesterday to the maestro.
Maestro?
Goranov. After he stopped concertizing, I studied with him for many years. Surely I mentioned that, Mr. Samter?
Oh, yes, I believe you did at that.
Mother, Professor Severin has just been made head of the conservatory in New York, and he wants me to continue with him at the conservatory.
But that would mean you'd have to live in New York.
Yes, dear.
But I never dreamed. What I mean
We
is...
could wait till the winter, but I must have her then if she's to concertize in the spring. Rather critical at Carnegie Hall.
Carnegie Hall?
She's your daughter. Why not? I've been asked to conduct some of the spring concerts. One of them, Paula, I could set aside for you. For you and the Rachmaninoff second.
I won't have it.
Mrs. Samter.
Mother. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, but I must think it over.
When she thinks it over, the answer's always yes.
I think you're more excited about living in New York than about a concert.
I wouldn't count on either, Paula, darling. This time the answer may be no. Well, George, don't you think you could offer the professor a drink?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Right away.
What a day. Am I glad we don't live in New York?
To find an apartment?
Yes. Why, the laugh, I did.
The laugh is because I knew you would. When Mother thinks it over, the answer is always yes.
3 rooms, kitchenette, and bath. It's very nice. Room enough for me, too.
For you?
Mm-hmm. I want to be with her, George, for a while anyway, before the concert.
Oh, well, that's not till May. I thought you were both running out on me. Say, does Severin still insist on Carnegie Hall?
Yes.
Will Paula be ready?
I don't know. What if she's just another little girl who plays very well,
But not good enough for the critics?
If she isn't good, they'll break her heart. I've seen that happen, George. I've listened to audiences laugh a novice off the stage.
Well, it seems as though there must be someone whose opinion we could trust. What about Goranov?
No, George.
You could take her to Goranov. He'd know and he'd tell you the truth.
No. If he's the only one we can trust, then we'll do without an opinion. George, please.
Just an idea, darling, but whatever you want.
Hello, dear. Come in. My, do you look beautiful.
Thanks, but why the whisper?
Paula's trying to take a nap. We can talk inside.
I hope she isn't as excited as I am.
It's just a dream, isn't it, George? Our baby playing in Carnegie Hall in exactly...
4 hours and 12 minutes. I just looked at my watch. And I remember another little girl who played in Carnegie Hall a long time ago.
I almost wish it were that same little girl who's going to play tonight.
Jealous of your own daughter?
No, George. Worried. Terribly worried.
Oh, but Paula doesn't know her notes. Why, Severin said...
I'm worried that she doesn't feel the music that's hidden in those notes. That she just doesn't understand them.
Oh, Severin will carry her through.
Severin can't help her. No one can if that's true.
Now, these weeks you've been here, Myra, have you taken her to Goranov?
You know I haven't. George, please, let's not start that.
Why not?
Because if you do, I may tell you what I think. That this whole situation is something you very carefully created.
If you said that, you'd be right. I want you to see Goranov.
And all this? Paula's trips with you to Philadelphia, Severin, New York, and now a concert. All because you want me to face Goranov?
Sometimes we don't deliberately plan things, Myra. Often things just happen to fall into place. But now that it has happened, perhaps it's just as well. All right? Let's find out how we stand.
Don't, George. Don't. You may discover
That I've lost you? That's what's in your mind, Myra. Then I never had you. I'm going into Paula now. Goranov's in town. And I'm telling Paula that you're taking her to see him.
Yes, what is it you want? The master will see no one, no one.
I think he'll see me, Nicholas.
Oh, you think he will see... Miss Hussman. Oh, Miss Hussman.
And my daughter.
How do you do?
Your daughter? Oh, come in, come in. I will tell the master immediately. Immediately!
Oh, I'm scared, Mother. I'm terribly scared. Oh, golly, what an apartment.
Look on the wall, dear, that portrait. That was his mother.
Why didn't Daddy come up with us? Why should he want to wait in the street? Didn't he
Maybe he
think
thought
that
that 2 of us would be enough.
Myra. Myra, my beautiful, where have you been?
Thank you for seeing us, Maestro. This is my daughter.
Your daughter. Oh, Myra, let me look at you. Nicholas, shut off the phones, everything. Lock the door and go out of it, quick.
Yes, Maestro.
Oh, Myra. Myra, you're ageless and beautiful. Many times I said to myself, she too must be growing old, but that's a lie. That's such a lie.
But I am old. So old that my daughter is ready to make her debut.
Her debut? But that is impossible. Well, how can she do that without first playing for me? Oh, I understand. You have come to Goranov to have him make you ready to concertize, eh?
She's been studying with Severin, Maestro.
Severin, the big Scandinavian who makes too much noise, a bad musician.
Oh, but he's not.
Well, I've not seen him conduct, but they tell me that he shakes his head all over the place. You like his hair, huh?
Very nice hair.
Nice hair? Uh-huh. Not as gray as mine, huh? Well, after all, he's your teacher, so he must be perfect, huh?
Paula is playing at Carnegie Hall tonight.
Yeah.
I would like you to hear her just for a few minutes.
What? Tonight? Carnegie? Why didn't I know about this? Well, sit down, young lady. Sit down and play. Show me what you know.
Maestro, you've heard her.
I know I played very nervously, but...
You will not be nervous. All will be well, Paula.
Thank you.
Now, Paula, I want you to leave now. Huh? I want to talk to your mother.
Oh, but of course. I'll run along with Dad, Mother. I do have to dress and...
I'll be there to hear you tonight, Paula. Bring you luck, eh?
Thank you.
Really, I'd better go with you.
Nonsense. Don't be too long, though.
Why did you do that?
My rudeness has not changed, Myra. I would do anything to be alone with you again. So many years. You've never wondered why I did not come to you?
No.
Don't lie to me.
Very well, I did wonder.
I made her a promise, Myra, my mother. She did not want me to see you. But now you have come to me. Why?
To ask for the truth about Paula.
Myra, why did you do it? Why did you marry that man?
Because I loved
you.
him.
You married him because you were angry with me, because I had hurt you, and all through those years you've been unhappy.
That isn't so.
Well, then why are you here now? Your daughter? Now, what difference can it make whether she plays well or not? She is a woman. Once long ago I told you there is no woman in music. You remember that?
I remember.
Music is a man, always will be so. This daughter of yours, when she go out into the world, she will meet a man, acknowledge him to be your master. And that is as it should be. As it should have been with you. Because I am your master.
You're wrong. Very wrong.
Am I? Give me your hands. I made these hands. And then you took them away only to find out that without their master they were lost. They were nothing. Now why do you turn away? Are you afraid to look at me?
I am looking at you. And I'm not afraid. And I tell you that you're wrong.
Come on, baby. Better get a taxi.
Oh, I'd rather walk, Dad. We've time.
Fine. What'd you say about Mother?
I guess Mr. Gorenough wanted to talk to her. He's rather a forceful person, isn't he?
Yes, dear, rather.
Mother will be along soon, I'm sure.
I hope so.
Dad, such a solemn tone. I hope so.
You seem quite gay. Gorenoff was complimentary, huh?
He said nothing, really. I've known the answer. I've known it for weeks. I just haven't got it, Dad.
Oh, but I've heard you play perfect. Not one wrong note. And I've heard your mother strike a lot of them.
That doesn't mean anything. One beautiful passage played by a real artist, and you forget all about notes.
But I like the way you play.
Maybe you just like me, Dad. Do you?
Paula. Paula, baby, what are we going to do?
I don't know. Dad, I do know. I'm going back.
Where?
To Mr. Gorenoff, to Mother. Dad, she could do it. She could play.
Paula, it's impossible.
No, it isn't. At least I can try. Wait for me, Dad. I won't be long.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight it was to have been my privilege to have conducted the orchestra in the Rachmaninoff Second Concerto. Introducing Miss Paula Samter as the piano soloist. Miss Samter will not appear. In her place, you will hear a pianist who I am sure will be quite acceptable. The mother of our young artist, the former Myra Hossman. It is also a great honor to relinquish the conductor's stand to Mr. Leopold Goranoff.
Give me your hand, Myra. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let us get on stage, then. You say I am not your master? Get to the piano.
Meister, go back to the stage. There's applause. Listen.
Come, Myra.
No. Someone is waiting for me back here.
Huh? Oh. Yes, Myra, I see.
Maestro.
And I was wrong. There is one woman in music. Tonight you have proved that. Goodbye, Myra.
George. I love you, George. I've always loved you. Always.
And I've always known it, darling.
Thrilling music and brilliant acting have given us a long-to-be-remembered evening in this theater. And here are tonight's stars of the footlights for a curtain call. Joseph Cotton, Catherine McLeod, and Otto Kruger.
I'm sure, Bill, that you'll agree that Ignaz Hilsberg deserves a compliment for his musical contribution to our show tonight.
I agree there, too, Joe.
Certainly was a superb performance music-wise.
Now, coming from you, Otto, that's special tribute. I understand you gave your first piano concert at the age of 12.
First and last, if you must know the truth.
What happened, Otto?
I put a little too much jive in Wagner.
Catherine, we know, is also a talented pianist. How about you, Joe?
Well, Bill, my piano playing is what you might call two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional?
Yes, you not only can hear it, you can smell it.
Oh, Joe, I'm sure you're just being modest about that.
Catherine, now that our audience has admired your acting, I wish they could also admire your personal beauty and what I trust is a lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. It's true, I always use Lux toilet soap for my complexion. It's a wonderful help.
What's on your order for next Monday, Bill?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience another new, exciting screen hit, Columbia's Gallant Journey, starring in their original roles Glenn Ford and Janet Blair. Gallant Journey is the unusual, dramatic story of the man who made the first controlled flight, a young genius whose love for flying was matched by his love for the woman who stood by him through his trials and struggles.
With Glenn Ford and Janet Blair, that ought to make a great hit, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and many, many thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Glenn Ford and Janet Blair in Gallant Journey. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joseph Cotton and Otto Kruger will soon be seen in David O. Selznick's production, Duel in the Sun. Catherine McLeod will soon be seen in Frank Borzegi's picture, Gallant Man. Heard in our cast tonight were Noreen Gamil as Madame Goronoff, Daphne Drake as Paula, Norman Field as Hassman, and Janet Scott, George Neese, Jay Novello, Guy Kingsford, and Charles Seal. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Gallant Journey with Glenn Ford and Janet Blair.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
For lighter, finer, better-tasting cakes.
Rely on Spry.
For tender, flaky pastry.
Rely on Spry.
For crisp, golden fried foods.
Rely on Spry.
For all you bake and fry, it's Spry, the pure, all-vegetable shortened.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Gallant Journey with Glenn Ford and Janet Blair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A chance meeting between the right people starts a good many things in this world. It may determine the fate of nations, make or lose $1 million, or begin a romance. I'll let you guess which of these results from the chance meeting in the play called Love Affair. It's a drama that's both gay and serious at the same time. Gay because the parties to the romance are such good company. Serious because love is like that. The success of Love Affair on the screen put another feather in the cap of Leo McCary, who produced and directed it for RKO. And by this time, Leo's cap must look like an Indian war bonnet. In our production tonight, we have the same lovely star who played the part of Terry McKay in the picture.
Irene Dunn. And Irene has left a memory of many fine performances in the Lux Radio Theater. The other half of Love Affair is William Powell, who will play the role of Michael Marney. We heard that MGM cameras had captured Mr. Powell for a new picture beginning tomorrow, and that meant he'd be pretty busy for the next couple of months. So a week ago, we bearded Bill in the MGM Lion's den and put him to work with us. Behind the marquee lights which proudly announce these stars is your support of our product, Lux Toilet Soap. That's what keeps the lights aglow, just as Lux Toilet Soap helps millions of women keep the glow of beauty. Now the lights are up, our stars are ready to enter, and the curtain rises on Act One of Love Affair, starring William Powell as Michael Marney and Irene Dunn as Terry McKay. It's said of certain people that they have less privacy than a goldfish. But Michael Marney of Paris must have gazed with envy at the placid goldfish bowl, for compared to him, the finny resident was a hermit. On a night not long ago, the radio gossipers burned up the airways from America to Singapore with the latest news of his unprivate existence. In Paris,
the women of the world will be desolate at this report. Michael Marney sails tonight for America to marry Lois Clark, American heiress to a fortune of 600 million francs.
In New York,
Michael Marney, the French heart crusher, sailed incognito tonight from Naples on board the Napoli. Why? Because Lois Clark and her 20 million smackers will be waiting for him on the dock in New York City. And this time, it's married.
In London,
It is rumored that Michael Marney sails from Medica tonight to enter into matrimony with one of America's industrial nobility, Miss Lois Clark. I think that's all.
on the steamship Napoli, the subject of all this excitement paces the deck slowly, reading a radiogram. Suddenly, a gust of wind takes it from his hand and whisks it around the corner of the deck. Monsieur Marney gives chase, and rounding the corner, pulls up short as he sees a very pretty girl reading a radiogram.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I think you're reading my radiogram.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes, the wind blew it here. My radiogram, I believe you're reading it.
Oh, just a moment. I want to finish. My. Well, how do I know this is yours? Can you identify yourself?
Well, I'm Michael Marney.
Don't tell me you're the fella. The one they've been talking about on the radio.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, can you tell me what this message says? It's frightfully personal, and I'd like to be sure that, well, you know.
It says, remembering a warm, beautiful night, a thunderstorm over Lake Como, and you.
And you. That's you?
Yes.
It was all right, huh?
Uh-huh.
It was nice?
Uh-huh.
Do you think it will ever take the place of baseball?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind, no. Here's your radiogram, Mr. Marney. Good evening.
Oh, wait, please. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble.
Well, I could have told you playing around Lake Como. The poor thing.
I must talk to someone.
Well, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. I talk a lot. I'm trying to break myself of the habit.
I can see you have an honest face. Yes, I can trust you, can't I?
Well, I guess so.
Come with me.
But the captain has an honest face, too.
Shall we go to your cabin or mine?
Well, mine. It's not that I'm prudish. It's just that my mother told me never to enter a strange room in months ending in R.
Your mother must be a very beautiful woman.
Here it is.
What's your name?
Terry McKay, and I'm traveling alone. Was that by any chance what was troubling you?
Why, of course. How did you guess? Well, this is fine. You know, you saved my life. I've been bored to death. I haven't seen one attractive girl in this boat since we left. Not one. Can you imagine 9 days like that? Why, it's terrible. Life should be bright. It should be beautiful and bubbly like pink champagne. I got scared. I said to myself, don't beautiful women travel anymore? Evidently not. And then I saw you. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Have you been getting results with a line like that, or would I be surprised?
Well, if you were surprised, it would surprise me.
Well, that sounds like a nasty crack. I could make a few, too, if I felt like it.
I'm sure you could.
I know I can.
That's what I said.
I think I will. How's your fiancée, Miss Lois Clark?
She has a cold.
Oh, too bad. Got it at Lake Como?
No, she wasn't there.
Then the lady of the lake
No,
is
that was her best friend.
Oh, chummy bunch.
You know, this boat's going awfully fast. only 8.5 days till we get in. Is there any reason why, from now, it shouldn't be pink champagne?
Well, do you like that picture on the table?
Oh, yes. Friend of yours?
A very good friend.
I see. He's nice, huh?
Very nice.
He's all right, huh?
Mhm.
Where is he now?
New York. He sends me on a buying trip every once in a while. You see, he's my boss, too.
Oh, you don't think he would approve of pink champagne?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's very touching, you and him. Very beautiful. I like that. He must be very engaging.
Well, you can just imagine how attractive he is when I can resist so charming a person as you.
Let's see. That's the door I came in. Well, I still have deck tennis, keno, and shuffleboard.
Oh, don't tell me you're embarrassed.
Yes, to my embarrassment. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take my pride for a walk. Unless by chance you'd care to have dinner with the two of us.
Why, yes, I'd love to.
And you mustn't believe all you've heard of me.
Oh, I couldn't believe all, Mr. Marnay, but I gather that you've known quite a few women. Or maybe few is the wrong word.
Maybe.
And I guess you haven't much respect for them.
Maybe.
But, of course, you've always been fair in your judgment.
No, I've been more than fair. I idealize them. Every woman I meet, I put on a pedestal. But the longer I know her, the better I know her.
Oh.
And the better I know her... Let's talk about you.
Oh, no. We'll talk about me another time. I think I'd like to take a walk on the deck.
Of course.
Signore Monet.
Yeah, boy?
Oh, radiogram, Signore Monet.
Oh, another one?
And your name, Signorina?
McKay.
Oh, there's one for you also. Here, Signorina.
Oh, thank you.
From New York?
Mm-hmm. Yours from New York, too?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. What's the name of that strange place you were born?
Kansas.
And from there, where did you go?
Well, from there, I went to New York and got a job singing in a nightclub from 10 to 3 in the morning, and then the manager used to chase me around his office till about 4, and then I went home. And then one night, he came along.
Oh, yes, the man in the picture.
Mm-hmm. And he said I didn't belong in a place like that. He said,
That you should improve yourself,
yes. So I studied hard.
so that someday you would be a charming, lovely wife.
Yes, that was more or less the idea. Well, that sort of brings us up to date.
I beg your pardon. Will you turn it this way, please?
Who are you?
The ship photographer. Grazie. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's bad. A picture of us together.
Oh, wait a minute. I say, that's a beautiful camera you have there. May I see it?
Oh, yes, signore.
Takes nice, clear pictures, huh?
Very clear, yes. Signore, you took the film out.
Oh, does that spoil the picture? I'm so sorry.
Give me my camera back.
Here you are.
Thank you, signore. Thank you very much.
I guess it's no good for either one of us to be seen together. Right or wrong, people talk. So it'd better be goodbye.
What's the matter? Afraid?
Of you? No.
But after all, we're on the same ship. There's still 8 days to go, you know.
Well, you can take nice long walks in the sunshine. We'll be in Madeira tomorrow. The sun always shines in Madeira.
What do I do if it rains?
Oh, no. No, it's no good.
I see. It's particularly no good for you.
Yes, that's right. Being seen with you is news, and I don't want to get my picture in the paper. So I guess we'd better spread out. Good night.
Good night.
Passengers will please be back on board at 5 o'clock. The boat will leave Madeira at 5 o'clock. Passengers will please be back on board.
Hello? Going ashore?
Oh, hello, yes. Yes, I'm calling on a lady this afternoon.
Oh, even in Madeira?
You're wrong this time. It's my grandmother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. She lives way up on that hill. How'd you like to come along and meet her? No photographers.
Oh, I'd be happy to come.
This is her house. That's a little chapel over there. Way down the hill, you see those toy houses?
Mm-hmm.
That's the village.
Oh, what a divine place. I want to meet her.
I'll see if she's here. Oh, Mimi! Mimi! She must be in the chapel.
What is there about this place? Something makes you feel you want to whisper. There's such peace here. It's like another world.
Yes. My grandmother's world.
Tell me a little more about her.
Well, my grandfather was in the diplomatic service. This was his last post. He died here, so she stayed on to be near him. He's buried there beside the chapel. She must be waiting, I think, a little impatiently, the day she'll join him.
Michael. Michael, my dear.
Mimi, darling.
Why didn't you tell me you were arriving?
Oh, Mimi, I wanted to surprise you.
Oh, I am very surprised. So, you are going to be married, Michael. Is this the girl?
Oh, no, darling. This is Miss Terry McKay.
Oh, how do you do? She is very charming, Michael. I like her.
Thank you, I'm glad.
If you'll excuse me, I'll sit down for a moment. I'm longer at my prayers nowadays, and my knees, well, they are as old as I am. Tell me, are you English?
No, I'm American.
American. Do you know, I have a special fondness for America. It was my husband's first post after we married.
Really?
Yes. In fact, we went to Washington on our honeymoon.
Uh-huh.
My husband was in the French embassy. Mr. Grover Cleveland was your president. We met him, a great, hearty man. He got married while he was in the White House, and we all went to the wedding. There was great excitement. I remember the lovely bride. I remember it caused a sensation. She did not wear a bustle.
Oh, you have a lovely place here.
Thank you.
I could stay on forever.
Oh, you are too young for that. It is a good place to sit and remember, but you still have to create your memories. I see you looking at my chapel. Would you like to go in?
Oh, may I?
But of course.
Thank you.
How long has it been for you, Michael? Since you were an altar boy. Then you better go in, too. It won't hurt you. I'll prepare tea. Come in, my dear. Tea will be ready in a moment. Where is Michael?
He'll be right along. May I help you?
Thank you, my dear.
Where are your cups?
Over there. I'm sorry I had to let my maid go. You see, I planned on dying when I was 75, but here I am 77. So if I'm not going to die, I should start saving my money.
Oh, what a lovely painting.
You like it?
Yes, it's charming. Who did it?
Michael.
Michael?
He painted it for me.
But it's good.
He is very talented. Unfortunately, he's also very critical. The artist in him would create, the critic destroy. As a result, he has not done anything since.
Oh, what a pity.
Michael is too busy living, as they call it. Things come easy to him, and he is always allured by the art he is not practicing, the places he has not been, the girl he has not met.
Maybe I shouldn't have met him.
No. You are different. I don't mind confessing to you, my dear, that I have been worried about him. I am frightened sometimes.
Why?
That one day life will present a bill to Michael, and that he will find it hard to pay. But when I see him with you, I feel better.
Oh, I wish I could share your confidence.
You will have it when you need it. There is nothing wrong with Michael that a good woman could not make right.
Hello. Well, how have you two girls been getting along?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yes, wouldn't he?
I'll bet Mimi did all the talking.
Mm-hmm. She's been telling me that when you were a little boy, if you didn't get your own way, you'd lie on the floor and kick and get red in the face.
Oh, what did you say?
Well, I said you didn't do that anymore. And now if you don't get your own way, you just get embarrassed.
Oh. May I have some tea? She was a great pianist once.
I think she's wonderful right now.
She is.
Not so loud, I can still hear.
Uh-oh. I'm afraid that's for us.
I do not like boat whistles.
Mimi, darling, I'll come back and see you soon, I promise.
Please do.
You're shivering. Don't you want your shawl around you?
Thank you.
My, it's a beautiful shawl.
You like it?
Indeed I do.
I will send it to you someday.
Oh.
Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye.
God bless.
Mind if I come in with you for a moment?
If you like.
Yeah, it's getting pretty windy on deck.
Yes.
Well, I just want to thank you for a grand evening.
And I want to thank you for the loveliest day I've ever known.
You were very sweet to my little grandmother.
I'm going to write to her.
Oh, that'll be nice. You know, I'm really very grateful to her.
Well, you should be.
I think perhaps she's made you see me in a more favorable light.
She has.
You're wondering, of course, why I'm not better. I am.
I think you're all right.
As far as you'll go?
Well, that's as far as I can go.
Terry.
Feel how the boat's rocking. We must have changed our course.
I think we have.
But only for a while. Good night.
Terry, listen to me.
No, don't. Don't. We're heading into a rough sea, Michael. Good night.
Good night. Hello. Terry.
Hello. If you say a penny for your thoughts, I'll jump overboard.
What are you doing out here? Couldn't you sleep?
No, too near New York to sleep. What about you?
All I seem to do is turn and toss.
Dreaming?
You couldn't call it dreaming. I'm awake. I'd call it wishing.
My father used to say, wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. He used to drink a lot.
You know, I wrote a song once about wishing. It was rather nice.
Oh, it was? How does it go?
I forget, but it said that if you wish long enough in your mind, and if you wish strong enough in your heart, and if you keep on wishing long enough and strong enough...
You get what you want for Christmas?
Yes. Well, we'll get in the morning in New York. Will he be waiting?
Mm-hmm. I just had another radiogram. What about her?
I had one, too. Terry, I guess if we have something on our minds, we'd better say it now.
Yes.
You know, I've never worked in all my life. All my life, I've never worked.
I've been thinking about that. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did, too. You said I was very fond of expensive things. Furs and jewels and things.
Did I say that?
Mm-hmm. I guess you and I have been more or less used to a life of pink champagne. It might be a little difficult to change. Do you like beer?
Yes, I do.
I know. My father used to say, it's a funny thing. The things you like best in life are either illegal, immoral, or fattening.
Your father?
Yeah. I told you he drank like a fish.
I wonder what your father would think of me. Never working. Not one day.
Well, just because you haven't...
Oh, that doesn't mean that I couldn't. No, of course not. But I might not find out all at once. It might take me 6 months to find out if...
If what?
Well, it's hard to say. After all, it's unfair to ask you to take a chance. But, Terry, if I worked hard enough and long enough and wishes came true, where would you be?
What are you trying to say, Michael?
I'm trying to say that it would take me 6 months to find out if I'm worthy to say what's in my heart.
Oh, that's just about the nicest. Oh, well, I think I'll turn in now and do a little more rolling and tossing. I'll think about it and let you know in the morning. Going my way?
No, I think I'll walk a little.
You know, marriage is a very serious thing.
Yes, I know.
Do you like children?
Yes. Yes, I do.
So do I. Michael.
Oh, there you are. I was afraid you left the boat without telling me.
Oh, no, Michael, listen. If everything goes all right for both of us in 6 months, I mean, that's July.
July? Yes?
Now, look, I've written out these directions. Read them carefully so there won't be any mistakes.
My dear darling. That's me?
Mm-hmm.
Meet me on July 1st, 5 o'clock, 102nd floor, top of the Empire State Building.
Yes. Now, there it is. See? Over there. It's the tallest building in the world. You can't miss that. It's the nearest thing to heaven we have in New York. Oh, yes, darling. Be sure to take the elevator.
In just a moment, William Powell and Irene Dunn will return in Act Two of Love Affair. But now, what have we here? Am I seeing things, or have we six very lovely girls, all standing in a row?
We're not just 6 girls, Mr. Ruick. We stand for something. We're sort of symbols.
Oh, symbols. I see. Well, is it all right for me to say you're certainly the best-looking symbols I've seen in a long time? But suppose you tell our audience what your symbols are. Now, we'll take you one at a time. First, the girl with the nice red hair. Tell us what this is all about.
Well, you see, Mr. Ruick, we stand for 6 special qualities in Lux toilet soap.
Well. Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. You really are about the best-looking 6 girls I ever saw together in one small space. It's too bad, in a way, that you're just symbols. But as I understand it, each of you girls stands for one of the qualities that make our product what it is. The complexion soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. So why don't you, now, one at a time, girls, tell our audience about yourselves. That tall, slender girl first now. What do you stand for?
I stand for Lux Soap's mildness. When a woman has sensitive skin, that's terribly important.
Next, the young lady with the blonde hair.
Lux Soap's purity. That means only the finest ingredients are used in Lux Soap.
And you?
Whiteness. Women love to use Lux Soap because it's such a luxurious-looking cake. So white and so smooth and well-made.
And you?
Active lather's what I stand for. That means Lux Soap cares for the complexion very gently, but very thoroughly. And that's awfully important because it makes Lux Soap such a wonderful beauty aid, such a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth and soft, and, you know, really lovely.
Very good. And now the girl with the red hair again.
I stand for the Lux Soap perfume. It's very choice and distinctive, a blend of 34 costly ingredients. When women use Lux Soap for an active lather beauty bath, it leaves a delicate, clinging fragrance on their skin.
Good. Now, the girl next to you.
I stand for long-lasting quality of Lux Soap. That means it's thrifty, a firm, hard cake that gives a wonderful lather.
Thank you, girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruick.
And do come again. You know, I only wish our audience could see you as well as hear you. I'm sure they'd say with me, Lux Toilet Soap is proud of you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Love Affair, starring Irene Dunn as Terry McKay and William Powell as Michael Marnay. The excitement of the landing is over. Michael and Terry have been rushed away from the dock under the protection of their respective fiancés. Now, a few hours later, Terry stands on the balcony of her penthouse apartment, gazing dreamily at the majestic tower of the Empire State Building. Behind her, in the room, the door opens quietly.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Well, darling, how does it feel to be back?
Oh, fine. Only, Ken, I wanted...
Sorry I had to rush away this morning, but I've got my business all cleaned up, and right now there's not a thing on my mind except that I'm in love. Kiss?
Mm-hmm.
And I've got a surprise for you, Terry. Wait a minute. Kiss me again, will you? Mm-hmm. Remind me to ask you later what's happened to your kisses. Maybe you're just out of practice. I hope. Oh, by the way, take a look at the paper. Your picture's on page 3.
Oh? Marnay wedding off.
Think of it. Your picture right under the headline. They could have said, beautiful Terry McKay comes between the famous Marnay and his fiancée. Or maybe they should have.
Should they?
Well, after all, darling, you were on the boat with him, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet him?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Must be a fascinating chap.
Yes, he's
and he's not nearly as bad as people say he is.
Darling, if there were only some way without hurting you.
Uh-huh. I get it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, darling, how can you do such a thing? It doesn't make sense.
I know.
You must be losing your mind.
I know.
Well, Terry, what are you going to do?
We're giving it 6 months to see if we're both sure what we want. I'm leaving New York. I'm going to get a job somewhere singing, and, we're going to meet in July.
Terry, listen to me. I won't let you do this. You're too fine. I wanted to marry you. I brought the ring. That was my surprise. I should have brought it a long time ago, but, well, it's not too late. It can't be too late. Sweetheart, look at me. Can't you see I'm in love?
I know, Ken, darling, but so am I.
Miss McKay.
How am I doing, Chief? Does Cafe Society like me in Philadelphia?
Well, that noise is applause, isn't it?
Well, maybe they're applauding your $2 dinner.
Oh, you've got the job, Miss McKay. Now, if you'll step into my office, I'd like to talk about a nice, long contract.
Only 6 months.
6 months? That's not a long time.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, there you are. There's a whole lot of them. What do you think?
11 paintings in a few weeks. You've been working hard, Michael.
That's right. Now I want you to work hard, Courbet. I want you to sell them for me. You can go to work on this one first.
Still alive.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
No, but I tell you, if you signed it Michael Marney instead of Andre, I could sell it to plenty of women.
No. This is the new Marney, whose name is Andre. I was hoping you'd like this.
So was I.
Well, it's been so long time since I, Funny. Painting seemed so easy before. And probably because I didn't care then.
Well, what do you expect in 2 or 3 months? You mind if I help myself to this apple?
If you don't mind it being only half an apple.
Oh.
That was my lunch. You care to have dinner with me?
No. I'll take a cigarette, though.
Sorry, I quit smoking.
Oh? What's the painting on the easel?
Oh, that's not quite finished.
Ah, it's a woman.
Thanks. You like her?
Well...
I know. You wouldn't like to be seen with her.
You did this without a model?
Women are more expensive than apples.
Well, I'd finish it, though. You shouldn't have any trouble getting a model.
This is the new Marney. Well, I suppose if I can't sell my paintings, I'll have to get a job.
Oh, I wouldn't give up your painting.
Oh, I'm not going to give it up. It's the only thing I know. I have to make money. A lot of money.
Oh, of course. But how?
Say, look, Courbet. You ever see those fellows who work up on scaffoldings? Huh? You know, they make pictures, pretty girls, automobiles, beer.
Sign painting?
Yes, that's it. How do you get that kind of work?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you need an agent, huh?
Maybe. I'll have to find out.
Say, look, Bud.
Huh?
I don't know how much of this kind of work you've done, but when you're standing on a scaffold 4 flights up, you stand quiet, see? You don't go dancing around like the Queen of the May, or you land up on the sidewalk.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. It's just that I'm happy. How do you like my streamlined siren? She'll look down on all New York and sell beer by the gallon.
Michael!
Who's that?
There's a guy down there waving at you.
Courbet! What is it?
I have been looking all over for you. I have good news. You know the woman I would not be seen with?
Yes?
I sold her for $200.
200? My friend, I'm a painter.
Yeah? So am I.
March 29th to July 1st. 3 months more. 3 months.
April 2nd. 2 months to go.
May the 4th. 1 more month.
2 weeks from today.
Only 1 more week.
Next week.
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Today.
Today. Today.
Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Kenneth Bradley? Well, this is Miss Lane at the Salon Moderne. Mr. Bradley, I thought I'd call you. Miss McKay came into the shop this afternoon for some new dresses. Yes, and I was wondering if her credit was still good. I mean, we used to send the bills to you and... Oh, of course. Anything she wants. Yes, sir. What? Well, I'll try to hold her here. How long will you be? All right. Goodbye.
no. It's no use, Miss Lane. I think I have enough right now. Nothing else, thank you.
Well, if you're sure, Miss McKay, where shall I have this sent?
Well, I don't know at the moment. I'll have to call back and let you know. Now, let me see. That'll be $134. There. I think that's right, isn't it?
You mean we're not to charge this to...
To Mr. Bradley? No.
No?
No. Goodbye.
Hello, Terry.
Why, Ken.
How are you, Terry? Where have you been hiding all these months?
Why, Ken, what are you doing here? How on earth did you know I would... Oh, Miss Lane. I see. What time is it, Ken? I'm late.
It's 5 minutes to 5.
Oh, heavens. It's good seeing you, Ken.
It's good seeing you, Terry. There's so much to talk to you about.
Yes, I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry.
But there's so much I want to say to
Well,
you.
call me up sometime. Oh, no, you can't do that either when I'm going to be married.
You're going to be married?
Yes, Ken, and I'm late. What time did you say it was?
4 minutes to 5. Looks like I came all the way down here just to tell you what time it was, doesn't it?
Yeah. Goodbye, Ken.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Driver, can't you hurry?
Sorry, miss. Traffic jam. I can cut across 32nd.
Oh, no, never mind. I think I'll save time if I get out here. I'm in a hurry. Here you are.
Hey, what's the big rush?
I'm going to be married, and I'd like you to be the first to congratulate me.
Oh, sure. Congratulations.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, look out. Look out, miss. Hey, what's the matter? What's happened here, huh? A woman got hit. What? She just stepped out of my cab. This minute I was talking to her.
Well, get an ambulance. Get an ambulance. Quick, somebody. And this tower is the tallest in the world. 102 floors above the street. Now, if you ladies and gentlemen will just move around this way, you can see the whole of downtown New York. Now, London Park lies over.
Elevator to street. Going down, sir?
What's that?
We're going down?
Oh, no. I'm waiting for... I say, what time is it?
10 minutes after 5.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, listen. There must have been an accident somewhere.
Yes.
And up that way is the George Washington Bridge. It's not very clear tonight, but if you look carefully, you can see the red light which marks the top of the steel tower. Now, on a clear night, you can see the automobile light.
Going down?
No, not yet.
It's 8 o'clock, sir.
Well, I'm not going down yet.
Oh, yes, sir. Kind of looks like a storm coming up, doesn't it? Phew, boy. Some rain, huh? It's been going steady for 3 hours. Well,
wait a minute.
Oh, you going down now?
Yes. Yes, I'm going down.
Well, Doctor, how's she doing? Will she be all right, Doctor?
Well, her x-rays aren't too encouraging. It's hard to say if she'll ever walk again. We can tell better in a few months. Oh, are you the fellow she was yelling about under the anesthetic?
No, that's another chap. She was on her way to marry him.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you notified him?
No, she doesn't want that. Because until she knows what you say you won't know for a while, she'd rather he didn't know.
I see. Now, that's being sensible. A nice girl.
I think so. May I go in?
Of course.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Terry.
Ken, this is Father Haney.
I know. We've met. He was the one who sent for me, child. We weren't very sure we were going to have you with us.
Fooled you, didn't I, Father? I guess I had this coming to me, but if the punishment fits the crime, I must have been a very bad girl. Oh, Ken's the man I told you.
Yes, I know. He explained.
Oh, he did, huh? Fine thing. Tattletale. Men like to talk, don't they, Father? You know, I was on my way to be married this afternoon. I was going to meet him. This other fellow. Do you suppose he'll wait a very long time?
just a moment, we continue with Love Affair, starring William Powell and Irene Dunn. Meantime... Goodness, something's gone wrong over at the Browns' apartment.
Oh, Bobby, why did you pull on the tablecloth? You've broken 2 of our beautiful wedding present dishes. Oh, no, dear. Don't cry. Mother knows it wasn't your fault, really. Oh, come on now, quick and get your nice bath. You know, with all the waves and the nice white foam. Ah, there. That's a good boy. And you can bring your sailboat, too. Won't that be nice? Oh, there. Isn't it fun? Don't you love your nice bath? And tomorrow night you can have another. Yes, with nice foamy soap waves and everything. Now let's hurry and get dry before Daddy gets here. 'Cause you know Mummy has to have her bath, too. That's a good boy, Bobby, dear. Come on.
Well, a nice, warm Lux toilet soap bath has saved the day for little Bobby. And now it's going to save the day for his tired mother, too. With Bobby safely in his crib, she'll rest back in her nice, warm bath for a while and cover herself lazily with the rich, creamy lather that makes Lux toilet soap bathing such a joy. She knows this nice, rich lather is active lather that will gently carry away every trace of dust and dirt, leave her skin really fresh. After a few moments, she'll step out completely refreshed, a delicate, clinging fragrance on her skin. And later on, when she greets that young husband of hers in a fresh, becoming frock, he's sure to say nice things.
What an adorable wife I've got. Fresh as a daisy. Sweet as a... Oh, gee, darling. You are sweet.
You will find a daily active lather bath with Lux toilet soap a wonderful way to protect daintiness, to make sure of skin that's sweet. Try it. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Love Affair. For 3 months, Terry lay in the hospital, unable to move. Then at last they told her she might go out, as far as the hospital gate. But in her loneliness, Terry has found company. Children from the Lincoln Heights orphanage next door, who climb over the fence each day to sit in an adoring circle around her wheelchair.
Oh, Miss Terry, sing for us. Sing for us.
Again?
Sing that song you wrote, Miss Terry, the one about the wishing. We've been practicing it, Miss Terry. We got a trio.
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, all right. I'll sing it, and then you join in.
Keep quiet, everybody. Okay, Miss Terry.
Okay.
Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
See, I've been practicing, too. Now, let's hear the trio. Come on, here we go.
Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. La, 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 la. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
That was good, Miss Terry.
Here. What's all this? Children.
Easy, kids. It's all pickle puss. That's when I'm the pickle puss.
Hello?
How do you do? I'm the superintendent of the orphanage.
Yes, I know.
How long has this been going on?
Well, just a few days. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, no. When you have as many youngsters on your hands as I have, lady, you have a problem.
Oh, I don't know. I like them. I like kids.
I do, too. But they don't like me. They call me Pickle Puss.
Oh, dear.
I can see they like you. And music, too. And if it has so much influence, if you can do so much in a few days, I'm thinking...
I'm wondering if you're thinking the same thing I am. I'll be up and around pretty soon, and music has charms, and I like children, and children like me, and I'll be needing a job badly.
It would only be an experiment, you understand. We couldn't pay a high wage.
Oh, I wouldn't care anything about that. Just so you paid me enough so that I don't go around calling you Pickle Puss.
Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun, sir? Thank you. Christmas fun. Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun? Thank you.
Michael. Welcome home.
How are you, Courbet? Thought I'd pay your Christmas visit.
Good. But where have you been, Michael? I've been trying for 6 months to get in touch with you.
Oh, Madeira, mostly. You received my paintings?
Received your paintings? Come here. Look at the gallery. I have given you a one-man show.
Well.
And have they been selling? Wonderful. Oh, you haven't wasted your time, Michael.
You should have seen the 50 I threw over the cliff.
I can read the state of your mind when you painted these. Now look, for instance, you were very sorry for yourself when you painted this one.
Yeah, that's right. That was painted in August.
Mm-hmm. And this one, you were angry. You were just getting over your broken heart.
Broken heart? That's not for me.
Of course not. Oh, but here, this one of the girl in the lace shawl. In this, Michael, you, for the first time, really became a painter.
I'm not exactly ashamed of that one myself. I had a great deal to say. I tried to paint it instead.
Good. Oh, let me tell you something. A girl came in here the other day and saw this, and she, she told me that... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, madame? Michael, it's for you.
Hmm?
Your former fiancée, Miss Lois Clark.
Well, how does she know that? Hello.
Michael, this is Lois.
Well, how are you, Lois?
I called your hotel. They said you could be reached at this number. Oh, Michael, I've just got to see you.
Well,
I know you must be busy, but can you make the theater tonight?
well, I don't know.
Well, call me later, darling, and let me know. Do try to make it. And whatever you do, don't plan anything for after the show.
Well, all right. Well, Lois, where shall we go from here?
Well, suppose you plan where we'll go, Michael. After all, this is your evening, darling.
Afraid I don't know where to go anymore. I just got back, you know. If you...
What is it, Michael? Who's that girl you're staring at? That one sitting over on the aisle.
Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello, Terry. What were you saying, Lois?
I was saying you're never at a loss to do just the right thing.
Terry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, why don't you tell him? I'll go and get him.
No, Ken.
It's tough. The first time you're able to get out and have a good time, you have to meet him.
And all I could say was, hello. Well, the show's over. The boy gets the girl. Shall we go?
Certainly. Usher, will you bring the wheelchair, please? You know, Terry, it seems awful to take you home when everybody's going out celebrating Christmas Eve. I'm going to ask you again. Why don't you let me help you?
All right, I'll tell you again. If you paid for my getting well, he wouldn't like it. And if he didn't like it, I wouldn't like it. And if you did get me well and I went to him, you wouldn't like it.
Then he certainly ought to know.
No, because if he found out, he'd want to do something about it. If he had the money, and I know he hasn't. And then if I didn't get well, that would be awful. No, unless I can walk to him, and when I say walk, I mean run. He'll never know. I've got my job, and I'm on a budget, and if things come out all right, and if I'm a good little girl, maybe I'll get what I want next Christmas.
We don't want to go without you.
Now, wait. The doctor says I can't go, kids. Oh, look, Doctor, I could be back in a couple of hours. This is a Christmas benefit, their first public appearance. This is my team.
But, Miss McKay,
She's a coach, Doc. Sure she is, Doc.
Now, look, children. If it weren't good for her, you wouldn't want her to go, now would you? No. Well, I've given orders to Miss McKay not to move from this couch.
I'm sorry, kids, but you can get along without me. You'll have to try anyway.
Miss McKay, there's someone here to see you. A gentleman.
Oh, all right. Kids, you better run now. Good luck. Goodbye. Merry Christmas. All right, you can send him in now.
Come in, please.
Hello.
Michael. Oh, well, I thought it was...
May I put this package over here?
Well, yes, of course.
How are you, Terry?
Oh, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too. Why, are you lying down? Feeling all right?
Oh, yes, I'm just resting.
Good.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, that's right.
Good to see you.
Yes, you said that. I'll bet you're wondering how I got here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was looking in the telephone book for a man named McBride, and I saw the name Terry McKay. So I said to myself, could that be Terry McKay, my old friend?
Mm-hmm. And it was.
Yes. And then I said to myself, I haven't been very nice to Miss McKay. After all, I had an appointment with her one day, and I didn't keep it.
You didn't keep... Oh.
And that's not a very nice way to treat an old friend, is it? So I said to myself, I must apologize. So, here I am.
That's sweet of you.
Yes, I thought so.
I've often wondered about you and how you were.
Really? I've often wondered about you, too. Well, then you didn't get angry because I wasn't there. Well, you must have been at first.
Oh, yes, at first I was furious. I said, he can't do this to me. Who does he think he is?
Now, how long did you wait? I mean, did you wait long?
Well, let me see. I waited till about...
midnight.
Oh.
And then what did you do?
Well, then I really got mad. You can just imagine standing up there.
Yes, in a thunderstorm.
Yes.
And then what did you say to yourself?
Well, then I said, why don't you go home and get tight?
But you didn't do that.
Didn't I?
No. Well, maybe you took a little one every hour for about a month.
Can you blame me?
Oh, I should say not. Why, the least I could have done was send you a note.
Oh, well, maybe by the time you thought of it, you didn't know where to reach me.
But you swore that if you ever saw me again, you'd ask, didn't you?
No, I remember we said that if we could make it, we'd be there. And if one of us didn't show up, there must have been a darn good reason.
Like what?
So there'll be no more questions asked, I hope. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Michael.
You know, I walked all the way here, 10 blocks, to wring your beautiful neck. And instead, I promised not even to ask you why you weren't there. You knew that was why I came.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, no wedding ring, I see.
No.
Oh, I thought of the...
Theater last night? No, he was... No.
Well, I didn't mean to offend you.
How's everything with you, Michael?
Oh, you can ask questions.
I guess so.
Well, I thought everything was fine till I saw you. And then I knew there must be something between us, even if it's only the ocean. So I bought myself a ticket.
Oh, you're sailing?
Tonight. You're happy, aren't you?
Yes. And you?
Well, I don't know. I'm worried about the future. What will people think of me? They'll say, there goes Andre, the mad painter. There's something the matter with him. He doesn't like women.
You mean he won't even speak to them?
Oh, yes. He sails the 7 seas. And to every woman he meets, he says, where will you be in 6 months?
And they're there?
Everywhere. Tall buildings, pyramids, everywhere. Waiting.
And where is he?
Waiting. You want to change the subject?
Yes. Merry Christmas, Michael.
Merry Christmas. 6 months ago, who'd have thought we'd be spending Christmas together? Oh, I almost forgot. I brought you a present.
Oh, I'm sorry I haven't one for you. I didn't know I'd be seeing you.
Well, it isn't really a Christmas present. It's a shawl.
A shawl? Her shawl. That's why my letters came back.
Yes, she died 5 months ago. I would have sent it to you, except I didn't know the address until today.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, put it on. She wanted you to have it. Well, goodbye, Terry.
Bye, Michael.
You know, the way you look now, I painted you like that, with a shawl. Wish you'd seen it. Courbet said it was my best. I didn't think I'd ever part with it, but there's no reason for my keeping it anymore. A girl came into Courbet's shop about a week ago. He told me about her. She saw in the painting what I hoped you'd see. So I told Courbet to send it to her, because he said she was poor, and not only that, she was... Oh, well... Anyway, I said, send it to her. It's the Christmas season, and if she can't afford, well, you know me, big-hearted Michael.
Yes.
What's behind this screen?
Oh, no, don't. It's nothing, really, it's nothing.
My picture. My lady with the shawl.
Michael.
You know, there's one thing more Courbet told me about the girl. You know, the girl he gave my picture to? She'd been hurt in an accident.
Please. Don't say any more.
Oh, Terry, why didn't you tell me? If anything had to happen to either of us, why did it have to be you?
Darling, don't look at me like that. It was nobody's fault but my own. I was looking up at the 102nd floor. You see, it was the nearest thing to heaven because you were there.
Oh, Terry. Terry, I'm not going. I'm never going. You'll be well again.
Oh, darling, of course I will. After all, if you can paint, I can walk.
A happy ending to Love Affair brings us another happy moment. The return of Irene Dunn and William Powell for well-deserved curtain calls.
Thank you, Cecil. It's always a pleasure to come back to the Lux Radio Theater.
The place hasn't changed a bit, has it, Bill?
Well, I think Cecil has installed a new gum machine. I put a nickel in today and actually got some gum out of it.
That's purely an accident, Bill. I'll have it fixed in the morning. However, aside from your contributions to the gum machine, we really have missed you both.
Oh, that's nice to know, Mr. DeMille. But out of sight is never out of mind for the Lux Radio Theater, as long as there's Lux soap. I use it myself all the time, and I can sincerely recommend it to to any woman is a gentle and thorough complexion care.
Words of wisdom, Irene, from a lovely example. Bill, what's this I've heard about you writing a detective story?
Exaggeration, I'm afraid, Cecil. So far, no producer thinks it's a story.
Well, I've often wondered how it's done, Bill. Do you start out with the crime or the solution when you make up your plot?
I started with the problem, Irene, but unfortunately, on my first attempt, I invented a perfect crime. I found it was impossible to solve.
Shades of the thin man. You're disillusioning millions, Bill.
Well, I started out again with the answer and worked backwards. If you ever write a detective story, Cecil, I advise that.
Thanks. I'll let you know. At the moment, there's next week's play to think about.
What is that, Mr. DeMille?
Well, next Monday night, we're going to have two of the nation's favorite radio stars in the Lux Radio Theater, Fibber McGee and Molly. And the play is Mama Loves Papa. It was a great hit on the screen, the story of a happily married suburban couple, with Fibber McGee as the average citizen who accidentally gets into politics, and Molly as his wife. I promise you that Fibber's adventures in politics are just what you might expect.
The prospect for next week looks very brilliant, Cecil. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We'll hang out our lucky star to bring you both back soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fibber McGee and Molly in Mama Loves Papa. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as Kenneth, Bea Benaderet as grandmother, Lou Merrill as Courbet, Frank McGlynn as superintendent, Linda Douglas as Lois, Warren Ash as a doctor, Sarah Selby as Miss Lane, Phillips Teed as a painter, James Eagles as elevator boy, Tony Martelli as a photographer, Ralph Sedan as a guide, Edward Marr as taxi driver, Griff Barnett as a priest, the Bryan sisters as the trio, and Barbara Jean Wong, Bobby Larson, and Joe Panario as children. Irene Dunn will soon be seen in the RKO picture, My Favorite Wife, which was produced by Leo McCary and directed by Garson Kanan. William Powell will shortly begin work in the MGM production, I'm in Love Again. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger in To Marry with Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Names make news. And the Lux Radio Theater makes good news tonight with the names of Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger, three of Hollywood's most accomplished artists, who are also three of Hollywood's most congenial people. Irene Dunn and Ray Milland have achieved equal success in both comedy and drama on the screen. But we decided that this week you might prefer to hear them in a drama, since most of their recent pictures have been of the lighter kind. And as a reward for Ray's fighting a sea monster for me in Reap the Wild Wind, I think he deserves a co-star like Irene Dunn. So we selected a memorable love story for our play. It's called To Marry with Love. It was written by Richard Sherman, and you may remember it either as one of the most popular stories that the Saturday Evening Post ever printed, or as a hit 20th Century Fox picture. It's the story of a young couple in the years before and after the still famous stock market crash of 1929. The drama of a romance that soared higher and crashed even lower than the stock. Motion pictures have changed considerably since those days of the roaring 20s. Pictures have learned to talk and to paint great symphonies of color on the screen. But one thing hasn't changed a bit. The audience that sees pictures still demands that the ladies of the screen be beautiful. And that brings Lux Toilet Soap to the front. I wonder if you have any idea how much a star's face is magnified on a screen close-up. It may be 15 times as large as in real life, or even more. You can get a rough idea of what this means from the standpoint of complexion beauty by looking in a magnifying mirror. Seeing both your good and bad points magnified will explain in the simplest terms why Lux Toilet Soap is so important to Hollywood and to you, too. And now the curtain rises on the story that's addressed to Mary with Love, starring Ray Milland as Jock, Irene Dunn as Mary, and Otto Kruger as Bill. Jock and Mary Lawrence are a man and his wife, and this is their story. The story of a marriage would ordinarily begin with the wedding march, orange blossoms, and a gay scramble for the bride's bouquets. But this one begins at the other end of the line, the tragic end, when a marriage falters and dies in the commonplace surroundings of a lawyer's office.
Yes, Mr. Howard.
Brown, I want you to send some flowers. 2 dozen roses. Red ones. To Mrs. Jock Wallace.
Yes, sir. And the card?
Huh? Oh, let's see. I'll write myself. To Mary. Yes?
Mr. Howard, Mrs. Wallace is here now. She just came in.
Well, send her in.
Hello, Bill.
Well, Mary, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Unexpected. I told you last night I was calling this afternoon.
Oh, did you? Oh, I might have to slip my mind. Well, I've been rather rushed. Well, here, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind? Everything okay at the store?
Oh, the store's booming. In fact, a chain is buying us out. They want to make me general manager.
Good. Well, you've certainly worked hard enough for it. Want me to draw up the contract?
No, that's not why I'm here, Bill. This is about Jock and me. I left him this morning.
You left him?
He doesn't know it yet. Won't find out until he gets my note. You were with us at the beginning, Bill, so you might as well be with us at the end. I want a divorce, and I want you to get it for me.
Is it another man?
No, there couldn't be any other man. Except maybe you, and you're not the type to play second fiddle.
Oh, Mary, I don't quite get this. I mean, leaving Jock now, just when he's getting back on his feet.
I say the Jock as long as he needed me, Bill. Now everything is settled. He has his job, and I have mine. With nothing left in common.
Nothing left in common.
Nothing now or in the future. I want you to make out a complaint or a brief or whatever it is you call it. And say it's incompatibility or mutual fatigue or just say that we both changed. I don't care.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, Miss Brown?
Mr. Wallace is here to see you.
Jock?
Have him wait a moment.
Oh, now, look, Bill, I can't talk to him. I just can't.
Wait here. I'm in the next room.
All right.
Have Mr. Wallace come in. Come in, Jock. Sit down.
Bill, I got to talk to you. Mary's gone. She's left me.
Here, Jock. Have a cigarette.
Bill, look,
Now, take it easy. Take it easy.
I can't find her. It was just a note. She left me a note.
I know, Jock. Mary was here.
Here? Well, where'd she go? Where is she?
Pull yourself together. Everything's going to be all right.
But look, Bill, you've got to help me. Mary will listen to you. Tell her that Tell her she's all I have, all I want. Tell her anything
Jock. Mary has retained me as her counsel.
As her counsel?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I don't know if I can explain it, Bill. It's not only that I'm in love with Mary, but don't you see, we've so much in common.
Huh?
We've so much in common. I can't believe she...
So much in common. Jock, I think we'd better settle this thing now. I'll get Mary. She's in the next room.
Yeah?
Now, hold on, Jock. Relax.
Has it gone, Bill? No.
Mary, what does all this mean? What have I done?
It's no use.
Look, do me a favor, will you? Tell me what this is all about.
I haven't anything to say.
But you're getting a divorce.
Yes, I am. Bill, when will you want to see me again?
Just a moment, Mary. Come on, sit down, please. There are certain legal formalities to be settled. Now, let's go over the case. The defendant has been married to the plaintiff for 15 years. In evidence of mental cruelty, incompatibility. In the cold light of the law, those are facts which an attorney must carefully consider. But in this case, the mind of the attorney is clouded by, shall we say, certain memories. I remember the night you two got married. We had a party at the old Waldorf Astoria, right where this building is standing now. Jimmy Walker was mayor. He was presiding at a banquet in the grand ballroom. Every once in a while, some politician or his girl would wander into our wedding party. You and Jock, you were in a world of your own.
Well, how about a kiss for the bridegroom?
Oh, gladly, darling. Now, how about a kiss for the bride?
Hey, just a minute. This is embarrassing for the best man.
Don't you worry about me. I can take care of myself. Now, I got a little surprise for you folks. I reach under my coat and presto, pre-war champagne.
Hey, what do you know? Pre-war stuff. Bill, you're a pal.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight pop of Paul's Roger, vintage 1914. To the bride and groom.
Well, here's mud in your eye. I go for the simple toast.
You know what, Bill? We're naming the first one after you. Because I love you and Jock loves you.
In fact, we both think you're the cat for John.
Thanks.
Hey, Bill, you're coming to the boat with us, aren't you?
Why, I don't think so. I got a date.
Well, take good care of her.
No, never mind. You'll take good care of yourself. And marry.
Look, Bill, you want to get married. You ever think of that?
Not me, mister. I know when I'm well off. Well, this is it. So long.
No, aren't you going to kiss the bride? You can't get away with that.
You better do it, Bill. It's your last chance.
All right. Here goes.
Well, Bill, not bad. You must get a lot of practice.
Well, that's the bachelor life for you.
Well, l'amour as I live and breathe. Forgive my barging in, but that wouldn't be champagne you've got there, would it?
Bullseye, sister. You have some?
Sure will. I'm a stranger around here myself. Just a refugee from some victorious Democrat.
Congratulations. You deserve a drink.
Well, here's to the bride. Personally, I've never been a bride. They tell me it's quite an experience.
Hey, don't forget, Mary, we've got a boat to catch. So long, Bill. Good luck to you, Miss...
Plaza 1989. Brant. City Brant.
Hey, look here, my girl. He's the groom. He's out of circulation. I'm not. The name is Hallam. Footloose, fancy-free, and card tricks to boot.
Bye, Jill. We'll write to you. Bye, Miss Brant.
Bye.
Good, Bill.
Bye.
Your friend. What does he do?
He's an architect. Say, I'm pretty nice, too, you know, once you get to know me. Have another drink?
All right. How long have you been in love with her?
What?
Oh, no stalling. Come clean.
Hey, look, you seem a bit confused. She just got married to Jock Wallace. You know, the handsome one, the one who just left.
Yeah, I know. What of it?
Well, it just so happens that he's my best friend.
I get it. Pals to the end. Say, how'd you like to go out and get plastered?
It's a date. Well, after a gay honeymoon abroad, the plaintiff and the defendant came home to settle down. Just a couple madly in love, world on a string. I'll never forget the time we trekked out to Chicago for the second Dempsey-Tunney fight. Kitty Brandt came along, too. I guess that was your first quarrel that night. Dempsey and Tunney had nothing on you.
Gee, it's freezing out here. Don't be a hog slug. Give me some of that lap robe.
Say, whose idea was this anyway? All the way to Chicago just to catch pneumonia.
Doc, we have to have a little fun, don't we?
Yeah, fun. Say, you know, Mary, I wouldn't mind owning this piece of land.
Is there any piece of land you wouldn't like to own? That's all I hear from you lately.
You said it, Bill. Me too. Listen, Kitty, never marry an architect. It's delusions of grandeur. Go ahead, Doc. Tell us some more. I'm interested.
Kidding? I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm going to make $1 million.
There he goes again.
Yeah, and how, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm not designing buildings for somebody else. You can bet your boots on that.
Say, what's become of those fancy ideals you used to have? What was it again? Instituting a renaissance of architecture in America?
Oh, wake up, Bill. Architects don't make any money. When they do, it takes them a lifetime. But promoters? Aha! That's the horse of another color. All the promoter does is pyramid, and the shekels come rolling in.
Yeah, just pyramid.
Yeah, pyramid. You see, I buy a property, and 6 months later, it's worth double its original cost. I tell you, we're approaching the...
Gentlemen, the main event for the championship of the world. In this corner, the
of that referee tonight. Sonny was down for a full minute. Since he was gypped.
Yeah, I know. It was a long count. Now, let's go to sleep, Mary. I'm exhausted.
Exhausted. That's all I ever hear lately. Sleeping is going to be a major pastime with you.
Hey, you know what I heard the other day? You remember the old Waldorf?
We were married there.
Well, listen, Mary. This is strictly inside dope. We're going to tear it down.
Tear it down. But they can't tear it down. The Waldorf's history. Like Washington and Lincoln.
Well, they're putting up the world's tallest office building right on the same site, the Empire State Building. Winfield says the combine is forming now and that I may be able to get a piece of it. How do you like that for a break?
Oh, I don't know, Jock. I'd be scared.
Scared of what? Oh, don't be silly. If you stick with me, you'll be wearing a diamond bigger than that one.
Oh, Jock, I don't want a bigger diamond. What I want is...
What do you want, Mary?
Well, I want a little fun out of life while we're still young enough to enjoy it. Jock, you've changed lately. You never seem to have a good time anymore. You stopped having people at the house, and you hardly ever take me out.
What about going all the way to Chicago to watch two guys knock themselves silly? Mary, we're married now, and it's about time we got accustomed to some of the things that marriage implies.
Meaning what exactly?
Well, two's company. Of course, three would be a lot better as far as I'm concerned.
But we can be serious later. But right now, we ought to start planning our trip to Maine.
We're not going to Maine.
What?
Oh, running off on vacations is all right for single men. But I'm trying to build a future for us, and that takes time and work. We'll just have to postpone Maine.
Postpone it? The Millers are counting on it. You can't postpone somebody else's house party. I'm going. Alone, if necessary.
Exactly what are you? A prom trotter or a married woman? Oh, darling, later on, perhaps, but not now.
Later. That's all I ever hear later. We'll be having a heck of a time over at 90, I'll bet.
Look, if you're so dead set on Maine, why not ask Bill to go with you? She's got a vacation coming up.
I'm glad to know that. Okay, I'll take Bill along. In your present mood, you wouldn't be any fun anyway.
Well, great. I'm glad that's settled.
Just put the bags at the door, Fred.
Yes, ma'am.
Bill, I'm excited. That's silly, isn't it? Some women leave their husbands for months, and after a mere 10 days, I'm all a-quiver. Where's my key? Oh, here it is.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that...
Come on. He's on the phone.
Oh, so all right. I'm calling you now. I said I wouldn't, I am.
Hello, darling.
Well, for the love... Surprise!
Hang up, darling.
I'll talk to you later. Yeah, okay. Hiya, Mary.
Oh,
Gee.
yeah. I was a disagreeable, selfish little fool to run off and leave you. But I was punished, all right. I had a rotten time every second I was away. Who are you talking to, dear?
Huh? Oh,
Did you miss me? Did you pine for me? No. You don't look as if you did. You're disgustingly healthy.
Well, you see, I've been too busy to do a great deal of pining, but I've thought of you plenty, and I'm glad you're back.
Oh, don't kill yourself with joy, old man.
Incidentally, dear, I certainly enjoyed all those letters you didn't write, particularly the long, catty ones. Dear Mary, I'm fine. Wish you were here. How are you? Great correspondence.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I was very busy.
You're blushing. Mix us a highball, will you, darling? Well, I'll go and hang my things up.
Sure. Oh, I discovered a new bootlegger the other day, Bill. Remarkable chap. He eats palms.
Oh,
Tell him he's vegetarian, too.
Yeah. The Millers sent loads of love, and I have a number of amazingly uninteresting news items. Liz Chalmers, remember her? That dizzy little trick? She finally succeeded in getting herself engaged. Mm-hmm. They're going to stage the most enormous and expensive...
Enormous expensive what, Mary?
Yeah, expensive what?
Doc.
What's the matter with you? What is it?
Nothing. Only someone left her compact in my bedroom.
Huh?
Yes. Someone by the name of Kitty Brown. Or isn't that what KB stands for? Oh, no wonder you didn't pine and sigh. You didn't have to.
Well, that compact doesn't mean a thing, Mary. I swear it doesn't.
I'm afraid it does to me. Oh,
Now,
Doc.
listen, Mary, please. Mary, locking the door at a time like this doesn't do any good. Please, darling, you're being silly. Mary, you've got to give me a chance to explain. Put down those bags. You can't leave me. You can't go.
Oh, hi. Let go of me, Doc. Get out of my way.
Why don't you let me explain?
It's not necessary for you to explain. These things happen all the time. You read about them in books and see them in the theater. But to me, they happen only once. Now let go of me. Let go. Do you hear?
Listen, Mary. Kitty came up here one evening. Just one evening, that's all, because she knew a politician who could help me on the Waldorf deal. But listen, she brought the guy here with her, and the three of us had a couple of drinks and we talked, and that's all.
Why do you lie to me, Jock?
I'm not lying. That compact doesn't mean a thing.
Up in Maine, I couldn't sleep for thinking about you. All night I'd just lie there and look at the clock go round. I'd be wondering what you were doing. Where you were.
Oh, you've got to trust me. Believe in me.
You brought her here to this apartment, didn't you? To the same apartment that we planned and furnished together. How could you do that?
But it was nothing like that, I
Let
swear.
me go. Jock, let me go.
You're here in my arms. That's the only truth there is.
No, no.
Mary, can't you believe what your heart tells you?
Oh, Jock. I'll never leave you again. Don't ever let me go, will you?
Darling, I couldn't. I love you too much.
Oh, Jock. Jock.
Mary,
Yes?
I've got to tell you.
Yes.
I was lying to you.
I know it.
Well, that incident was forgotten. At least we hoped it was. And for the next 6 months, you were both high in the clouds. Jock's business was booming. Everything was working out fine for both of you. Well, I've never seen Mary so happy.
What do you think of it, Bill? You've never seen Jock's office before, have you?
Classy, John. Hey, Bill?
Yeah, madam, don't tell me this is where your husband works. Looks more like the Roxy Theater.
Oh, Bill, come here. I want you to look at this model of Jock's beach club. Isn't it terrific?
Yeah, it looks pretty expensive. Are you sure you're not getting in over your head, Jock?
No. I've just mortgaged my shirt and a couple of other items, but I'm all set now. How about a little drink, huh?
Jock Wallace, I think I knew you when.
First today. One for you, Bill.
Here, that's yours, Mary.
No, none for me.
Huh? Since when did the Reformation set in?
Well, it may interest you to know Mary no longer drinks. Yes, and she doesn't smoke either. As a matter of fact, she's not very much fun anymore.
You may as well tell him, darling.
No, he probably wouldn't understand, dear. I doubt if he's old enough.
Bill, we're going to have a baby.
A baby?
Well, how's that for news?
That's fine. That's great. It's exactly what you needed.
Remember what we said about naming the first one after you? Still goes.
Yeah. Well, if it's a girl, I guess you'll have to give me a rain check.
Don't worry, it'll be a boy. Mary always gets her way.
Bill, did you ever hear of anything so ridiculous in your life? The thought of Jock and me playing Papa and Mom.
You sure you're comfortable, dear?
I'm fine, darling.
Here, lean your head on my shoulder.
I'm frightened. I guess that's silly, isn't it? Thousands of women are going through the same thing every minute all over the world. Chinese women, Arabians, Eskimos. I bet they aren't scared.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course they are.
Doc, promise me something.
Anything, darling.
Promise me you'll tell me if it's a girl or boy, or if it's homely, or if it's beautiful.
As it's bound to be.
I want you to tell me. Not a doctor or nurse. Because I love you so very much.
Mercy Hospital. Dr. Green? Yes, ma'am. What do you think he meant, Mr. Wallace?
Huh? Who meant?
President Coolidge. It says here, I do not choose to run. Now, what do you suppose that means?
Oh, I can't say. Right now, I've got other things on my mind. My wife and my baby, for example. What time is it?
9:15, Mr. Wallace.
Nurse. How is she, nurse? Can't you give me some word?
We'll let you know as soon as possible, Mr. Wallace.
But I've got to know. I can't stand this waiting any longer.
Mr. Wallace.
Well, is she all right? Is everything all right?
You may come in now, Mr. Wallace.
Mary? Mary, darling? How do you feel?
I'm all right. Don't look so worried, Doc. Thousands of fathers have gone through this.
Sure. Sure, I'll be okay. Mary,
tell me. You were going to tell me yourself. The boy talk.
Yes, it was a boy.
I'm so glad. You wanted a boy.
Yes, darling.
What's the matter, Doc? What's the matter? Isn't he beautiful? Are you disappointed in him?
Darling, please.
Doc, what's wrong? Where is he? Why don't they bring him to me? Doc, what's happened?
Mary, you've got to be calm. Everything's all right.
My baby's dead. He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, dear.
I never even saw him. I never even held him in my arms. My baby's dead.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will present Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger in Act Two of To Marry with Love. Here's our star reporter, Libby Collins. Looking a bit starry-eyed, too, if you don't mind my saying so, Libby.
Perhaps it's because I just met someone very beautiful. Veronica Lake.
Gosh, Libby, what luck.
I was over at the photographer's studio where she was posing for a color photograph. And what a stunning dress she was wearing for it.
Well, won't you describe it to us, Libby?
Well, it was chalk white crepe with long, tight sleeves, and the only trimming was on the shoulders. Embroidery in green and gold thread, and pearls. Very simple and just right for Veronica. She's tiny, you know. Only weighs about 90 pounds. She made me think of a Dresden doll with her blue eyes and fair skin.
That lovely Lux soap complexion of hers must have registered okay for the color camera, Libby.
Well, rather. Veronica's proud of being a Lux girl. She told me she takes a Lux soap beauty facial every single day.
Did she tell you how she does it, Libby?
Yes, and here's what she said. She pats the active lather lightly in, rinses with warm water, and then with cool. She pats her skin dry with a soft towel. She says when you use Lux soap, the lather is so creamy and soft, it feels as though you were smoothing beauty in.
Well, Libby, screen stars, lovely women all over the country say that this daily facial gives their skin real beauty care. That's because Lux Soap Active Lather removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. Does it gently, too, so that skin feels exquisitely smooth and soft afterward.
It's such a quick, easy care. I wish every woman would try it.
Yes, here's a tip every woman owes it to herself to take. Get 3 cakes of satin smooth Lux toilet soap, the real beauty soap screen stars use, tomorrow. Then take a beauty facial every day for 30 days. See if this gentle, protecting care doesn't make a real difference in your skin. Remember, 30-day system.
Act 2 of To Marry with Love, starring Irene Dunn as Mary, Ray Milland as Jock, and Otto Kruger as Bill. In the lawyer's office, Bill Hallam carries on with the legal preliminaries in the case of Wallace versus Wallace. As Bill goes over the case, a cavalcade of memories passes in review for Mary and Jock.
After the baby died, you should have been closer than ever. What was it that separated you? Shock? Well, maybe at first. Jock turned to making money as a relief. And Mary, well, Mary tried practically everything. Travel, new people, new clothes, parties, anything that might help her forget.
Well, Bill, hello. So glad to see you.
Don't tell me this is the quiet lunch you mentioned in your note.
No, they just dropped in, took the place over. You're looking grand, Bill. How do you like my apartment?
Thanks, very nice.
You really like it. I don't much. I'm going to have it all done over in chromium. That ought to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah, seems a little difficult for me to visualize Jock in a chromium setting.
Oh, it won't make any difference to Jock. He hasn't been home in 3 days.
Well, I saw him yesterday, just after I got back to town.
Well, congratulations. I didn't know the great man was seeing anybody anymore. Tell me, how is he? Has he grown a beard or something?
Oh, look, what is all this?
You mean with me and Jock? Darling, you've been away too long. You're out of touch with things.
Listen, but everything is just...
Everything is simply wonderful. Except Jock and I never see each other.
Mary, dear, I don't want to be your wet blanket, but don't you think your playmates are getting a little rough?
Oh, Connie, this is Bill Hallam. Bill, this is Connie Potter.
Hello.
Behold, he's sober and he's civil. You sure you're at the right party, mister? He is, and don't try to frighten him away. Darling, if you're interested, I'll introduce you to some of my guests.
Well, suppose you just point them out to me for the present. They all seem quite busy.
All right, as you say. That's Freddie Duchamp over there. Freddie's a marquis.
No.
And a louse, if you ask me. Quiet. And that woman by the table. Look fast or she'll be under it. That's Freddie's wife. Ah, delightful couple. They were childhood sweethearts.
Yeah, I think it's all very picturesque.
A charming group of chiselers, aren't they?
Hey, somebody. Hey, what's the phone number here?
You ought to know, brother. Didn't you just call London?
No, it was Paris.
You have a nice bar here, Mary. It's pretty slick.
Draws the bar flies from near and far. What's your order, Bill?
Oh, scotch and soda, I suppose.
Connie, you'll have a drink, won't you? I have to be getting back to the store. I'm a businesswoman.
Telephone to you, Miss Potter. I've plugged it in at the end of the bar.
Thank you. What'll I think of next? This telephone follows you around like a bloodhound. Connie has a candy shop over on Madison Avenue. In fact, I'm a kind of silent partner.
Yeah, I know. You give her $1 and she gives you back $2, huh?
Right. It's incredible. But no, she really is a good egg. Different from the rest of these vultures. Well, I'm running. Goodbye, Mr. Hallam. Wish you could stay, Connie. Some other people are dropping in later. That's what I'm afraid of. Bye, dear. Have a nice trip.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you.
So long, Connie.
A trip? I thought you'd just gotten back from Bermuda.
I did. But Freddie Duchamp has a villa on the Riviera. The whole crowd is going over for months.
You've been planning it for long?
No, it's just one of those spur-of-the-moment things, you know.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Oh, well, you'll learn, darling. You only live once, you know.
You call this living?
Oh, come now, Bill, don't be stuffy.
These people are phonies, Mary, and you know it.
Maybe, but they take my mind off things that keep me company. After all, I've got to have company.
Yeah, well, you've got plenty of that now. Of a type.
Oh, excuse me. Wait a Bill. You arrived.
Platonic friendship, huh? Don't you love it?
So, it's Freddie Duchamp now. What's become of Mary's polo player?
Oh, she bounced him ages ago. Well, 6 weeks anyway.
I hear Mary's going to the Riviera with Freddie.
The whole crowd's going. But it is Freddie's villa.
She wouldn't dare. It's just talk. Having a nice time, Bill, darling. Have you met Charlie here?
No, and I don't care to. Mary, I want to talk to you. Come on.
What is this? Bill, let me go. You're hurting my arm.
Now, see here, old fellow. Those caveman tactics are really quite out of place. I suggest that you...
here, old fella, yourself. Oh. You're coming with me. In here.
Would you mind explaining these ridiculous heroics?
Who is this Freddie Duchamp?
He's a friend of mine. Did you drag me in here merely to ask...
Who's this other man you've been going around with?
What other man?
This polo player. Who is he? What is he besides a polo player?
I'll have to go now. My friends are waiting.
Your friends. Do you know what those people out there are saying about you?
They're my guests, Bill. I won't have you talking about them.
Listen, Mary. What's happened between you and Jock?
Nothing. What could possibly happen between two people who never see each other?
Does he know what's going on?
I'm not interested in what he knows. And surely it's none of your business.
Yeah, well, I'll make it my business. Apparently, you haven't enough sense to care for your own reputation.
Oh, reputation. Darling, your old hat. Nobody has one of those anymore.
You certainly won't have one if you go to the Riviera with this Duchamp.
Well, I haven't told him for sure I'm going, but now...
Oh, you haven't? Well, I'm going to call Jack right now, and I'm going to tell him you can't go and why you can't go.
Oh, the stout master to the rescue, huh? All right, call him up, see what he says.
Digby 4999, please.
Still, don't you understand? Jock doesn't care what I do. He has more important things to think about. His precious beach club and the market. Those are the things nearest Jock's heart.
Listen, operator, are you sure you're ringing Digby 4999? Well, it's the switchboard. It must answer.
See? Told you. Never can get to him. You're a sap, Bill. You're trying to save us, and neither one of us wants to be saved.
Well, there must be someone there.
Go on. Stand there all night. All year. Look, you see these? These are my tickets. I'm sailing tonight, and Jock won't even know about it till he comes home. If he ever does come home.
Jock.
Oh.
Hello.
Well. The master probably dropped in to get his toothbrush or something. Okay, Galahad, here's your chance. Go ahead and tell him. No. I'll tell him myself. Jock, my dear, I realize this will merely bore you, but this... Jock, what's the matter?
Couldn't have happened. It couldn't, not overnight.
What's the matter? What couldn't happen?
I'm wiped out. Get me a drink, Mary. I need a drink.
Bill, he fainted.
Extra, great expression, Wall Street. Not cost $5 billion. Next to 371. Bernard Motors off 116. Northern Railroad off 149. Allegheny off 212. Jump your holdings. Sit up, brother Ted. Take any price.
Nobody will ever forget October 29th, 1929, when the bottom fell out of everything. That was the end of the Pawnee days. Jock lost his shirt, stocks and bonds, bank accounts, the Beach Club development, too. But still, it was the crash that brought you two together again. You moved into a tiny cottage out on Long Island. I remember one night, Connie and I came out to visit you.
All right, Mary, this is the last time I'll ask you. Please come and work in the store to do your pride good. Connie, I can't do it. Doc doesn't want me to. And my pride isn't as important as his right now. If he had any self-respect, you think he'd keep on drinking the way he does? Personally, I don't see how you put up with it. All right, come and get it.
All right, Bill, so I got caught like a lot of other guys. But what of it? Business is still fundamentally sound.
Yes, and you're still fundamentally a dope. I won't allow my wife to work. Woman's place is in the home.
Now listen, Connie. I know your views and you know mine.
Mister, in times like these, you have to face facts. One member of this household ought to have a job, and since Mary wants...
Mary's not going to work, and that's that.
I think you're wrong, Josh. Today, a salary's a salary, no matter where it comes from.
Oh, stop moaning. Everything's going to be all right. You heard the president say, prosperity is just around the corner.
Said that last year, too.
And the year before.
Listen, I did it once, and I'll do it again. You realize there's one time I cleaned up $20,000 in a single week?
Josh, that's yesterday's news. Come on, Connie, help me get the roast out of the oven. I'm on my way.
Holy Moses, Bill. What the devil's the matter with this country? I can't even get work in the profession I was trained for. The firm I started with and helped build won't even take me in as a draftsman.
Jock, you know darn well I'm willing to carry you as long as you wish. And I'm going to tell you this for your own good. Take any kind of a job. There must be something you can do.
Sure. I could be a clerk at $20 a week. Where's that bottle? I need a drink.
That's exactly what you don't need. You're a pretty sight. Just look at yourself.
Oh, dry up, will you?
Your eyes are all bloodshot. Look at your hands, the way they tremble.
Say, what's the idea?
The truth. Now, how long are you going to keep this up?
Bill, I don't want to hear any more out of you. Now leave me alone.
Well, you're going to hear a lot more and like it. You quit and you're licked. You've got a yellow streak a yard wide.
I'll give you a piece of advice. Shut up.
All right, I will. I've kept you going for months. Now, if Mary goes to work for Connie, I suppose you'll live off her. Somebody ought to tell you what they call a man who lets his wife support him.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
It's a short word, and not a very pretty one.
Okay, mister, you asked for it. Here's where you get it. Oh. Sorry, Bill.
All right, John. Guess I had it coming. Merry Christmas, Mary.
Merry Christmas. Hello, Connie. Merry Christmas. Come on in.
Well, where do you want these packages?
Under the tree. Take off your things. Where's Doc, Mary?
Yeah, doesn't he know it's Christmas?
You know, Doc's a working man now. That's right. I saw him in town the other day, and he told me he's working in Blumfeld's basement.
Blumfeld's basement?
That's right. Doc's got a job.
Well, if it's almost 8 o'clock, he ought to be here by now.
But he'll be along in a minute. He called and said he'd have to work overtime tonight. You know, last-minute rush, Christmas Eve. I hope he gets here pretty soon. I'm starved.
Same here.
Yeah, like I was saying, Mr. Wallace, they can have their repeal. The idea, turning this nice, refined place into a regular saloon. And another thing, this here new liquor ain't no better than the old speakeasy stuff.
Yeah.
Hi, stranger. Remember me?
Well, if it isn't Kitty Brand. Sit down, old pal. Merry Christmas. How are you?
Terrific. And you?
Never better. You by yourself?
Well, no, I kind of had a date, but,
Hey, Joe. Scotch for the lady. Give me one, too, a double, huh?
What's the matter? You sound like you lost your last friend.
Well, I lost my job tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc.
That's okay. Wasn't much of a job anyway.
Well, bad luck's in style now. Say, how come you aren't home filling stockings and playing Santa? Seems to me last I heard there was a rumor of Tiny Pete heading your way.
Well, they detoured.
Oh.
Take a drink, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks. Well, happy days.
Happy days. Now, gee, this is swell. Seeing you again, Doc.
Yeah.
I tell you, let's go to Silvio's. The music's better there.
No. I gotta be getting home. It's Christmas, didn't you know? Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Oh, come on. We'll go for just one drink. What do you say, Doc? Just for old time's sake?
All right. One drink for old time's sake.
What time is it now, man?
Almost 12. Staring at the clock won't do any good, Bill. I've tried it. It's the night before Christmas and all through the house.
Oh, don't worry now. He'll be here before long.
There it is. Well, Merry Christmas, Bill.
Merry Christmas, Mary.
Aren't you going home?
Mm-mm. I'm staying till he comes.
All right, but I warn you, he won't be a very pretty sight when he gets here. Funny. All evening I've been hoping Jock would come home, and now I dread it.
You dread it?
I've been through it all so often. Bill, what happens when people reach the point where they just can't go on?
Well, just do go on somehow, if they can.
But I can't. Not any longer. We're both trying, but we can't seem to make it. We're going under, Bill, and I don't know what to do.
Hey, Mary, do you think I haven't seen it? I've watched your eyes. I've listened to you saying things you wanted to believe and you couldn't. You need someone to take care of you, Mary. I've always wanted to do that. Always. I suppose it sounds kind of silly because you know it. I do love you, Mary. Very much. You've always known that. Haven't you?
I suppose I have, Bill. I'm fonder of you than anyone else on earth. But, well, it isn't the same thing I feel toward Jock.
Here it is. I'll get it. Oh?
John Wallace live here?
Yes.
Well, there's been an accident.
What?
An accident.
Oh, Bill.
My cab crashed into the one he was in. I took him to the hospital. I thought maybe his wife would want to see him.
Well, how badly is he hurt?
Oh, he didn't.
No, he ain't dead. He wasn't when I left him anyway, but he's pretty bad.
Oh, I've got to go to him. I've got to go to him.
Mary?
Doc, you must get well, dear. You're going to get well.
Mary?
You'll have to leave now. You must rest.
Oh, Bill, he's got to live.
He'll live. He's got everything to live for.
Would you like to see the young lady now?
Young lady?
Yes. The young lady who was with Mr. Wallace in the accident. Miss Brandt. Miss Kitty Brandt.
After a brief intermission, Ray Milland, Irene Dunn, and Otto Kruger will return in Act 3 of To Marry with Love. Do you ever feel like this at the end of a busy day? Well, then, listen in on this Lux girl who knows just what to do.
Fill up the tub. Unwrap a nice new cake of Lux toilet soap. And now for my beauty bath.
You see, this clever Lux girl knows that in a few minutes she's pretty sure to feel like this. A few minutes relaxation in this fragrant, luxurious bath is certainly a wonderful beauty pickup. There's something about it that makes lovely ladies feel like new. If you ask why they depend on their daily Lux Soap beauty bath, here's what they'd say.
Lux Soap's creamy lather just floats away every trace of the day's dirt and grime. Even in hard water, it gives a rich, abundant lather.
I wouldn't dream of going out on a date until I've had my Lux Soap beauty bath.
Then I'm sure of daintiness. Sure my skin is fresh and sweet. Delicately perfumed, too. Yes, I love the luxury of my daily beauty bath. Lux Soap leaves skin feeling satin smooth, fresh as a flower.
You can be sure that though Lux toilet soap costs so little, it's as fine a soap as money can buy. It's true economy to use because it's hard milled. A single cake lasts and lasts. Famous screen stars use their complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, for a daily beauty bath. They say they love the way it protects daintiness, leaves skin sweet. And the Lux soap perfume is one fastidious women enjoy. It's such a delicate flower-like fragrance. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious soap tomorrow. Make your daily bath a real beauty bath with Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the curtain falls, we'll hear firsthand from our stars about Hollywood's new kind of nightlife. Now, here's the third act of To Marry with Love, starring Ray Milland as Jock, Irene Dunn as Mary, and Otto Kruger as Bill. The early 30s were a tragic era for many a young American couple, and Jock and Mary were no exception. Hard hit by the Depression, most of their castles came tumbling down. Back in the lawyer's office, Jock and Mary listen as Bill Hallam comes to the final chapter in this story of a marriage.
Well, Jock, now it can be told. The night of the accident, I finally broke down. I told Mary that I loved her. I asked her to leave you and marry me. She decided to stick it out till you were on your feet again. Mary never mentioned the name of Kitty Brant. She took a job in Connie Potter's candy shop so that you could have the best of care.
Hello there. How's my patient?
Mary. Well, I didn't expect to see you this early. You shouldn't play hooky like this. Your business will go to blazes.
Nonsense. How are you feeling, darling?
Oh, great. I've got a surprise for you.
Well, I've got one for you, too.
You have? Okay, yours first.
Yours.
All right. Look the other way a second. Now.
Oh, Jock, be careful. You shouldn't try to stand up.
I don't have to be careful. I don't need the cane anymore. Here, this is what I think of it. Now, how do you like that?
You're wonderful.
Firm as a rock.
Now, my surprise. But you'd better sit down. Even a normal man might be swept off his feet by this one. Here. It's in this letter. I opened it by mistake. Read the last paragraph. That's the important one.
And so we hope that you can see your way clear to Mary. They want me back.
Yes.
They want me to manage the beach club again. Oh, darling, this means I can start all over again. I'll have another chance. Mary, the doctor has to let me get out of here today.
No, don't worry. I went down to see them. They're not nearly ready to open yet.
But with news like this, I'll be well in no time. And the opening night, we'll throw a real party. The people who stuck by us when we needed them, Bill and Connie and... Oh, Mary, you've been wonderful. How will I ever be able to make it up to you? I know what you've gone through, what you're still going through. What's wrong, honey?
Oh, nothing, Jock. Jock, there's nothing that you'd like to tell me, is there?
Tell you about what?
About us. About you and me.
Nothing except that I'm ashamed of what I've been. But everything is fine now. Together we can lick the world permanently this time.
Is that all?
And that I love you, of course. Just wait till I get that beach club open again. I'll be able to take care of myself after that.
Yes. Because after that, you'll be able to take care of yourself.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, reopening the club has been merely part of my job. I've been making plans for its expansion. I see an even bigger, more elaborate place than this. As some of you know, I started this project subject, of course, to our distinguished board.
You should be feeling pretty happy tonight, Mary.
I suppose I should, shouldn't I, Bill?
Well, aren't you?
Bill, has Jock told you about the job he's been offered?
What job?
With the firm of architects he used to be with.
When did this come up?
A few days ago. They've got a contract for the construction of a model community in the Tennessee Valley. It's part of a new housing program, I believe, and they want him to go down there and take the whole thing over.
Tennessee Valley. Sort of primitive down there, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so, but maybe going a little primitive wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Well, would you like to live in a construction camp, Mary?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I think there's something kind of vitalizing, inspiring about the whole idea.
Uh-huh. The great outdoors in all its drafty glory.
Well, it's easy to joke about it, isn't it? But somehow, I don't know. Oh, I guess it's over in there.
Hey, here, Jock, you'd think they were ushering in the millennium tonight instead of trying to put a turkey on its feet. Hiya, Bill.
Hello, Connie.
Well, here he comes. John W. Wallace, Mr. Personal Magnetism in the Flesh.
Hiya, Connie. How'd you like my speech, Mary?
Like Patrick Henry, darling.
Good.
Here you've been offered a job, Doc.
Yeah, some job, too.
Turning it down?
Of course. You know what the board just told me, Bill? If everything goes well, there's no reason why I shouldn't be getting a cut in the province pretty soon. That'll be in addition to my salary, too.
Fine, Doc.
It's just one more step on the road back, from managership to partial ownership, and then majority control, and that's it.
Oh, he floats through the air with the
Oh,
greatness.
okay, Connie, just wait and see. Mary, we'll be back in the penthouse before you know it. Remember that mink coat you had to sell? Well, we'll replace it with ermine this time. Oh, excuse me a moment, will you? I have to see Winfield. Oh, when?
Bill,
Hmm?
are you going to be very busy tomorrow?
Never too busy for you, Mary.
I'd like to have a talk with you.
All right. How about lunch? Is the plaza all right?
No, this isn't social. I'll come to your office.
Well, that about sums up the case of Wallace versus Wallace. There isn't much more to say. Jock, you're headed for the top again. Mary feels her job is done. She's afraid of the future, Jock. Last night at the beach club, she saw everything beginning all over again. The success formula, the get-rich-quick mania. And now look back over your life together. Can you blame her for wanting something different? Guess it's up to you now, Mary. Shall I draw up the brief and file for a divorce? Or shall I make up another kind of brief? A brief made up of the day-to-day things that you and Jock have done together. The words you've spoken. The streets you've walked. The songs you've sung and the tears you've shed. A brief made up of the rooms you've lived in. The things your hands have touched. A coat, a table, and a loving cup of Paul Roger, 1914.
Paul Roger, 1914. That was a long time ago.
That was a day to be remembered, Mary. Your wedding day. Think about it. Think hard.
Mary,
I don't want to think. It's too late, John.
it's not too late. We can't lose each other now. We've been through too much together.
The things that Bill talked about, they're over, Doc. They're dead and buried. Don't you see, darling?
They're not, Mary. You still love me. You do.
Yes, I still love you.
Then that's all that matters. You can't leave me, Mary. I won't let you. It'll be different, I promise. But it won't be easy. It won't be the Waldorf. It'll be just a construction camp in the Tennessee Valley.
Oh.
I'm going to take that job.
Oh, Jock.
It'll be calico for you.
And tin whisper for you.
Will you do it, Mary?
Oh, Jock, I've always wanted to go south for the winter. Jock, hold me. Hold me tight. Don't ever let me go.
Mary.
Hey, remember me? I'm still here.
Remember you. Oh, Bill.
Yeah, I don't know how to thank you, Bill.
I see. Well, you better get out of here. Go on, both of you. Go on.
You're not giving us the gate.
I certainly am, taking up my whole afternoon with this sentimental nonsense. I'm a busy man.
But it's plain to see, Mr. Hallam, you have no soul. Come on, Jock.
Goodbye, Bill.
Good luck.
Do you have the card ready, Mr. Hallam?
Huh? Card? What card?
The card you wanted sent with Mrs. Wallace's anniversary roses.
Roses. What? Oh, yeah. Just a moment. I'll finish writing it. To Mary. With love.
So ends To Mary with Love. And that applause is labeled to our stars with thanks. Now a curtain call for Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Taking a curtain call here is always a thrill.
A couple of soldiers were telling me the other day, Irene, that you were one of the prettiest sights of the Hollywood canteen these autumn nights.
Well, she certainly makes a hit in an apron standing behind that snack bar handing out ham sandwiches, C.B.
Yeah, you evidently seen this yourself, Ray.
No. Fred McMurray told me.
And Fred, I understand, is one of the most accomplished busboys at the canteen.
Yeah, and they say George Murphy has a good fielding average on those dishes, too.
That sounds like a floor show. Who works with you on the snack bar, Irene? Anybody we know?
Oh, yes. Hetty Lamar is there the same night I am. Then there's Loretta Young and Marlena Dietrich. They're regulars. And Betty Davis, of course. She was one of the moving spirits in organizing the canteen. And, well, I couldn't tell you all the names, Mr. DeMille, because there are literally hundreds from both pictures and radio.
Say, that must be a big job, feeding and entertaining several thousand soldiers and sailors a night.
I'll bet there's always room for another dishwasher. Let's go around some night, C.B.
I might surprise you, Ray. I'm pretty good at it.
I know the audience wants to hear about next Monday night's play now, Mr. DeMille, but before you tell us, I'd just like to say that Lux Soap is still my favorite complexion care. I use it all the time and have for years.
Well, that proves Lux Soap travels in the best of company. Now for next week's play. It's the Warner Brothers hit, The Gay Sisters. And our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Young. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck repeat her fine performance in this story of a lawsuit for $500 million. Bob is Barbara's antagonist. And the secret behind this suit makes The Gay Sisters one of the strangest dramas we've ever produced.
I believe it was a successful novel, too, before the picture was made, C.B. That should be a fine radio play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Stars like you make this stage shine.
Now, here's Sally coming to the microphone. And she's going to tell us what's wrong with this picture. The scene is a spotless kitchen in an average American home. Mary and her mother are just starting to wash the dishes when Mary says,
My, those French fried potatoes were good tonight, Mother. Oh, what do you want me to do with the grease? Is it any good? Throw it away, Mary. I can't use it again.
Those potatoes were good.
Don't throw that grease away. That's ammunition. Everybody knows what's wrong with that picture, Mr. Kennedy. We must save all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease to make glycerin.
That's right, Sally. But everybody isn't doing it, or more fats would be turned in than we're getting now. Most high explosives need glycerin for their manufacture. Used kitchen fats make glycerin. So save every drop in a clean, wide-topped can and take them to your meat dealer right away. He'll pay you for them. And one of these will have your name on it. Irene Dunn will soon start filming the 20th Century Fox Lubitsch musical, The Lady in Ermine. Ray Milland is currently appearing with Ginger Rogers in the Paramount picture, The Major and the Minor. Heard in tonight's play were B. Benedictine as Connie, Dorothy Lovett as Kitty, and Fred Mackay, Eddie Marr, Dwayne Thompson, Doris Singleton, Howard McNear, Jane Bierce, Bruce Payne, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Our Lux Radio Theater production of To Marry with Love, starring Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless as every woman wants her skin to be. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Young in The Gay Sisters. For pep, sparkle, and abundant energy, thousands of vitamin-starved people have turned to Vims. Vims cost only a few pennies a day, and they match the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. They also give you 3 minerals. So get that Vims feeling today. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Radio Theater brings you Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy in Appointment for Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With loyal hearts, America today celebrates the birthday of George Washington. And directly following the Lux Radio Theater this evening, we remind every one of you that the President of the United States will speak to the nation. So stay tuned to this station after our curtain goes down. The small boy's heaven is a land flowing with popcorn and ice cream. The painter yearns for the perfect picture. But to the producer, Valhalla is a place where he can always have stars like Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer for his plays. And so tonight, for this producer, there's a little bit of heaven on earth right in the Lux Radio Theater. And there's an extra bit of satisfaction in having brought these two stars together for the first time in any theater. The play that did the trick for us is Universal's rollicking comedy success, Appointment for Love, with Charles Boyer in the same part he played in the picture, a popular and successful playwright. And Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's delightful Myrna Loy, believe it or not, as a doctor. You can see the value to a patient's morale when a doctor, like Myrna Loy, takes his pulse. But it's distinctly disturbing to the playwright's morale when the doctor becomes his wife. Somehow he doesn't understand the scientific approach to love. Our players have an appointment with love. From Carolina to California, our audience has an appointment with a gay and delightful play which we hope will brighten the winter skies for many people. Like the woman who wrote us this letter a few days ago. She says, "My husband has just come home with our season ticket to the Lux Radio Theater, a whole case of Lux Flakes. We live on a ranch in Wyoming, 40 miles from town, so it's a little inconvenient to run down to the corner when the box is empty. I'm sure you don't realize how much the Lux Radio Theater means to us out here. Except for 2 or 3 movies a year, it's our only contact with the theater we love so much. So out here in our front row seats, we all say good luck to Lux Flakes. We know she'll have good luck with Lux. So here's the first act of Appointment for Love, starring Myrna Loy as Jane Alexander and Charles Boyer as Andre de Castillo. The curtain has fallen in the Hyperion Theater. The exit march is playing, but the audience will not leave. On their feet, crowded in the aisles, New York's first-nighters are clamoring for the author, Andre Castillo. One of the first-nighters is not taking part in the demonstration. That young lady there in the second row. Through all the noise and confusion, she remains strangely calm. As a matter of fact, she's asleep. She's still dozing peacefully when Mr. Castillo makes his entrance on the stage and holds up his hand for silence.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you don't expect me to say anything or do anything very clever. You see, an author's position in playmaking, Hastings. Look at this girl. See if there is a doctor in the house. In the second row, she's fainted. Excuse me. Just let me through, please. I'll take care of her. The young lady with you, madam?
No, she isn't.
She seems to be all alone. No, please. She needs air. Stand back, please. Is there a doctor in the house?
Oh, did somebody call a doctor?
We'll have a doctor here in a minute. Don't worry, young lady. You're going to be all right.
Oh, but you see...
This is your purse. I'll take it. Now, just relax.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm going to carry you. Up you go now. You'll feel better outside.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I will.
Hey, boy. Have you found a doctor yet?
Yes, sir. The box office says there's a Dr. Alexander in seat 108.
All right, get him.
Yes, sir. Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander.
Wait, please. I'm Dr. Alexander.
You who?
I'm Dr. Alexander. So you can put me down, please.
Oh, don't be silly. You're ill. You fainted.
Now, don't you be silly. I'm not ill, and I never fainted in my life.
But I saw you faint.
No, you saw me sleeping.
Eh? Sleeping?
I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I couldn't get out. And when you picked me up, I didn't want to make a scene.
Oh, so you fell asleep at my play?
I'm afraid I did. Do you mind?
Well, No good, eh?
Terrible. Now, will you put me down?
Gladly. Good night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for liking my play so much, but I must confess that the young lady who fainted did not faint. She was asleep.
Andre, and I adored your play tonight.
Oh, thank you, Ethel.
Andre, oh, don't you remember me? My name is Edith.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, thank you, Edith.
Mr. Casil, you wanted on the phone, sir. Miss Benson calling from Chicago.
Oh, Nancy, let me have it. Hello, Nancy. Andre. Yes, Nancy, of course I missed you. Oh, it went all right. Yes, they liked it, some of them. What? But of course I'm glad you called. Oh, your show is closing? Oh, that's too bad. Oh, you're glad. Well. Huh? Oh, sure. Yes, of course you're going to be in my next play. Here, darling, I'll let you talk to Hastings. George, take this.
Sure.
Nancy Benson.
Oh. Hello, Nancy. How are you? What? The next play? Oh, wait a minute. Did you promise her a part in the next one?
No.
Hello, Nancy. Why, we'd love to have you. Andre's tried to sell me the idea of you doing a part a dozen times. We'll talk about it. Goodbye, love. You still stuck on that girl dreamboat?
No more. Fini.
Fini? Well, she wouldn't be bad.
She wouldn't be good either. Anyway, I've got another idea.
A pretty one?
Beautiful.
There's a young lady to see you, Mr. Casil.
Oh, excuse me, George. Good evening. Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your party.
Well, I thought you would be in bed by now, sound asleep.
I will be as soon as you give me my keys.
Pardon?
My keys. You picked up my purse. My keys are in it.
Hello, Casil. Beautiful play. Beautiful. I wrote a wonderful review. Great praises.
I hate to disagree with such a fine critic, but you've been taken in again, old man.
It was the best play you've ever written, Andre.
Perhaps. Still not very good. Now, poke your fingers into any of my characters. What would you find, Doctor?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Sawdust. Just sawdust.
I'm afraid that's true. Now, my keys.
Now, you also agree that my situations are phony and unbelievable.
I agree absolutely. And now if you...
No. You're not agreeing just to be polite.
No, I'm not. I'm agreeing because I agree completely. The people in your play were unreasonable. Everything they did was illogical.
Now, wait. They were in love. And love is unreasonable and illogical.
I'm sorry, but love is very logical. So logical you can prove it in a laboratory. It's a chemical attraction based on a law governing affinity. Put two objects with affinity in a test tube, and they merge through attraction. It's the simplest of all formulas.
Well, that's very scientific, I'm sure, but...
You know it's true. All you do is just add a little rose-colored romance and cloud up what's really happening. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take my keys and go home.
Oh, no, please. I want to talk to you. You see, you are the only person here who knows the truth about my plays. Except myself, of course.
Oh, Mr. Casil, you're the worst kind of faker. You like your plays. You think they're wonderful. My purse, please. Good night.
Well.
Hey, Dreamboat, wasn't that the babe that fainted in the theater?
She's no babe. She's a doctor. And you know what the doctor thinks, Georgie? She thinks love is something you make in a test tube.
Dr. Alexander's office. No, Dr. Gunther. She isn't here just now. Well, I know she's somewhere around the hospital. Yes, sir. I'll tell her.
Morning, Nora.
Oh, Dr. Alexander. Dr. Gunther just called. He wants to see you about that strep case.
I've already taken care of it. Nora, tell Dr. Wade I'd like to see him after his round.
Yes, doctor. Oh, there's a patient in your office.
Thanks.
Hello, doctor.
Well,
here I am. I came to see you do it.
Do what?
Make love with a test tube. You know. You said you put in two people.
Mr. Casil, I'm very busy, and we're not allowed to have social calls at the hospital.
Oh, this is not a social call, Dr. Alexander. I didn't sleep a wink last night, thinking about what you told me.
Dr. Alexander, Dr. Gunther's here.
Oh.
May I come in, Doctor?
Certainly, Dr. Gunther. This is Dr. Gunther, our Chief of Staff, Mr. Andre Casil.
How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Casil?
Never felt better in my life. That is, until last night. Yes, last night. Oh, I just went to pieces.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Casil?
I believe it's my heart, Doctor. Yes, I find it very difficult to sleep.
I see.
You don't mind if I watch your examination of the patient, Dr. Alexander?
Why, no, not at all. But I think probably Mr. Casil would rather come back when he has more time.
Oh, no. Might just as well get it over with while I'm here. Don't you think so, Doctor?
Of course.
Let me feel your pulse, please.
Dr. Alexander is my assistant. I like to watch these young ones, see their methods. They sometimes can teach us old fellows a thing or two.
Oh, I don't doubt that about Dr. Alexander at all.
Nurse, will you take Mr. Casil's coat?
Yeah.
You say you're having a little trouble with your heart, eh?
Yes, Doctor.
I think probably it's occupational disease. He probably overworks it.
Yes, I know. I've seen many of your plays, Mr. Casil. Very interesting.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Will you take off your tie, please?
Tie? Yes, tie.
I don't think he reports any interesting symptoms. It could be pure imagination.
Yes, cardiac hysteria is rather a common thing.
Will you open your shirt, please?
Sure? What for?
I want to listen to your heart.
Oh, well, I'm sure I'm going to feel much better, Doctor.
No talking, please.
Sorry.
Stethoscope, nurse. Yes, doctor. Quiet now.
Certainly. It's cold.
Please. No talking. Very unusual.
Really? What does it sound like?
Well, I'd say offhand,
Really?
Afraid so.
Did you hear anything good?
Do you drink very much, Mr. Casil?
No, a little wine, sometimes a little brandy, a little whiskey, you know.
Dr. Alexander may have to stop all that.
Dr. Alexander certainly will. How much sleep do you average, Mr. Casil?
Oh, not very much at night, but quite a bit in the morning.
Early evening hours are the best, aren't they, Dr. Gunther?
They certainly are.
Have you ever been on a diet, Mr. Casil?
No, I always say it's not what you eat, but with whom you eat. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Well, philosophers say the best part of a good dinner is a good companion.
Now, Mr. Casil, will you jump up and down on one foot, please?
Certainly.
That's fine. I really think it's a matter of fatigue, Dr. Gunther.
Too much work?
Too much play. All right. You can stop that now. I want to listen again.
Oh, good. This part I like very much.
No talking, please.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Casil? I would suggest that for the time being you give up liquor. Not play so hard and get more sleep. Later on, if it seems necessary, we'll have a thorough examination.
Why not do it now, Doctor?
Well, of course, we believe in a complete diagnosis. If the patient is ready, Doctor, I'm sure it would be better to do it all at once.
Thank you, Dr. Gunther. You don't know how helpful you've been.
Will you step this way, please?
Of course.
And I'll look at all of your reports, Mr. Casil.
Thank you.
I'll drop by later, Dr. Alexander.
Very well, Doctor.
I guess you're stuck with him, Doctor.
We'll see who gets stuck. Give him the works.
Everything?
Everything. We'll start off by taking some blood from his arm for the lab.
Yes, Doctor.
Hand me a needle, please.
I'm waiting, Dr. Alexander.
I'm coming.
Needle, Doctor.
Thanks. All right. Now, Mr. Casil, your arm, please. Just hold it still.
Oh, look, before we start, what about dinner tonight?
Steady, Mr. Casil.
What about...
Hello, office? This is Dr. Alexander calling. I have a patient who's been coming to my office every day for 2 weeks. His name is Casil. Oh, you know him. Well, he's not to be allowed to come to my office again. He's cured. Yes. And if he insists, will you please have him shown to psychiatry? Thank you.
Of course, I know you don't like it, but you're having a good time.
I like to dance.
Oh, is that all?
I used to dance a lot.
Really? That sounds very frivolous, but it proves I was right.
It doesn't prove a thing.
No?
No, decidedly no.
Sure?
Look, we've been out now 5 or 6 times. We've dined, we've danced. Still there are no rosy-colored clouds.
Oh, it's too soon. Oh, speaking of clouds, I have a place in the country I'd like you to see. It's an old hunting lodge, way back in the forest.
Is that where you write your plays?
Well, not exactly. It's too nice for work. The house seems to come right out of the trees. Oh, it's very quiet and peaceful.
Sounds like an ideal place to write your plays.
There is a waterfall. You can hear it from the house at night.
Sounds wonderful.
Will you come to see it sometime?
Oh, I'm very busy. Doctors never get vacations.
Oh, Dr. Alexander.
Yes?
Call for you, Doctor. They want you at the hospital right away. Emergency.
Oh, Andre, I'm terribly sorry. I always get emergencies when I'm having the most fun.
Well, I'll go with you.
Oh, certainly not. It might be hours. Goodbye, Andre.
I don't know what we'd have done without you, Doctor.
I think they'll be all right now. If you want me again tonight...
Don't worry, we won't. And you've got to get some rest. You look all in. Don't you think someone ought to drive you home?
No. I'll be all right. I'm just a little jumpy, that's all. Good night.
Good night, Doc.
Jane.
Andre,
Hello.
how did you know I wanted to see you waiting out here?
Well, you said you would work very late. I was afraid you'd be tired.
I am tired, but I'm happy. They said she couldn't live. She did. They both lived.
I never saw you look this way before.
I never felt like this before. Dr. Gunther was there. He sent me home. He told me not to come back for 2 weeks. I was going to call you and tell you. And you were waiting right here.
I'll always be waiting. Always.
Oh, Aunt. You know, I'm kind of surprised at myself. You don't mind my saying that, do you? This is something I thought I'd never do. Never.
Well, I'm very happy that you changed your mind.
Darling, I'm not being silly about it, am I?
Oh, you're being very sweet. We'll be all alone at my hunting lodge.
Nobody will even know we're there, will they?
Nobody but the people who take care of the place. You don't have to worry about them.
I still can't believe it. Mrs. Andre Castillo. Oh, Andre, it sounds beautiful.
There's the wire, Martha. Arriving tonight, see?
You think I'd better make up 2 rooms?
No, Martha. He says he's bringing his bride up here. That means till death do them part.
Well, I hope it's true. It's about time Mr. Castillo settled down.
Well, I don't know. We had a lot of fun. Remember the time 3 girls showed up at once? We certainly played hide and seek that weekend.
You ought to think shame to yourself, you men.
We had to do a lot of fancy conniving. The only way we could get him out of the house was to say he had to go to a fire. He wore my helmet and carried my axe.
He certainly looks silly, too.
He did that.
I wonder which one of them he married.
Well, you know, I think I'd fancy the Benson girl. Yes, the Benson girl, that's the one. That is, if it was me that was doing it.
There they are.
Hello, Timothy. Hello, Mr. Castillo.
Welcome home, Mr. Castillo.
Hello, Martha. Congratulations to you, sir. And to you, too, ma'am.
Thank you, Timothy. She's wonderful, but a little bit heavy.
Put me down, darling. Hello, Martha. Hello, Timothy.
Welcome, Mrs. Castillo.
Well, this is a surprise. Quite a surprise, I must say. Mr. Castillo, you certainly did very well for yourself.
Thank you, Timothy. Now, how about some wine?
It's all ready, sir. You'll have it in 2 minutes.
I'll fix some supper, Mr. Castillo.
What a nice house, Andre.
What a nice wife to live in it. My wife. Sounds kind of new, but I suppose I'll get used to it. My wife.
My husband sounds new, too. Nice and new and warm.
Hello?
Come on. I want to show you our waterfall.
Who?
There. You can see it just from the window.
Just a minute.
Oh, it's lovely, Andre.
Oh, Mr. Castillo.
Who is it, Timothy?
Well, it's for you, sir. A certain party.
Well, just tell him I'm not to be disturbed.
I can't tell him that, and he's going to disturb you quite a lot. It's the old chief.
What chief? Which chief do you mean?
The old chief, Fire Chief Benson.
Fire Chief? What in the world would... Oh, Fire Chief Benson.
Yeah, that's right. Fire Chief Benson. And he's very excited, and he seems to be heading up this way.
What's he coming up here for?
Oh, he might just drop in. You know, he does from time to time. Yes, we talk about fires. Everybody belongs to the volunteer fire department in the country. I better speak to him.
You know, this sounds like fun.
Sometimes it is, ma'am, and sometimes it isn't.
Is there a fire now?
There's smoke, ma'am. Oh, yes, quite a lot of smoke.
Hello? How are you, Chief?
Hello, Pappy. What's going on up there? I just got in from New York tonight, Pappy. Come on down to the station and get me.
Oh, no, I'd love to, Chief. But, you see, I'm on my honeymoon.
What? Whose honeymoon?
Mine. Oh, it's nobody you know, Chief.
Will you stop calling me Chief? I'll be right up there, Pappy.
No, wait. Chief, if that's the way you feel, I'll certainly do my duty. I'll be right down to the station. You can count on me.
I thought so, and I'll be waiting. Make it snappy, Pappy.
Goodbye, Chief. Well, I'll have to go.
Is there a fire in the depot, sir?
Oh, very bad one. I'm sorry, Jane. Community duty, you know. I'll be back soon.
Come on, darling. I'll go with you.
Oh, no. Oh, they don't let women go. They wouldn't like it, would they, Timothy?
Oh, no. The chief had just raised the roof, ma'am, if you showed up.
All right, but be careful.
I will. Timothy, my axe and my fire hat.
Coming up, sir.
Now, don't take any foolish chances, Andre.
Yes, and don't get burned.
I won't. I promise. Bye.
Hello? Hello, operator. Will you get me the depot, please? Thank you. Hello? Depot? How's the fire going? The fire? Well, of course there's a fire. There isn't. Well, is Mr. Cassil there? He is? Talking to a what? A young lady? Well, thank you. Good night.
Jane?
Here, dear.
Hello, darling. Sorry I was so long.
Tell me all about it. Was it bad?
Oh, very stubborn blaze. Very hard to get under control, but it's all out now.
Nothing left but the ashes.
Nothing.
I could see the flames from the upstairs window.
Huh? Oh, you could you could see the...
You want some wine? Your throat must be very dry.
Yes, it is very...
Sit down, dear. I'll get it. You're probably exhausted.
Oh, no, I feel fine now.
Your face is so hot. I hope you didn't get too near the flames.
Oh, no. I was very careful about that.
Your pulse is pretty fast.
Well, it is the effect you have on me, darling.
Might be the suspense, too.
Suspense?
Yes. You weren't quite sure I would believe your fire chief story.
Oh, I didn't fool you, eh?
Not for long. Oh, darling, you didn't have to go to so much trouble. You could have told me the truth. Were you afraid I'd be jealous?
Well, it was sort of the idea.
But I'm never jealous.
Most women are.
Oh, that's because they don't understand it. You know, jealousy is a very simple thing. Physiologically, it's merely the adrenal gland pumping adrenaline to the bloodstream. Of course, it has a physiological trigger.
Bing?
Like that, sets the gland working. Oh, but it's a hangover from caveman days and has no place in a civilized mind.
You really believe all that?
I certainly believe it. Listen, if you ever catch me being jealous, I give you leave to put on your tiger skin, pick up your club, and beat me back to my senses.
Well, that might be fun.
Yes, but I'll never give you the chance to find out. No, I might be a bad wife to you in a lot of ways, but I promise I'll never go primitive on you.
I like bad wives. Darling, aren't you tired?
Not a bit. Want to go for a walk?
I certainly do not want to go for a walk.
No, neither do I.
Now, who can that be?
Another fire, darling?
Hello?
No, I don't think so.
Who? No, we ain't got any Dr. Alexander here. We never...
Oh, Timothy. That's for me. Excuse me, dear.
Just a minute.
Thank you, Timothy. Hello? Yes, Dr. Gunther? Oh, really? Oh, yes, of course I can. Wait just 1 minute. Andre, is there a train back to town tonight?
No, what's wrong?
I have to get back to the hospital.
What?
Hello, Dr. Gunther. We'll have to drive in. I'll make it as soon as I can. Oh, no, certainly not. It's perfectly all right. Good night. Dr. Edward has been hurt, and I have to go back and take over his cases.
Tonight?
Yes. And I have to get dressed.
But, darling, this is our honeymoon.
I know. I'm terribly sorry, Andre.
Oh, I won't let you go.
Andre, don't be silly. There are 20 patients waiting for me there.
Well, I'm waiting here.
But you're not sick, darling.
Well, I am, so. Look at my tongue. See? Now, feel my head. I've got a fever. I'm coming down with something.
Andre, you do look sort of funny.
There, you see?
Timothy, put Mr. Cassil to bed.
Yes, ma'am.
No, wait, no.
Put him to bed right away, Timothy, and put an ice bag at his feet. If he gets a chill, good. Good night, dear.
Jane?
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Appointment for Love, starring Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy, in just a moment. But right now, I have a date.
With a girl, Mr. Ruiz?
Oh, no, Sally. With 3 girls. They're Lux girls, too. Of course, I'll have to admit I have a little trouble understanding what they say about Lux. Anyway, they're keen about it. Here's their picture.
Why, they're babies.
Very special babies. Mary, Ann, and Judy Lucas of East Hartford, Connecticut. They're triplets, and already at only 16 months, they're real Lux girls. Mrs. Stanley Lucas, their pretty young mother, uses new Quick Lux for everything they wear. Will you read what she says, Sally?
Mm-hmm. Like all mothers, I want the best for my babies. The triplets are my first babies, too, so I'm 3 times as fussy. I use new Quick Lux for all their clothes. Dresses, woolies, diapers, everything. It's so gentle, doesn't mat or shrink woolens. Diapers stay soft and don't chase the baby's tender skins. And Lux keeps their things new-looking longer, too.
Yes, Lux Flakes are very gentle. The safest kind of care for baby things. There's nothing in them to irritate even the triplet's sensitive skin.
Or to roughen and redden a mother's hands, either. That's important when you've even one baby's washing to do.
New Quick Lux helps a busy mother in lots of important ways. It's so gentle. Saves pretty washables for grown-ups as well as babies. Saves hands, saves time because it suds so quickly. Saves pennies, too. A little goes so far, it's very thrifty. Get the generous big box of New Quick Lux first thing tomorrow, and let it help you save in all these ways. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Appointment for Love, starring Myrna Loy as Jane and Charles Boyer as Andre. So far, the marriage of the successful playwright and the successful lady doctor has been a dismal failure. The first 2 days of Jane's honeymoon have been spent at the hospital, working day and night. Now Andre has returned to his apartment in New York, only to find that his bride has taken a separate apartment in the same building.
Now, look, this is ridiculous. What's wrong with this place?
Nothing.
It's large. I like it. It's where I live. If you don't like it, I'll get another one.
But, darling, that's not the idea. You've got to be reasonable.
But I want to be reasonable. But there is no reason in the world for me to live on the 17th floor and my wife to live on the 22nd.
There are many reasons.
I don't want to hear any of them.
All right, if you don't want to listen to me, I'll just go upstairs.
Whoever heard of a bird building two nests?
In this case, it happens to be very necessary.
I don't see any necessity at all.
We can talk it over when you're a little calmer. Ring for the elevator, please.
I want to talk it over right now.
Darling, I don't want to upset you.
I'm not upset. I just don't understand this kind of a joke.
It's not a joke.
Going up?
22, please.
Now, listen, Jane.
Andre, please don't be difficult about something that's very sensible and very sound.
Sensible?
When we were married, you knew that I was a doctor and that I was going to go on with my work.
Yes, but I didn't know I would have to make an appointment every time I wanted to see you.
Please, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Now, I have to be at the hospital at all hours. Sometimes I come in so tired I don't want to see anybody. Sometimes I get called at 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I work all night and sleep all day. Now, really, you couldn't possibly fit your life into that crazy kind of routine.
I only know one thing.
22, madam.
Thank you.
I only know that when a man marries a woman, it is because he wants to be married to her.
But you will be married to me, and I'll be married to you. The only difference is that I'll be free to do my work, and you'll be free to do your work. Now, really, that's a very sensible plan.
No.
Why? Why isn't it sensible?
Because it's like that test tube idea of yours. It figures out everything but human relationships.
Andre, look, the most important thing is for our marriage to last.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, I think the most important thing is for our marriage to begin. And it will not begin until you come home. And home is where the husband lives. That's the law.
The law. Really, that's very funny.
Oh, I don't think so.
I refuse to argue about it in the hall. You want to come inside?
No, I don't.
Very well. Good night, Andre.
All right, good night.
Going down?
Yes, 17.
17. You want to wait for the lady?
No, 17.
Mr. Cassile. Mr. Cassile, sir.
What is it?
I hate to disturb your rest, sir, but it's Mrs. Cassile. She's come to have breakfast with you.
What?
Your wife, sir. She's here for breakfast.
Breakfast? What time is it?
It's almost 7:15, sir.
Almost 7:15. In the morning? Get out of here before I kill you.
Yes, sir. Shall I tell Madame you're not accustomed to having breakfast before 12, sir?
Oh, tell her to... Never mind. I'll tell her myself. Get me a robe.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. I woke the cook up, sir, and breakfast will be ready in a few minutes.
Stop talking about breakfast. 7:15. Where is my wife?
In the dining room, sir.
Jeepers, creepers. 7:15. Never heard of it.
Good morning.
Good morning, darling.
Sit down, dear. I hope I'm not too early.
Oh, no. I always get up in the middle of the night to have breakfast.
Oh. It's going to be fun. We can have breakfast together every morning.
Every morning.
I promise.
The same time.
Mm-hmm. You see, this gives me plenty of time to get down to the hospital at 7:30. Mornings you're dressed, you can walk down with me. Oh, it isn't far. It's only a mile.
Oh, that would be interesting, too. Yes. We could walk around all by ourselves at 7:30 in the morning. Gosh, I shall look forward to that.
Andre, have you thought about last night?
A little.
I'm sorry we quarreled.
So am I.
Oh, here's the key to my apartment. I already have the one to yours.
Marvelous. You have everything figured out.
I'll tell you all about it at dinner tonight.
Dinner. Dinner seems so far away.
Will Madame have oatmeal?
Yes, and lots of cream.
Will you have oatmeal, sir?
What?
No, I thought not, sir.
You see, this is the only meal I can really be sure of. Usually I don't have time for lunch. By the time I get home for dinner, I'm too tired for it.
Yes.
What are your plans for the day?
The day? Oh, you mean today, now.
Sausage and eggs, sir.
Coffee. Strong coffee.
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe if I could get time off for lunch, I could meet you at that little restaurant where we had our first date.
Oh, darling, that's a very romantic idea.
I feel romantic today. This is our first breakfast together.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then I'll pick you up at the theater and we'll have lunch. After that, I'll have an ulcer operation at 3.
Come on, George. Wake up. Get up.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Come on, wake up. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I'm dreaming.
No, you're not dreaming. I had to talk to someone, and nobody I know is up yet.
What time is it?
8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock. Hey, I thought you were on a honeymoon.
That's what I thought. George, I married a monster.
What?
I married a monster.
This better be good.
It's very bad. My wife eats breakfast at 7 in the morning, then walks to work 1 mile. And if I'm dressed, she's going to let me walk with her. What can I do?
Shoot her.
I love her.
Then shoot yourself.
Oh, now, George. Please, be serious.
At 8 o'clock in the morning?
Not only that, she has her own apartment, 5 floors up.
Say that again, slowly.
She lives on the 22nd floor. I live on the 17th floor, and she won't come down.
She won't?
No, and I won't go up.
What do you want me to do? You don't need a producer, you need a lawyer.
Ah, it's just some silly idea she has about marriage. You know, 2 people have to be 2 people. She has her work.
Can't she work and be married, too?
Yes, but she wants her own apartment.
Oh, I get it. You live your life and I live mine. Well, go ahead and live your life. She'll get so jealous she'll turn into a human fly and crawl down the outside of the building.
She doesn't believe in jealousy.
She's got to believe in something. Look here. Act 1, wife won't play house. Act 2, husband makes wife jealous. Act 3, they wind up in each other's arms, curtain falls. Dreamboat, it's a cinch. It's sure fire.
Thanks. Go back to sleep, George.
Thank you.
Do you know, darling, that we are celebrating our 40th wedding anniversary?
Our what?
48 hours.
Oh, and we've done nothing but quarrel.
Nothing. Coffee, sir. Please. Jane, darling, I've been thinking a lot about us since breakfast.
So have I.
Tonight we'll have dinner together in my apartment.
We'll have dinner there every night. That was part of the plan.
We'll have breakfast there, too.
Of course we will. I want to be with you as much as I possibly can.
Darling.
Is it really you?
Why, Michael! Michael Daly, how nice.
Well, this is a rare piece of good fortune.
I don't believe it.
I just got off the plane about half an hour ago.
No.
I called the hospital 3 times, wandered in here to try to drown my despair. Here you are at my very feet.
Really, Michael?
Oh, I was going to write you 1,000,000 times, but you know I never write letters. Anyway, you never answer them.
No.
Jane,
pardon me, old fellow. You don't mind if I sit down?
No, sure.
Thanks. Alex, I thought of a dozen ways to lure you to Brazil, but I knew you wouldn't come.
Michael, listen.
What have you been doing? You look peaked.
Mike, will you please stop? I'm trying to introduce Mr. Castillo.
How do you do? Now, you mustn't be busy tonight, Alex. You have to run me all over New York.
Michael.
Yes, I want to do all the old places we used to do.
Michael, Mr. Castillo is my husband.
Oh, that's very nice, yes. What? Did you say husband?
Yes, he did say husband.
Yes, Michael, we're married.
Oh, well, I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
I walk around the corner, go to Brazil. The moment my back's turned, you marry the first beggar who comes along. Pardon me, old fellow.
Sure, I know what you mean.
Michael, Mr. Castile is the Mr. Castile, the very famous one who writes the plays.
Oh, well, don't tell me you married him for that reason. I'm famous, too. She never married me. Said she was never going to get married, and I was gentleman enough to believe her. But if she was going to get married, I certainly think she should have married me. I saw you first, you know. You don't mind, old fellow.
No, certainly not.
I think you made a great mistake in getting married at all, Jane. Brilliant career in medicine, your own life. You might have turned out to be a great doctor.
But I'm still practicing.
Oh, he can't even support you.
No, wait.
Michael.
But look, I don't see what you want to live in New York for anyway. You'd be much better off as a doctor on one of my expeditions. Much more excitement than this. Really have a chance to try new things. Catch new microbes. Go into jungles. Sail the seven seas. Fight epidemics with one hand, natives with the other. You pass all that up for marriage here in New York, living in a little cooped-up apartment.
2 apartments.
All right, 2 apartments, 6 apartments. What difference does it make? Why 2 apartments?
It's a long story, and we don't want to go into it now. You know, Andre, Michael's an explorer. He goes to all kinds of weird places, meets all kinds of weird people.
Don't have to go very far. Meet them everywhere. No offense.
No.
2 apartments. Well.
Michael used to be a patient of mine, didn't you, Michael?
Oh, you bet I was. That's why I'm back here. Devil of a lot of fun having Cheney for a doctor, old fellow. Oh, you're a patient of hers, too, huh? I'll never forget those treatments. Used to put me to sleep like the dead.
Why don't you try one now?
Michael, it's been lovely seeing you. And we must get together if you're going to be in town for long. But in the meantime, I really have to run. I have to get back to the hospital.
Always running off to the hospital. You are the breaker of that habit, Mr. Castile. Why don't you take her out of the hospital?
Now, look.
Because I don't want to be taken out of the hospital.
Oh, all right. I'll drive you over there. Want to talk to you about doing a broadcast. Scientific. You don't mind, old fellow.
You really want to know what I think?
Look, Michael, I'll talk to you about that later. Goodbye for now.
Right-o. Oh, by the way, while I'm still in the States, I'm going to call you every day. Oh, yes, I am. I'm going to be an absolute pest.
You're making a very good start.
Oh, do much better than this. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. You had said, old fellow, one more time, I think I would have killed him with my bare hands.
Good thing you didn't try it. He has muscles like an ox.
No. Oh, he has muscles like an ox.
He's really very nice, Andre.
Well, it's a matter of whether or not you like oxes.
Oxen.
Oxen, all right. Oxen. Terrible word. Seems to do very well here, though.
He's quite fascinating. You know, he's been all over.
Why doesn't he go back to all over?
Oh, you'll change your mind when you get to know him better.
I don't want to know him better.
Andre, don't shout.
Shouting.
He's just a patient of mine with a very interesting fever.
Very interesting.
Taking care of him is only part of my job.
Wait, check these. Yes.
After all, it's just the same as you're going off to meet that Benson girl. That didn't mean anything to you, did it?
Of course not.
So, you see, this doesn't mean much either. Goodbye, darling.
What time is it, Leary?
It's just 9:20, sir.
What time did Mrs. Cassil say she'd be here?
Around about 9:30, sir, if she can get away from the hospital.
9:30. Good.
Some of the 1926 vintage tonight, sir?
No, not wine. Cognac.
Yes, sir. You'll pardon my noting it, sir, but don't you think wine would be safer in case Madame hasn't dined tonight?
Yes, possibly, but this is not for Mrs. Cassil. It is for a lady who has dined.
Are you expecting someone else, sir?
Yes, Miss Meredith.
Tonight, sir?
Uh-huh. In a few minutes.
But aren't there possibilities of complications, sir?
Do you think so?
Well, very likely, sir.
Oh, do you suppose Mrs. Cassil might be jealous, lady?
I don't know, sir.
Well, let's hope so. We can try. I'll answer that, Leary. You get the cognac.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Edie.
Hello. I hope I'm not late. I had such an awful time getting away.
I'm so glad to see you again.
Oh, I couldn't believe my ears when you telephoned.
Here, let me take you around.
Oh, I'd given you up for lost when I heard you got married. I said, there goes another good man out of circulation. And you know, Andre, there's only a few of them left.
Sit down, Edith.
Oh, nice. Nice and cozy.
I wanted to see you again. Yes, because I felt I hadn't been very nice the last time you were here.
Oh, the night the play opened. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. You know, Andre, I've seen your play dozens of times, and I just love it. Oh, you certainly must have had an awful lot of experience to write a play like that. Sit down, Andre. Over here.
Oh, thank you.
Cognac, sir.
Thanks. Just leave it, please.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Well, would you like to hear some music?
Oh, sure. Put it on. I'll turn out the lights.
Huh?
There, I can hear better in the dark.
I see.
Oh, you have a wonderful view from here. I have a wonderful view from my place, too. It's on 66th Street.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. You can see the Hudson River. If you ever get tired of looking at the East River, you can come over to my place and look out my window and see the Hudson River.
Well, that might be a very nice change.
It would be. Say, you're not expecting anybody, are you?
Huh? No? Why?
Well, you keep looking at the door as if you're afraid somebody might come in.
Am I? Oh, well, I'm sorry.
You know, when I look at a fire, it just makes me feel nice and drowsy. I just like to cuddle up.
Would you like a cigarette?
A cigarette? Oh, no. No, I don't smoke much. I don't drink much either. Just once in a while with someone I like very, very much. And then, of course, I only take one. What was that?
Oh, nothing.
It sounded like the door.
No, don't get up. Sit close to me. You know, darling, it's very sweet of you to come here. And you know you shouldn't.
Well, why not? You said you wanted me to come over, so I said to myself, well, I'll come over.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. Oh, this fire looks cozy. It's cold outside.
Edith, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Darling, this is Miss Meredith, an old friend of mine.
Yes?
I thought you were going to be at the hospital tonight, Jane.
Oh, no. I just had to give Michael a few shots and then watch the progress of the fever. I didn't see much sense in hanging around the hospital for that.
Well, I guess I'd better be going. I really have to be going. You see, I'm late for an appointment.
Oh, no, please don't go. I just dropped in to say hello. I'm going up to change now. I wish I could stay, but, well, you know how it is. Good night, Miss Meredith.
Good night.
Listen, I want to get out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought I'd been around, but this beats me. You didn't marry her on a bet or anything, did you?
Larry, get Miss Meredith as well, please. I'm sorry, I'll have to go up and explain.
Go up? Where?
Just up. Goodbye.
Well, while you're thinking up an explanation for her, will you think of one for me, too?
Andre, come in, dear.
Oh, Jane, I want to tell you something.
Don't bother, darling. I understand. You were just rehearsing a scene in your new play.
Oh, no, we were not. You see, Miss Meredith is not an actress.
Oh, really? She's so lovely. She ought to be very good on the stage.
Oh, you think she's attractive?
Oh, yes, very.
Well, of course, I haven't known her very long.
Hello, fella. How about a little three-handed game of gin rummy?
What? What is he doing here?
I'm keeping Michael here under observation, waiting for his fever to break. Getting better, too.
Oh, I feel fine.
This man is sick. Why isn't he at the hospital?
Not until the serum works. He has to stay up and do all the things he does normally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to judge how effective the treatment is.
I don't like being here.
Why not? He's a friend of mine. Look, I don't object to your having your friends like Miss Meredith, do I?
Yes, I know you don't. That's the trouble with you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will bring Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer back to the microphone for Act 3 of Appointment for Love. Meanwhile, let's have a little music.
Time was runs in my stockings were just a bore, but oh my, that's not true anymore. All that was yesterday. I was extravagant, I can see. I'm wiser now than I used to be. That foolish yesterday.
Nowadays, wise girls are saving their stockings, cutting down costly runs with nightly, new Quick Lux Care. When you give stockings their nightly luxing, whether they're silk or nylon, rayon or cotton, you're guarding them. saving them two ways. First, you're taking away the soil and perspiration that could injure the fibers. And at the same time, you're guarding their vital elasticity, the quality that lets them stretch and spring back when they're strained without breaking easily into runs. Harsh soaps, cake soap rubbing, rob stockings of elasticity. Then they don't last as they should. Gentle New Quick Lux keeps stockings new-looking longer, helps you get better wear from every pair.
Nylon or cotton, whatever you've got on, Lux every night. Lux flakes are thrifty, keep stockings nifty. It's easy to care for them right. You'll find Lux in your stockings will really pay. Stick to those gentle flakes every day. Stockings are precious now.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Appointment for Love, starring Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy. Mrs. Andre Castile, their differences patched up, have at last made a definite appointment to meet at home. But home has a different meaning for each of them. That evening, when Mr. Castile steps into the elevator, the boy says,
17, Mr. Castile?
No, 22.
And a few minutes later, when Mrs. Castile arrives, looking breathlessly happy,
22, Mrs. Castile?
No, 17, please.
after waiting until 2 o'clock in the morning in his bride's apartment, Mr. Andre Castile is good and sore.
Hello? Hello? Is this the Henley Medical Center? Well, I want to speak to Dr. Alexander. What? She checked out. At what time? 10:30? I see. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Castile's apartment. Oh, don't hang up, Miss Meredith. Tell me, were you expecting a call from Mr. Castile? Oh, you didn't know, but you hoped. Is that it? Well, don't worry, Miss Meredith. It happens to the best of us. You see, I've been stood up, too. Good night.
Dr. Alexander's office. Oh, good morning, Mr. Castile. No, she's not here, Mr. Castile. She just left with Mr. Michael Daly. Mr. Castile, please. They went to do a broadcast on the radio, the Scientific Forum. Mr. Castile.
I'm sorry, sir, but Studio B is on the air. You can't go in now, sir.
Listen, is that the Scientific Forum in there?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
get out of my way now.
Please, sir.
Quiet.
Now we're ready for questions from the audience. The usher will pass through the aisles with a microphone. Now, are there any questions you would like to ask Dr. Alexander?
I have a question, please.
Yes, madam?
Is it true, Dr. Alexander, that simple cases of measles still prove fatal to primitive people?
Yes, it is. The primitive man lacks resistance because his system has not had to exercise the functional guards against the disease, which create a certain immunity.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Let me have that microphone, please. Thank you very much. If you will be so kind, I have a question I would like to ask Dr. Alexander. The question is this. Where did you spend last night?
Andre!
Shut that mic off!
You were not at home. You were not at the hospital. Where were you?
Throw that man out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a husband.
Outside, sir, please!
Oh, say, Doc, come on. What do you say, Dr. Alexander? Can you give us a statement? Yeah, let's have a statement, Doc. Huh?
Sit down, boys.
Thanks.
Hello, Pete. I haven't seen you since I was at Bellevue.
That's right, Doc. You've sure been getting famous since then.
Why don't we get a few pictures, Doc?
No, not at all. Help yourself.
Come on, fellas.
I suppose you know why we're here, Doc.
I can't imagine.
Well, like the rest of the nation, we want to know the answer to that burning question.
That's right.
What question is that, Pete?
Well, your husband and about 100 million others would like to know where you spent last night.
Oh, well, all right, boys, I'll tell you. I spent last night in the apartment of one of the most charming and romantic men in all New York.
Oh. You wouldn't want to give us his name, would you, Doc?
Gentlemen, do you think I'm a cat?
Paper, pretty doctor tells all.
Hey, right here's domestic fight on radio.
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night?
Cassie.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Nancy Benson to see you, sir.
Oh, Nancy?
Don't get up, Pappy. Just the old fire chief calling.
Hello, Nancy.
How are you, Pappy? Well, what's the matter? You look awful. Got a cold?
Yes, I have a cold.
Uh-huh, it's in your feet. Oh, come on, Pappy. Where's your sense of humor? This isn't serious, it's funny. Why be worried about publicity? I wish that were my face all over the front pages.
Oh, I'm not worried about publicity.
Now, don't tell me you're worried about her. Well, she's the kind that tells her husband about the other man. And I thought doctors were supposed to be ethical.
Well, if I hadn't started it with that radio business.
Oh, yes, I'll admit that wasn't very smart. But you can't sit around here moping about it the rest of your life. Leary, get Mr. Cassile tapped.
No, Nancy, really.
Now, look, Pappy. You write plays. You get your people into all sorts of jams and get them out very convincingly. But the first little thing that happens to you personally, you act like a schoolboy caught throwing kisses to his teacher. Oh, come on, Pappy. You're getting out of this joint right now.
Maybe you're right. You can get my hat, Larry.
Yes, sir.
You're a good guy, Nancy.
Will you be dining at home tonight, sir?
I suppose so.
He's dining all right with me and about 85 other people.
Oh, a party.
But a good one.
You think a party's a good idea?
You bet I do. Now, for Pete's sake, stop playing Hamlet.
Your hat, sir.
Thank you, Larry.
Oh, I suppose you read that she's going on some sort of an expedition to Mexico and getting a divorce on the side.
Yes, I read it.
Oh, I knew this thing couldn't last. You didn't have anything in common. And besides, Pappy, I never did think you were the marrying kind.
That's the trouble. I am.
Going up? Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Hello, Gus.
Nice night.
Is it?
17, Doctor?
No, 22.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you swapped apartments with Mr. Cassile on account of the night when you stayed in 17A all night.
You haven't told that to anyone else, I hope.
Oh, no, ma'am. I never interfere in the private affairs of the tenants. That's a rule.
It's a good rule to keep.
Yes, ma'am. But you see, you stayed down there all night, and he stayed up here.
Who stayed up here?
Mr. Cassile. He came in with a box of flowers. I said 17, and he said no, 22. You know, the next day, the janitor told me he found all those flowers out on the sidewalk.
Are you sure of what you're saying?
Oh, yes, ma'am. But I better shut up before I interfere in the private affairs of the tenants.
Just let me off at 17. Hello, Leary.
Oh, good evening, madame.
Leary, where's Mr. Cassile?
Hello, Dr. Alexander.
Who are you?
It's so nice of you to come. We really didn't expect you. Andre, look who's here.
Jane.
Hey, there's a doctor in the house, folks. Pretty good, huh?
We thought you were halfway to Mexico by now, didn't we, Pappy?
Yes.
Oh, it's so much more civilized to be friendly about divorces. And don't you worry about Pappy, Doctor. He's well on the road to a speedy recovery. Aren't you, Pappy?
Will you kindly take your hands off my husband and stop calling him Pappy?
Now, honey, don't start getting jealous.
Get your hands off.
Ow!
And I'm not going to get a divorce.
Jane, what is this?
Come with me, Pappy. I've got to speak to you.
What's it all about?
Just ring for the elevator, please.
I did. Now, what is all this nonsense? Going up?
Get in, Andre. 22, please.
Where are we going?
Please.
I will not.
Well, at least don't shout.
Come downstairs in front of my friends. Why did you come downstairs?
Tell you where I spent that night?
I don't care where you spent that night.
Oh, don't you?
No. You were where you wanted to be. And I was where I wanted to be. 22.
Where?
Well, waiting for the only woman I ever loved. Or ever will love.
The only woman you ever loved. Oh, darling.
Why, darling?
Well, you see, while you were upstairs in my apartment, I was downstairs in your apartment.
I don't care where you... What do you say? In my apartment? You mean you were it? Jane.
All night, darling.
But I was right here. I was waiting. And you were...
Waiting, too. For the only man I ever loved or ever will love.
Oh, darling.
Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone for their curtain call in just a moment. When you're driving along the road and the traffic light flashes red...
You stop.
You certainly do. Yes, red is a stop signal. And red, rough dishpan hands are a stop signal, too. A signal to stop using soap that leaves hands this way.
A signal to change to gentle, new, quick Lux.
Yes, in actual tests, 5 well-known dishwashing soaps made hands rough and red. Simply changing to Lux got rid of that unattractive dishpan redness. In from 2 to 7 days, hands began to grow lovelier after stopping those other soaps and starting Lux.
It's such an inexpensive way to take care of your hands.
Yes, it costs less than 1 cent a day to change to Lux Flakes for dishes. That generous big box does dishes for about 45 meals. New Quick Lux is fast, thrifty, and so much kinder to hands. Use it for your dishes every day. Stop that unattractive red, rough look. Start getting back soft, smooth hands you'll be proud of. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Having solved the problem of the lady doctor and the gentleman playwright, Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer return to the center of our stage. And congratulations are certainly in order.
Thank you, C.B. And I know Myrna joins me in thanking the rest of the cast for their fine work.
Yes, indeed. And tonight, Charles, we're anxious to congratulate you on something far different from acting.
Some of our audience may have missed the item in the papers, Myrna. Suppose you tell them what it is.
The fact that Charles is one of Hollywood's newest Americans. With about 450 others, he took the oath of allegiance and became a citizen of the United States a few days ago.
Welcome to the family, Charles.
Thank you, C.B. Of course, I have learned for many years to love this country as my own. In fact, I am very thankful for having been in a position to make my decision a long time ago, back in 1936. It was a free decision, made at a time when America had not yet become the last refuge for people from conquered lands. It has always been a great privilege for anyone to become a citizen of the United States of America. But today, when the last hopes of the earth, including those of the people of my native land, rest upon the ability of the United Nations to conquer and to destroy the forces of oppression and aggression, I can truly say, C.B., that there can be no greater thrill or honor.
That gives any American new faith and courage, Charles.
What's the play next week, Mr. DeMille?
The truth is, Myrna, it's The Great Lie. The play is adapted from the Warner Brothers motion picture, and our stars will be Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor. It's the drama of a woman who lives a magnificent lie and her clash with another woman who threatens to expose the truth to the man they both love. An exciting triangle with a trio of stars, Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor.
Well, a fine place, C.B., and an excellent cast. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. Let's make another appointment soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor in The Great Lie. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, make America invincible in the air. Buy defense bonds. The money you put into defense bonds provides your pilots with the fastest pursuit ships ever built, the finest, most powerful bombers ever to take the air. Your dollars do count. Buy defense bonds at your bank, post office, or saving and loan association. Myrna Loy appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Charles Boyer will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Tales of Manhattan. Mr. Boyer is under contract to Universal Pictures. Heard in tonight's play were Edgar Barrier as Michael, Arthur Q. Bryan as Hastings, Tony Carlton as Nancy, Charles Seal as Timothy, Mary Virginia Palmer as Edith, Verna Felton as Martha, Thomas Mills as Leary, Griff Barnett as Dr. Gunther, and Dwayne Thompson as Nora. Tune in next Monday night to hear Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor in The Great Lie. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. We begin tonight with the first play by a young Montreal writer, John Graham. It stands by itself as a tribute to the eccentricities of the human heart. He calls it Love and the Lonely One.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anatomy 4. I realize this is the first time most of you will cut into a cadaver, but take it from me, you'll get used to it. I well remember my first such model patient. I christened him Henry. Now, when you all become doctors a few years from now, you'll find some of your patients very temperamental. And not my Henry. The more I cut him, the wider he grins.
You realize that... What? We're committing a felony.
What?
George, if they find out we stole this thing, they'll kick us out of school so fast.
Kick us out of med school? Come on, Freddie. Hang loose. It's only a stiff. They'll blame it on the engineers.
You think?
Oh, sure.
Hey, careful. We're almost there, Tiger. Sorry.
Quiet. Wake up the whole damn sorority.
I can't walk backwards.
We'll turn around. Oh, God, look at her. Here, let me take the feet. Oh, look at her mouth. Ugh. Reminds you what tomorrow morning's going to taste like.
George, are you sure we want to do this?
What the hell? Broad stood you up, didn't she? So what's the problem? We're dropping off a Valentine.
Valentine? The corpse of a dried-up old lady?
But you're forgetting my pink ribbons. And look, I remembered a card.
A card?
Yeah. You're the guy who reads poetry, aren't you? Yeah, I even looked it up. Here, read it.
Dear Sally, the grave's a fine and private place, but none, I think, do there embrace. I'm beginning to think this is sick.
Sick? I'll tell you what sick is. It's listening to you moan every time anybody brings up that hosebag's name.
You know Sally's not like that, really.
Yeah, she's a real pain in the ass. How many times she stand you up this week? Well?
I don't know.
Come on, Freddie, where's your pride? You want to sit around feeling sorry for yourself, or you want to get even with her? Now, come on, Freddie, enjoy your revenge.
Well...
Come on. Grab the arms. Let's get this stiff up these stairs before somebody comes. Okay, that's it. One more step. All right. Now, just over here against the door. Now, prop the whole bag up so she just sort of drops in when they open the door. Perfect.
Yeah, great. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Hey, I could just see those sorority airheads screaming their heads off. Okay, this is it now. When I hit that doorbell, we get out of here and fast. You ready, Freddie? Hey, Freddie, you with me?
Huh? What'd you say?
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what are you staring at the corpse for? Fred, are you with me? For Christ's sake, they'll be here in a second. Now let's move it.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Here. Get here behind. Jeez, Freddie, you had me scared.
Sorry.
If they'd seen us. What were you staring at? You're in space or something?
I don't know. I saw her in the light. Her mouth was green. And she was smiling at me.
Hey, George. I hear Dr. Robb really lit into you on the wards this morning.
Yeah, so? He gets your ass in a sling every now and then.
Sometimes I wonder why we're doing this.
Huh?
Neuroanatomy midterm in 2 weeks.
It's a bitch, all right. Anyhow, I'm going skiing if it kills me. And if you knew what was good for you, you'd come too.
No way. I can't spare the time.
Who can? Look out.
Wow.
Cardiac arrest team.
They'll get us next time.
Bunch of cowboys.
But they save lives.
Don't count on it. See you back at the ranch, huh, partner?
Yeah. See you later.
You? Come here.
Doctor?
Get in here.
Oh, I'm just on wards, ma'am. I really don't think
You've got
that...
2 hands, haven't you? Grab those electrodes. Nurse the syringe. Just hold the electrodes on his chest.
This got it?
Right. Stand back. Hit the switch.
He moved.
King Tut would move if you ran that charge through him. How's the scan? Looks like he's had it. Try it once more. Stand back. Hit the switch. Nothing. Well, that's it. Wrap it up.
Just leave him here?
Up to the orderlies now.
You're not going to try it again?
Again. He had a hole in his heart you could drive a truck through. He was living on borrowed time. Look at him. What color is his face?
He's purple.
Dark purple. Lack of oxygen. Even if we did get his heart going, the brain damage would be massive at this point. Excuse me. There's a 4-year-old in emergency. Nurse, get me the file, please.
So fast. As though nothing happened. Phew.
Nurse? 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 Oh, well. Hello. 2 South.
Hello, Fred.
Who's this?
A distant admirer.
Who? What do you want?
Sure took a lot of nerve to pull off a stunt like that. Last night?
What stunt?
Oh, you wicked, wicked man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I like wicked men. I scare a lot of men, but I bet I wouldn't scare you, eh, sport?
Are you a friend of Sally's?
Sally? Phew. Why don't you throw over that silly girl and find yourself a woman?
What are you getting at?
Well, would you like to talk it over?
Is this some kind of joke?
Oh, I certainly hope not.
Well, maybe. I mean, sure. Okay. How about...
Tonight, where you dropped off the Valentine? Last night?
Yeah. Okay, sure. See you later. Oh, by the way, how did you know where to reach me?
Oh, a friend told me.
Who? What friend?
The one right beside you. Until tonight.
Right beside me, but there's nobody beside me except the corpse.
Hiya, Sport. Step on in.
You bet.
What's the matter? You staying cool with Coolidge, or just trying to think up something nice to say?
You sure look great.
What other way is there? Oh,
Something tells me we're going to get along swell. Like some champagne?
Champagne? Sure thing. I really like your dress.
Mm.
Sort of like a flapper. Out of the 20s. And the music. The nostalgia's really the thing these days, isn't it?
Mm. Bottoms up. Here's to better behavior.
Champagne. What are we celebrating?
A happy prohibition. And a short one.
Prohibition. By the way, where is everybody?
All the little butterflies flew too close to the flame.
What? What's that?
The banks are on holidays, darling. Forever. And all their daddies have told them to come home and work for a living.
No banks? Oh, the crash.
Mm-hmm.
And you're dressed to crash yourself.
Almost had you there.
Hey, before I forget, how did you know where I was this afternoon? And what's your name, anyway?
Leave a lady a little mystery, will you? You'll find out soon enough.
Find out what?
Oh, don't be so serious, sport. Come on, the lady wants to dance.
I don't dance very well.
Oh, the Charleston's easy. Watch.
The Charleston? Are you kidding?
No. Like this. Don't be shy.
Okay. How's this, huh? How am I doing?
Oh, you're doing great, Fred. Just great. 23's to do.
Yeah. Kalamazoo or bust. This is fun.
It's the berries. Especially with the bubbly. More?
I don't know. Oh, why not? Thanks. It's kind of strange here, you know? I mean, where is everybody? I mean, really.
What's the matter, sport? Lonely?
No,
Why so distant? Hello?
Hi. I don't know. I mean, I don't know you or anything.
Well, what do you want to know?
Anything. Where do you come from? Your hopes? Your dreams? Anything.
Hopes and dreams. These days?
Yeah.
Watch out, I might tell you the truth.
I'm not afraid. What do you want?
Oh, most of all, I want to distract handsome young men until they don't know whether they're coming or going.
Oh, well, nobody ever...
Ever what?
Never mind.
Maybe we should get a little more...
Private?
Of course. Silly man. Wait here. I'll go in and get ready.
Hey,
Oh, easy. Easy, I'll only be a minute. And then you'll get to see me as I really am. I mean, that's what you want, isn't it?
Are you ready?
I'm turning out the light. You can come in now.
Oh. Here we are. You know, it's kind of funny. You just sort of know what I mean? When you meet someone special, you kind of feel, well, right from the start.
Right from the start.
What's... It was the same old woman, I tell you.
Yeah.
The same corpse right in my arms. Christ, I can still smell the formaldehyde.
Oh, did they get you?
What's so funny?
Hey, I told you those sorority girls had a sense of humor, didn't I? We stole a body. They stole a body. Everybody's in the bodies.
Well, no one was in the house.
Oh, sure thing, Tiger, sure.
It was like she came back to life, but younger, as a flapper. I guess that's when she was our age.
Oh, wise up, Fred. Believe me, those airheads were in the next room laughing their guts out.
Yeah, I guess so. But I didn't hear them.
Anyway, thanks for the news, Tiger. About time to turn in for the night, huh?
Yeah. Maybe if I could get some sleep.
Well, I sure can. Oh, night.
Night.
Oh, hold it.
What?
Just make sure you're alone. And the snow's gonna stop tonight. You sure you won't change your mind? It's gonna be Fantasy City up there.
No, I better stay here. Get some studying done.
Oh, come on. It'll be the last good skiing weekend of the winter. Slopes and strokes for all. And you don't even have to ski.
Well, thanks anyway.
Oh, better be going. There's Janie. See you in a couple of days.
Yeah. See you later. Peace and quiet. Thank God. Oh. Hello?
Hello, Sport. Or should I call you Tiger? You left in quite a hurry last night.
Who is it? Oh.
It wasn't really that surprising, was it? Why don't we get together?
Look, I don't know who you are, and I'm sorry, but
You know who I am, Fred.
This has gone far enough.
Don't be afraid, Fred. We belong together. You know we do.
No. Oh, my God. My God. I'll take the phone off the hook. That's what. I'll just take it off the hook. I know who you are. Almost 2 o'clock. Feels like 2 days. Why can't I get some sleep? Oh, no. No.
Fred, I couldn't wait any longer.
It can't be. It can't be.
It is. And you know, it's better when you wait.
Go away. Please.
I can't. You took me from my bed. You can't send me back now. When you wake the dead, we come to stay. Or at least, I do.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
How can we know? In the beginning.
How can we? How can we?
Don't be shy. I promise I'll be good for you. No more loneliness. No more fear.
No loneliness. No fear.
The door, Fred. The door?
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hi.
You're not wearing any clothes. Aren't you cold?
Of course not. I've never felt so warm. Come on, Fred. Time to go.
Where?
To my bed.
The grave's a fine and private place.
But some, I think, do there embrace.
Short today, George. 2 weeks to midterm exams, and your partner doesn't think it's worthwhile attending anatomy lab.
Fred's never missed one before, sir. I'm sure there's a good reason.
I hope so, for his sake. All right, let's get going then. Get out the cadaver.
Right, sir.
What's going on there?
God! Fred.
Out! Everybody out! Class dismissed! The police. Somebody call the police! Close the freezer!
Sir?
I said close that door! Well, what are you waiting for?
They look so happy, sir.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and I invite you to join me as we journey through a forbidding landscape, peopled with the most demoniacal furies in or out of this world. There is that moment, that imperceptible, unmarked, uncertain moment, when we pass from day to night, and from life to death. And try as we may, we can never isolate that moment. We can never grasp it, hold it, keep it. And somewhere during that moment, only the length of the shortest fraction of a second, the living are separated from the dead. And yet, it might just as well be as long as all eternity.
Who are you? You know who I am. I'm Bert. You can't be. Don't fight it. But Bert is dead. That's right. I'm dead. Then how can you be standing here talking to me? I don't know. I'm here, that's all. What do you want? I want my wife. She's my wife. But first, she had taken a vow to be mine. I know that vow. It says, till death do us part. You're dead. You're parted. I've come for her. I won't let you take her. How can you stop me? I'll kill you. How can you kill me? I'm dead.
Our mystery drama, Love Me and Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ann Shepard and Mason Adams. The most important decisions of our lives are usually not based upon careful reasoned study or even on common sense. No, our most vital decisions are often arrived at suddenly, irrationally. Men and women choose each other because of mysterious music in the voice or a sparkle in the eye. You remember the saying, had the nose of the beautiful Helen of Troy sloped outward instead of inward, there never would have been a Trojan War. So, Stephen Barrow wanted Emily Phillips for the same reason Paris wanted Helen. She was the most beautiful woman he ever saw. These things never change.
Happy, darling?
Yes.
It doesn't sound very enthusiastic.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? What a word to use on a wedding night.
What I mean, I'm so afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I'm so afraid this is all a dream.
Oh, no. No, dear, it's real enough.
Oh, Steve, I want to be happy, darling.
And you will be, Emily. You and I, we are going to be the two happiest people in all the world.
Do you mean that, Steve?
Of course I mean it. Now, what's troubling you?
Bert.
Say it. What?
I'm thinking of Bert. I shouldn't be, I know, but I was married to Bert once.
Yes, dear, you were. You were. Bert is dead. He's gone. Forgotten. Will you listen to me? What kind of talk is this on our honeymoon?
Steve, you really are so wonderful.
Oh, of course I am.
And you just have to put up with me sometimes when I get into these moods.
Now, you're not going to have time for moods. We spend the night here at the motel. Tomorrow the plane for New York. 3 days in the big town, and then we fly to London.
Is it true? Are we really going?
Why do you keep asking if these things are true?
I find it so hard to believe that good things are going to happen to me at last.
Only good things from now on.
Oh, I love you. I love you so much.
Let me tell you why you're going to have a deliriously happy married life.
Why?
Because you're one woman in a million.
Oh.
You're not actually of this world.
Oh, come on, that isn't true.
You're so, what is the word? You're so ethereal. Yeah, that's probably the word. And you're so fragile, just like the delicate and beautiful things that you write poetry about.
When's the last time I told you you were wonderful?
Oh, about 45 seconds ago.
Oh, darling. I feel now that I can write again. I know I can write again.
Hey, where are you going?
I want to look out the window. It's as if I just saw the moon and the stars for the very first time.
Well, now.
Let me tell you something, dearest. Every time you see the moon, the stars, the sun, the sky, it should be as if it were for the first time. Each time there should always be the thrill of discovery. This feeling is how I know I can write again.
That's great.
It's gone. All the misery, the suffering, everything I knew with Bert. His cruelty, his violence, buried with him. He'll never be able to hurt me again.
No, Emily, he's gone.
Finally. I'm free.
What's wrong? Emily, what is it?
Steve, look out the window.
At what?
There, near the swimming pool.
All right, I'm looking.
There. There's a man.
Where?
There, that man standing there.
Darling, there isn't anyone standing.
He's looking up this way.
I don't see anyone.
He's looking up at our window.
Oh, it has to be your imagination.
No, Steve. There's a man.
No, darling, it's just a shadow cast by the edge. What?
See? He's moving his hand.
I tell you, there's no one there.
He's beckoning for me to come.
Darling, it's only your imagination. Now, come away from the window.
I can't move.
Emily, there's no one out there. There's no one at all. Come with me, and I'll prove it.
No. I won't go to him. He'll take me away.
Emily, darling, get hold of yourself.
Oh, look at it. He's so much bigger than you are. Where are you going? Don't take your arms away.
I only want to pick up the telephone.
Why?
I have to prove something to you, darling. Nobody's there.
Oh, Steve.
Hello, desk. Yeah, look, this is Mr. Barrow in room 118. Listen, the swimming pool and the patio area, it has front lights, those big lights.
Steve, he's coming closer.
Yeah, could you turn them on, please? I know what time it is. This is an emergency. Look, just don't ask questions. Do it, please. Emily, look, the lights. Thanks very much. You see that? It's light all around the patio and the pool. Now, where is that man? The man that you thought you saw?
Where?
It's all lit up. It's as bright as day. There's nobody there. It's deserted, isn't it?
Yes.
So, it was all just your imagination.
But I saw it.
It was like I said, a shadow, and then the lights came on, and it disappeared.
Yes. He disappeared. But just before he did, I saw his face. It was Bert.
It couldn't be.
Darling, I saw him.
Darling, Bert is dead.
I saw him. It was Bert. With that wide-brimmed floppy hat of his, the khaki trench coat, the boots.
Emily.
Cowboy boots. And you didn't see him?
No, dear.
How could you miss him?
You're going to see Dr. Rossman.
Oh, what good will he do?
Look, if it was your imagination, then we have a problem. But if Bert was actually there, then Rossman may have a problem. After all, it was Dr. Rossman who pronounced him dead.
You sure you saw Bert?
How could I not see him, a man of your size?
Yet Steve saw no one.
No one.
And then, when the pool and patio were flooded with light, suddenly he disappeared? But in that instant you saw his face?
And it was Bert.
No, it wasn't. Because Bert is in his grave.
But I tell you, I saw him.
Emily, you have a guilty conscience about Bert.
Guilty? Why?
Because he's dead, and you're alive.
But I told you how he treated me.
Yes, but you keep thinking. Perhaps it was your fault. Perhaps if you'd been more patient, more understanding.
Yes, perhaps.
And now, once again, you are married. And on your wedding night, you fear that Bert still feels that he's the bridegroom. And that's why he beckons you to come to him.
Doctor, what can I do?
Place your trust in Steve.
Oh, I do trust.
Your full trust. Don't be afraid that this marriage will also fail. Steve loves you. He wants to protect you. Do you believe it?
Yes, I believe it.
If you really believe it,
You don't have to be afraid of Bert anymore.
I'm not afraid. I'm no longer afraid of Bert.
Go on your honeymoon. Be happy with Steve. And you will never see Bert again.
How did it go?
Dr. Rossman was just wonderful.
Really?
I suppose it's because he told me all the things I already knew myself. But deep down...
Such as?
Oh, it's all mixed up, but I think I understand it. Darling, let's order lunch.
If you can dismiss it that easily, great.
I was silly last night.
Yeah. You were also very scared.
Well, it was real enough, but it was an illusion. And now we both must forget it ever happened.
I've already forgotten.
Did you cancel the flight to New York?
No, not yet.
Let's not waste time here. We can eat at the airport.
You mean you feel well enough to go on the trip?
It's over. All the fear, all the worry.
Our bags are packed. We just have to check out.
New York, London, Paris, Rome, here we come.
You folks checking out? I hope you found the service satisfactory.
Oh, everything was fine. Just great.
Name, please. What did you say the name was again?
Barrow. Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Barrow.
Oh, yeah. It'll be under the B's. Here we are. Oh, I got something for you. Sure, be mighty glad to see it.
What is it?
Well, you found it for you. Yes, sir, we did.
You found what?
Didn't you the party that called Death's middle of the night and wanted lights turned up around the pool?
Yeah, but,
we turned them on. Said we figured you must have lost something out there and wanted to find it, right?
No, the reason we wanted...
So we turned on the lights, but I guess it didn't help any.
As it turned out, it did.
So when the maintenance fellas come on this morning, we asked them to take a sharp look. And they found it for you.
Found what?
It's cufflink.
By what cufflink?
Well, your cufflink. No wonder you were so concerned. It's made out of solid gold.
That's not my cufflink.
Right there, plain as day. It's your initial, Mr. Barrow. That big, bold B.
Well, there must be some mistake.
Well, how could there be a mistake?
Steve, let me see the cufflink.
Emily, it isn't mine.
Steve, let me see... This...
Emily, what's wrong?
This belonged... It was Bert's cufflink. I gave it to Bert for a wedding present. Steve, he was here. Bert was here.
It's all very well for the doctor to say it's Emily's imagination which is being fired by things like guilt and remorse and fear. Sure, we can all say that. But how about that gold cufflink with Bert's initial on it? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. From a philosophical point of view, one may express many attitudes toward death. But from a practical perspective, it is difficult, if not impossible, to deny that death is, at the very least, final. The soul may live on forever, but on one thing there has to be universal agreement. The body is gone. Well, last night, Emily Barrow saw her former husband, Bert Phillips. And Bert has been dead for over 3 years. A ghost? Do ghosts wear gold cufflinks?
Emily, dear, maybe we better not check out just
yet. No, I want to leave here right away.
But the state that you're in...
He's here. I know Bert's here. We've got to leave.
Yeah, yes, dear, of course. Well, let's just sit down for a minute, quietly. That's it. Relax. Let's be calm. You say that this is Bert's cufflink? How can you be sure?
Steve, I know.
The store that sold it to you could have had dozens.
I didn't buy it in a store.
Well, the jeweler could have made others, and there could have been someone with the initial B.
Steve, I'm terrified.
Darling, there's nothing that should make you as frightened as you are now.
The cufflink. I made it myself.
You what?
I was taking a course in jewelry making. I'd always expressed myself in words. I wanted to see if I could achieve meaning.
All right, I believe you. Now, let's look for the rational explanation.
This cufflink. and the mates to it are the only ones of its kind in the world.
I will fight you, dear. You made it. You recognize it. It belonged to Bert. I still say that there is a rational explanation.
No, not for me.
Yes, and you must listen to me. Now, when is the last time that you saw this cufflink?
3 years ago.
You haven't seen it in 3 years?
No.
So, what we must assume is that there was a burglary. The links were stolen.
No.
The thief may have sold them, and by a coincidence, the new owner had stopped at this very hotel.
No, Steve.
I remember you told me that your apartment had been broken into a few years ago. Now, why wouldn't the thief have taken the cufflinks?
Because they weren't in the apartment.
Where were they?
I buried them. With Bert.
You buried them with Bert? Why?
Because they were his. They belonged to him. And he loved them. Bert was here.
Emily, you must get hold of yourself.
He said he'd come back for me.
Who said what?
Bert. He said my place was with him. Forever. He said he'd come back for me. And he's cruel enough to drag me away.
I'm taking you to the doctor.
I've seen the doctor.
What do you want to do?
Maybe it's this place. Maybe there's something about this motel.
How could there be?
Let's get out of here. Oh, darling, please, we can still make the plane to New York. How much time do we have?
Plenty of time to finish your coffee. Feeling better?
Much. It must have been the motel. I remember now, I once spent a night there with Bert. The place has been remodeled, has a new name.
Place can be haunted. Sometimes by a memory.
I think this whole town is haunted for me. It's where Bert and I spent most of our marriage.
Oh, you look so much better now.
I feel so much better. I must have worried you horribly last night.
Yes?
Well, it should teach you a lesson. Don't ever fall in love with a girl at first sight and marry her 2 weeks later without knowing anything about her.
I know everything I need to know. How do you predict these things anyhow? I had a friend who married the girl next door. They knew everything about each other. The marriage lasted 6 months.
Transnational Airlines, flight number 1 for New York.
That's us. Flight number 1 to New York.
Let's go.
Yeah.
At gate 16. Your attention, please. Will Mrs. Bert Phillips please report to the airline service desk in the main lobby?
What?
Mrs. Bert Phillips.
Mrs. Bert Phillips. That's me.
No, you are not Mrs. Bert Phillips. You are Mrs. Steve Barrow.
That's how he would page me. He's here.
No, darling.
You said you'd believe me.
And I do, but there can be another Mrs. Bert Phillips.
He's paging me.
Darling, look, if you claim to see him, that's one thing, and I'll cross that bridge with you when we get there. But you simply can't jump at every sound. Now, wait here a minute. But nothing. Here, at this phone booth.
Why? Why are we...
Now, I want to help you. Emily, pick up that directory. Come on.
All right.
Open it. All right, find the name Phillips. Phillips. All right, now, under B. Look, he wasn't the only Bert Phillips. See, there are 3 Bert Phillipses, 2 Bertrams, and 6 B Phillips. Some of them could be Berts also. See what I mean?
I think so.
Now, come on, we'll miss that plane.
Okay.
Mrs. Bert Phillips, please report to the service desk in the main lobby.
That is not you. 2 hours from now, we'll be in New York. Things will be different. All right, here we are. Gate 6. Guess we'll have to stand online and have our tickets checked. Why don't you sit down? I'll take care of it. What is it?
Over there. By the gate. A very tall man.
Where?
See?
No, I don't see.
There, Steve. He's pointing to me. He's motioning me to come to
Emily.
Just the way he did last night.
Emily.
I won't go.
Emily.
I've got to get away from him.
Emily, come back.
No.
Emily.
No.
Emily, stop.
Faster.
Emily. Stop for a minute.
No, he'll take me away.
I won't let him.
You can't stop him.
Look out for the door. No, Emily, look out. Emily, where are we going?
Jesse! Get in quickly. Hurry. Slam the door. Driver, get away from here. As fast as you can, please.
Maybe she'll sleep now.
Dr. Rossman, what am I going to do about it?
I wish I could tell you.
Isn't there any treatment, any medicine?
It all adds up to time, patience, luck. And if this delusion continues, I would suggest she be placed in a sanitarium.
Why?
Because she'll be unable to function in normal surroundings.
Why do you call it a delusion?
What else can I call it?
Well, suppose it's true. Suppose she really did see him.
No, Steve, don't. It isn't good for you to think that way, and it won't help her.
But just suppose she did.
Now, Steve, that's impossible.
You know, you doctors, you think you know everything.
We don't. We know very little. And that very little has to go a long, long way. But what we know, we know.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Listen, this Bert, you knew him. What kind of a guy was he? She never told me very much about him, except that he treated her terribly.
I never met him.
You never? I thought that you had known him all.
Emily came to see me about a year or so ago, quite distressed. She said she was having trouble with him. She said he would even beat her. What she needed was to build up enough nerve to leave him.
Emily happened to mention that you were the doctor who pronounced him dead. Isn't that unusual for a psychiatrist?
Yes, but I was the doctor at the scene.
What was the scene?
Haven't you ever asked Emily?
Yes, but she can't talk about it.
They owned a cabin on Indian Mountain. Bert was a writer on hunting and fishing, you know.
That's wild country.
The back of their property led to a cliff, a drop of a couple of 100 feet. She was out there one morning, doing some watercolors. He was drunk. They got into an argument. He started towards her, and somehow he lost his footing and fell.
Well, now, why would you be called?
She went to pieces. All she could think of was to telephone me. I came, and I did what I could.
He was killed, wasn't he?
Instantly. It's a sheer drop right onto the rocks. Well, call me in the morning.
Yeah.
And remember, if this persists, you will have to think about a definite course of action. Good night.
Night, Doctor. And thank you.
Steve?
Darling, you should be trying to get some sleep.
Where are we?
We're at a hotel.
What happened?
We were at the airport.
I remember.
And you thought that you saw Bert.
I did see Bert.
And you became panicky and you ran away, and I took you to this hotel and called Dr. Rossman.
Oh.
And he gave you a shot.
He doesn't believe I saw Bert.
That's right.
Neither do you.
Darling.
Last night you said you could understand me. I need that understanding right now.
Emily, you must be calm.
I don't need someone to tell me to be calm, to relax. I need someone who believes in me.
I believe in you.
That believes what I tell you. I saw Bert, even though you won't find a shred of evidence. A single cold, hard fact to support me. You must believe me only because you love me. You must believe me because I ask you to believe me. I would believe you.
Emily.
Do you? Do you believe me?
Yes, darling.
Oh.
Yes, I believe you.
Suddenly I feel so sleepy. It's as if a great weight had just been lifted off my shoulders. As if I'd been awakened from some terrible nightmares. I'm not afraid to go back to sleep, Steve. It's been such a hectic day for you, too. Won't you get to bed?
Yeah. I just want to sit here for a minute. Very tired. I'm almost too tired to get up. Let me open the window.
Don't stay up too late.
I won't. Emily, there's one thing that bothers me. Emily? Well, never mind. We can talk about that in the morning. What? Who is it? Who is it? Just a minute. Yes?
Good evening, Steve.
Who are you?
You know who I am. I'm Bert.
It was Dr. Rossman who officially pronounced Bert dead. So, what's this? The good doctor has an entire array of medical and scientific fact to confirm his findings. Stephen Barrow has only the testimony of his eyes and ears. In the final analysis, you, of course, will have to decide. And I shall present additional evidence for both sides when I return shortly with Act 3. There are those who say that death is the end, and those who say that death is the beginning. Now, however, it seems that we are being faced with death as a continuation. Bert Phillips was killed in an accident, a fall from a cliff. He was properly and officially buried. But here he seems to be standing at the door of the hotel room where his former wife is spending the night with her new husband. Up to now, it was only Emily, frightened and troubled Emily, who had been able to see Bert. But now, is it Steve's turn? Steve sees Bert, sees him plainly, as he stands in the doorway.
Who are you?
I told you. Bert.
You can't be. You're dead.
I'm dead.
Then how can you be standing here talking to me?
I don't know. It's enough for me that I'm here.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you. May I come in?
It's a dream. That's what it is. It's a dream.
It may not be.
You admit you're dead. What are you doing here?
You sent for me.
I sent for you. What are you talking about?
You'll have to figure that out for yourself.
Why would I send for you?
There's an idea forming in the back of your mind. You're not aware of it consciously, and you're going to resist it, but it's the truth.
I still don't know what you want.
I want my wife.
She's my wife.
She had taken a vow to be mine.
That vow says, till death do us part. You're dead. You're parted.
That's just a technicality.
But if you're dead, why do you want Emily?
She belongs with me.
If you're dead and she's alive, how can you be together?
She won't be alive when I take her.
What do you mean?
I'll have to kill her.
Kill her?
Why not? She killed me.
Yeah, but you died in an accident.
That's her story. What actually happened was that I was standing at the edge of the cliff taking photographs for an article I was writing, and she just pushed me over.
I don't believe it.
You better believe it. Because one day, a year or two from now, she'll have to kill you, too.
Oh, this is a dream.
I need your help.
Why should I help you?
In the long run, I'll be saving your life. You have to convince her to come to the cabin. It's the only place from where I can take her. That's where she killed me.
You can't be serious.
Think about what I told you. Keep asking yourself, why do you see me? You might get the answer if you first ask yourself, why did she see me? Or, better yet, ask her.
Steve?
What?
Oh, you poor darling. Did you fall asleep in that chair?
I guess I did.
I feel so guilty. I had such a wonderful, refreshing sleep. So deep, so restful.
Did I dream?
What are you muttering about?
You said that Bert always wore a big floppy hat and a trench coat and cowboy boots.
Oh, darling, the absolutely last person in this whole world I want to talk about is Bert.
Yeah. Listen.
Bert Phillips, as far as I'm concerned, has never existed.
Emily, tell me something. Why do you think...
Yes, dear?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm starved. Darling, you all right?
Sure.
I just had a crazy dream, that's all.
Steve, you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. What?
Well, you haven't touched a thing.
Oh, I never eat much breakfast. The important thing is that you feel okay.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you have this terrible confusion, and then suddenly it's gone. Why it came, you'll never know. How it went, you'll never find out. It's as if someone magically took it away. But it's gone, and that's all that matters. And now, darling, are we ready to resume our honeymoon?
Sure. But we'll have to make some new reservations.
Tell you what, let's not go to New York and then on to Europe.
No, why not?
Well, we've postponed it twice already. Maybe it's a sign that deep down we didn't want to go so far away in the first place. How about Mexico City? Just a few hours away and we can... Steve, are you really all right?
Emily, do you see someone standing by the door?
Where?
Just to the left of the cashier's desk?
No, darling, there's nobody standing.
Must have been my imagination.
Oh, Steve, you've caught it from me, this delusion of seeing people. What did it look like?
I'm not even sure I saw anyone.
Mexico City. How about it?
Yeah, sounds great.
My problem is I don't have a thing to wear for Mexico. Neither do you.
Well, then let's go somewhere else.
No, let's go shopping. I'll meet you back here at the hotel for dinner, and we can make reservations for the morning.
Are you sure that you're up to going by yourself?
Darling, I always shop by myself, and certainly never with a man.
Well, but do you feel well enough?
When I think of how silly I was, or that whole birth business. Well, I've got to get started. See you at dinner, darling.
Hello?
Darling, I hope you did some shopping, too.
Yeah, I picked up a few things.
I'm spending a lot of money.
Well, that's all right.
What are you doing?
I thought I'd take a nap.
That's good, darling. You do that. I'll see you in a little while. Bye.
Why didn't I ask her? Why? Why?
You left your door open. Bad. You should keep the door locked these days.
What do you want?
You didn't ask her.
Ask her what?
You know what.
Were you at the cashier's desk in the coffee shop at breakfast time?
You know I was.
This is a dream.
Dream or reality, what does it matter? You're stuck with me because you believe her. You want to believe her. You love her.
This is getting us nowhere.
I love her, too. I'm a bigger chump than you are. Even after what she did to me, I love her.
And why did you treat her so badly?
Who says I treated her badly?
Everybody.
Who's everybody?
Dr. Rossman, for one.
He never said I mistreated her. He said she told him I abused her.
But you did.
Only because she says so.
Why should she kill you?
For the same reason she'll kill you.
You keep saying that.
Why do you refuse to believe it? It's true.
You can't prove it.
Oh, but I can. The camera will prove it.
What camera?
I told you I was out there taking pictures. She sneaked up behind me and pushed me over the cliff. Her story, she was painting pictures and I was drunk, started beating her, and somehow lost my balance.
Why shouldn't I believe her?
Because she lied. She made her way down the mountain to where I was lying dead, poured liquor all over me. But she'd forgotten about the camera.
The camera?
The camera. I was so intent on taking my pictures, that's why I didn't hear her. But the camera went over the cliff with me. It broke against the rocks. It came to rest, finally, behind some bushes.
I believe Emily.
Oh, your place I would, too. But the camera, all smashed up, has been lying there 3 years now, in snow, in mud, summer and winter. It's still there. Or what's left of it is still there. Not 20 feet from where I landed.
I said I don't believe you.
She forgot about it or didn't think about it.
In a court of law, that wouldn't prove a thing. That camera could have fallen there at any time.
It's not supposed to prove anything in a court of law. It's supposed to prove something to you.
What do you want me to do?
Bring her to the cabin. To the cliff. I want her.
You think I'm crazy?
crazy or sane, it doesn't matter to me. Bring her. Let me have her.
No.
She'll kill you.
You keep on saying she'll kill me. Why?
Okay. Ask me the question you're afraid to ask her. Why do you think she saw me?
Because she has a guilty conscience. She feels guilty because she's happy with me.
Does she? Now let's examine that. She feels guilty because she's happy with you. She's so happy with you that on her wedding night she sees me. Shouldn't that prove something?
What could it prove?
She's sorry. Not because she killed me, but because she killed me and wound up with you.
She loves me.
No, she likes you. Why not? You're a nice guy. Most girls like you. But love? That's something else. You're not exciting for Emily the way I was. You're not wild enough for her the way I was. That's why she saw me, Steve. She wants me.
That's a lie.
You can't face it. That's why you didn't ask her.
Ask her what?
Why she saw me on your wedding night.
I'll kill you.
I'm already dead.
Why do you insist she killed you?
Because I was wise to her. You'll also get wise to her one day. Bring her up to the cabin.
Never.
Scared?
Why should I be scared?
Once she's up there, she'll have to choose between us. And you're scared she'll choose me.
Why do you want to go to the cabin?
I have to do something.
I don't understand. What is there you'd have to do at the cabin?
It concerns Bert.
Bert?
Suppose you see him again.
I don't want to go to the cabin.
You've got to. We have to get rid of Bert.
But I am rid of him.
He may be gone, he may not. But if you can face that cabin and that cliff, then you will destroy him for good.
I haven't been here since he died.
You never told me how it happened.
I was never able to talk about it.
Can you talk about it now?
I was painting. My easel was set up here, right near the edge of the cliff. It's a spectacular view, isn't it?
Yeah.
Careful. Don't stand too close to that edge. He was drunk, more than usual, ugly, bad-tempered. He criticized my work. I paid no attention, and that infuriated him. He lunged at me, and I was terrified. I stepped aside. He stumbled and just fell over. It was awful.
Did you love him?
Oh, no. How could I love him? He was a beast.
Well, then why did you see him on our honeymoon?
I didn't really see him. It was only my imagination.
Why should you even see him in your imagination? Why should there have been room in your mind, your heart, for anyone but me? Wasn't I enough for you?
You were. You are.
Or did you want him? Do you still want him?
He's dead.
He was there at the hotel. I saw him. You wanted me to see him. You made it a test of my love. And so because I love you, I saw him. And that's why I brought you here. So that you can choose between us.
Between whom?
Between Bert and me.
How can I? Bert's dead.
Is that the only reason?
Let go of me.
Is it?
Please.
Did you kill Bert?
No!
Tell the truth.
No!
Did you kill him?
Yes.
Why?
Because he laughed at me, at my work, at my poetry, at my paintings. He said they're a joke.
Oh, they're not. They're exquisite.
He was right. I'm a phony.
Oh, no, you're wonderful.
No, I'm not. I'm a phony. I'm not wonderful. Nothing about me is wonderful. Bert was right. He said, you're a phony. A poet who never writes poetry. A painter who never paints a picture. Even the cufflinks. Bert made those cufflinks. He knew what I was. He loved me for what I was, and I loved him. But sometimes I got mad enough to kill him. And one day I did.
Oh, Emily, listen. Emily, whatever you've done, I love you.
I don't want you. I want Bert. I need a man like Bert.
Emily, you can't mean any of this. Emily.
Don't come near me.
Emily!
Don't come near me. You know where Bert is now. He's just on the other side of the ledge. Bert.
It's only a dream.
Bert.
Emily.
I'm coming.
Look out, Emily. You'll fall over that ledge.
He's calling me.
There's no one there.
Let go of me.
You're crazy. You'll go over the edge. You'll get killed.
Let go.
Emily.
Bert. Help me.
I can't let you kill yourself.
Bert.
No, Emily.
Make him let go of me.
Oh. Emily, get away from the ledge!
Bert! I'm coming to you!
The police list it as an accident. The second tragic accident to occur at that beautiful but seemingly fatal spot. What did happen? Once again, we present you with options. We could say, Stephen, consumed with jealousy, killed her. We could say, her guilty conscience killed her. Or we could say, Bert came back to reclaim her. You can make a case for each, and also for me to return in just a few moments. She loves him. He loves her for reasons that defy all understanding. And once they fall in love, the passion can flame for a moment or for all eternity. We dwell on love here because all the other mysteries are slowly yielding to science, to technology. Soon love will be the only mystery left us, besides those you will find here 7 chilling times a week. Our cast included Ann Shepard, Mason Adams, Robert Dryden, and Robert L. Green. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter. There's music for you tomorrow evening with 2 of your favorite song stylists. First, it's the Dinah Shore Show, and then songs with Sinatra. There's laughter, too, in your Friday lineup with 3 comedy favorites. The Bob Hope Show with Bob's guest Jerry Colonna, the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This? It's a great Friday night program lineup, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
It was about 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and I was riding down the east trail that led from Kansas City over to Crown Ranch. It's been a real warm day. A little breeze was coming up now, and things were cooling off to a nice, comfortable twilight. I hadn't seen any signs of habitation for the last few miles. The soil was pretty thin and sandy, and probably wouldn't grow much. But a little further on, the ground turned brown, rich-looking. I noticed a frame house sitting back, 50 yards back from the trail. When I was almost even with the house, the front door opened and somebody came running out toward me.
Hey, mister! Would you hold up a minute, mister?
Young boy, it looked like, about 15, 16, wearing blue jeans and a checkered shirt and a little peaked cap pulled down over his ears. Whoa, Scar. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. Howdy, son. What can I do for you?
You come from town, mister?
That's right.
You didn't run across Friendly DeWitt on the trail, did you?
Friendly DeWitt?
You know him, don't you, mister? He runs the traveling mercantile.
How's that?
Oh, sure. We're too far out to get into town very much, so he brings around a wagon load of goods every once in a while. I just don't know what we'd do without him.
Well, don't stand out there all night jawing. Just find out about Friendly, like I told you.
The gentleman ain't seen him, ma'am.
Oh, shut up, Fern. You can wear something else if you have to. The supper dishes are waiting, Cindy Lou.
What was that she called you?
Cindy Lou?
But that's a girl's name. Oh. In this light here, the way you were dressed, I sort of thought maybe you were...
It don't matter. Thanks again, mister. So long.
So long. Cindy Lou. Well, I gave Scar a little touch of my heel. Let's go. Come on, boy. We started off. I figured I'd had about 8 miles to go before I'd reach the Crown Ranch. I hadn't been through this part of the country in quite a spell. But I was pretty certain Floyd Prince would remember me from the old days. He'd sign me on for the summer if he had an opening. Come on, Scar. Come on. It was about 15 minutes later, and I came to the fork in the trail. I saw a wagon rolling along from the south. It was some wagon, too. Almost twice the size of anything I'd ever run into before. And the way the canvas bulged out, it looked like it was loaded to the brim. Well, it stood to reason that this was the traveling mercantile that Cindy Lou had mentioned. Whoa, Scar. Whoa.
Whoa, Peggy. Whoa, Peggy. Easy now. Easy there. Howdy, friend.
Good evening. You're, Mr. DeWitt, I take it.
You take it right, sir, except for that Mr. part. Just call me Friendly, like the rest of the folks. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Something you needin', mister?
No.
Shoelaces, chewing tobacco, flour, salt, kitchen utensils, ammunition, yardage, zone equipment, anything at all. Just you name it, I got it, here in my wagon.
Yeah, it sounds like quite an assortment there.
Oh, that's only a part of it. I didn't even touch on my medical supplies.
Oh.
Old Doc Barstow's painkiller, Seth Simple all-purpose salve, Miss Jenny's bunion plasters and corn removers. You got any corns that's troubling you, mister? They're just a thing.
No, I don't do too much walking.
Oh. Some liniment, then?
No, thanks, just the same. I'm in pretty good health.
Well, what about wearing apparel? I got a full line of Levi's shirts, bandanas, cotton and wool socks.
No, I'm afraid I'm just not in the market for anything friendly. The only reason I stopped was to tell you that those folks down the trail were getting kind of anxious about you.
Folks down the trail?
Uh-huh. You know, the farmhouse a couple miles back there.
Well, I just can't imagine who you're talking about, mister. I ain't even headed that way. I'm making a delivery over the Davis Ranch near Evergreen. The Davis girl's getting married tomorrow morning. I'm bringing all the paraphernalia for the wedding. You sure somebody in this neighborhood's looking for me?
They seem to be. I don't know the family's name exactly. The girl I bumped into is called Cindy Lou.
Well, that must be Cindy Lou Ames. But why would... Great yellow pumpkins. Hattie Ames. That dress she ordered for her daughter Fern. What time you make it out to be, mister? I ain't unpacked my shipment of alarm clocks yet.
Oh, it must be 7:30.
Well, maybe I can get there before they leave. If I don't, Hattie Ames will skin me alive. Giddy up, Petty. Come on now. Come on, Francis. Come on. I knew there was something else. And I was working on that dress only this morning, too. Shortening the hem. So long, mister. Hope you enjoy the square dance.
Dance? What do you... Come on, Scar. Come on. Dance? What are you talking about?
Well, that's where you're heading, ain't it? The Crown Ranch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. But I didn't know about any dance or anything. I was going out to ask Floyd Prince for a job.
You mean tell me you ain't heard about the celebration tonight?
No, not a word.
Well, it's account of Floyd Prince's son. He just come home from schooling back east.
Why, you mean Monty Prince?
Yeah, that's the boy's name. You know him, mister?
Oh, I used to. He was just a little shaver then. He's all grown up, huh?
Well, he must be 20 or so, somewhere's along in there. I guess he'll be taking over the crown one of these days.
I see. Well, I reckon better put off my job hunting until some other time. I wouldn't want to bother Floyd and give him a party. I'll ride along with you for a spell, friendly.
Well, if you're an acquaintance of Floyd Prince's, I imagine you'd be more than welcome at his party. Practically everybody in the neighborhood's been invited.
Maybe so. But fact is, I'm not too good at square dancing. I don't know, but there's just something about my legs. A little too much of them, I reckon.
Well, I just hope you're the only absentee.
What do you mean?
Well, Hattie's daughter Fern, she was planning to wear this here dress Ma ordered from me.
Oh.
Yeah, like it's not she's having a tantrum right now. She sure takes after Hattie.
She does, huh?
Yes, sir. And mind not delivering her outfit on time, well, there'll be a real catastrophe. You see, Hattie's aiming to marry her Fern off to this young Monty Prince. And she'll probably manage it, too. Hattie usually gets her own way. Uh-oh. Look over there, mister. Buggy coming up the trail. That'll be Hattie and Fern on the way to the crown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, it's too late to do anything about the dress now if they're started off. Yeah, the best thing for me to do is to stay out of sight. I'll get my wagon over here under these trees here. Easy, Francis, easy now.
But what do you... They're bound to see you sitting there.
Oh, you don't know Hattie Ames like I do.
What do you mean?
Why, she's as nearsighted as a buffalo. Can't see her hand in front of her face unless she's wearing her bifocals.
Oh.
And she won't be wearing them either. Not if she's heading for a shindig.
Well, what about the daughter?
Well, I told you, Fern takes after her mother. She's as blind as a bat without her spectacles.
I see.
Here they come. There. What did they tell you?
Oh, doggone. They never even glanced over toward us, did they?
No, not a glance. Well, I guess I might as well mosey over to the Davis Ranch. Nice meeting you, Mr.
No, I'm sorry, friendly. I meant to introduce myself. My name's Ponset, Britt Ponset.
Oh! Why, Mr. Ponset, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, no reason why you should, friendly. No reason you should.
Well, I heard so much about you. And that gun. Here, Mr. Ponset, here. I got me some samples of a new hair tonic. Smells real elegant, too. Maybe you'd like to try it. They say it'll grow fuzz on... Not that there's anything matter with your hair, you understand.
Well, my supply's kind of decreasing. A little tonic might be very handy.
All right, sir. Just a second now. I got it right back here. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, thanks, friendly.
My pleasure, Mr. Ponset. My pleasure. Well,
Say, I just happened to think, what happened to the other daughter? Well, that buggy that just went by, there were only 2 women in it. Now, the girl I met back at the farm, she wasn't
Oh, you mean Cindy Lou? Well, she wouldn't be going to Prince's dance.
She wouldn't have.
No. You see, Hattie ain't got much use for her. Cindy ain't Hattie's real kin. She's just a stepdaughter.
Oh.
Yeah, Hattie and Fern, well, they just seem to go out of their way to make things miserable for her. Like this here dance, for instance. Everybody knows that Monty Prince and Cindy Lou used to be real friendly when they was kids. Well, she'd probably give her eye tooth to go to that party tonight, see him again, but, well...
It's too bad she can't.
Yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Why, she don't even have a dress to her name. You know, I've got a hunch she'd be real pretty if Hattie ever allowed her to fix herself up.
Well, she seemed a mighty nice-looking girl to me.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Why shouldn't Cindy Lou go to that dance tonight? With all the stuff in this wagon, I could fix her up so she'd be the prettiest girl there.
Oh, maybe you could, friendly. Maybe you could.
It'd sure be a good trick to play on Hattie and Fern. Why, if they couldn't tell my wagon at 50 feet, they'd never know Cindy Lou when I got done with her. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Why?
Well, girl can't go to square dance all by herself. She's got to have an escort.
Oh, I suppose so. But, now hold on, friendly. What, you don't mean me?
Well, you're a friend of the princess. You said so yourself.
Why, I'm old enough to be her...
If we don't hurry, Mr. Ponset, square dance will be all over. Come on. Step lively there, Francis. Come on there, Peggy. Let's go traveling. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Don't understand, Mr. DeWitt. You mean you want to loan me a dress?
And all the trimmings, Cindy Lou. Before I get done with you, you'll be so dooted up that your own stepmother won't recognize you.
And you want to take me to the dance, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, sure. That is, if you want to go. Yeah.
Well, that's right kindly of you both, but the fact is, I don't have no interest in attending the doings at the Crown.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, in that case...
I don't know where you ever got such a notion, Mr. DeWitt. As if I cared anything about seeing Monty Prince again. Why, I haven't even thought of him since he went away to school. Not once.
Hmm? Well, I reckon your stepsister Fern's done some thinking about him.
A lot of good it'll do her. Monty wouldn't look to... I mean, it's none of my business, one way or the other.
No, I guess it isn't. I'm sorry we bothered you. Let's go, friendly.
Okay, Mr. Ponset. Night, Cindy Lou.
Mr. DeWitt.
Hmm? Was there something you wanted, Cindy?
I guess maybe I'm acting kind of ungrateful. I mean, well, you both did put yourself out for me, and it was real generous of you to do it. I don't suppose it would do me no harm to go to that square dance. For a little while, anyway. If you really want me to.
Well, now, that's more like it. Let's see now. The first thing we got to do is find a dress. You come on out to my wagon, Cindy. We'll pick something that'll make you look like a princess. Yes, sir, a real princess.
Well, I want to tell you, Friendly wasn't very far wrong. That's just exactly how Cindy Lou looked when she came out of that bedroom about half an hour later. And for a minute, we just stood there, just not saying a word, just staring at her.
Is something wrong? Don't I look good enough to go to the dance?
Good enough? Why, Cindy Lou, you're as pretty as a picture. Ain't you, Brett?
Why, she sure is. Well, if you're all ready, Cindy. Well...
there's just one thing. We forgot the shoes.
Shoes?
I don't have any party slippers of my own.
Oh. Well, you see, Cindy Lou, that's about the only item I don't stock in my wagon. I guess you can make do with the shoes you're wearing, can't you?
Oh, I don't see how. I mean, well, look at them yourself.
Yeah, no. No, wait. I am carrying one pair of fancy slippers. They're part of the Davis girls' wedding outfit.
Well?
No. I couldn't loan them to Cindy, though. I got to leave for the Davis ranch as soon as you two start off for the dance. I promised I'd be there first thing in the morning, and it's a good 8 hours drive in that wagon of mine.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Well, it was real nice of you both, anyhow. I'll never forget what you tried to do for me and how I felt when I put on this dress. How wonderful.
Now, hold on, Cindy. Hold on.
It's all right.
Just let me do some figuring here. Let's see. If I was to leave here by midnight, I could be at the Davis place along about 8 a.m. That ought to be early enough. Well, there ain't no reason why you both couldn't be back here before 12 o'clock, is there?
No reason at all.
Well, then I guess the next thing to do is to find out whether them slippers will fit or not. I'll bring them right in.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Mr. Ponce. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It all seems like something out of a storybook.
You know, Cindy, I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, here you are, Cindy. Try them on.
Gee, they sure do look small, don't they?
Yeah? You think you can make it?
I don't... Oh, there. Oh, it is kind of tight, but...
Well, try the other one. If you can get one on, the other ought to go, too.
There.
Good. Now, you going to be able to walk all right?
Oh, I'll be able to walk all right, Mr. DeWitt. The way I feel I could almost fly.
Well, then you better get started. You won't have too long to the dance, you know. And don't forget, Brett, you got to have her back here by midnight.
Don't worry, Friendly. I won't forget.
You are listening to James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, the story of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the great Southwest. Now, Act 2 of the story called when the shoe doesn't fit.
I hoisted Cindy Lou up on Scar, and she managed to seat herself in front of the saddle. I kind of held on to her to keep her from falling off, and we started off for the Crown Ranch. It took us about 45 minutes to get there, and that party was in full swing when we walked into the parlor.
Rope your cow and brand your calf. Bring your honey an hour and a half.
Floyd Prince came over to the door when he saw us and told me we're more than welcome. He's real nice considering I'd invited myself. I sort of managed to avoid mentioning Cindy Lou's name, and what with all the hubdub, Floyd didn't seem to notice that I hadn't introduced her properly. But Floyd's son, Monty, well, he didn't wait for any introduction. He just took one look at Cindy, and that was the last I saw of her. As far as I could tell, the other girls at the party were just completely out of the picture from then on. I waited until there was an intermission and the dancing, and I moseyed over to the punch bowl.
Oh, can I help you, Mr. Ponset?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Ames, Hattie Ames.
Oh, how do, Miss Ames?
Oh, Fern, over here, dear. I want you to meet somebody. This is my daughter, Fern, Mr. Ponset.
I'm pleased to meet you, Fern.
Well, speak up. Fern's sort of shy.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, that young lady that you brought to the party, she doesn't seem to be spending much time with you, does she? Oh, that's the trouble when a man brings a pretty girl to a dance. He's apt to find himself all alone. Fern, stop your fidgeting. Of course, now, some girls have character as well as looks.
All right,
I say.
Grab your partners for the next dance. And I'll tell everybody going in.
Oh, my goodness. They're starting another dance. Now, Mr. Ponset, don't think that you have to ask my permission to dance with Fern. You just go right ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Fern? Like I said, I'm not much of a square dancer, but there just didn't seem to be any way of turning Fern down. Well, I guess I should say there wasn't any way of turning her mother down. So, we did our best. Whoop. Sorry, Fern. As the evening wore on, it didn't look like she had any other partner lined up. Well, I figured it was up to me to sort of fill in. Whoop. Oh, I sure didn't mean to kick you, Fern. There's one thing about her, though. She sure didn't talk a man to death. And somehow the time passed, and the next thing I knew, it was after 11 o'clock. Now, that meant Cindy and I had to be starting home, so I looked around for her, but she wasn't in sight. I excused myself from Fern and headed out the front porch. Yeah, Cindy was there all right, but the thing that surprised me was she was all alone. Looked like she'd been crying. Cindy.
Oh, Mr. Ponset.
What, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine, just fine.
Where's Marty?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you'd better find him and say goodnight.
I never want to see him again. Not as long as I live.
Oh. Well, what happened? I thought you two were hitting it off real good.
I thought so, too, at first. While we were inside dancing, everything was just wonderful. And then, all of a sudden, he started acting like he didn't care about me at all. Said he couldn't be spending all his time with one girl. He had to dance with some of the others.
Mm-hmm. Well, after all, the party is in his honor.
And that ain't all, Mr. Ponset. He didn't even know who I was.
Well, didn't you tell him?
Well, I thought sure he'd know. I never figured he'd forget me, not in just a few years.
Well, you've changed, Cindy, and the way you're all fixed up tonight.
Oh, that wouldn't matter. Not if Monty really liked me. I'd never forget him. I'd know him no matter how much he changed or how he dressed.
Well, all you had to do was just tell him who you were, you know.
No, I just couldn't. And you mustn't tell him either. You've got to promise me you won't. Now, please, Mr. Ponce.
Well, if that's what you want. Well, I think maybe we'd better leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready.
You got everything?
I guess so. Why?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd lost one of your slippers or...
My slippers? Whatever gave you that idea?
I don't know. I just sort of crossed my mind somehow. Never mind. I'll get Scott. Well, it just goes to show you that stories in real life don't work out the same way. Instead of falling in love, Cindy and Monty Prince were just far away as ever, even farther. And there didn't seem to be any way of getting them together either. Leastways, he wasn't going to be able to do it by finding one of her slippers at the dance, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, she couldn't have lost a shoe at the dance if she'd wanted to. When we got her home, we found out she couldn't even get them off.
Doggone it, Cindy, you must not be trying. Well, you didn't have this much trouble getting them on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt. I'm doing my best. My feet must have swelled up from the dancing or something. The slippers just...
Here, let me do it.
Oh, sure.
Why, they're just plain stuck fast.
I know. Maybe in the morning my feet will go back to normal. And then you...
Hey, look out the window there, friendly. Isn't that a buggy out there?
Holy smoke. Fern and Hattie. So long, Cindy. Bye, Britt.
Oh, wait a minute, friendly. I don't want them catching me here either.
But what about the slippers in the wedding tomorrow?
The bride's wearing a long dress, reaches clear down to the floor. She can get married in the bare feet if she has to.
Well, thanks for everything.
Good night, Cindy. I'm sorry things didn't work out better for you, but good night. Well, along about noontime the next day, I was in my hotel room washing up for Sunday dinner. They were planning to serve fried chicken and corn fritters and apple pie. The Castle Hotel always put the food on family style, so I figured I'd better be real prompt or there wouldn't be any... Yeah? Yeah, come in. Oh, Monty. Oh, what are you doing in town?
I came to see you, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, is that so?
It's about that girl you brought out to the Crown last night.
Well, I sort of had the impression you weren't too interested in her.
Oh, I'm interested, all right. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
How's that?
Well, you see, Mr. Ponset, before I went back east, I was real fond of another girl. Cindy Lou Ames, her name is.
Oh.
And we sort of promised that we'd wait for each other. But last night, that girl with you, well, she sort of made me forget Cindy.
She did, huh?
For a while, anyway. And then I remembered, and I felt real bad because it didn't seem like I was being fair to Cindy. So I went inside and I left the other girl to herself. But doggone it, all night long I kept thinking about both girls, and they sort of got mixed up in my mind. I couldn't even keep them straight.
Uh-huh. You've got quite a problem there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Ponset. I finally managed to get... Oh.
Cindy Lou.
Hello, Monty.
Golly, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd be at the dance last night.
Were you?
You know, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I guess I haven't. They're in this paper bag, Mr. Ponset. Those things I borrowed last night.
Oh.
I thought maybe you could return them to Mr. DeWitt for me.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be running into him again, Cindy.
Here, Mr. Ponset. Now be careful. Don't... Oh, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, doggone it, Cindy. I just sort of slipped out of my fingers. Well, here, I'll put these party shoes back in the sack. There.
Well, goodbye, and thanks. Goodbye, Monty.
Cindy, wait a minute. Where'd you get those shoes?
I don't know what you mean.
Why, they're the same ones they're exactly the same. Cindy, Lou, you were at the square dance last night. You and that other girl... Why, there wasn't any other girl. It was you. No wonder I couldn't get you straightened out in my...
What are you talking about?
Tell her, Mr. Ponset, what I told you just before she came in.
Well, I think maybe you'd better tell her yourself, Monty. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of anxious to get downstairs while there's still some fried chicken left, so...
Now, you listen to me,
you'll
Cindy.
excuse
I've
me.
been in love with you ever since I can remember.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And it doesn't matter what kind of a dress you wear or how your hair is fixed or...
Well, there wasn't much point in my hanging around to see if Cindy and Monty would finally get together. There's only one way a story like this can end. I guess you know as well as I do. They were just bound to live happily ever after.
The Six Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Burt and is based on a character created by him.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not with Nan Gray.
Lux presents Hollywood. These programs, ladies and gentlemen, are made possible through your purchases of our products and are the means our sponsors take of showing you their appreciation. Tonight finds us headlining Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley in that great stage and screen success, She Loves Me Not. As guests, Molly Merrick, noted author and movie reporter, and Miss Una McClelland of the University of Southern California. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. We turn our program over now to the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Back in 1925, at just about this time of year, a footsore young man tramped into Los Angeles with assets consisting of a drum, a voice with a husk in it, a knack of phrasing songs that was entirely new, and $15 in cash. He'd driven from Spokane, Washington, but his automobile had expired several miles back on the edge of the San Fernando Valley. His name was Harry, but he was heard first at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles under his nickname, Bing. Later, he toured with Paul Whiteman's orchestra. Then radio catapulted him into national fame and Hollywood. Bing Crosby today is one of the biggest box office attractions in motion pictures. His voice and personality lure millions to their loudspeakers weekly. His phonograph records are bestsellers the world over. Few names in sports are more respected than Bing's. He owns a large stable of racehorses, plays championship golf, and is actively concerned in football and prize fighting. In spite of these multiple interests, you're very likely on a Sunday morning to find the screen's #1 crooner singing in a choir of a small church near Hollywood. Recipient of countless honors, his latest is the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Music, bestowed a few weeks ago by Gonzaga College, where Bing once studied law. Tonight, he becomes a college student once again, as he reenacts the role of Paul Lawton, which he played on the screen for Paramount in Howard Lindsay's rich comedy, She Loves Me Not. Starred with Bing is the ever-delightful Joan Blondell as Curly Flagg. Daughter of a vaudeville comedian, Joan has been on the stage in all parts of the world since childhood. Few stars in Hollywood have worked so hard for success or deserve it more. Discovered on Broadway by Warner Brothers, her talent in both comedy and drama has been established in a score of hit films. And we look forward to seeing Joan next in The Perfect Specimen. From the new Universal Studios comes Nan Gray, a discovery whom Hollywood has been watching very closely since her splendid performance in Three Smart Girls. Nan's next film is called More Than Love, And tonight she's heard as Midge Mercer. Barbara Weeks plays Frances, Sterling Holloway is Buzz Jones, and William Frawley of Paramount Studio is Gus McNeil. Now for the brighter side of higher education. The Lux Radio Theater presents She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray. It's Monday night in the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. On the dance floor, Curly Flagg, a vivacious little blonde, is in the middle of her first number.
You're gonna lose your gal. You don't know who's your gal.
In a dimly lighted corner of the club, a gangster sits alone over a cup of coffee. Another gangster threads his way through the tables and stands behind him. Suddenly, there's a shot.
Curly, what's the matter out there? Tess, I just saw a man get shot. I heard it here in the dressing room. Yeah, right in the middle of my number. A guy pulls out a gun and... You see him? Sure. It all happened right in front of me. Oh, where's my coat? Where's my coat? I gotta get out of here. Why? You think I want to get mixed up in this? The cops will grab me for a witness and throw me in the jug for months. But Curly, you ain't even taken off your costume. Well, I ain't got time. So long, Tess. Curly, where you going? I don't know, but I gotta get out of here fast.
Papy, gangster shot in Hilarity Club. Police hunt singer Curly Flagg. Papy.
Hey, Golly, this is as far as I go.
Thanks. I'll get out here then. Would you mind telling me the name of this place?
This is Purnell, Gurley, and them buildings over there is dormitories, part of Purnell University.
Oh, a college, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the lift, mister.
So, all right. Night.
Night.
This period of English literature to the year 106 is called Old English or Anglo-Saxon. Come in.
Hello.
What? Hey, wait, you can't come in here. Women aren't allowed in the dormitories.
Well, there ain't no signs up that I can see. Hey, are you one of these college students?
Yes, but I won't be if you...
I've been watching you through the window, and when I saw you eating that piece of cake, well, I just couldn't help it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? A piece of cake? Well, here. That's a cinch.
Thanks.
What, you want a glass of water?
Uh-huh. Yes.
You feel better now?
Oh, I was awful hungry.
What's the matter? You broke?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean you're actually starving.
Well, I don't suppose you really starve for about a week or 10 days, do you?
Oh, well, here. We'll go on down to a restaurant and get you fed right.
I can't.
Why not?
The police are after me.
Police?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's a murder case.
Murder?
Yeah, but I didn't do it. They want me for a material witness.
You mean you actually saw somebody get murdered?
Yeah, but I didn't know who the guy that done it. I only saw the back of his head. You see, I was doing my number at the time.
Number?
Yeah, at the Hilarity Club where I work. I didn't even take time to change.
Well, look, if you didn't do it...
Say, I knew a girl once that got mixed up in a murder. Perfectly innocent, you understand? And they held her in jail for 4 months. I ain't going to sit in no jail for 4 months, I'll tell you those.
Gee. Can they really do that to you?
Sure, if you can't put up no bond.
That's a darn shame. Say, look, my allowance doesn't come until next week, but I can let you have...
That's no use. This is a big-time murder. They'll be watching for me everywhere. It's no good taking your money and walking right into a cop's arms, you know.
No. Well, there must be something we can do.
Hey, you boys get a pretty good break here. It's nice. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I looked in your window a long time before I got my nerve up. You look like somebody that might help a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds like somebody doing taps.
Huh?
Listen.
Oh, that's, up there, that's Buzz Jones. He's got the room over this. He's a swell tap dancer.
Yeah?
You see, I think I'll go up and talk to Buzz a minute. You stay here, huh?
Oh, well, you'll be back, won't you?
Oh, sure. We'll think of some way to help you out of this.
Okay.
Hey, Buzz.
Hiya, Paul.
Cut that out, will you? Now listen, what do you think I got downstairs in my room?
I'm on the wagon till after commencement.
No, no kidding, Buzz. It's a girl, a chorus girl, right out of a nightclub.
Yeah? Just lift up my typewriter over there, will you? You'll find the Queen of Sheba.
No, listen, Buzz, this is on the level.
You mean you got a girl in your room? A female girl?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. A nightclub chorus girl, boy.
Oh, and only 2 weeks before you graduate. Listen, Paul, it's not worth it. You better chase her out of here so darn fast.
Well, I can't. She's wanted by the police. She's mixed up in a murder.
Look, will you just quietly get on out of here? I got to study.
No, Buzz, honest, it's true. She's down there. She didn't do the murder. She just saw it done, and the police want her for a witness. Say they can keep her in jail for 6 months or a year until the case comes to trial, if it ever does. She's in trouble, Buzz, and we got to help her.
You get in the darndest messes. How do you do it?
Well, you're in on this one, too, now. I declared you in.
Oh, just foul, huh? You know how it's going to look if we get caught?
Yes, but... Well, if one man were caught hiding a girl in the dormitory, it might look bad. Very bad, but 2 men? No.
No, 2 men makes it fine.
Well, look, come on downstairs, will you? Come on, I want you to meet her.
Oh, that'll be just ducky.
Say, it's a good thing the other fellas in this entry are out tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, but we're taking plenty of risks as it is.
Well, go on, go ahead in.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
This is, Buzz Jones.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Curly Flagg.
Miss Flagg, I salute you.
Buzz and I are going to take care of you.
Oh, yes?
Well, now, look, we'll just hide her here until the whole thing blows over, huh? We can dress her up in boys' clothes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Buzz, you're a genius. We'll have to cut her hair, of course.
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Paul, did you ever cut anybody's hair?
No, but I used to mow the front lawn when I was a sprout.
That's the same thing. Come on.
I got some nail scissors here someplace.
Wait a minute. I'm not so crazy about this.
Now, my dear young woman, I must ask you please not to interrupt. Now, would you rather we trimmed your hair or turned you over to the cops?
Well, do you think I ought to pull?
Sure.
Okay.
Get the scissors.
Right here.
It'll grow out again in jail, I suppose.
You're not going to jail. You ready, Buzz?
Sure.
Ready, Curly?
I guess so.
All set? Go.
Next. Shine. Manicure. Next.
Listen, take it easy.
Oh, hold still, will you? How can I cut your hair if you're going to jump around?
How
like
about
that?
a nice shampoo?
You might spoil my looks, you know. Ain't you done yet? I'll be bald-headed in a minute.
Oh, look out, will you? Now, that was your fault.
What'd you do?
Well, I just went a little deeper than I had figured.
Oh.
How's it look, Buzz?
Well, it looks kind of chewed, but could be worse.
Well, let me see. Where's the mirror?
Right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, I make a pretty good-looking boy at that, don't I? Sis boom bar. Yeah, college.
Hey, shut up. You know, if they catch her, Paul, you're going to graduate awful sudden.
Yeah, I know. Where's she going to sleep?
Well, look, I tell you, I'll run up to New York tonight and tackle the old man about a job for her. So she can stay in my room, huh?
Who is your old man, Buzz?
He's president of Super Sound Pictures. Why?
You mean you're going to get me in the movies? Oh, boy.
Here, pipe down, will you? Look, I think I'll write some friends about some more work for her, huh? You know, I might even wire my dad in Detroit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
uncle, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't wire Francis if I were you. She might not like it so much.
Why not? Who's Francis?
His fiancée.
Oh, he's got one of those, huh?
Yeah, now look, come on, Curly. Upstairs to my room. We'll get you those boys' clothes and lock you in for the night.
Well. So long, Paul.
Good night. Now, remember, if you need anything, just tap on the floor. I'll hear you.
Oh, tap on the floor, huh? Sure. Well, see you later, my old college chum.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter up here? Stop that.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it? I was doing a dance for you.
You're doing a dance?
Yeah, I just routine a swell comedy dance. I wanted to show it to you.
Well, this is no time to be showing me a dance. Now, why don't you go to bed? Gee, you must be dead.
No, I'm feeling great. You boys have been so good to me. Especially you. Gee, you're a swell kid.
Thanks. But I've got a 9 o'clock lecture. I think I better get some sleep.
Oh, don't walk out on me. Let's have a cigarette together, huh?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. Now sit down over there. I get scared up here all alone. I get awful scared.
Well, it sort of scares me, too.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm not kidding. This is serious. You know, we're trying to help you, but we're taking awful chances to do it.
I know it.
You got to be careful. You got to help us all you can.
Sure I will. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Give us a kiss, Polly Wolly.
What? Say, listen.
Good.
Get off my lap.
Hey, what's the idea? I ain't no sack of potatoes. Who do you think you're tossing around? Fresh.
Now, you listen to me, Curly Flag, and get this through your head. I got no more of that kind of interest in you than I have in the congressional record. No more than I'd have in a horse if I saw a man beating him and made him stop. That wouldn't mean I wanted to have a schmoozling party with the horse, would it?
Oh, you...
Now, don't you ever do anything like that to me again.
Oh, you get out of here. You get out, you see? Don't ever come back.
Good night.
Good night, you rotten barber.
Story, Dad. I figured you might be able to help her out. Paul Lawton's got her hidden in my room. We got to keep it quiet, of course.
Of course.
Then you'll help her, Dad?
Certainly I will. Now, if you'll just step outside a minute, Buzz, I'm pretty busy.
Okay. Now, but don't forget, keep it quiet.
So long, Buzz. Hello? Give me the publicity department, quick. Hello, publicity. This you, Gus? Well, listen, Gus. Super Sound Pictures has a new star. Yeah, her name is Curly Flag. Don't ask me what she looks like. I don't know. But it's the biggest publicity story of the year.
Mother, just look at this.
Yes, Francis? What is it, Francis?
It's Paul. He's involved with a nightclub girl, a murderess.
Paul Lawton?
There's a picture in the paper. I'm going to break our engagement.
Oh, my dear, don't do anything hasty.
Hasty? I'm going down to Purnell this minute.
Take a telegram, Miss Higley.
Yes, Mr. Lawton?
The Dean, Purnell University. My nephew, Paul Lawton, senior class, wires me he has met, quote, deserving chorus girl, unquote. Most unfortunate to expose him to dangerous associates. Suggest you investigate and advise me of situation. Charles M. Lawton. That's all. Oh, wait a moment. Take another one. Paul Lawton, 54 Anderson Hall, Purnell. Astounded and uneasy, contents your wire. Stop. Insist you drop a fare immediately. Stop. There is no such thing as a deserving chorus girl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Paul Lawton. I'd like to see Dean Mercer, please. Is he home?
He should be here any minute. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Who is it, Martha? A young man to see your father, Miss Mercer.
Have him come in.
Will you go in, please?
Thanks. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm Dean Mercer's daughter, Midge Mercer.
His daughter?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Paul Lawton, senior class.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I didn't know Dean Mercer had a daughter.
Well, I've only been home from Paris a little while. I've been living over there studying.
Music?
Yes. Oh, you must be the Paul Lawton that wrote the music for the last Triangle show.
That's right.
I've been running over some of it. It's delightful.
Thank you.
As long as you're here.
'Cause I'm on my way to you.
That's lovely.
Thanks. Well...
Oh, you're not through yet. Sit down.
See, I'm really here on some serious business.
What have you been doing?
Doing?
Well, when a student calls on Father, he's generally been up to mischief.
Well, you're more or less right.
What have you done?
Well, it's...
Oh, come on. Confession's good for the soul.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's rather foolish and complicated. You wouldn't care for it.
You have a story to tell Father. Don't you think you might better rehearse it on me? Come, Lawton. What have you to say for yourself?
Well, I have a sneaking idea your father got a telegram about me.
Oh, one just came. There it is on the table.
Yes.
Can you divine what it says?
Something probably about explaining how it happens that a respectable university allows me to get myself involved with chorus girls.
I'm fascinated. Then you're involved with chorus girls.
No, that's why it's all so silly. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to be?
No. Now that I've met you, I got trouble enough.
Well spoken, sir. But if there isn't any chorus girl, why should...
But there is.
Make up your mind.
Her name is Curly Flagg.
Well?
Well, Buzz Jones, Buzz is about the best friend I got in college, I guess. We met this girl, and she was hungry and had no place to sleep.
Yes?
And she said she'd been a chorus girl in a nightclub in Philadelphia. There'd been some trouble, so she ran away. And, well, we took her name and her address.
Her address?
Yes, sure, so we could let her know what turned up.
Oh. She didn't have any place to sleep, but she had an address. Care of the Ritz, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she knew where she could get a room.
Oh. It's a fine story, but I wouldn't try it on Father. Will you answer one question truthfully? Is she the girl the police are looking for in connection with that nightclub shooting business in Philadelphia?
What?
Yes or no?
Well, where did you get such an idea?
You used her right name, Curly Flagg, and it's been in all the papers.
Hmm.
It's all right, really. I'll never tell a soul. Now, if you'll tell me the truth, we'll see what can be done to help you. Where is she now?
In Buzz Jones's room.
What?
We cut her hair.
You did what?
We cut her hair with the nail scissors, and we filed her away. She's dressed up like a boy.
Oh, I must see her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Mr. Lawton. I'll get you out of your trouble, but under certain conditions. I must meet Curly Flagg.
No, can't be done.
If you'll promise to let me see that haircut, I'll open this telegram. If it's the one you're expecting, I'll tear it up. Father will never see it.
You'll do that?
If I can meet Curly Flagg. When is everyone likely to be out of the dormitories?
Well, nearly everybody goes to dinner within, a few minutes after 6, I think.
Say 10 past 6, then?
Yeah.
I'll be there at 6:10. What's the address?
54 Anderson. But what about that telegram?
Here it is, and here it goes.
Hey, that's really swell of you. For a while this morning, I thought I was going to get into some trouble.
Midge?
Look out. And here, Father.
Oh, hello, Midge, dear. Oh, Lawton, isn't it?
Yes, sir. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Lawton wrote this music. You know, the Triangle Show, so he came over to play it for me.
Oh, yes, very creditable. Please go on.
Sing that last one again, Mr. Lawton.
Yes, of course. I'm humming when my daily work is through.
Very nice. Oh, Midge.
Yes, Father?
Midge, is there a telegram here for me?
Why, no, Father.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, that's strange. The telegraph office called me and said they delivered one here.
Oh, well, you know how those things happen.
Well, it's not so important, really. You see, they read it to me over the phone.
Oh.
In a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray. Meantime, let's look in at the Brown Derby, that famous Hollywood restaurant. We're sure to find it filled with movie people, perhaps several of the beautiful women whose names are known to film goers the world over. But tonight, we're interested in the conversation of two little waitresses. One of them has just come to Hollywood. Naturally, she's impressed.
Gee, I can't believe it. Me being so close to Clark Gable, I could reach out and touch him. And, I nearly dropped my tray. Isn't that Claudette Colbert over there?
It sure is. Stunning, isn't she?
I'll say. What a complexion. Oh, what wouldn't I give to know how she keeps it so gorgeous?
You mean to say you don't know? You are a greenie.
Oh, well, anyway, knowing won't do me any good. Look at the money they have to spend.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. 9 out of 10 of these swell-looking screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that guards against cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin?
Sure. Cosmetic skins are the little blemishes and enlarged pores that develop when you let your pores get choked with dust and stale cosmetics, when you don't remove them thoroughly.
Do you use Lux toilet soap?
I sure do. Whenever I put on fresh makeup and every night before I go to bed.
Gee, I'm learning things. I'll buy some Lux toilet soap on my way home tonight.
I can see you're the kind that learns fast. You'll get along.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley. The same evening, a few minutes before 6, in Buzz Jones' room, Curly Flagg stands in front of the mirror admiring her boy's costume, which consists of rather baggy trousers and an old windbreaker. Gus McNeil, publicity director for Super Sound Pictures, knocks quietly at the door. Curly turns quickly, putting on her very heaviest male voice.
Who is it?
Hiya.
Hello,
Bud Jones is out of town. I'm his cousin.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed baboon.
All right. Go ahead and be it someplace else.
Hey, that's a good performance. You know, I've seen dames play little boys before, but... Hey, let's see you walk.
Let's see you walk. Just turn around and walk out.
Now listen, Curly.
I don't know what you're talking about or who you are, but you better get out of here before I call my cousin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now listen, my name's McNeil. Gus McNeil. Here's my card. Now read it and take it all back.
Oh. Oh, you're from Super Sound Pictures.
Well, if you see it on my card, it must be so.
How do I know you're really from Super Sound?
Oh, now look, Curly, we're wasting time. May we, speak freely?
I guess so.
Well, very well. To begin with, how'd you like to be featured in your first picture?
Wow.
Be quiet. When I want an answer, I'll ask for it. Now, to continue, Mr. J. Thorvald Jones has an impression that Super Sound may be able to use you, and he's delegated me to decide. There are several things to be settled. Your age, your figure, your salary, and you may have to go to a hospital for a few days to get your voice cut out of your nose and grafted into your throat.
Say, listen.
You listen. I'll do all the talking. If Super Sound gives you a contract, they'll post any necessary bonds with the police for your appearance. Your legal troubles will be finished. Would you like that?
I certainly would.
All right. Now, I have a cameraman downstairs. We're going to take a bunch of photographs. Tomorrow we'll do a newsreel. You're to work under my absolute orders, understand?
But look at...
You look at... Now, here's the gag. We've got a college picture on the fire now, but it's terrible. Beatrice Yvonne is starred, but we're going to fire her, and you'll take her place.
Wow.
Quiet, quiet. I'm going downstairs and help Andy get the camera ready. Then I'm going over to the hotel and see if Joe Arkle from the United Press has got in yet. Baby, we're going to plaster your name on the front page of every newspaper from here to Seattle and back.
Oh, Mr. McNeil.
Midge!
Is this Mr. Lawton's room?
Oh, come on in, Midge.
Hello, Paul.
I've been expecting you.
I hope no one saw me coming.
Oh, there's not much danger of that at this hour.
Nice room you've got here. Except for those steins.
Those steins? Well, I'll positively break them all the first thing in the morning. Now, what did your father say after I left?
Nothing, which usually means trouble.
Well, he asked me to go to his office tomorrow morning. What am I going to tell him?
We'll decide that after I see Curly. Where is our heroine?
Upstairs. She'll wait.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we might talk a little.
All right, let's talk.
Yes, let's talk. Well, I'm not so good at talking.
Oh, is this the piano the maestro uses when he writes his operas?
That's it. I've been here all afternoon, cut 2 lectures and a lab session, just to write something extra special for this occasion.
How interesting. I've had poems written to me, but never songs. Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
For you. Listen.
Just what I mean. It's old as the hills, it's true. To whisper I love you, I do. But when I say I love you, I do. And when I pray that we'll never part, it's straight from the shoulder, right from the heart to you.
That's a lot better than talking. Are you going to devote your life to music?
Oh, no. Surgery. And you?
Well, surgeons come in handy at times. May I keep this?
Well, you're the one it was written for. Midge.
Please don't.
Midge, listen, Midge.
Stop it, please. Why did you do that?
What?
I suppose I should have expected something like this. Coming here. You were no more than polite.
Oh, no, now please,
Oh, I'm always getting into idiotic situations. I quite understand how you got the impression that this would be my idea of a perfect way to pass the time.
Oh, no, please, I didn't think anything of the kind. I didn't mean to kiss you.
Then why did you?
Well, because I'm in love with you.
Well, I'm not in love with you. At least...
At least what, Midge?
I'm not sure what.
Oh, Midge,
Well, good evening.
Francis, well...
Come in, Mother. Francis, dear. I thought I'd find the lady friend in this room. How nice.
Well, what are you doing here?
Surprised, aren't you? And as for you cheap chorus girl.
Francis, you...
Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, we're engaged to be married.
We were engaged to be married.
My dear, my dear.
Oh, that's all very well, Mother. But if you think I'm going to walk into my fiancé's room and find him with this woman and say nothing about it...
I'm afraid this is all a little over my head. I suppose it means something, but I don't know what. Paul might have explained it to me, but he didn't. Thank you all for a most entertaining performance.
Now you've fixed it. That was Miss Mercer, the dean's daughter.
Oh, the dean's daughter. In the first place, I don't believe it. In the second place, what was she doing in your room, whoever she was?
Now, you keep quiet. I'd like to know who asked you to come into my room, sneaking in, trying to catch me at something.
Children, really.
Mother, we're going to have this out.
Yes, you bet we are.
Francis, dear, I won't allow it. I can't.
Where's your dear, sweet, deserving chorus girl, then? Or are you afraid I'd offend her, too?
Well, you offend me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
Children.
I'm not a complete fool.
Yes, you are. You'd wait till I get a chance to explain.
I'll wait for nothing. Come, Mother.
Now, listen.
No, I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. And I wouldn't marry you if you had twice as much money.
Hello there, buddy.
Who are you? This is Buzz Jones' room, and he's out of town.
Oh, that's all right, fella. I ain't looking for no Buzz Jones. I got a date with a dame in this college somewhere.
You can't hang around in here. Beat it.
I ain't going to hurt nobody, kid. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to catch me breath.
Well, catch your breath outside.
Now, look at here, guy.
If you don't get out of here, I'll send for some of the boys downstairs.
Say, wait a minute. Come here, let's take a good look at you. Hey, you go to school here, kid?
No, I just come down to visit my cousin.
Oh, you're just here on a visit, huh?
Yeah, going back home tomorrow.
Yeah, back to the hilarity.
Huh?
Hello, Curly.
Oh, what do you mean?
The boys down at the hilarity asked me to look you up, the old Sid. Give my regards to Curly Flagg.
I'm not Curly Flagg. I'm not Curly Flagg.
Oh, so you ain't Curly
No,
Flagg?
no, I'm not.
You know why I'm here, Curly? The Bull's just looking for you as a witness. You might tell him what you seen that night.
I didn't see anything. I tell you, I didn't.
Yeah, but supposing the Bulls went to work on you with a rubber hose.
Oh, I didn't see anything, I tell you.
We ain't taking no chances. You and me is going for a ride.
Oh, you keep away
it
from
ain't
me.
no use, Curly. Let's get going.
No.
Shut up. You hear? I'll put you in the push.
Help!
What's the matter?
Oh, Paul.
Hey, what are you doing here? Get away from her.
Get away yourself,
Look out, he's got a gun. No. Oh, boy. You knocked him out cold, Paul. Golly, I was so scared.
Who is he?
He's a gangster from the Hilarity Club. He wanted to take me away from here so the cops couldn't get at me.
You mean he came here to take...
Yeah, to rub me out. Gee, you saved my life.
Good Lord.
I'll bet he's got his whole gang with him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You see? There. Now, what did I tell you?
He's coming in.
Well, sock him. Sock him hard.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about?
Ow. Oh, what you hit him for?
Shut that door. Who's he?
That's Mr. McNeil, the best friend I got.
Well, how did I know that?
He's going to get me in the movies. You just went and ruined my whole career.
Now, look here, Curly.
I'll bet he's dead. Oh, dear.
Maybe that's one of them. Now, grab that vase on the table and stand behind the door. When I open the door, let him have it.
All right, I got it.
Lawton, what's the meaning of all this?
Oh. Will you look at what you've done?
Dear, I blew him out like a light. Who is it?
That was only Mercer, the dean of the college.
Well, that makes us even.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
While waiting for Act 3 of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray, we'll have an interlude with a real student from a real college. Many people have the idea that a modern college consists of a football field surrounded by pretty girls and a few classrooms. But while the University of Southern California has its share of gridiron heroes and dazzling co-eds, it's also one of the finest schools on the West Coast, and I believe the only university in the world offering a complete course in cinematography. Cinematography is a college word meaning the art of making motion pictures. To tell us what Hollywood in a classroom is like, I've chosen one of the students at random. She's turned out to be Miss Una McClelland. And if beauty is a requirement in cinematography, I'd say Miss McClelland must be on the honor roll.
That's all very nice, Mr. DeMille, but it may lead some people to believe that all we're interested in is in becoming stars. Actually, we haven't any illusions about becoming Garbos or Gables. We simply realize that motion pictures are one of the greatest forces in modern life, and we think it's a good idea to know something about them. By this, I mean a knowledge of such things as costuming, makeup, writing, producing, directing, and photography. These are some of the subjects we study, and while our work can't be compared with what you do in a real studio, we can and do start from scratch and turn out pretty good motion pictures.
With the university only a few miles from Hollywood, our studios ought to be of some help to you.
They certainly are. Without their help, our course couldn't be nearly as interesting or successful. They aid in many ways. First, they let us use their studios and laboratories for experiments. Then they've been very generous in lending us stage settings and costumes. And every year when our varsity club puts on its stage show, they help us out in coaching. Famous actors and personalities like Adrian, the designer, lecture to us from time to time. And here's something else I've learned from our contacts with the studios, that practically every movie star uses Lux toilet soap and has used it for years. I've heard them tell about it right on this program. Of course, I'm not a movie star, and I don't ever expect to be one, but you may still be interested in my opinion. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, and I'm sincerely enthusiastic about it as a beauty care, and a lot of my friends use it, too. Now let me see. How else have the studios helped us? Oh, yes, one of the greatest things they've done for us is to use students as extras. They've aided many boys and girls to pay their way through school. USC students may be seen in several current pictures, among them Wells Fargo, Navy Blue and Gold, and Life Begins in College.
And the university helps Hollywood. Your campus and buildings have come in very handily for some of our new college pictures, like Yank at Oxford and Hold'em Navy. Tell me, do the students still regard it as an event to have a movie company photographing on the campus?
Of course, it always gives us a big thrill, even if the stars remain very professional, as they always do. After a visit from Robert Taylor, the school might just as well close down for a few days as far as the girls are concerned. It takes us quite a while before we're able to do much concentrating again.
Among USC alumni who've made splendid connections with studios, I can think of Lawrence Tibbett, Buster Crabbe, John Wayne, and Cotton Warburton. But I can't think of any girl graduates who found jobs.
Well, after all, I guess the girls are more interested in finding a husband with a job than in finding a job for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss McClellan. Once more, Bing Crosby, Joan Blundell, Nan Gray, and our all-star cast in She Loves Me Not. Playing the Good Samaritan to the lone little chorus girl has turned out an expensive gesture. To date, it has netted our hero one broken engagement, one blasted romance, and a splitting headache. In his room, Paul walks the floor, nervously biting his nails. Curly enters in the very highest spirits.
Oh, Paul, you missed it.
I missed what?
You should have stayed upstairs. Mr. McNeil came too and we took pictures. Of course, the dean wasn't conscious yet, but just wait till he sees them.
Just wait.
Then I posed with the gangster boy. Come on upstairs. I'll let him take one of you.
No.
Oh, come on, Paulie Wally.
Will you listen to me a minute? Thanks to you, I've just written a letter resigning from college, and thanks to you, I've just socked a man on the jaw who's the father of the only girl Well, the only...
Well, forget it. Now, listen. They're gonna star me in the movies. Won't you be proud of me?
Oh, for the... Listen, will you get out of here?
All right, but listen, you'll be sorry when you see my picture in the paper.
I'll be sorry if I ever see your picture anyplace. Goodbye.
How do you feel, Father?
Oh, terrible.
Drink your coffee, dear. Didn't you tell them who you were as soon as you became conscious?
No, not immediately.
But why not?
Well, I couldn't believe I was conscious. When finally I did break loose, they kept snapping their cameras at me. And that picture of me kissing the chorus girl is fake.
You don't need to tell me that, Father. Father, must both of those boys be dropped?
Are you preparing to defend them? Your friend, Mr. Lawton, for instance?
I have no defense for Mr. Lawton. Not now. Not any longer.
Oh, Miss Mercer.
Yes, Martha?
There's someone on the phone for you.
Oh, I'll take it in the office. Excuse me, Father.
Don't be long, Midge.
Hello? Hello?
Goodbye, Midge.
What?
This is Paul. I said goodbye. That's the toughest part, so I want to get it over first.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Well, wait. Don't hang over.
Goodbyes are over.
Well, couldn't we talk our way backwards to...
There's nothing to talk about.
You think I was trying to play two girls at once, huh?
I counted 3 one day. That is, if I was included in your calculations.
Well, if I told you that I've never been in love with any girl in the world except you,
Would you believe me, Midge? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe your fiancé will believe it, but I don't.
I didn't think you would, but it's true anyhow. I'm leaving Purnell today for good.
Hello.
What?
You started by saying goodbye. Well, I suppose hello is the end.
Well, wait, don't hang up. Please don't. Are you crying?
No, I'm not.
Midge,
Yes?
I'd like to have you listen to something, if you would. It's another song for you. You hold the phone, Midge?
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't need fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, and you planted a seed, and this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom.
Hello, Midge. Did you hear it? Well, that's how I feel, Midge. That's really what I think of you, darling. You're listening, aren't you, Midge? Hello? Hello, Midge. Are you there? Midge?
What number are you calling, please?
Oh.
Jones and one suspended. College student suspended.
Paper, Purnell student body in demonstration. Demand reinstatement of Jones and Lawton.
Senator Gray takes firm stand. Country rises to defense of Purnell student.
Super Sound Newsreel brings you Senator Gray, who comments on the situation raging at Purnell University. Senator Gray.
I am not a graduate of Purnell University. My university was that of hard knocks. But if the newspapers of this great country have reported correctly the recent events at Purnell, I feel very strongly that a grave injustice is being visited upon the students involved.
The girl of the hour, Curly Flagg, tells her story.
It was a dreadful experience for a girl like me. I was dancing at the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. I love dancing so much that where I dance don't matter. I'm above my surroundings. The Purnell boys who took me in and sheltered me were just wonderful to me. Just wonderful. I'll never forget them. Never. They'll always be just my boys.
Buzz Jones, one of the boys who was dropped.
We students who were dropped by Purnell University have no complaint to make against the college authorities. And if the faculty still feels that we no longer deserve to be graduated from Purnell, then all I can say is that whether on the football field or in life, Purnell men can take it.
Can I help you with your trunk, Buzz?
Oh, this just about finishes it. I got the books packed. You nearly ready?
Mm-hmm. We can make the 9:10, huh?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Purnell.
Oh, cheer up.
Yeah.
10 years from now, we'll laugh at being busted out and everything. Paul, did you ever think if we hadn't come to Purnell, you and I couldn't have gotten acquainted?
Well, that would have been a swell break for you, boy. What's that?
I don't know. They ought to have these windows cleaned. They're cheering for somebody.
Let me see, Buzz. Hey, look who it is. They're back.
Who?
Curly Flag and that press agent of your father.
Oh, haven't they caused enough trouble around here?
Hello, Buzz. How are you, Mr. Lawton? I'm glad to find you together. Miss Flagg has come all the way from New York to thank you, boys. Come in, Miss Flagg.
My boys.
Oh, skip it, will you? And shut that door.
Oh, boys. Don't feel so bad about being canned out of college. Well, why can I not ever just...
Sure. Let's be friends. Let's all be friends. Now, I've got a camera set up outside, and I want to get a picture of you two boys and Miss Flagg together.
Forget it, McNeil. It can't be done. We're already suspended now, and all we need is one more flashlight with her, and we're going to get hanged.
Look, I think that you and Miss Flagg had better go back to New York.
Not before we get a picture.
Well, you're not going to get one. Now, what do you know about that?
Any bets?
I'll bet you a poke in the nose if you try.
Yeah, you and who else?
Nix, Curly, nix.
Oh, Mr. McNeil. These boys are just too young to appreciate what it means.
Come in.
Lawton? Jones?
It's the Dean. Hiya, Dean.
Shut up. Yes, Dean Mercer?
The faculty meeting has just been adjourned.
Yes, sir?
The deliberate propaganda and official pressure brought to bear on the faculty in favor of you boys have had nothing whatever to do with their decision to reinstate you.
You mean we're in?
Yes, you're in.
Yoo-hoo! Pardon me.
Oh, boy. Give us a kiss, will you, Deanie?
No, now, take her out of here, will you, McNeil?
Come on, Curly. We got some pictures to shoot yet. I want to get one of you jumping out the second-story window.
Well, so long, fellas. And don't forget, even though I'm a star, I'll always think of you as...
Get out.
My boys.
Well, she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, Lawton.
Yes, sir?
I think there's someone waiting outside for you.
She is?
Yes.
Oh, say, thanks, Dean. I'll see you later, Buzz.
3 for Lawton! Lawton! Rock! Lawton!
Wait a minute. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much. You'll excuse me a minute, won't you? I'm looking for... Oh, Midge, let's get out of this. I got to speak to you.
Oh, Paul. And do you forgive me for hanging up on you?
Oh, sure. Would you forgive me if I kissed you?
You didn't take the trouble to ask me the last time.
Oh, Midge.
So why bother now?
Oh, honey.
Oh, Midge, hey, listen.
Go away, Buzz.
Say, listen, they just took a picture of Curly jumping out of the window.
Does it matter?
Well, it does to your father. She landed on his head.
On his head?
Yeah, oh, gee. Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Go away, Buzz. Go away.
My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Our college days are over. We say goodbye to old Purnell, but we'll have Bing and Joan back for a valedictory speech before we say goodbye to you. Next to getting into the movies, most girls, it seems, would like nothing better than to be newspaper reporters. I can't blame them. Women reporters such as Molly Merrick lead lives of color, drama, and excitement. Miss Merrick has been a feature writer at home and abroad for the San Francisco Examiner. has doctored screen stories and written both novels and plays, but she's best known for the syndicated column Hollywood in Person, which she created some years ago.
Just 10 years ago, Mr. DeMille, to be exact. It makes my visit here something of an anniversary celebration.
Well, then let's talk about the Hollywood of 10 years ago. About the days when actors weren't forced to hide behind dark glasses because crowds then were content just to stand and look. But today...
Well, they want to come away with a tangible souvenir of the encounter. Anything from an autograph to the suit of clothes the actor may be wearing.
Perhaps in 1927, the players sought attention with almost as much intensity as they avoid it now.
How true. Tom Mix was one of the big stars when I came here. He drove down Hollywood Boulevard in a snow-white car. It was upholstered in scarlet leather. He had his name on the doors and a huge set of steer's horns on the radiator cap. And baby Mary Osborne, the Shirley Temple of 1927, had a pale blue limousine that no one could miss, with a large blue ribbon bow on the wheel. Today, baby Marie is still a young girl. She's making her comeback at RKO. Now, last winter when I was in New York, I caught sight of a pair of stockingless ankles at one of the fashionable hotels. It was a bitter cold day, so naturally I was interested in seeing who had such hardihood. It was Nita Naldi, the great vamp of silent films. She was the first actress to dare appear without stockings. She wore the first backless sundress.
What were some of our present stars doing in 1927?
Well, a quiet little red-haired girl was playing Oriental types most successfully. Even then, she had ideas of her own as to her proper type. And finally, she fought her way to high comedy roles and stardom. Bill Powell was a heavy villain a decade ago. And Francesca Gall, the leading lady of Mr. DeMille's latest film, The Buccaneer, was entering the Hungarian State Stage Academy, from which she was later dropped, for lack of talent, of all things. But eventually, she amazed everyone by becoming the favorite actress of most Europeans. Gary Cooper was then a tall, rangy chap who played cowboy parts. Very small parts, by the way. He didn't care about a contract, he said. He expected to make as much as $100 a week someday as a newspaper cartoonist. In 1927, the first picture with dialogue, The Jazz Singer, sent the whole colony into a frenzy. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. fearlessly prophesied that talking pictures would be a failure, and if producers insisted on making them, would eventually ruin the industry. Norma Shearer was less emphatic, but thought they would be a dismal flop. She little dreamed she would one day play Noel Coward's sophisticated characters or do Romeo and Juliet with Leslie Howard, a name then unknown in the motion picture profession. Since I've shown this evening how Hollywood prophets have come to grief with their prophecies, I think it's only fair that I should lead with my chin and say that pictures in the near future will be entirely in color. In all honesty, I must admit that I thought producer Walter Wanger was a little touched in the head when he told me that 5 years ago. I can very safely make another prophecy. I'm not leading with my chin at all this time. Lux toilet soap will be as popular with the Hollywood stars of 10 years from now as it is today, and as it has been during the decade I have spent among them. Year by year, new stars take their places in the Hollywood firmament. We no longer write about Phyllis Haver or Billy Dove or Sue Carroll, of Beatrice Joy or Mary Philbin. We write now of Claudette Colbert and Simon Simon, of Louise Reiner and Joan Blondell, and a score of others who were unknown to movies a decade ago. But the men who began picture making, the great producers, never retire from their work because they fully understand the limitless future of this industry. I can think of nobody who exemplifies this statement more truly than our producer on this program, Cecil B. DeMille. I thank you.
It's very generous of you, Molly. We'll now let Bing Crosby have a voice in the proceedings, accompanied by Joan Blondell.
What would you like for an obligato, Bing?
Oh, something about soap.
I'm forever blowing bubbles. How about it, Joan?
Burns here?
Well, this much about Lux. I think that Lux toilet soap is the finest soap in the world for for keeping complexions lovely and healthy and smooth. And in case there's any doubt in your mind, let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMille, that I use Lux soap every single day at home and at the studio.
You know, I've heard reports about that, too.
Speaking of reports, Mr. C,
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get that first name of yours? That sounds like one to me.
Well, I tell you, back in the knee breeches days when I was a wee little tyke, a mere broth of a lad, as we say in Spokane, I used to totter around the streets with a gun on each hip. My favorite after-school pastime was a game known as cops and robbers, and I didn't care which side I was on. When a cop or a robber came in view, I would haul out my trusty 6-shooters made of wood and loudly exclaim, "Bing, bing." As my luckless victim fell, clutching his side, I would shout, "Bing, bing," and I'd let him have it again. Then as his friends came to his rescue, shooting as they came, I would shout, bing, da bing, bang, bing, 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 bing.
I'm surprised they didn't call you Killer Crosby. Now tell me another story, Grandpa.
No, so help me, that's the truth. Ask Mr. DeMille.
I'll vouch for it, Bing. Aren't you making your next picture another cops and robbers story?
Yeah, that's right. It's from the O. Henry yarn, The Badge of Policeman O'Roon. So here am I, playing cops and robbers again after all these years. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Bing, 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 bing,
I
bing,
think you
bing.
got him, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan.
Our plans for your entertainment next Monday night are announced presently by Mr. DeMille. We dedicated our program tonight to the American Red Cross, for by the Red Cross we mean you, the people of America, who are the sinew and heart of this magnificent organization. It was you, the volunteer workers and givers, who went to the aid of 1 million sufferers when winter floods devastated the Ohio River Basin. You nursed, clothed, and rebuilt, and provided for widows and orphans. There will be future disasters whose effects you must forestall. Victims of 1938 may be any of us. Guarantee them help now. Join the Red Cross through your local chapter. The roll is being called. Answer with your name. Give your support. Mr. Crosby appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox Studios, where he's in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Heidi. Mr. Frawley's new picture is Blossoms on Broadway. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
A few weeks ago, we presented a play based on one of the first great dramas of Edna Ferber, Cimarron. A week from tonight, we present our radio adaptation of one of her most recent triumphs, Come and Get It. An exciting story of the colorful timberlands, of a man who carved an empire, and of a girl he could never forget. Our play is the occasion for bringing you one of the greatest casts ever assembled on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's headed by the same superb actor you saw in the film, Edward Arnold. And sharing stellar honors, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melda Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The 1847 Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from the International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. Welcome to this, the gala opening of their new Silver Theater. This is a big day, an exciting day. The day when glamorous Rosalind Russell and popular James Stewart inaugurate a weekly series of half-hour productions with the first episode of a romantic comedy drama entitled First Love. And in the coming weeks, there will be a parade of other vivid stories starring Hollywood's finest dramatic talent. And ladies and gentlemen, there's still another reason why this is a day to remember. Today, with the coast-to-coast premiere of their new radio series, 1847 Rogers Brothers also present their latest and loveliest pattern in fine silver plate, named First Love. A pattern whose craftsmanship is of the kind never before available except in special order silver plate and sterling silver. I'd like to tell you more about it right now, and I'd like to let you know, too, about the generous gift offer which is being made to every one of you listening in. But that must come later. Right now, the show is the thing, and the man behind the show is the man of the hour. I'm going to introduce a famous personality who will be with us in the 1847 Silver Theater each week to tell you about our stars and our plays. He's worked with most of the great names of the stage and screen. He's distinguished himself on the stage, screen, and radio as both an actor and a director. We're very fortunate to have with us for this series a man who can lend such dramatic and directorial knowledge and skill to its production. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Mr. Conti, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all waiting to hear the play, but first I just want to welcome my old friends, those two grand troopers, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. You're going to enjoy them on the air every bit as much as you've enjoyed them on the screen. Incidentally, you have a treat in store with Rosalind Russell's new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Love, Live, and Learn, in which she will soon be seen with Robert Montgomery. She's a fine actress as always. And in her new picture, she's more beautiful than ever. As for Jimmy Stewart, that lean, handsome Princeton student of architecture who became an MGM star overnight, well, you'll see this ace among the younger leading men in his forthcoming MGM picture, The Last Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson. But now for the play. It's an original story written especially for this program by Grover Jones, author of such great screenplays as Lives of a Bengal Lancer, Trail of the Lonesome Pine, and Souls at Sea. Our story is called First Love, and it's about a boy and a girl in Hollywood. But the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising. And in a moment, you'll hear the story told by Rosalind Russell, who plays the part of Gene Wilson, and James Stewart, who plays Jimmy Parks. We've all worked very hard, and we hope you like our show.
What's that?
Those rails are... Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea I was talking out loud.
There's no need to be sorry. Anybody's liable to talk to herself if she's lonesome. What's his name?
What? Oh, it's not a man, honestly.
Don't know what else would make a girl act like you have. Oh, I've watched you all the way across country. There's something on your mind.
As a matter of fact, there is, but I...
What is it?
Well, you see, I'm just scared, I guess.
What about?
I'm going to Hollywood.
Bah.
Well, not just to see the place, I mean to work there.
Acting?
Uh-huh.
Still, bah. It's silly business. Get rich quick and get your name in the papers. Only you don't. Chances are about 1,000 to 1 of succeeding. Better be smart and go back home.
But there's no such thing as going back home. Not for me.
Know anybody in Hollywood?
Oh, yes, a boy I was in school with. He's arranging a screen test for me. That'll be my chance to prove what I can do, you know.
Well, from what I hear, there's nothing like Hollywood if you make good.
I know.
And nothing like it if you fail.
But I can't fail.
You better go back, 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 you better go back.
What are we waiting for? The girl hasn't had a chance to rehearse, Bob. She just got the script half an hour ago.
Okay, on the line now, Bob. We're ready to shoot.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Let's spend an hour and give the girl a break. After all, she's a friend of mine, and I've sold the front office.
Listen, they give me 6 days to make a war picture, and then you want me to sit around here and teach some dame how to act. Now, get her on the set now or it's off. Mike, over here by this vase of flowers.
How's it coming, Gene?
All right, I think. By the time I study the lines a little longer and rehearse a few times, you know...
Look, Gene, I know this is a tough break, but the director's all tired out, and I'm afraid that, well, you're just not going to get a chance to rehearse.
But, Joe, I can't do a scene like this without a
Joe, bring the girl and let's get going. Step on it.
Come on, kid, troop it through.
But, Joe, my makeup, my hair, the lines, Joe. Answer me. They didn't like it, did they?
No, Jean, they didn't like it. But they would have.
Don't say any more. I know. I saw the test, didn't I? I was terrible. Awful. And I heard what that director said. He couldn't use me even if he was making slapstick comedies. Well, he's right. I know it now. I'm no good. I was lucky I found it out this soon. I can't act. I can't act. I can't.
I'm afraid we can't use you.
But I used to pose for commercial photographers in the East. I did quite a bit of that.
I'm afraid you won't out here. You see, we don't do much of that kind of work on the coast. Sorry.
You see, I've done quite a bit of modeling. They always told me I had a good figure for ready-made. Well, you can leave your name, but we already have over 50 girls on our waiting list. Sorry.
So see how it is, Miss Wilson. We won't have any more openings for sales girls until Christmas. Sorry.
Christmas? Well, that's months.
Bring the girl and let's get going. No, Gene, they didn't like it. I'm sorry.
We don't do much of that kind of work on the coast. Sorry.
But we already have over 50 girls on our waiting list. Sorry.
More openings for sales girls until Christmas. Sorry. They didn't like it. Sorry.
We don't do much of that work. Sorry.
Over 50 girls.
More openings for sales girls. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry.
You better go back. You better go back. You better go back. You better go back.
No. Stop it. I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back.
I'll take cheese on rye.
Anything else?
Yeah. You on Saturday night. No kidding. Why don't you break down and give me a date, Jenny?
Cheese on rye coffee. My name's not Jenny, and please let go of my hand.
You know, you ought to be nice to me. I practically own the studio across the street. Of course, I dress like a carpenter, but I'm really a partner of the boss, Martin Rickey. Ain't that right, boys? So if you treat me right, I might get you a job in one of our pictures. How'd you like that?
There's one thing in the world I don't want. It's a part in one of your pictures, or anybody else's pictures, for that matter.
Waffle coming up, Gene.
Oh, thanks. Give me a number 4 sandwich on toast, cheese on rye, 2 coffee, and... Oh, Pierre.
What's the matter? Not getting you down, is it?
Oh, it's got me down, those oafs. Making passes at me, that cheap line of wisecracks.
And why? Because they know it gets your goat. Oh, get wise to yourself, my petit. Give it right back to them in their own language like Miles and the other girls do. And listen, mon enfant. You know, if you don't do as I tell you, the boss is going to...
I know. Thanks, Pierre. How's this? Hey, you. Where's that waffle I ordered? Are you embalming it?
Oh, magnifique. Well, here it is. Not so good, but make him like it.
Will I?
Hey, sister, where's that waffle I ordered?
Here's your waffle, brother. And your coffee's coming right up.
Oh, thanks.
Must have in large orders bicarbonate of soso.
I beg your pardon.
Bicarbonate of soso. Needing very bad on stage heaven.
He means bicarbonate of soda, Gene. Must be for Martin Rickey. Dollars to donuts, that Trista Lane dame's on the old warpath again.
Oh, yes. Miss Francia warpathing, all right. If I not bringing soon, studio I in a chambers. Martin Rickey having double indigestion and Trista Lane
I stood about all of this, I'm going to. And let me tell you, Martin Rickey, unless this outrage is corrected, you're going to need more than bicarbonate of soda before I get through with you.
Okay, Trista, okay. I've sent for Jimmy and he'll be here in a minute. Meanwhile, let's keep shooting. Remember, we must think of superb productions as well as of ourselves. And it's costing me thousands of dollars to... Now, please, Trista. Ray, come on, let's get going.
I won't, I tell you. I won't. Not if it costs $1 million, I won't.
Get the idea, Ricky? She won't.
Quiet, very quiet. What, you want me, Ricky? Jimmy Parks, I'll say I want
you. Wanted you. Where's that magazine? Listen to this. Just listen to this. Trista Lane, popular and beloved star of superb productions, today endeared herself to new millions at her hands when she stated that she looks forward to a family of 9 children. Did you put that in that magazine?
Well, yeah, of course I did.
And you call yourself a publicity man, writing stuff like that for Trista Lane, the glamour woman. Why,
Now, wait a minute, Trista. Now, take it easy. We just felt that the time to change, it was time to change the approach in your publicity. We want to make the public...
Sure, we have to lay off that glamour woman stuff. Like Jimmy says, there's a gimp in your glamming.
Ricky, are you going to stand for this?
At what it's costing me? No, Trista, I'm not. Now, listen here, Jimmy. I want to...
No, Ricky. Now, you listen to me. Now, just remember this. Her glamour was my idea in the first place. That's my glamour. It's my publicity stories, my build-up that made Trista Lane.
Why,
Sure. He even made the critics believe that your dumbness was repression.
Oh!
Now, quiet, Perry, now. All right, we've used this glamour angle as long as we could, Trista, but now that you're getting older...
Old? Why, you cheap scribbler.
A cheap...
Ricky, are you going to let her
A cheap scribbler? How do you like that? Did you hear me? A cheap scribbler? Listen, you. I made road shows out of your last 3 pictures, yeah, and what were they? Trista Lane meets David Montrose in the desert. Trista Lane meets David Montrose in the hospital. Trista Lane meets David Montrose in a canoe. 24 reels of heaving bosom and no plot.
Oh, that's done it. That's done it. If you think that you can...
Oh, here we are, Mr. Ricky, sir. Bicarbonate of soda.
Yeah, give it to me.
Okay. The executioner drank a hearty breakfast.
Now, get off this lot. You're fired, both of you.
No, we're not. We quit 5 minutes ago. Come on, Perry. And just for your information, my flat-brained friend, you're throwing away about $5 million.
I said get... Who said $5 million? What are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I was just about to turn over to you a girl I've discovered who would have made Trista Lane's success look like a wet firecracker. But now I'm going to take her to another producer, somebody who'll appreciate a Jimmy Parks build-up. And boy, this girl's going to get it. Come on, Perry. We're interrupting one of Mr. Ricky's A pictures.
Yeah, and A is for awful. Jimmy, I'm ashamed of you letting them talk to you like that. Why, if I'd have been you...
Quiet. I don't have to have you around to tell me what I should take and what I shouldn't. Every time Oh, you're right. Why do I get mad so slow? Well, just wait till I see our friend Ricky again.
May I take your order?
Trista Lane wants Lizzie Cassidy calling me a cheap scribbler.
May I take your order?
Well, can't you wait a minute?
Give me coffee, black and 4 aspirins.
Give me tea, green tea, and hurry up.
Tea?
Well, yes, I said tea. You heard me. I like tea. Any objections? Now, go on, snap into it.
Listen, I'll snap it up. All right.
That old fight, Jimmy. Talk like that to Ricky.
Don't worry. I'm going to make Martin Ricky sorry he fired me if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, how?
Well, I don't know. But I'm going to.
Well, we got a swell working capital to start on. 60 cents more and we'd have $24.
Yeah, I know. Why can't we learn to save our dough?
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with us? We're okay. You forgot our ace in the hole, that gal.
What gal?
The damsel who can out Trista. Who is she, by the way?
Oh, wake up, Perry. Wake up. Use your head, will you?
Oh, I get it. She ain't. Well, Brother Parks, it looks like a long, hard winter.
Here are your coffees and the aspirin for you.
Coffee. I said tea.
Oh, did you? I got mixed. You see, there's so many people.
Why can't they get some girls around here with some sense? I
have got sense, but I made a mistake. It's nothing to make a fuss about.
Who's making a fuss?
You are, and if you'll wait a second, I'll change it.
Oh, you'll change it? Well, she'll change it. Well, isn't that nice? If you'd spend a little less time wisecracking with guys at the counter and pay more attention to your job,
you talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I please.
Hey, Jimmy, wait a minute.
Now, you keep out of this. Listen, if you had any brains at all...
You shut up, you cheap Hollywood windbag.
What?
If you think you can treat me like that, so you want your order, do you? Well, there.
Hey, you got over my coat, you crazy dumb...
And as for you... Ow!
Well, now look what I've done.
Huh?
I got to blow off so I insult a kid like that. I stay cool for Ricky and insult a girl. Well, that's great. I'm doing all right today.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going?
But, Jimmy...
Hey, Cook, that girl that just came out here, where is she?
Oh, Jean? Out there in the alley. Say, are you the one that made her cry that way?
Look, I'm sorry. Please don't cry.
I'm not crying. Go away. Leave me alone.
Well, no, listen to me, please, no. I'm not like that, really. I wasn't sore at you, even if I had.
Leave me alone. It doesn't matter.
No, it matters a whole lot. Now, come on, tell me it's okay, will you? Here's a handkerchief.
I don't need it. Oh, thanks.
Here, you better sit over here on that box. You get your uniform all dirty in the garbage.
I don't care. Here's your handkerchief.
Oh, no, you keep it. That's okay. You keep it. Say, is that real?
What?
That curl above your left eye.
Oh, please don't kid me anymore. I can't take it. I thought I could, but, well,
No, I'm not kidding. Honest, I'm not. Gosh, if you just knew how low I feel.
Oh, it's not just you. It's just a lot of other things that have been...
But I've just got to do something. See, when a fellow feels ashamed, I don't know. Well, if it was 15 years ago and my mother here was here to give me a licking, I'd... But you can smile after all, huh?
Oh, forget it. It's all right.
You sure?
Sure.
Say, I got an idea.
Hmm?
Yeah, now, here are a couple of tickets to the preview at the Chinese tonight. Now, suppose you call up your boyfriend and tell him to come... But, wait a minute. Don't tell him what a heel I've been. He'd be down here and take a swing at me, you know. But, what is he, a big guy?
No.
Oh. Little guy?
No.
Oh, a medium-sized guy?
No.
Oh. I get it. I don't believe it, but I get it. Well, then why not you... No.
What?
Well, of course, it was just a crazy idea, but I just thought maybe you might go with me.
That is a crazy idea, but I might.
What do you mean?
Hey, how's about clearing the alley? I got a delivery to make.
Okay, make it, my friend. Now, look, what's your name anyway? Where do you live? Now, I'll call for you about... Listen, Perry, now, I asked Miss Wilson for the preview. I have 2 tickets, see? Two. Now, why don't you go off someplace by yourself in a big crowd, huh?
All right, if you insist, I will come along with you. Thanks, pal.
You too.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot. Perry, turn on the broadcast of this clam bake we're going to tonight, will you?
Okay.
And incidentally, Gene, you don't mind my saying so, I think you look like $1 million in that dress. It looks swell.
Oh, it's not very new, I'm afraid. I wore it once.
And we'll see if we can get her to say a word into the microphone. Miss Crystal Lane.
Oh, that ain't. Turn it off.
You mean to tell me we're going to have to walk up past the microphone like all those stars are doing?
Sure.
Oh.
We'll sail right up there between the crowds, and you'll look just as much like a star as any... Oh, just like a star. Turn that off, Perry. Just like a star. Wow. Gene, let me look at you.
Hmm?
Swell.
What are you talking about?
Now, let me see your hands. Perfect. How tall are you?
I'm 5'5", but I wish you'd let me in on
Jimmy, if you mean what I think you mean.
Why not?
Jimmy, what is all this? Now, I want to know.
Gene, now, don't ask questions. Now, whatever happens, just don't open your mouth. I'll do all the talking.
You certainly are. Oh, Jimmy, that crowd in front of the theater, there must be thousands of them. They're lined up behind the ropes on each side of the entrance as if it were a parade.
It's all right, all the better. Now, come on.
Jimmy, I'm scared. All those people. Let's not go to the preview. Please, let's go back, Jimmy, please.
Don't worry. Now, leave everything to me. Now, pile out there.
Okay. May I assist you, Mr. Parks?
Cut it, Perry.
Don't do it, Jimmy. Don't do it. Not to a sweet kid like that.
Out of the way. I said I'd get even with Martin Rickey, didn't I?
Okay, heel.
Are you two going to let me out of here?
Here, hon. Take my hand, Gene. Now, watch your step. There we are.
Oh, thank
that's
you,
a girl,
Crawford.
Gene.
That was John
Chin up,
Crawford,
honey.
ladies and
Head
gentlemen,
high. That's
MGM
the stuff.
scintillating
Now,
star.
look,
And
the
here's another
announcer
one.
spotted us
It's
here.
my old friend Jimmy Parks, and with him is a very lovely young lady. And you can bet your bottom dollar that if she attends a premiere with Jimmy Parks, she's really a somebody. She looks a little like, Mr. Parks, will you say just a word to our radio audience and perhaps introduce your charming companion?
Sure thing.
Mr. Jimmy Parks, publicity director of Superba Productions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I assure you that there's nothing I'd rather do than introduce this young lady who's with me tonight. And here she is now, Miss Jean Wilson.
Oh, no, Jimmy, I couldn't. I'm sorry, but I really couldn't.
That's quite all right, Miss Wilson. I'm sure the folks out there quite understand your modesty. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great thrill for me to have this opportunity to present to you for the first time this new, exciting personality, this new star, Miss Jean Wilson, who combines all the glamour of a Trista Lane with the girlish winsomeness of a character out of Sir James Barrie.
Jimmy.
Why, she's beautiful, yes, but infinitely more an actress. She's toured the world studying various forms of drama in every corner of the globe. Why, she's not going to be a star of tomorrow, she's going to be the star of tomorrow. Now, remember that name, Miss Jean Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy Parks. I know people all over the country will anxiously await the appearance of this new star on the silver screen.
Gene.
And now, folks, 2 more cards.
Perry, where's Gene?
In case you're interested, your brand new star is scrammed.
Well, where?
Down the street, that way. But look, Jimmy, don't do it. It's a dirty...
Well, Gene, Gene? Wait a minute, Gene. Gene? Now, Gene, no, just a minute. Now, you've got to understand.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. Aren't you satisfied? You had your joke. Now run along.
Joke? When I'm talking to millions of people? Well, that speech was on the level, Gene. You are my new star. You've got to be.
Stop following me.
Oh, no, look here now. The lights are against you.
Let go of my arm, please.
Gene, will you please stop this marathon and stand still and listen to me? I'll make you $1 million. And did you hear that? I'll make you $1 million. All you have to do is just let me manage you. That speech back there was only the beginning. Tomorrow morning, all Hollywood.
Why, tomorrow morning, all Hollywood can choke itself for all I care. Oh, Jimmy Parks, why did you have to do this to me above all people?
Now, listen, Jeannie, if it's only the acting you're worried about, forget it. Trista Lane couldn't act. Half the big stars couldn't act. All it takes is looks. And you've got that on the old Hollywood build-up, and I've got that. Well, listen, I can make a star out of that dummy over in that store window there.
Oh, you could you? Well, I'm not a store window dummy, and I'm not Trista Lane. I studied for years so that I could be an actress. Not a star, just a good actress. I worked hard.
Well, if you can act, that's so much the better.
Well, I did plays in high school, plays in college, in little theaters, doing bits, even walk-ons in summer stock.
Summer stock, that's great.
Bits on Broadway.
Broadway,
yes,
terrific.
And stock in Wheeling and Poughkeepsie, even in Cincinnati. We closed there in 3 weeks, but I played it. A store window dummy.
Well, Jeannie, with all that behind you, you're bound to be good.
Oh, I am I?
Well, you're just what this town needs.
Oh, I'm just what this town needs, huh? Well, it took a swell way to show it.
Oh, and I know how you feel. You probably was tough. Lots of girls go through the same thing, honey. Pounding the old pavements to casting offices, waiting for calls that don't come. I know. Even going hungry.
And suppose I had. Do you think there's nothing worse than hunger? Well, there is. It's having every little last breath of ambition or hope you ever had drained out of you. Till you're left dry and lost and even afraid. Well, that's what your Hollywood's done for me.
But, Jeannie,
Did you ever have one thing that mattered to you more than anything else in the world? I did. It was to prove to everybody, it was to prove to myself that I could act. Well, this town gave me a chance to prove it. A test with a quickie company in Poverty Row. And do you know what that director said? He said I wasn't good enough for slapstick comedy.
Oh, but you shouldn't pay any attention to what some two-bit director says.
Well, I do pay attention. And I can't play your little game, see? You need an actress. Well, I'm not an actress. So I'm going home. I swore once I wouldn't, but I'm going home.
Oh, you can't do that, Jeannie. Now, please, let's not pass this thing up, Jeannie. I can't back out now. I'm broke. I got no job. After that big blow-off on the air just now, well, you don't understand, but when a fella here in Hollywood puts up a big bluff and then can't make good on it, well, don't quit now, Jeannie.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. It's just no good. Jimmy, I said I could act once. Maybe even that was a lie. Maybe I was kidding myself. But now even if my life depended on it, it's gone, Jimmy. Don't you see? It's all gone inside.
Yeah, I get it. But you see, I figured that with the two of us working together, it'd be a pipe. That's all you need. Someone who knows the ropes to be right beside you, you know. See that you get good direction, the right script, swell lighting. Those are the things that count, Jamie. And I just felt that with the two of us together, we could really work this thing. Because well, that was an idea anyway. I just thought it'd be fun trying. So long, Jimmy.
So long, Jimmy.
Hey, you sort of got that curl wet. You ought to find somewhere to keep it up out of your eyes. Here, like that, see?
Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy. You know that about our doing it together. You standing by me all the time and you seeing me through, and you say that again.
I would, Jeannie. I would, so help me. It'd be just two of us against this town. That way we couldn't be licked. Believe me, Jeannie, we couldn't. Now say you'll do it. Say you'll do it.
Remember, I can't act now. I mean, I'll let you down. I'm warning you.
Take that chance. Say yes, Jeannie.
All right, Jimmy. It's crazy, but as long as it's both of us together, I'll try.
Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie, I could kiss you.
You could, Jimmy. You have.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call Rosalind Russell and James Stewart back to say a word to you in just a moment. But right now, I want to introduce a young man who has a very important part to play throughout this entire series. Our announcer, John Conte.
Thank you, Conrad Nagel. Ladies and gentlemen, as the curtain falls in the 1847 Silver Theater today, we bring to a close the first episode of the four-part comedy drama, First Love. But the curtain is just rising on the exquisite beauty of 1847 Rogers Brothers' sensational new silver plate pattern, also called First Love. And so that you may know the richness and grace of First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers offer you an exquisite example of this new pattern, which will add distinction to your dinner table or cocktail tray. A finely wrought special serving fork for hors d'oeuvre, certain meats, patties, and any number of things. Its regular price will be $1.50. But if you act now, it's yours for only 45 cents. 45 cents, mind you. That's a saving of $1.05. So go to your jeweler or your favorite department store tomorrow and get the serving fork in the new First Love pattern. While you're there, ask to see the sets of 1847 Rogers Brothers silverware in the glorious new pattern and learn for how little this lifetime loveliness can be yours. And be sure to get your serving fork tomorrow in the loveliest of new patterns, First Love by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Here come our stars, ladies and gentlemen. Conrad Nagel is bringing Rosalind Russell and Jimmy Stewart out in front of the curtain.
Well, Rosalind, how does it feel to have a first performance behind you?
Well, frankly, I was scared to death, but I loved it. Thank you, everyone.
How about you, Jimmy?
I hope I can get my knees to stop shaking by next week.
Well, I know you both want to get out and hear what your friends thought of the show, but before you go, let me thank you for two grand performances. And Rosalind, the makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silverware have asked me to thank you not only for naming our play, but especially for so appropriately naming their lovely new pattern, First Love.
Well, I really don't know what else I could have called it. Suppose when I first saw it, I give you my word of honor, I just fell right in love with it. Any woman would. You see, well, what I mean to say is, well, if you saw it...
Well, never mind, Rosalind. We know what you mean. We're sure you couldn't have picked a better name.
Thank you, Conrad. And thank you, Jimmy.
So long, everybody.
So long, Rosalind Russell and Jimmy Stewart. And good afternoon to all of you. I hope you'll be with us again next week.
The Hollywood romance of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, as played by Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, will be continued in the second episode of the 1847 Silver Theater production, First Love, next Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with Conrad Nagel directing and special music by Felix Mills. This is John Conte speaking for 1847 Rogers Brothers. Columbia Broadcasting System.
KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at Chesterton Radio.
The comfort and inspiration of religious faith, for it is faith which helps hold our families together, builds moral and spiritual character. And today, perhaps more than ever before, there's a need to turn to a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion. There are a great many programs of religious nature on NBC Radio, which you'll enjoy hearing this Sunday. Among them, The Art of Living, the National Radio Pulpit, Eternal Light, the Lutheran Hour, the Catholic Hour, and the Hour of Decision conducted by Billy Graham. These are but a few of the broadcasts that will bring you inspiration and comfort not only this Sunday, but on the Sundays to come. Of course, the Easter message will be the highlight event this week. We know you'll enjoy hearing them as a supplement to your visit to the church of your choice. And when you do go to church this Sunday, take the whole family with you.
Starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcome you to the 1847 Silver Theater and the second episode of the romantic four-part comedy drama by Grover Jones, First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. In coming weeks, 1847 Rogers Brothers will present Hollywood's most brilliant dramatic stars in a series of thrilling stories. And right now, to celebrate their 90th Jubilee year, 1847 Rogers Brothers are also presenting their newest and loveliest pattern, First Love. It's modern as you are, yet First Love possesses ageless beauty. No matter what the decoration of your home, First Love will gracefully take its place there. Silverware you'll be proud to have and to hold, loveliness to last a lifetime. And First Love is made by 1847 Rogers Brothers, who for 90 years have been creating masterpieces of silver design. First Love, this loveliest of all their patterns, is simple, fine in detail, with ornament richly raised and deeply etched. Its craftsmanship the kind that until now you could get only in special order silver plate and sterling silver. A little later on in the program, we'll let you know how easy it is for you to take advantage of an exciting gift offer in this thrilling new pattern. A gift of First Love by 1847 Rogers Brothers. Be sure to listen for it. And now I'll leave things in the capable hands of a man who has won fame as an actor and director of stage, screen, and radio, whose knowledge and ability are of inestimable value in the presentation of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In presenting the 1847 Silver Theater, we hope by trying some unusual devices and by using stories written especially for radio to add new thrills to presentation of radio drama. Before our play begins, I'd just like to say that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has announced that Rosalind Russell's new picture in which she starred with Robert Montgomery, Love, Live, and Learn, is soon to be released, as is James Stewart's new picture, The Lost Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson. I'd like to tell you more about our stars, but now the lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the second episode of First Love, the story of Gene Wilson, played by Rosalind Russell, and Jimmy Parks, played by James Stewart. Just two young people against the town called Hollywood. I know you're anxious to hear what's in store for them.
Hello? Oh, Jimmy. Yes, of course it is. But, Jimmy, that paper, I just saw it. Well, I didn't get 1,100 telegrams, and that about 8 foreign consuls wanting to entertain me. You can't tell all those lies, Jim. Oh, then you're really going through with it? I know, but I thought overnight you might have changed your mind. Oh, yes. Yes, I can be packed by that time.
Well, never mind where we're going, Jeannie. Now, you just leave everything to me. And be ready at 1, remember? And don't go near that restaurant you were working. Goodbye. Come on, Terry, we gotta move.
You're telling me we gotta move a couple of mountains before you turn that waitress into a star? Oh, Jimmy, if you wanted to promote some girl to get even with Martin and Ricky for firing you could have at least picked one that could act.
Well, use your head, will you? That's just the point. I sell him a girl that can't act, and I make him pay $1 million for her.
Episode 2 of the Park Fairy Tales will be heard tomorrow at this same hour.
Yeah, you think so, will you? Now, listen. My boy, you heard me tell Gene Wilson we'd meet her at 1 o'clock. All right. Now, between now and then, we're going to set the stage for our little show. We're going to put Gene Wilson in a frame so that any producer in Hollywood would buy her.
Yeah, but Jimmy...
I know. Money. I know. Now, listen. When you've got something to sell that's worth $1 million, well, you can always find partners to help you with the deal. Now, come on, Perry. Follow me, boy. That's the picture, Alphonse. 4% of her first year's salary in return for the use of this apartment.
But this girl, who is she?
She's the real goods. I'm behind her. Have I ever missed yet? Didn't I put over Ella McRae, Thomas Stone, Trista Lane? All right, what do you say?
Yeah, Monsieur Parks. Because it is you, I will do it. But please, not the penthouse, my most valuable.
No, the penthouse or nothing.
All right. I hope she is good.
1% of her first year's salary, eh?
And I'd be in complete charge of the kitchen.
Complete charge.
I'll do it for 3%.
2%.
Sold. But she better be good.
Why should I? I get $50 a day renting my car to pictures.
$50, that's chicken feed. This means a share in $1 million. Now, you know me, Buck. I don't call him wrong. When I start out to make a star, I make him a star.
Okay, Jimmy. 2% you say? I'll take it.
1%, huh? Well, okay, Master Fox. Sounds crazy to me, but if y'all say it's all right, I reckon I'll do it.
I being houseboy for 1%? Okay, Mr. Fox. It's our deal.
I'd have to have 3% for it.
1% at least.
Make it 5%. I'll...
For that amount of groceries, 2%. 2%.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Gene. You ready?
Yes, but...
Well, now, I'll take your bag. Let's go.
Oh, Jimmy, wait just a minute.
Yeah? What's the idea?
Well, it's sort of a goodbye, I guess,
What, goodbye?
to this funny little place. Even the view of brick walls and laundry lines. You see, a lot of pretty swell dreams went bust here. At least I thought at the time they'd gone bust. And you sort of get attached to, well, you couldn't very well understand what I feel about it.
Well, what do you mean I couldn't understand how you feel? Say, there was a room in a Flatbush boarding house, second floor back. There was a crocheted thingamajig on the wall that said, "Success is yours." I was trying to write plays then. Each time I had a script rejected, I'd come home and see that thing staring at me. I finally fixed it.
What did you do?
I threw the darn thing out of the window. I gave up trying to be an honest writer and became a press aide. You ready now?
Yes, I'm all ready.
All right, now take a deep breath, Gene Wilson. Here comes fame.
Okay, Jimmy Fox. Let her come. Oh, Jim, Horizon Towers, the penthouse. Why, I've never seen anything like it, not even in pictures.
Oh, don't be silly. This room's only 40 feet long, and pictures they're always 140. That is, unless the people are rich, and then they're big.
Oh, and the furniture is real Queen Anne.
Oh, why not?
Oh, look in that balcony.
No, wait. I want you to see that for the first time tonight. Besides, there's something else for you to see first. In here.
Ooh.
Now, the lady's boudoir. And in case you're wondering, that canopied thing over there that looks like it's off of Valentine, that's your bed.
Oh, Jimmy, don't show me any more. Now, I can't take it.
Now, just this. Our international star's wardrobe.
Oh, if I were my grandmother now, I'd faint.
I hope I guessed right on the size. I told Hedry and I thought you were about the same measurements as Joan Crawford.
Hedry? You mean to say he made these clothes?
Oh, sure. Nobody else. Now, look at this. This blue one with the fancy sleeves. I picked that out myself. It's pretty swell, isn't it?
Oh, Jimmy, you wait out here. I've just got to try it on.
Okay. You know, these are only the first dresses. Why, they'll be all... Yeah.
What's wrong in there?
Well, there's nothing wrong, is it, Perry?
Oh, no, Jimmy, Mr. Rock and Snoffle is here to see you.
Rock and Snoffle?
Sure, you know, Rock and Snoffle.
Oh.
The percentage. There.
Quiet. Gene, someone's here to see me. I'll just be a minute.
All right, Jimmy.
Go on, Perry.
Hey, what is this?
We will tell you what it is, Monsieur Parks. We have played your little game so far. Bien. But also, we are business people. We demand our contracts.
All right now. You'll get your contracts, all of you. They'll be made out tonight. All right. Well?
If you want to know the truth, we ain't sure that we want to go through with this business anyway.
Yeah, that's right. There's a rumor around town that this here Gene Wilson ain't no international star at all and never could be.
Yeah, how do we know that you're not just
I
trying to...
never had no Gene Wilson before.
Oh, Jimmy. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Gee, that dress, you... Oh, Miss Wilson, these are the servants. The tradespeople and all that.
How do you do?
Miss Wilson, I was just explaining to them their duties and all that.
Yeah, and all that.
No, but you needn't bother with these domestic details. Now, suppose you listen to the radio in there. You'll find it hidden in an ashtray or something.
All right, Jimmy, and I'm very happy to have met you all. I'll see you all later. That is, I'll ring when I need any of you.
Isn't it, Cesaro?
Well, who wants to back out now,
Oh,
huh?
we'll sign, all of us. Just give us our contract.
All right, in the morning. Now, suppose you all get back to work.
Yeah,
sure.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Boy, every entrance is perfectly timed. Did you see their faces when they saw on that dress?
You should have seen your own. Where are you going?
I'm going into Jim.
Wait a minute. What about that percentage list?
Oh, here they are.
Yeah. Jimmy, my boy, have you looked at this list lately?
Oh, what do you mean?
This total. You've given away 70% of it.
Well, I had to cover everything, didn't I? Besides that, at least 30% for us.
That's not so bad.
No, that's 20% for me and 10% for you.
That's not so good. Hey, hold everything. I just thought, what about Jean?
Oh, my gosh. I forgot all about it.
Of course, I guess that don't matter. She's just going to do the work.
Now, quiet. I'll fix it. I'll give her 10% of mine.
Well.
And 5% of yours.
Well.
Now, you go ahead and line up these contracts. I've got to get Jean set for tonight.
Hey, Jimmy, wait a minute. Look, for the last time, don't do it.
Well, what are you talking about?
Oh, call it off. It'll break that kid's heart when she finds out you sold her down the river like this.
Well, so what? I said I'd make her a star, didn't I? Well, I will. What does she care how?
But I got a hunch she does care, and so have you. Haven't you, Jimmy? Haven't you, Jimmy?
Now, I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I do know what I'm doing. Well, Terry, I've thought of telling her the whole business, but can't you see what it means? If she learns about the percenters, well, she won't let all those people depend on her. She'll back out, and then where are we? Where is she?
Just where we were when we started.
Okay.
And the teller?
Yeah, that works.
Good. But as pal to pal, break it easy. Because I got a hunch it's going to do something to that kid.
Jean? Jean?
Oh, hello. I saw him look from the balcony. I couldn't wait till night. I found the radio. I hope you like this. Well, Jimmy, the way you look. Don't you like the dress?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not bad. The dress is swell. I mean, Jean, oh, it's a swell dress.
Jimmy, what time is it?
About 2, I guess.
That gives me 10 hours.
What, 10 hours?
Until midnight. When this dress turns back into an apron, the limousine we came in back into a pumpkin, and the chauffeur, well, what is it now? A pair of white rats? Ah, but there's just one thing you forgot, Your Highness.
What's that?
The glass slippers. I looked all through the closets, and they weren't there.
Look, Jeannie, I've got to talk to you. I hate to have to say this, but, well...
Maybe I was wrong.
What?
About the 10 hours. Maybe it's now. Is that what that look in your eyes means, Jimmy? That you want to call it off?
Call it off? No, now, wait a minute.
Of course, if you do, it's all right, Jimmy. I don't blame you.
No, but you've got to understand. We can't go through
I
with it
understand. I do. You thought it over, that's all, and you see that it won't work.
Well, it would work, but you see there are others. That is...
I'll go take off the dress. Jimmy.
Yes?
About the money you must have spent. This apartment, the servants, the dresses. I'm sorry.
Well, that's just the point, Jean. The money is...
You hate to lose it, I know.
Oh, no, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't if...
Jimmy, don't say any more, please.
Oh, Jean.
It's crazy. I mean, all of a sudden, everything is upside down. Last night you were trying to sell me on this, and now Oh, there's something in me that says to try to sell you.
Jeannie,
You know what I did all last night? I lay awake for hours, thinking of what you said, of all the fun we'd have doing this thing together, and of the ways I could help you. And I could, honestly, I could. Of course, there is the acting. I still don't know what I'd do before a camera. But with you to help me, and about the lights and the makeup and the stories like we talked, maybe I... Well, it was an idea anyway. You see, thinking that you had faith in me almost gave me faith in myself.
And you're going to keep it. What's the matter with me, Jeannie? You're going to keep it.
Oh, Jimmy, I want to.
We will put this thing over, Jeannie, tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight, yes. You're going to wear that dress and you're going to the Trocadero.
Jimmy!
You're not alone. The Siamese ambassador's going with us.
The Siamese ambassador?
Yeah, you can laugh, but there'll be a lot of producers there tonight that won't.
But, Jimmy, I've never even met a Siamese.
You met this one.
Oh.
You remember Yama, that studio janitor that used to come around to the restaurant and get bicarbonates of so-so for Martin Rickey?
Not him.
The same.
But he's not Siamese.
He is tonight. He's borrowing some Oriental robes and some long mustaches from a cousin of his, and then, never mind. You wait till you see him.
Jimmy, this is crazy.
Sure it is, and so's Hollywood. Now, look, Jeannie, before this night's over, you're going to have a contract in those little hands of yours. A 5-year contract signed by Martin Rickey, president of Superba Productions.
Martin? What, you said... Why, you can't get a contract from me, from him. You said he fired you.
Well, yes, he did, but that doesn't matter. He knows that I never miss picking stars, and if he thinks that some other producer wants you, why, he'll sign you in a minute.
But how do we know any other producer will want me?
Now, I'll see to that. But you'll have to help me, Jeannie. Now, if you ever acted in your life, you've got to tonight. You've got to look and act and sound like Jean Wilson I ballyhooed. The Jean Wilson who studied drama in every nation of the globe. The girl who was accustomed to eating with 6 ambassadors instead of 1. Now, how about it? Can you do it for me?
Can I do it? When it's for you? Oh, Jimmy, you just watch me.
Oh, Perry, where are they? Now, something's happened to them.
They'll be here. You told Gene to hold off till it was late enough for all the big shots to have arrived.
I know I did. But listen, are you sure the conductor understands about that music?
Sure. The doorman's going to phone in. Will you quit worrying?
There they are. Boy, look at that crowd. Every eye on the door, Pat. Listen, this is perfect.
Yeah, if Yama doesn't trip over those mustaches.
Now, shh. Wait a minute. Look at them. Look at them, Perry. What a picture. The way that girl carries herself. Well, she's worth $1 million.
Maybe you're not so crazy after all. Martin Rickey over there is taking it big.
All right, here she comes. Come on, get up, Stooge.
Good evening, Mr. Parks. And Mr. Perry.
Good evening, Miss Wilson.
Hiya. Good evening, Miss Wilson.
Gentlemen, may I introduce the Siamese ambassador, Dr. Chang Yananda, Mr. James Park.
How do you do?
Oh, being very pleased to... Oh.
Quiet, Mug. Don't talk, just bow.
And Mr. Perry Burke.
And don't order ham and eggs.
Oh.
Please do be seated, gentlemen. How was it, Jimmy?
Perfect, kid. Perfect. We're a cinch. Now, just keep it up. Keep it up now.
Uh-oh. Watch, Yama. Here comes the waiter.
Uh-oh. Now, no English, Yama. No matter what happens, no English.
You wish to order now?
Oh, yes. Miss Wilson?
A chicken sandwich and coffee.
And the, gentleman?
Oh, yes. Miss Wilson, since Dr. Yananda doesn't speak English, I suggest you translate his order.
Huh?
Yes, you just...
Oh, yes, of course. 연하스나가 오 어느마나 셀라레 투마트 바로트?
코너시로 하고지만 난 이때가 왁교가나 이사게 코치.
He'll have a ham sandwich on rye.
난 뭐야 생각 이사게 코치. 마키조시 이리코 덴신 바시라 킴피라고 뭐또. 야, 아리가토 고자이마시타.
With mustard.
Yes. And you, gentlemen?
Make ours the same without mustard.
Very well.
Oh, Jimmy, I can't.
Oh, you can. You're marvelous. And anyway, we won't be long now. We've got to move fast before you almost slips. Gene, would you mind dancing with Perry?
What do you mean, mind?
Of course not.
And then meet me in the balcony in about 5 minutes. Right now, I've got some important business to attend to. Hello, Colton. Oh, glad to see you. How are things over Transnational?
Never mind, Parks. Get to the point. I've known you too long to think you came over here just to be sociable. Want to sell me that girl? Well, I might be interested.
No, you wouldn't. But I have got a little idea you might go for.
Yeah?
That is, unless you object to putting Martin Rickey behind the biggest 8-ball in the history of Hollywood.
Object? When he's the guy that started double features? I could choke him.
No, you won't have to, because, Colton, I've got a way you can really put the hooks into Ricky.
Yeah, how?
Well, it's very simple. Now, in a few minutes, you just happen over to our table and offer Jean Wilson a contract with Transnational.
What? Well, how do I know she isn't a phony?
Well, I'll answer that one. She is a phony. She made 3 of the worst tests since talkies, all in one. But you're not going to sign the girl, Colton. You're just going to bid for her.
Huh?
Yeah, now, it's like this. Ricky hasn't had his eyes off the girl since... Here you are.
Oh, it's perfect out here, Jimmy. Let's not go right back in. I'd much rather be Jean Wilson than Jean Wilson, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, get your hair quick, because it's just about time. Oh, that's swell.
What is?
Well, I was just watching Colton's come over to our table and start talking to Parrott. Oh, if that doesn't bring Ricky over.
Who's Colton?
Well, he's head of Transnational Productions and Ricky's personal enemy #1, and he's interested in you, too.
Oh, maybe he'll give me a contract instead.
No, he won't. I told him how swell you are, just, to get some competition for Ricky, someone to bid against him. And boy, is it going to work.
What am I offered, gentlemen, for the young girl? Strong, healthy? I have 1,000. Did I hear 2?
Yeah, you can kid about it if you want to, but that's how I'm going to do it. You see,
look.
What?
A falling star. Oh, superstitious?
Oh, not a bit. Oh, I know it. Ricky, there he is. Come on, Jean.
Oh, wait just a minute. There's one question I've got to ask.
Well, not now.
Now, Jimmy, now. Why, Jimmy?
Why?
All this for me.
Oh, I get it. Oh, you mean, have I any crazy ideas about, are there any strings to this? Well, now listen, Jeannie, I've been around long enough to know that business by itself, okay. Romance by itself, okay. When you try mixing them, dynamite. That right?
Oh, yes, Jimmy, that's right.
Yes, and this is strictly business. Oh, that reminds me. You better sign these before we go in. Here's a pen.
Sign them? What are they?
Well, one's a blank contract, and when I get the terms set with Ricky, I'll fill it in and then get him to sign it before we leave tonight, see?
You mean I sign the contract before it's even made out, before he has
Well, don't ask questions, Jean. Just sign it now.
All right. There. But this one...
Yeah, that too.
What's this?
Well, that's a contract between us. That makes me legally your manager, see?
But we don't need that if we're going to do it together,
now,
Jimmy.
Will you please not argue, Jean? Now, we've got to get in there. I'm doing business, and you have to.
Well, wait just a minute, Jimmy. Let me understand. This means you're legally my manager, that you handle all my affairs?
Yes, of course it does. It makes me an official 10%er, you see?
Oh, then you get 10% of all I make for your services?
Well, yes, of course. That's part of it. Now, there's no hurry about that end of it, but the thing is, we can't talk now. Now, sign, Jeannie, so I can get in and get this deal set for you.
Yes, Jimmy.
Will you please hurry,
But I
Jeannie?
want to all right. There.
Okay, now let's go.
I'm not going in.
You're not going in? Well, but you've got to go in.
Aren't you my manager? What do I pay you for? Besides, I've done my parade act. They've seen what they're buying. Go ahead with your auction.
Well, don't be crazy
I'm
now.
not being crazy. I'm being sane for the first time in 3 days. I'm not going in there.
But what's wrong with you anyway? Okay, stay here then.
Jean Wilson, you're a fool.
So you're going to Hollywood. Well, you're foolish if you ask me.
You better go back, you better go back, you better go back, you better go back, you better go back.
I couldn't even use her in slapstick comedy. Gee, look, forget all that. I'll make you a star and together we're a cinch. They can't beat us.
Fox, I want that girl for Transnational. I'll offer $50,000 a year.
Oh, no, you don't, Colton. I'm signing that girl. I offer $80,000.
Oh, yeah, Ricky, $100,000.
120, Jim.
150.
175.
200. 275.
300. Sold.
Jeannie, look, I did it. Hold out your hands. There it is. 5 years, Jean Wilson. A 5-year contract with Martin Rickey as top star of Superba Productions.
When does my salary start?
Well, in a week. Why? Well, what a crazy question.
You know what time it is?
Why?
I can tell you. It's just 12 o'clock. But I'm lucky. Yeah, I'm lucky.
Well,
my coach hasn't turned back into a pumpkin.
Well, What are you talking about, Jane?
You wouldn't understand, Jimmy. It hasn't anything to do with business. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm lucky in another way, too. I don't have to worry about glass slippers. My Prince Charming is sure to find me to collect his 10%. Well, I'm going home now. Good night, Jimmy. Pa.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call Rosalind Russell and James Stewart out for a curtain speech in just a minute. But in the meantime, allow me to introduce one of the most important members of our 1847 organization, John Conte.
Thank you, Conrad Nagel. First, I'd like to make a bow in the direction of our stars and their grand performances in First Love. For I think most of us appreciate something beautifully done. And those of you who seek perfection in all its forms are sure to be lavish in your praise of First Love, the exquisitely beautiful new pattern in silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's a sensational new achievement in silver design and craftsmanship. New beauty captured for a lifetime in finest silver plate. And to introduce this glorious new pattern, 1847 Rogers Brothers are making a special gift offer, so generous that it can be made for a limited time only. An exquisitely wrought fork in the First Love pattern that you can use for hors d'oeuvres, certain meats, patties, and any number of things. A special serving fork to add distinction to your dinner table or cocktail tray. Soon, its regular price will be $1.50. But now, it is yours for only 45 cents. Go to your dealers tomorrow and get yours. Take advantage of this unique opportunity and see the sets of gorgeous 1847 Rogers Brothers silverware while you're there. For this is the best year of all to buy your silver. To celebrate their 90th Jubilee year, 1847 Rogers Brothers offers sensational savings on 60 and 90-piece sets in First Love and other patterns. Savings as high as $20.50 on a set. And there are smaller sets for as little as $32.50. Such a small price for a lifetime purchase. And your dealer will gladly tell you, too, about the amazingly convenient terms. So why not be justly proud of your silverware? Why not own the best 1847 Rogers Brothers? And now, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'd like a word from our stars, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, before we ring down. Hey, wait a minute, you two. Where are you going?
Well, you see, Conrad, I've just moved into a new house, and I'm taking Jimmy home with me to help me shove the furniture around.
Yeah, that's what she thinks. You know, I've been making navy blue and gold for MGM right now, and for the past week I've been bounced around the Rose Bowl by a whole football team, so I couldn't move an ashtray 10 feet, Ross.
Oh, you can't, eh, Jimmy? Well, you can try. Now, you can just try.
Well, all right. So long, everybody.
Goodbye, and thank you. Thank you, Conrad.
Thank you, Rosalind. Goodbye, Jimmy. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be interested to know that Rosalind Russell gave the name First Love not only to our play, but to the new 1847 silverware pattern. We hope you'll all be able to be back with us again next week. Au revoir next Sunday afternoon.
The Hollywood Romance of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, as played by Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, will be continued in the third episode of the 1847 Silver Theater production, First Love, next Sunday evening at 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with Conrad Nagel directing and special music by Felix Mills. Grover Jones' story, First Love, is adapted for radio by True Boardman. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at Chesterton Radio.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
Quiet. Turn them over.
Jimmy, in case you're interested, they caught you.
Going to Hollywood, are you? You're a fool.
I couldn't use her if I was making slapstick comedies.
Better go back. You 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 better go back.
The 1847 Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcomes you to the 1847 Silver Theater. In just a moment, you will hear the 3rd episode in the romantic comedy drama of Hollywood First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. I was going to say something entirely different to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, but I was distracted by Rosalind Russell's new hat. It's one of those new sort of high-flying numbers, and she looks mighty beautiful in it. And looking at her new hat made me think how different women look from year to year, depending upon the fashion. For fashion designers create styles to last only a season. And then I got to thinking about the people who design our 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. They've got a much bigger problem on their hands, for they must create a design to last a lifetime. The silver plate does. And that's just the kind of design First Love, the new 1847 Rogers Brothers pattern, is. The type of loveliness that looks thrillingly new, but which will gleam just as proudly from your dinner table many years from now. It's a pattern whose simplicity will grace many backgrounds, yet with a richness of ornament to go proudly with more elaborate settings. The ornament is a garland of formal flowers in the moonlit shimmer of America's finest silver plate. And there's news to this ornament, for it's more deeply etched, more richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship never before available, save in sterling silver and special order silver plate. Only 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate shows this workmanship. Workmanship possible only by a great house of 90 years' experience of working in silver. So that you may see for yourself what new loveliness in silver plate can be yours, 1847 Rogers Brothers are offering you a finely wrought fork, a special serving fork in this glamorous new First Love pattern at less than 1/3 its regular price. So ask your dealer about it tomorrow, and ask him to show you sets of First Love, the greatest achievement of a great house, 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now for the man behind the show, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today we pick up the story of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks right where we left off last week. As I mentioned last Sunday, we're trying to do things a little differently in the 1847 Silver Theater. The opening scenes of the drama tell you virtually everything that has happened so far without resorting to narration, so that when you hear today's episode, you'll be completely up to date on our story. Now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the Grover Jones story, First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you like the novel touches our author has given his play.
course. How I should be letting you wait in here, mister. Miss Wilson, she's busy getting ready for that screen test. And besides, she don't want to talk to no reporters.
But I tell you, she'll be glad to see me. I'm going to give her a lot of free publicity, which means she'll make more money.
Well,
and that means you'll make more money, too.
How come?
Don't you get a percentage of her earnings instead of salary, just like all the rest of her servants?
How come you knows about that?
Oh, I know a lot of things that would...
Oh, hello, Mr. Parks and Mr. Burke.
Where's Miss Wilson, Beulah?
Over to the makeup place of getting ready for that test. But she don't want to see you, Mr. Jimmy. She done told me to tell you not to come round here till next Friday when she gets paid.
In other words, Jimmy, my boy, you're still in the doghouse.
Quiet, Perry. Well, never mind, Beulah. We'll just come in and wait.
There's another gentleman there, though.
Hello there, Jimmy. How are you?
All right, Barnett, what's up?
Hiya, Perry.
You heard him. What's up?
Why, nothing in particular. Just a little business I wanted to talk over with Miss Wilson.
Any business you have concerning her, you'll talk with me. I'm her manager.
Yeah? All right, Jimmy. That ought to do just as well. But there's one funny thing about me. I always like privacy when I talk business.
Beulah, go over to the makeup department. Jean may be needing you.
But Mr. Parks, she done said...
You too, Perry. Get out of here.
Fresh air'd be a pleasure.
All right, let's have it.
What's the rush? Most?
I said let's have it.
All right, Jimmy, it's like this. I know this Jane Wilson's a new star, and I've got a story she might be interested in. You too, Jimmy. You used to write. You'd like this.
Go on.
It's about a girl, see? A waitress in a restaurant right across the street from this studio. Well, suppose we call the girl Jean. Then there's a fella. He's a publicity man named, let's call him Jimmy. And he gets fired from the studio, see? But as he's leaving, he tells the boss that he has a new star. Of course, he hasn't, really. But he runs into this waitress over at Umlaut. And then he gets the idea of getting back at Ricky, at his boss, by tricking him into signing her as a star. So he takes the girl to a preview, see? And they're broadcasting the shindig. Am I boring you?
Go on.
Well, our hero ups to the mic and introduces little Jeannie to the nation as a famous international actress. Then to back up the bluff, he rigs her out like $1 million, gets her a fancy apartment, clothes, servants, the works. Only our hero is broke. So he has to get all those things by giving away percentages of the girl's salary, if and when she gets it. And now comes the good part.
Got the comedy, Barnett. What else do you know?
All there is to know.
How much do you want?
So you like my story? Well, I'll tell you. I might take a few percent myself, but for two things. First, I happen to know you've already given away over 70% of it.
Pretty busy, haven't you, Barnett?
I get around. The other reason is that Martin Rickey is going to get out of that contract just as soon as he finds out his new star can't act. Because you and I both know she can't. She had a test with a quickie outfit 4 months ago. It was terrible.
I asked you once, how much do you want?
1,000? Cash? Oh, I know you haven't got it. But it would be easy to promote on the strength of that contract. That's why I want to tell this girl.
You won't tell her anything.
No?
No. Because you're going to keep your mouth shut to Jean and to everybody else.
Oh. So she don't even know. Well, that makes...
And she's not going to know. Now, look here, Barnett. You get this straight. You're going to keep your mouth shut. Do you understand that?
Am I?
Yeah. This town would have been a lot better off if somebody had whaled the daylights out of you a long time ago, and there's nothing I'd rather do than take on the job right now.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy.
Beulah, we've got to... Oh, I didn't know.
That's all right, Jane. Mr. Barnett here wanted to talk to you about some business. I've taken care of it. He was just leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so long, Miss Wilson. I'd, so long.
Well, as long as the business, whatever it is disposed of, there's no reason why you shouldn't go, too.
Now, Janie, don't be like that. Now, come off that high horse of yours, will you? Why haven't you let me see you for the last 3 days?
What was there to see you about? The contract was signed. After all, just because you're my agent, I can't expect you to devote all your attention to me.
You'd be in an awful spot if that froze that way.
What?
That nose of yours up in the air.
Not very funny, Mr. Park.
No? Well, maybe I don't feel very funny. Here, this is what I came for. Leave this.
What is it?
That's the contract I had you sign the other night, making me legally your agent. You remember what you said at the truck just after I told you Ricky had signed you up? About how your Prince Charming would be sure and find you to collect the 10%? Well, maybe I'm dumb, but it just came to me last night in the middle of the night what you meant.
Oh. Then you mean you don't want to manage me any longer?
Oh, Jeannie, will you quit it? We started in this thing together, and didn't we? Now, I want us to go through with it together. I had to have that agent's contract to make it binding agreement for you with Martin Rickey.
Then it wasn't all just business? I mean, to make your 10% commission?
I don't give a darn about 10% or 20% or 2% or 90%. Why do you suppose I came here this morning? Because I heard you were going to do this test, and I came to help just as I promised you would.
That's really why you're here?
Yes, of course it is.
Oh, Jimmy, I'm glad
Never
I've been
mind,
so
never
upset.
mind. No, never mind. Here, let's see that makeup.
You see, I thought that you'd only said you
Now,
believed
quiet,
in
will
me
you quiet?
because...
Now, here, turn your face here to the light. That's okay. Who did it? Wally?
I think that was his name.
Yes, good job. You ought to photograph like a million. When are you supposed to shoot?
Any minute now, they're going to send for me. Do you like my dress?
Yeah, swell. You know your lines?
Gosh, yes, I hope so. Here, you cue me, will you?
All right. Did they tell you what picture you were testing for?
No, but I imagine it's the one with Trista Lane. She's doing the test with me.
Trista's going to do the test with you herself?
Oh, yes, she offered of her own accord.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't like it. I know Trista. She's been top star of Superba for a long time, and she's determined to stay top star. So when she starts holding out a helping hand to somebody younger and better looking, it's apt to have a knife in it.
Well, what could she do?
Well, just try and steal the scene from you and show you up, that's all. That girl knows all the tricks. That's why you've got to be plenty sure of yourself, Gene. Now, come on, let's run over these lines. Here, I'll give you your first cue here. Let's see, he said he would return. Do you remember?
Yes, Anne.
Uh-huh. And Trista has a long speech about spring and stuff, ending with, but you're just a child. You could not understand.
But I do understand.
That's right. Now, then she has another long speech about... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, this is a sequence from a picture Trista did 2 years ago. What was the name of that thing?
Memory Lane.
Memory Road, that's it. That's it, and this is supposed to be a test for you, Jeannie. Do you know what she's done? She's picked out the biggest scene she ever played in her life, and she's using it for your test. Only you're playing a stooge part opposite her. Look at the length of her speeches, and what do you say? Yes, Anne, but I don't understand. You, my dear, of course I will. Oh, Jeannie, why didn't you have me on hand to take care of these things for you? If you were the best actress in the world, you wouldn't...
Yes?
They're waiting for you on the set, Gene. It's back on stage 12.
Oh, Jimmy.
Well, they can't do it. Now, I'm going to make them change this test.
No, we can't do that. I can't start out like that. Besides, they'll at least see how I photograph.
Miss Wilson, come on. They're sure enough yelling for you.
Oh, Jimmy, how do I look? My dress, my hair.
Oh, that curl, that's down your eyes again. Never mind. Come on. I'll fix it on the set. Come on.
Sorry to hold you up this way, LaRue. I can't imagine where the girl is.
Oh, if this girl is but half what you say she is, Ricky, then she's worth waiting for. An international actress. As I said last night, Ricky, if she shows well in this test, I shall be glad to direct her in a picture for you. That is, if you have a story that will...
Hey, Mr. LaRue, but we have the camera set up now. You want to look at it?
And to be sure. You will pardon me, please.
Oh, she only likes her, Trista. Do you realize what it will mean to have Rene LaRue directing for Superba?
Of course, Ricky. And we must see that he does like her.
Trista, I wish you weren't being quite so sweet about all this.
Why, Ricky, you know I only want to help the girl.
Here I am, Mr. Ricky. I hope I didn't delay you.
It's quite all right, Miss Wilson. Quite all right. Hello, Jimmy Berg. Glad to see you. Oh, Joe, tell Mr. LaRue that Miss Wilson's ready.
Yes, Mr. Ricky.
Good morning, Miss Lane. Sorry I held you up.
Good morning, my dear. It's quite all right. I can understand. It would have taken them a long time to find the right makeup for you. Oh, but you look lovely and so calm. Of course, I know how you must feel inside. Oh, hello, Jimmy and Perry Burke. It's good to have you both on the lot again.
Yeah, I had a hunch you'd been lonesome for us, Trista.
Perry. Trista, it was good of you to help Jean by picking out the test she's going to do with you today. It gives her such a swell chance to show what she can really do.
Yes, doesn't it?
She's here? Bien. Ah, and so this is Miss Wilson?
Yes, Rene. Miss Wilson, Mr. Rene LaRue.
How do you do, Mr. LaRue?
Mademoiselle.
Oh, and Mr. Parks and Mr. Perry, Mr. LaRue.
You know, my dear, when Martin asked us asking Mr. LaRue to come and direct your test, I encouraged him. I was sure that, being an international star, you would enjoy speaking French again.
Vraiment, mademoiselle. Après le travail, nous parlerons en français. Hollywood se trouve si loin qu'on arrive un grand plaisir à parler de Paris et des vieilles choses, n'est-ce pas?
Miss Wilson was a little upset just now. Maybe later.
Why, Jimmy, I'm not at all upset. Vous avez raison, Monsieur Leroux. Il faut que nous parlions de Paris.
Oh, mademoiselle, Mama, cheers, parley. Oh.
Well, I don't like to interrupt, but, everything's ready, and holding up the set costs money, and...
We must think of superb productions as well as ourselves.
Exactly, Berg, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Bien. We do the test at once. You are sure you know your part in the scene, Miss Wilson?
I think so.
And Miss Lane, you...
Oh, you can shoot the scene right away as far as I'm concerned.
You will pardon me, but that is not my method, Miss Lane. We run through it once for the mechanics of action, then we polish it a bit, and
polish? Mr. Leroux, are you aware that Superb Productions almost won an Academy Award on this scene?
Quite, Miss Lane. But I am also aware that I saw it, and that today Miss Wilson is being given a test. As I said before, we will polish the scene. Now, if you please... that action of walking to the window. Once again, if you please.
Of course, Mr. Leroux. Still too fast?
A little, but do not worry. We keep at it till it is right. A very good suggestion, Mr. Parks. Thank you. Oh, Miss Lane, could you manage to play a little more down scene so that Miss Wilson will not have to be looking away from the camera when she plays with you?
When I played it before,
If you please, Miss Lane. Down scene. Thank you. Much better, much better. Cameraman, is there enough backlight on Miss Wilson? Let me see. No. More backlight on Miss Wilson.
Right. Flood out those inkies on the end.
That's too much backlight for me. We never use them.
That's better. A little down scene, please, Miss Lane. Now, just one final rehearsal, and then we shoot.
Rehearse? Again?
Please, Miss Lane, we must give Miss Wilson every chance. Perfect. Now we take it. Ready, Miss Lane?
Am I ready?
Miss Wilson?
I believe so.
Just a minute, Mr. Leroux. Her hair. I'll fix it in just a second.
Save the line.
Can't we hurry, LaRue? This is costing money. It's just a test. We're not making an A picture, you know.
No, but we are making an A test, Monsieur Ricky.
What's wrong with my hair?
Nothing. I just wanted to say good luck.
Thanks. Think it's going to be all right?
You bet it is. This fellow LaRue, I love him. He's wise to our Miss Lane, all right.
Bien. Are we ready?
Come on, kid. Troop it through.
Gosh. Somebody else said that to me once. That test at Freedom Productions.
Forget all that, will you? This time you're a cinch. Get the works, Jeannie.
Well, when Miss Wilson is ready, I'm waiting.
I'm all ready. I'm sorry, but my hair had to be fixed.
Hit the light.
Later, please. Not too fast, Miss Wilson. And Miss Lane, please remember not to make Miss Wilson have to turn from the camera. Quiet.
Quiet.
Turn them over.
Rolling.
Action.
He stood there, almost in the very spot where you're standing now. And he smiled as he said he would return. Do you remember?
Yes, Anne.
And he didn't even kiss me. He just turned, that smile still on his face, went out the door and down the path to the road. And I stood at the window and watched till he was out of sight, down there where the road curves into the pines. It was spring then. And even as I watched, I knew that I'd never see him again. And not seeing him, there could never really be another spring for me. Oh, but you're just a child. You could not understand.
But I do understand.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. I can't play the scene with this girl.
But Miss Lane.
Oh, don't Miss Lane me. You could at least say the right line.
But that was my line.
Oh, be quiet. You spend the entire morning rehearsing a simple scene, and then you can't even give me the cue.
I did give you the cue. And even if I hadn't, there was no need to stop.
Oh, there wasn't. Your awkwardness completely destroys the mood of the scene, but there's no reason to stop. Matter of fact, there was no reason to start it in the first place. I should waste my time on a rank amateur.
I'm not an amateur.
Oh, and be quiet. You're nothing but a cheap little imposter being ballyhooed by that windbag Jimmy Park.
You keep Jimmy out of this.
Ooh, so it's like that, eh? You not only can't play a scene when I choose the simplest one in the world for you,
but you did. You chose one that didn't even give me anything to do. Your Academy Award scene. You think so, do you? Well, as a matter of fact, It could have gotten the Academy Award, but not the way you played it.
How dare
The
you?
actress that played that part in that scene needs a heart, Miss Lane, and that's something you haven't got. The girl in that scene has to have loved someone, and the only person you're capable of loving is Trista Lane. An amateur, am I? Well, if I couldn't play that scene better than you did, I wouldn't try to act.
Oh. Perhaps you'd like to show me how it should be done.
You bet I would. Listen. He stood there, almost in the very spot where you're standing now. And he smiled.
Why, you're not going
and
to...
he said he'd come back. Do you remember? And he didn't even kiss me. He just turned, that smile still on his face, and went out the door. And I stood at that window and watched till he was out of sight, down there where the road curves into the pines. It was spring then, and even as I watched, I knew I'd never see him again. And not seeing him, there could never really be another spring for me.
Cut. What a scene.
Jeannie.
Wonderful. Print that one.
Print it? Print it? You took all of that?
Of course we did.
Jeannie, I can't believe it. You were terrific.
Ricky, will you stand for this? They can't print that. This amateur.
Ricky, you want me to make a picture for you? Bien. With this girl, I make it. That girl and the right story, we win 6 awards for you. Tiens, such fire, such spirit.
Ricky, if you'll buy off our contact
Now,
out.
Trista, listen to reason.
Jeannie, come on.
Where?
I don't know where we're going out of here. Come on, we're going to celebrate.
Jimmy, where are we going?
To celebrate, I said. To the beach. We're going to swim and dance and ride merry-go-rounds and shoot the chutes till morning. Yippee!
Yippee!
Quiet back there. We'll throw you out.
Oh, Jimmy, not so fast. You'll be arrested.
Ha-ha. They'll have to catch me first.
Jimmy, in case you're interested, they caught you.
Come on, Jimmy. I'll race you back to shore.
All right.
Wait a minute. Watch me dive from the float. A perfect jackknife. Hi-yo, Silver.
Grab it,
Get
Jeannie.
in.
Grab a
I
ring.
got it, and Jimmy, it's a gold one. I get a free ride.
Hooray! Nine hot dogs. 9?
Sure, 3 apiece.
And be sure that pedigree.
Die kann dich kann, 100 to haul.
That means with mustard.
It's for 5 years with no options. What the... Maybe I'm crazy.
Yes, sir, there you are. There's your baby doll. Knock 'em off 4 times in a row and win your choice of anything in the house.
Jimmy, let me try.
Here you are, lady.
Sure, we'll all try. Give us a dozen balls.
Jimmy, I knocked one off. I hit it.
Here you are, lady. Another baby doll. Here you are.
Hey, see the one with the chip on it? That one's Trista Lane. Watch me hit it.
Poor Trista.
Yeah, boo-hoo-hoo for Trista. She's down, but you know, something tells me she's not out.
What is it that's so important and yet so secretive that you can't tell anyone but me personally? Well?
It's like this, Miss Lane. I heard indirectly that you and this Jane Wilson sort of had some trouble at the studio today.
Oh, you heard, did you?
Yeah,
Well, you can get out of here and mind your own business. I have no statements for prying reporters.
that's just it. Maybe I have.
I said to... What?
Miss Lane, it just happens that I'm anxious to leave town in a hurry, and I'd much rather go with $1,000 in my pocket.
Stop making riddles. What do you mean?
Would it be worth $1,000 to you to prove that Jean Wilson is not an international star and that our contract with Martin Rickey is no good because it was made through fraud?
Can you prove that?
I'm just asking you, Miss Lane. And if that isn't enough for your money, would it help if I could prove that Jimmy Parks put over this whole deal by giving away percentages of her prospective income? A little gag which Miss Wilson herself doesn't even know about?
She doesn't know? And you can prove it?
I could round up the shareholders in an hour.
Round up the shareholders. Well, isn't that interesting? Sit down. I think we might do business.
Mr. Parks,
Huh?
got any more dance tickets left?
Sure, plenty.
Well, tear them up, eat them, do anything with them. This has got to be the last dance. My
speed.
I see. Turning softy on me. Well, fine. Apparently the Wilson blood doesn't spring from the same hardy stalks as them Parksies.
Ah, is that so? Notice you didn't ring the bell with the sledgehammer.
Neither did you.
I rang the ladies' bell.
Oh, that's mere nothing. Ladies' bell. Why, with both hands tied behind me, I could say, hey, you know what we're going to do after this dance?
I know. We're going home.
Home at this hour? Fishing. Out at the end of the pier.
Fishing?
Uh-huh. Wait and see.
Poor Perry. Look at him loaded down with all those Cupid dolls.
Well, don't remind him. He may want us to carry some, see?
Don't tell me you stopped your dance marathon. If it's me you're worried about, go ahead. I've been here so long now, the people think I'm a concession.
Oh, Perry.
They've been looking around for rings to throw at my nose so they could win some of these Cupid dolls. Hey, aren't we going home now? I'm all stove in.
Well, you go back to the car. We'll be along later.
I know what that means. Well, listen, if you see a hulking mass in the back seat, don't disturb it. It'll be my recumbent form.
Perry, want another hot dog?
Oh.
Come on, Judy.
Can't understand it.
Neither can I. Nice brown cord for a line, a bent hairpin for a hook, and a chocolate raisin for a bait. Mighty funny fish don't bite on that.
Too particular.
Yeah.
Might be the wrong time of day. My father always said you could never fish after dark.
Oh, your father was bad.
Is that so? Well, I'll...
What?
I'm too tired to argue. He was best, like your father.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, fish always bite when there's a moon.
He said no.
He's a liar.
What's the matter?
That curl. There it is, down your eyes again.
Well, let it stay.
Nuh-uh. There. That's better. Oh, Jeannie. That moon on your face.
Jimmy.
I love you, Jeannie. I love you. Do you hear that?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm so glad.
Jeannie, there's something else There's something else you've got to know about you, and I always swore to myself I'd tell you before I told you I loved you, but
Not now, Jimmy. Whatever it is, not now. Tomorrow or any time. But let this day, all of it, be just what it has been. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, look, a bite. Haul up the line. Quick, Jimmy.
Jimmy, it was mean to leave Perry to bring up all those Cupid dolls and things by himself.
He ought to be rested, sleeping all the way home.
Oh, me too. Just tell him to put them outside the door here. I'll get them in the morning. I'm too tired to wait.
Okay. Good night, Jeannie.
Good night, Jimmy.
Darling. Gosh, I was proud of you today.
Were you?
Yeah. And, Jeannie, tomorrow, whenever I mean, just remember one thing, will you? What I said out in that pier, that was on the level.
I remember.
Good night.
Jimmy, wait. Come back. There's someone in here.
Someone in there?
Oh, so there you are.
Miss Lane.
Trista?
Yeah, we'd like to see you.
Trista, what's the idea of this in Mr. Wilson's apartment? Oh, who are all the... What is this?
Oh, so you recognize us. I say us, because I bought out the apartment manager's interest. So now I'm a shareholder, too, Jimmy. A shareholder in your little Gene Wilson Corporation.
Jimmy, what's she talking
Come on,
about?
let's get out of here. I'll explain.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll explain. You see, my dear, every one of us here has a contract for a percentage in your first year's salary. A contract signed by your manager, Mr. Jimmy Park.
Contract, percentage? But that's not true.
Oh, isn't it? Well, just ask them. Ask Mrs. Ryan there, your cook. Or Mr. Steiner, who supplied your groceries. Or Buck Braddock, who's been chauffeuring you in his own car. Or your maid. Ask any of them. If he didn't make them all believe that about you being an international actress, instead of the cheap waitress that you are. Well, why don't you ask them?
Jimmy, say something.
I wanted to tell you, Jeannie, I tried to...
Oh, you should have, Jimmy. All those lies, that pretense. Oh, for publicity, it might have been all right. But to let all these people gamble on me... Oh, but it's all right now. All of you believe me. Even if Mr. Parks did lie to you, I have a contract. Just today there was a test, and, well, you'll get your money. I have a contract.
Oh, have you? And how long will you keep it? When Martin Rickey finds out it was made through fraud?
Trista, shut up.
You see, my dear, now you know how your friend Jimmy made a waitress into a star. But you still don't know why he did it.
No, Trista, stop it. Get out of here. I'll tell her myself.
He'd been fired by Rickey because he bugged on my publicity campaign. So he swore he'd get even. Do you know how?
Trista.
By setting him a phony. By getting him to give a contract to a girl who had already proved that she was the worst actress in Hollywood.
That's a lie. He believed in me.
Oh,
he told me.
really? Maybe that's why he told Roger Colton that you couldn't act for sour apples. And that if they could trick Rickey into signing you, they'd be putting him behind the biggest 8-ball in the history of Hollywood. Oh, yes, he believed in you.
Trista, will you shut up?
Oh, no, Jimmy. Let her talk. That's how we learn things. Funny things. Things that we can laugh about. Why don't you laugh? Why don't we all laugh? Oh, Jimmy Parks.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chief hope of our enemies is to divide the United States along racial and religious lines and thereby conquer us. Let's not spread prejudice. A divided America is a weak America. Through our behavior, we encourage the respect of our children and make them better neighbors to all races and religions. Remind them that being good neighbors has helped make our country great and kept her free. Thank you.
Hey, Jimmy, take it easy.
It's the third time Gene Wilson ain't here. But I tell you, I've got to see Ricky.
I am trying, but I just can't play the part.
We take the scene again, and this time give me something.
Quiet. Turn him over.
The 1847 Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in an original story, First Love. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate, welcomes you to the 1847 Silver Theater. And right now, I'd like to introduce the man behind the show, a man known everywhere for his work on stage, screen, and radio, our director, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, John Conte. Today we bring to a close the story of Gene Wilson and Jimmy Parks, taking up the thread of the romance right where we left off last week. Before we ring up the curtain on this afternoon's performance, I'd like to tell you of other plays and famous players which we have in store for you. Next week, we shall present the celebrated dramatic actress of stage and screen, Miss Miriam Hopkins, in a special radio adaptation of a Faith Baldwin romance entitled P.S. She Got the Job. In following weeks, we shall present Brian Ahern, Jane Wyatt, Madeline Carroll, Clark Gable, Lee Tracy, and many other distinguished names of the screen and theater. And now, in just a moment, our play First Love will begin. It's a romantic comedy drama, two against that town of hopes and heartaches, Hollywood. It's a play with that intangible thing called glamour. It's a play
Pardon me, Conrad, but could I borrow that word?
Borrow a word, John? What word?
The word glamour.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
I want to borrow the word glamour, ladies and gentlemen, because glamour is just the word that describes 1847 Rogers Brothers' new pattern in silver plate, which Rosalind Russell herself christened First Love. For Miss Russell says that the moment she saw it, she fell in love with this thrilling new pattern. First Love is strikingly beautiful, radiantly lovely, really glorified silver plate of graceful lines and exquisite proportions. Even more than that, the garland of formal flowers which ornaments the First Love pattern is richly raised and deeply etched in a new perfection of craftsmanship never before available save in sterling silver. And only 1847 Rogers Brothers know this secret of sterling craftsmanship applied to silver plate, the glorious climax of more than 90 years of working in silver. First Love is glamorous as a Hollywood star, a pattern to grace surroundings of any type, a pattern which you must really see to appreciate its beauty. And so that you may see this latest and loveliest of patterns, 1847 Rogers Brothers make it possible for you to secure a finely wrought fork, a special serving fork in the First Love pattern at 1/3 its regular price. So be sure to ask your jeweler or your department store about it tomorrow.
And now for our play. The lights are being dimmed, and the silver curtain is rising on the Grover Jones story, First Love, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you like it.
Hey, Jimmy, take it easy.
We've got to find her, Perry. We've got to find Jean, do you hear?
Yeah, but wouldn't you just as soon we were still alive when we do?
Oh, she's only at the station.
Yeah, and you can talk her into coming back. Something tells me that's going to take eloquence, my boy, the way she was feeling when she ran out of that apartment.
Why did she have to take it that way, Perry?
Look out. Oh, Jimmy.
What if I did give a bunch of people percentages in her first year's salary to help make her a star? That's been done before.
Oh, don't be a sap. That's not why Jean ran out on you, and you know it. What busted her up was finding out that you lied when you said you believed in her. It's like I told you from the first, Jimmy.
I'll look in the station. You wait here.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll go.
Examiner Times paper. Yes, sir. Ticket?
No, look, has a girl bought a ticket in here tonight since midnight, I mean?
No, where would she been going?
Well, east, New York, maybe. Or Springfield. That's it, Springfield, Massachusetts. That's where she'd be going.
I haven't sold any ticket to Springfield. Besides, there's no train east out of here for about 5 hours, not until 7:30.
Well, have you seen her? Look, she's about 5'4", 5'5", and pretty, awful pretty, and brown hair, brown eyes, and had on a suit, brown, maybe blue. Well, I don't know, but...
afraid I can't help you, but I'll keep an eye out.
Examiner Times paper, read what luck, Jimmy?
No luck. There's no train out for 5 hours.
Where now?
Well, the hotels. We're going to check on everyone in Hollywood.
Jimmy,
and then we're going to start on the rooming houses.
Oh, hey, but you can't wake people up at this hour. Besides, we ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? I said we're going to find Jean.
Nope, no one but that name registered.
Well, she might have used another name. Now, look, she's about so tall and dark hair and brown eyes, and I think she had a suit on, a gray suit, maybe green.
Afraid she's not here, sorry.
No, wait, hello. No, this girl would have come in since midnight. She not? Okay, thanks.
Now, see here, young fellow, for the third time, Jean Wilson ain't here. She moved away a couple of weeks ago. Got a job in the movies. Now, will you quit waking me up?
Well, I just thought she might have come back. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right if it's urgent, but she's not here at the YWCA. I'm sorry.
No one that answers that description. Sorry. She didn't buy a ticket. Sorry. Not at this hotel. Sorry. Haven't seen her. Sorry.
Not at the YW. Sorry.
No one that answers that description. Sorry. Not here. Sorry. Haven't seen her. Sorry. No ticket. Sorry. 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 Sorry.
Oh, Jimmy, it's no use. Give it up.
We're going to keep going. Let's go.
But, Jimmy, it's almost... Oh, all right. Where now?
Where? I don't know. Or do you just keep driving? I'll think of someplace.
Okay.
Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie, where?
I hope you know this whole business is crazy, Jimmy.
It's crazy, Jimmy. It's crazy. You'll never be able to make me a star. As long as both of us together. I'll try.
Yes, sir, it's bets. Chasing all over town ever since midnight.
Until midnight, Jimmy. 10 hours till midnight. When this dress turns back into an apron and that limousine we came in back into a pumpkin.
Oh, Jeannie.
What'd you say, Jimmy?
I didn't say anything. Keep driving.
Okay. But the next time you start out to turn some gal into a star, oh...
A falling star, Jimmy. Superstitious? I'm glad, Jimmy. And I love you, Jimmy. I do love you. Oh, I do. Good night, Jimmy. Good night, Jimmy.
course, it's like I told you from the first. You never should have told her all those lies.
All those lies, Jimmy. Lies and pretense. Let Trista talk. That's how we find out things. Funny things. Things we can laugh about. Well, why don't you laugh? Why don't we all laugh?
No, Gina. No. No, you don't understand. Come back.
Hey, what?
She won't come back, Barry. We're not going to find her. She'll never come back.
Coffee.
Is that all?
That's all.
Okay, Gene Wilson.
Hello, Marge.
Say, I didn't recognize you at first. Gee, how are you anyway?
Me? Oh, I'm fine, Marge.
I'll get you coffee. Say, it's swell to see you. I read all that stuff in the paper. Here you are. Gosh, think of you being a star across the street from the same restaurant where you used to juggle trays. Ain't life funny, though? Want some more cream?
Huh? No, thank you.
Oh, I wish you'd have come in earlier so the other girls could have seen you. Say, what are you doing here all alone this hour of the morning? Been working over the studio making night scenes? Or did it just get lonesome for the old place?
Yeah, that's it. Lonesome.
Funny how you can feel about a place you work once, huh? Oh, say, I wanted to ask you. All that stuff in the papers about you being an international actress and stuff, that's just a lot of bunk, ain't it?
Yeah. That's all it is. Bunk.
That's what I told Ruthie. I says, Ruthie, it stands to reason if she was a big star, she wouldn't have been working here with us. And I told her. Hey, what's the matter, Gene? You feel all right? I mean, you look sort of...
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Besides, Ruthie, I says, look who her manager is, that Jimmy Parks guy. The fellow who used to be head of the publicity department across the street. Everybody knows he's the biggest liar in Hollywood. Why, look how he made a star out of that Trista Lane. Just by making people think she was... Hey, aren't you going to finish your coffee? Hey, Gene, wait a minute. Your change.
Well, good morning, Miss Wilson. Good morning. Glad to see you.
Mr. Ricky.
Sit down.
But there's no time...
You'd better. I have an idea you and I have a good deal to talk about this morning.
A good deal to... Mr. Ricky, do you already know what I'm here to tell you?
Yes, Miss Wilson, I do. You see, Trista Lane called me after she left your apartment last night.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad. That makes it much easier. All that she told you was true, Mr. Ricky. I'm not an international star. And I was a waitress in the restaurant across the street. The whole thing was just a little idea of Mr. Parks to...
To get back at me for firing him. I know. But something tells me you didn't know, Miss Wilson. Not about that part of it.
Well, what difference does it make? All that matters is that you have a contract with a girl that can't act. Well, that's why I'm here this morning. Mr. Ricky, I brought this.
What is it?
My copy of the contract between us. If you'll just write me a check for $51.46, you may have it back.
Check? $51.40... What are you talking about?
Well, that happens to be the price of a ticket to Springfield. I'd rather not have taken anything,
but Miss Wilson, it also happens that you're not going to Springfield.
Well, what do you mean?
I have no intention of canceling that contract.
But it was made through fraud, and when you signed me, you thought that I was...
I thought you'd be a good box office, and you are. As for the ballyhoo of Parks, it's great publicity. Now we'll tell the public the truth about you, and they'll be more interested than ever.
But, Mr. Ricky, that's crazy. I mean, you don't understand. I'd be no good to you. I can't act.
I can't believe that. Remember, I saw you make that test yesterday with Trista Lane.
But that was different. That was because I had someone, something I could count on. But now it's no use. Oh, Mr. Ricky, you've got to let me out of that contract.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Miss Wilson. Besides, you're just a little upset now, and hard work's the best thing in the world for you.
Oh, but please,
I have a script called Cold Embers ready to go into production. Great story, Miss Wilson. A story of women in the war. And there's a girl in there... Well, when that picture is released, and with you in that part, you will be an international star.
Oh, no, Mr. Ricky, please. Please, you don't understand. You've got to let me out of it.
I do understand, Miss Wilson. And now you better go home and get some sleep. Beginning tomorrow, you're going to be a very busy young woman.
But please, you've got to listen.
Make appointments for Miss Wilson tomorrow morning. A makeup test at 9.
No.
Fittings at 10.
Please.
Photographs
Ricky,
at 12. And interviews from 2 to 4. And see that she gets some script.
Turn them over.
Rolling. Scene 14, take 9.
Action. And please, Miss Wilson, give me something this time, eh?
But don't you understand? The man's an enemy, Margaret. We don't dare give him shelter.
He's hurt and he needs care. Are we to let men die because they don't wear the right uniform?
Oh, if Joe and all the rest felt that way, where would we be?
Well, they don't. They're killing every chance they get.
Cut! Angie. No, Miss Wilson. We can't spend the entire day on this one scene. Quiet! I want this set quiet.
Quiet.
Assistant, no visitors. Visitors off the set, please.
Yes, Mr. LaRue. I'm sorry, but you folks will have to get off
I will explain again. The whole spirit of the story is in the lines you speak in the scene. There is determination, there is bitterness, there is despair. All the complex emotions that a woman feels in time of war. Now put those things into it. Feel the scene, please. We take it again. Turn them over.
Rolling. Scene 14, take 10.
Action.
But don't you understand? The man's an enemy, Margaret. We don't dare give him shelter.
He's hurt and he needs care. Are we to let men die because they...
No! Cut! Will you tell me what is wrong with you?
Oh, maybe it's my fault, Miss Wilson. Maybe I'm
Of course it's not your
you...
fault. It's so... Oh, Mr. LaRue, I want to do what you say. I'm trying. I seem to be all tied up inside. Can we try it again?
No, we try it no more. We're wasting time. The company is dismissed for the day. It is no good, Ricky. The girl is flat, colorless. The day she took the test, she was an actress. Now she's a stick.
All right, I'll get another story. I'll get a dozen stories if I have to. But I'm going to make a picture with Gene Wilson, and you're going to direct it.
You're crazy, Jimmy. She won't even see you.
But I'm not going to see Gene. I'm going to see Ricky.
He'll throw you out.
And this one had better be good, because if this script doesn't fit that girl, I'll fire you all and get some writers who can write. I'm busy.
Mr. Parks is here again. Says he must see you.
Parks, tell him to get off the lot and stay off. Turner, how soon can you have this new story ready to shoot? We've got to get started on the picture. We have to get our money.
No! Cut! Miss Wilson, in this story you are supposed to be gay, to laugh. This is a comedy we are playing, not Macbeth. Will you please try?
I am trying, but I can't do it. I can't do it, I tell you.
We've tried her in 6 stories, and she couldn't play any of them. That's why I brought you from New York, Max. If you can't write one that she can play, I don't know what we'll do.
But I tell you, I've got to see Martin Ricky.
Cut! I give up. There is no use. I'm through. Completely and absolutely finished.
Parks, I gave orders to keep you off the lot.
Ricky, you've got to listen to me for 5 minutes, please. Ricky, I want to be honest with you.
What do you know about honesty? I gave you the best publicity job in Hollywood. I paid you top salary for 5 years. I saw you through every scrape that your crazy hot-headedness got you into. And how do you thank me for it? By one of the lowest tricks that ever was pulled in Hollywood. And you talk to me about honesty.
I know all that, Ricky. But I'm not here this morning for myself, Ricky. I swear I'm not.
Oh. Maybe you've got a new actress to sell me, huh? Somebody else that I can waste $200,000 on. Do you realize that I hired the best writers in the country to turn out scripts for that girl and... Oh, well, never mind. She's through. Have you got any more great ideas?
Ricky, let me write a story for her.
Ah, you're crazy.
That's what I'm here for, Ricky. I've got a story that she can play.
What are you talking about?
It's her story. Her own story, Ricky. story of a girl with one single dream, one ambition, and a guy who was too much of a fool to recognize that dream in time. Let me do it, Ricky. This won't cost you a dime, but you've just got to let me write it.
Well, what makes you think she'd be any better in this story than she was in any of the others?
You saw her that day on that test with Trista. She was great. You know it. Well, since then, something's happened to Jean. I know what it is. She's lost the one thing an actress must have. Faith in herself. Well, the story I'm going to write will give that back. It'll make her see a lot of things straight now that seem twisted up in a million crazy shapes. And oh, Ricky, I've got to do it. I've got to do it for so many reasons. Please give me this chance.
All right, Jimmy. I never knew you to do a bad job on anything you had your heart in. I've got a hunch your heart is in this.
Take it easy, Mr. Hess, or you'll burn up the keys.
No, I'll be quiet.
Okay, Mr. Hess.
Hey, what is this Hess business?
If you'd stop work long enough to read the paper, you'd know. It's your nom de plume, or should I say de type. It's all over the movie columns this morning that Superba's finally found a story for Gene Wilson. A story called Hollywood Girl by Ronald Hess. What a name, Ronald.
Never mind now. He is writing it for all you know. You just keep your mouth shut, see?
How about to Jean?
Most of all to Jean. Now, she's not to know.
Fine business. You're writing practically a stenographic report of the things you've said to each other, and you expect her not to...
That.
Am I? The girl in that story is Jean, and the fellow is you, Jimmy, my boy. The masks you put on them are so thin it'd take a blind man to be fooled.
Oh, hey, come on, you get out of here and mind your own business. Here's the third sequence. Now, tell Ricky I'll get the rest of it by tomorrow night.
Oh, Jimmy, you can't. Use your head. You can't keep working like this. Get some rest and some decent food.
Don't worry. I'll get rest. Plenty of it after this picture's finished.
What do you mean?
Well, I think Hollywood and I can do without each other for a while. I thought I'd do a little traveling, maybe down to Australia, you know. I've always wanted to see those wombat and the platypus and the kangaroos. Well, hey, what is that? Now, come on, get out of here.
Okay.
Perry.
Yeah?
Perry, when do they start to shoot? Did Ricky tell you?
Sure, tomorrow. They're going to start with that sequence in the park. When the guy tells a girl he can make her a star. Wonder where you ever got that idea.
Well, Perry, now, you stick around. And you watch the lighting and watch Jean's makeup, now everything. And if she's not getting every break, you go to Ricky and you tell him. Now, you do that, Rick.
Okay. Ronald Hess. Ronald.
Quiet. Turn them over.
Pardon me, Mr. LaRue. Jean, the old faithful curl that's in your eyes again.
Oh, thank you. How's that?
That's swell. Excuse me, Mr. LaRue.
Quite all right. Thank you for noticing. Now, bien. Turn them over. Rolling. Scene 37, take one. Action, please. I'll make you a star, Helen, so help me. I'll do it.
But I'm warning you, I can't act. Not anymore.
Of course you can. And we'll be together. I'll be there to pull you through. Together we're a cinch. Say you'll do it, Helen.
All right, Tommy. It's crazy. And I know I'll let you down, but as long as we're together, I'll do it.
Oh, Helen, I could kiss you.
You could, Tommy? You have.
Cut. Excellent. Thank you both.
Save the light.
I'm delighted, Miss Wilson. Delighted. I see already that this story for you is the answer.
Yes, I'm beginning to think it is. Mr. LaRue, who's writing this story, do you know?
Someone by the name of Ronald Hess, I understand.
Yes, but who is Ronald Hess?
I have no idea. The name is new to me.
Say, Jean, that's...
Mr. Burke, do you by any chance happen to know who is this Ronald Hess?
Who, me? Say, I make it a point never to know any writer. No.
I see. Perhaps we'd better go on shooting, Mr. LaRue.
Exactly. Cameraman, give me a setup over here, and let's have it quiet for rehearsal.
you're haywire, Jimmy. You can't end it that way.
Now, I'm writing this story.
But the public won't go for it. So far, it's been a swell story. You got to get the boy and the girl together in the end.
Why? You say the story's been good. Well, do you know the reason? Because it's real, honest, and genuine. That's why. Well, it's going to end that way. The guy's a heel, isn't he? Well, as long as he's a heel, he doesn't deserve it.
Ever hear of this thing called love?
Yeah. She's not in love with him. She couldn't be.
Jimmy, you may know publicity, but when it comes to women, you're 4 points below being a moron.
Yeah? Well, this story, she doesn't love him, see? She gives him his walking papers right here on this speech. Now, listen. The fella's come to say goodbye to her, see? And she says, "Why did you have to come back? Isn't it better to forget things that are over and done with? The one decent thing you might have done is to leave me alone." Oh, no, I'd better just stay that way. It reads better. Let's see. Why did you have to come back? Isn't it better to forget things that are over and done with?
One decent thing you might have done was to stay away. I almost thought I loved you once, Tommy. But I know now I didn't, and I never could. There's too big a barrier of lies and pretense. And what I'm trying to say is this. There was a time I needed just one thing in life, Tom, and that was faith. Your faith in me. She didn't come through, Tommy, because you didn't have that faith. Now will you go? And this time don't come back. Please, Tommy. Please. Don't come back.
That is the picture.
Perfect. It's not. It's all wrong. It can't be like that. Perry, where is he? Where is he? Take me to him.
But he said...
I don't care what he said. Take me to him.
Was that you, Perry? I'll be right out. I'm making some reservations. Hello. That's right, yeah. 8:40 to San Francisco. Yeah, lower. Thanks. Well, Perry, look, how did the scene go? Well, Jeannie...
I came to see Mr. Hess. Perry told me he lived here.
Well, Perry's batch. You better go back to the studio.
Oh, but I won't. Till I see Mr. Hess. That story has got to be changed. And you know how? I'll show you.
Well, here, Jeannie, now, wait a minute.
Now, you read over my shoulder, Jimmy. I'll show you what that closing speech of hers should be.
Let's stop this crazy business of torturing ourselves. I love you for writing the script for me. I love you for trying to keep it a secret. I love you for... Oh, who cares what for? I love you. Jeannie, is it... You mean... Could you?
Yes, Jimmy. I could, and I do.
Oh, Jeannie, my darling.
Mike.
Oh, Perry, now...
Don't mind me. That's all I wanted to know. Scene 382, close-up. The two stand in close embrace, forgetting that there's anyone in the world but themselves, as we slowly fade out. The end.
You're wrong, Perry, isn't it, Jimmy?
Dead wrong.
Mm-hmm. It's the beginning. It's just scene one. And believe me, this is going to be a picture.
In just a moment, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart are coming out before the curtain so that you may meet them. But first, John Conte has a word for you.
Today we've heard the happy ending of our play, First Love, in which we all enjoyed Rosalind Russell and James Stewart so much. And next week, in the 1847 Silver Theater, we'll hear about another play of another title. But you'll still hear a lot about the name First Love. For First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers' stunning pattern in silver plate is news, real news. A design of enduring loveliness with craftsmanship of the type never before available save in sterling silver. craftsmanship possible only from the great house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. For 1847 Rogers Brothers is the most important name in silver plate, a name which for 90 years has stood for the finest quality and workmanship. So go to your dealer tomorrow and learn now for how little this lasting loveliness can be yours, and how easy it is to buy out of income. For today, you can make your dream come true. You can own the finest silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now, here is Conrad Nagel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that we're all a little sad right now, for we've come to the end of our play, First Love, with Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. We hope you enjoyed it, and we know you enjoyed our stars. I want to congratulate them on a grand job.
Thank you, Conrad. I do know that I've enjoyed it,
Me too, Conrad.
and I know everybody will be thrilled with Miriam Hopkins' next play. Next week here on this program, Fanny her story, P.S. She got the job. But before I go, I would like to thank all of you for the wonderful way you've received our play. Your letters have meant so much to me, and I'd like to thank 1847 Rogers Brothers, too. You know, I feel as though 1847 people and I were old friends. As a matter of fact, we are. My mother has 1847 Rogers Brothers silverware in Connecticut, and I do here, too, in Hollywood. That's what we think of it.
Well, we certainly hope you'll be back, Rosalind. We appreciate MGM giving you permission to appear in our Silver Theater. Also, we wish you and Robert Montgomery lots of luck in your new picture, Love, Live, and Learn. Well, Jimmy, I guess it's au revoir to you, too, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is, Conrad. I guess I'll pack up my mic fright and get back to stage 8.
You've got a new MGM picture coming out soon, haven't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, The Last Gangster, starring Edward G. Robinson.
Well, I know it'll be a big success, and we also hope you'll do another play for us again here in the Silver Theater.
Well, maybe that's a date. And what Rosalind said about your letters goes for me, too, and my most sincere thanks to 1847 Rogers Brothers for letting me do Jimmy parts. So long, everybody.
Goodbye. Come along, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Rosalind. Goodbye, Jimmy. This is Conrad Nagel bidding you good afternoon. I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday.
Next week, at the same time, the 1847 Silver Theater presents Miriam Hopkins in the exciting Faith Baldwin one-act play, P.S. She Got the Job. The Grover Jones story, First Love, was adapted for radio by True Boardman, with special music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. This is John Conte speaking for International Silver Company, makers of 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada, where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, San Diego, I Love You. The starring players.
This is Edward Everett Horton.
This is Louise Albritton.
And this is John Hall. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Universal Pictures' delightful madcap comedy, San Diego, I Love You. It stars Louise Albritton as Virginia, John Hall as John, and Edward Everett Horton as Papa McCooley. The McCooleys live in Waterville. 3 young boys, a grown daughter, and Papa McCooley. Just an average small-town American family that...
I've got it. This time I've got it.
Well, I had it.
An average family. You'll note I didn't say normal.
I've got it again. Eureka. At last, I've got it.
Pop, what is it? What's going on?
Oh, an explosion, Pop. Blow your top again.
Now, fellow citizens of the McCooley Republic, our little McCooley family will go down in history.
Or up with one of your booby trap inventions.
Now, come closer. Virginia, you two, Joey, Walter, come over here. Larry. Now, this time, your father has it.
Oh, you have, Pop? That's wonderful. What is it?
Virginia, I have at last perfected my one-man life raft. I have really, down to the very last detail. Look.
Oh, you mean that's it? In that little bag?
Gee, it's awful small, Pop.
Well, that's the beauty of it. Small and compact. But like a lady's purse, it contains everything under the sun but money. Now, look. Now, attention. You just pull the zipper like this, and it pops right out.
Hey, wonderful.
See?
Hey, look, it's blowing up.
Yes, I know. That's right, Larry. That's automatic inflation.
What's inflation, Pop?
What is it? Oh, what questions. That's when you spend more to get less of something you really don't need in the first place.
Oh, now, Pop, that's a different kind of inflation.
Virginia, please. This is no time for technicalities.
Hey, look, the boat's all blown up. It looks a little like Uncle Herman.
Wonderful.
But, Papa, what was making all those explosions?
Well, you must have heard the noise of my waterproof rocket signals. That was the only thing holding up the invention, but I've got it now. You see, I shoot the signals out of this rocket gun.
Make the big pop again, Pop.
No, I'm sorry, Joey. I can't do it. The gun isn't loaded. I'm very careful that way. If it were loaded, you'd hold it this way. And then, you see, we'd take it... Oh. Well, anyway, you can see it works.
Just imagine if it was loaded.
Listen, kids. Listen to this telegram. Most favorably impressed by your one-man life raft. Suggest you come to San Diego for further tests. If successful, we may finance your invention. Signed, International Research Bureau by John Thompson Caldwell IV.
Golly, how did they know about the raft? Well, it's only a few thousand miles away. They could have heard the gun go off.
Oh, nonsense. I sent them the specifications myself. Papa doesn't even know. Oh, I can hardly wait to leave.
Whereabouts is San Diego, anyway?
Well, Mr. Calope was telling me at the cigar store. He says it's right between Del Mar and Tijuana.
Probably another suburb of Los Angeles. Want to gamble like that?
Oh, don't be silly, Walter. Of course he will.
I will not. I most certainly will not. That is definite, final, positive. In fact, I'm almost sure.
But, Pop, if we go...
No, we won't even discuss it. We'll confine our attentions entirely to dinner. Now, that's better. Virginia?
Yes?
Are you thinking?
Oh, me, Pop? Thinking what?
Now, I don't know. Whenever you start humming that tune that Joey, stop that. Stop it. Stop eating with food in your mouth.
Well, gee, what other way is there?
Oh, Pop, why won't you go to San Diego? You hate teaching history at Waterville High. And if your raft is successful, you'll be rich.
Why, you can do all those things you've been dreaming about, like smoking cigars in public and everything.
How do you know what I've been dreaming about? You shouldn't stick your nose into my dreams at your age. I don't have time to sit up all night to be careful about what I dream just because you're nosy.
Remember, this is the McCooley Republic, Pop. We elected you president, but...
Walter, I've heard enough from you. Now, enough. If you have anything to say, don't say it.
That's dictator talk.
You said it, Larry. Come next November, he won't get my vote.
I don't want your vote.
I'll vote for you, Pop.
Thank you, Joey.
Can I have a bicycle, Pop?
Listen to that. That old pork barrel.
Yeah, you see, Pop? You're just committing political suicide.
All right. So I don't get a fourth term. But right now I'm in the saddle, and what I say, whatever I say, must go.
Say Eleanor, Pop. She loves to go.
Any further motions? This dinner is adjourned. I'm going in and read my paper.
Look, kids, you know what I think? I think that if we really...
Virginia, stop thinking. For the next to the last time, we are positively not going to San Diego. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, preposterous. It is absolutely...
Asinine?
Asinine, thank you. Just a wild goose chase. Don't tell me, it's a chase. To think you dared to call up the principal to say that I had quit.
Oh, not quit, Pop. Resign.
Yeah, there's a difference.
And then to go ahead and leave our nice little house. No job and no house. We don't even have a door for the wolf to come to. And this awful, horrible, crowded train.
Now, Pop, this drawing room's very comfortable.
Certainly it's comfortable. It's roomy. It's spacious. But it isn't ours. We're thieves. We're poochers. We're trespassers.
Well, it was empty, wasn't it? And we found it, didn't we? We can pay the difference. It's worth it to have all...
I beg your pardon.
Oh, hello.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
Oh, that's all right, young man. That's all right. Think nothing of it. We all make mistakes. Here, sit down. Have a hard-boiled egg. I'll sell it for you. I'll sell it.
I'm very sorry. That is, if I could get any other accommodations... Well, you see, this drawing room...
Don't give it another thought, my boy. You can stay right here with us.
Pop says we're spacious.
Quiet. Now, fellow citizens of the McCooley Republic, all those in favor of having this gentleman join us, say aye.
Me too.
Well, I'm sure that's very kind of you, but you see... Good heavens.
Oh, it's only Walter. Sometimes he slips.
Is that slip absolutely necessary?
Well, after all, he has to practice.
Not on the train.
Well, what should we do? Throw him off? He's my brother, and he has to practice his trumpet. Huh. Someday he might be another James.
Which one, Harry or Jesse?
Oh. Really?
Say, mister, I don't like you.
Well, I'm not so crazy about you either.
Now, just one moment. If you don't like it in here...
I don't like it here, and I know just what I can do.
Well, let me be the first to see you to the door. And now that you're not our guest anymore, let me tell you what I think...
Guest? Huh, I like that. Why, one word for me.
Morning, sir. Everything all right?
Sure, wonderful, marvelous. I'm going up and riding the baggage car.
Now, what do you want to do that for? Got a perfectly good drawing room right here.
Porter, you mean this is his drawing room?
Lady, this is his railroad. That's Mr. John Thompson Caldwell Forth himself.
John Thompson Oh, my gosh, the Research Bureau. The name was on the telegram.
I never saw the like of it, Miss Lake. The minute I leave on a business trip, my whole organization falls apart. Send Wallace a memo. Tell him he's fired.
But, Mr. Caldwell, he's your personal assistant.
Fine assistance he gave me during my absence. Sending out all those telegrams, signing my names, filling the place with a lot of crackpot inventions. Oh, take that, will you?
Yes? Who? Oh, I see. Yes, I'll call you back. Mr. Caldwell, there's a young lady here to see you.
Is she pretty? What about?
She told the receptionist it was personal. Claimed she took a trip with you.
Oh, another blackmailer, eh?
Shall I phone the police?
No, Miss Lake. I'll handle this one myself. Send her in.
Oh, you needn't bother. I'm in.
Huh?
Hello again.
Oh, it's you.
Mr. Caldwell, you know her? Well, I should think he does know me. We shared a drawing room on the train. You did?
Now, don't jump to conclusions, Miss Lake. Now then, young lady.
Oh, honestly, I had to come. To explain, I mean. You see, I didn't know the room was yours, and well, afterward I tried to find you, but you seemed...
Oh, you mean that's your reason for coming here?
Well, naturally.
Oh, young lady, If I were you, I'd forget it. It's perfectly all right. I like riding in the cowcatcher. Now then, is there anything else?
Well, yes. It's about a raft.
Of what?
A raft. The Macaulay Life raft.
Oh, that idiotic contraption. I'm sorry, but I'm a very busy...
Oh, that's what I was afraid of. You might be so busy you wouldn't have time to realize the Macaulay Life raft's the most important...
Please, anything I have to say about the raft will be said to the board of directors.
You're going to turn it down?
I most certainly
But
am.
you sent a telegram. You got us to come out here.
No, he didn't. His assistant did.
I don't care. It had his name. He made us resign and leave our house, and
I've had enough. Will you please get out?
Now he's trying to throw me out. Acting as if he owns the whole building.
He does.
Talking just like... He does? Oh, well, in that case,
In that case, if I may borrow a phrase, may I be the first to show you to the door? This way, please.
Well, all right. But if you're John Thompson Caldwell IV, I'll bet nature wishes she'd stopped at the first.
Well, I must say that girl has plenty of spirit.
Do you think I was a bit harsh, Miss Lake?
She's attractive, too.
You mean, perhaps I should apologize?
I could still catch her if you wish.
Oh, no. I'll do it myself. Oh, my goodness. I didn't know you were there. Don't move now. Don't move. I'll be right with you. Miss Lake.
Yes, I saw it. The door caught her right in the eye.
Oh, this is awful. What'll I do?
I think she's going to have a lovely black eye. Whatever you do, you'd better do fast.
Oh, that's a some black eye, lady. But don't you worry. I'm going to fix him up and nobody going to know you got him, huh?
Nobody but me.
And me, of course.
You got a black eye?
Well, no, I haven't, but...
That's too bad. You got a black eye. Give you a special price. One for $3, two for $5. Shall I give you one? It's a bargain.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm really sorry.
Hey, look, boys. I got a lady black eye.
That's some shiner, sister. Who gave it to you? Him?
Oh, no, he didn't do it. Well, that is, he didn't mean to.
Listen to her trying to alibi the big lug. Say, why do dames stick up for guys what beat them, huh?
I didn't beat her. She was hit in the eye by a door.
Fine thing to hit a lady with a door.
Oh, but you see, he didn't... Well, he did in a way, but don't you see it was an accident?
Now it's an accident.
Look, are you trying to say that
We
I...
ain't saying nothing. The lady said it, chum.
I want to make it perfectly clear that I did not hit the lady in the eye.
Oh, now you're calling her a liar.
I'm doing no such thing.
Oh, so you're calling me a liar, huh?
Oh, how do I get into these
outside
things?
the fight.
Look, I don't want any trouble, but...
You don't want no trouble, excepting with dames.
Yeah, I've stood about enough of this. If any of you guys make one more remark...
No white feeder's going to threaten me.
Oh, no, you don't. Here, take that.
Johnny, get up. Are you all right?
Well, I don't know. How do I look?
Oh, thank goodness. For a minute there, I thought you were going... What will... Delay! The way you passed up a bargain.
Hey, bargain? What are you talking about?
Oh, you're right. Johnny, now we can get them fixed 2 for $5.
The curtain falls on Act One of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. And now the spotlight is on you. How does your skin look in the glare of bright lights? If you really want to know, well, here's how Lady Esther says you can find out.
When a doctor undertakes to treat you for an illness, he asks first for symptoms. Then he tries to find the cause of these symptoms. Well, skin troubles are symptoms, too. Big pore openings, blackheads, dry, rough skin. All these are symptoms that something's wrong. Often it means that the pore openings are clogged, that hidden dirt and impurities are buried deep in these tiny depressions. Now, the reason Lady Esther Face Cream not only beautifies, but greatly benefits your skin is just this. It removes the chief cause of many skin troubles. It cleans the skin so thoroughly that it's able to function again as nature intended.
it gets way down into those clogged pore openings. It loosens those stubborn little pellets of dirt so they wipe off quickly and easily. It loosens and absorbs the dry skin flakes, leaves the surface of your skin radiant with new life, new freshness. And I ask the chance to prove all this. I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther four-purpose face cream on one cheek, wipe it off, and look in your mirror. Compare that cheek with the other. See how much fresher and cleaner it looks. Touch it with your fingers. Feel how smooth it's become, like the delicate, satiny feel of a baby's cheek. Now, that's what will happen to your entire face when you use Lady Esther four-purpose face cream. For it does all the four things your skin needs most for beauty. 1, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. You can prove all this with the patch test. And remember, the patch test takes only 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds, half a minute, you can see for yourself what a great improvement Lady Esther four-purpose face cream makes in your skin.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of San Diego, I Love You, starring John Hall, Edward Everett Horton, and Louise Albritton. Well, one black eye just leads to another, and Virginia and Johnny get pretty chummy. So chummy, they make an evening of it. A very late evening, in fact, and the following morning, Pop McCooley is quite properly perturbed.
It's outrageous, that's all it is. Just outrageous to stay out so late at night in a strange city. Leave me here worried and frantic like this. Why, it's brazen. It's shameful. It's
Unregenerate?
Don't change the subject.
Oh, Pop, you know what? I know Johnny will help us. If I can just convince him the raft is good.
Yes, but you can't convince him beating him to thinking it's good. Go about beating people, the first thing you know, they'll get so they don't like you.
Well, I will convince him. I'm sure I will. I'm going to meet him this morning at the zoo.
At the zoo? You mean you'll throw him to the lions? Oh, good heavens, I've raised a bully. That's all. I've just raised a bully.
Oh, don't you worry, Pop. Just leave it to me. I'll let you know what happened later.
Boys, quick, after her, quick.
You mean follow her, Pop?
Yes, and don't dare to let her get out of your sight. They mustn't be alone together, not for a single moment.
Why not?
Why not? Why, because he's so rich and she's so pretty. And, well, all the wolves in that zoo won't be behind bars.
Virginia, I'm so glad we've got this chance to be alone. You don't know what it means to me.
Well, I know what it means to me. And there are so many things I want.
Hi, Virginia.
How's every little thing?
We just saw the giraffe's nest. It sure is long.
John, these are my brothers. Boys, this is Mr. Caldwell.
I don't want to see a wolf. I want to see a monkey.
Well, what do you think you're making of me?
Oh, come on. Let's go over and see the bird.
Yeah, I'd like to see a stork. Stork? Boy, are you dumb.
Virginia, could I see you alone for a moment?
Oh, of course. Excuse me, boys. What is it, John?
Oh, look, this is impossible. I've got to see you alone.
Well, I know, but where?
See, I've got an idea. I have a boat down at the harbor. I thought that maybe you...
See, I heard that. I heard what you said.
Oh, wait.
He's got a boat. They're going down it. That's what he said. I heard him. The man said that.
Hey, that's swell. We'll all go down. Pop, too. He's crazy about boats. You ought to see him paddle.
I'd love to see him paddle, and I don't mean boats.
Johnny, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Well, shall we head for the harbor?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I tell you, you go along, John, and take the boys with you.
What about you?
Oh, I'll be there. I'm going to stop and get my water wings. Oh, Miss Blake, I simply got to have the raft. I've just got to, that's all.
Well, it ought to be in here somewhere. All these inventions piled up so while Mr. Caldwell was away.
Wait, I think I see it.
Where?
Yeah, there it is, right at the bottom.
Well, can you get it out?
Oh, I think so. Here, you hold this other thing.
All right,
Oh,
that's...
now,
be careful.
Oh, I'm getting it. Oh, golly.
You've ripped your raft. What a shame. Now you won't even be able to try it.
Oh, yes, I will. I'll patch it up.
With what?
Well, you can't sew it. You can't vulcanize it. You can't get rubber cement or... Oh, gosh, am I going to have to chew a lot of gum? Well, you see, John, I thought we were coming down anyway, and it wouldn't hurt to bring the raft along.
Well, if that's the only reason you came.
Oh, but it isn't. I had other reasons, too.
Virginia, you mean that...
You, Mr. Caldwell, I want you to understand that I had no hand in this. In fact, I put my foot down.
Gee, Pop, it's all hands and feet.
Oh, really, Johnny? It's such a swell raft. Why not give it a try?
Well, if it means so very much to you.
Oh, Pop, you hear?
Oh, that's wonderful. It's marvelous. What is it, Virginia?
It's time to get started.
Oh, of course. Naturally, of course. Well, you see, Mr. Caldwell, you pull the zipper like this, and it pops right out. Then it blows itself up. You see, it has automatic inflation.
I know what inflation is. You don't need it at all.
Oh, Joey, hush.
Now, all we have to do is to drop the raft into the water. There we are.
So far, so good.
Now, if you'll just step into the raft, Mr. Caldwell.
Huh? Who, me?
Yes.
Sure. Go ahead, John. It's perfectly safe.
Perfectly.
Well, all right, but this is against my better judgment. There. What now?
Well, now, one of the most important features, Mr. Caldwell, a waterproof signal to attract planes or boats. You'll find a special pistol in the raft.
Oh, yes, I've got it. Tell me, how does it work?
So just pull the trigger, young man.
Oh.
That's it. A perfect demonstration.
Perfect, Pop?
Absolutely perfect.
Well, gee, then why is the water up to Mr. Caldwell's neck?
Oh, good heavens. Here, catch this rope.
Oh, forget about saving me. I'm not important. Here, catch this pack of cigarettes.
Oh, well, I know how Johnny must have felt, being dumped into the harbor like that. But if he'd only seen me and let me explain that I patched the raft with chewing gum.
Oh, now, my dear, that's past and done with. There's no use of crying over spilt boyfriend.
Oh.
Shall we continue our packing?
Oh, we might as well. Oh, Pop, I phoned the principal of the high school. He said if you got back by next Monday, he'd consider you unresigned.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Virginia.
Anybody home in there?
Why, of course. Come in.
Package from the Research Bureau.
Oh, it's the raft.
Boy, is that all? No note, no message?
No note, no message, no nothing, lady.
Well, I guess that's that.
And I'm so sorry, Virginia, but if you'd only told me the raft was torn, you could have used my rubber cement.
Rubber cement? You mean you got some?
Yes, indeed. A half a bottle. It's pre-war, too.
Oh, that's glorious. It's wonderful. It's
Super duper.
Super duper. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, Pop, we'll show Mr. Smarty yet.
Show him, my dear girl. Show him. Show him what?
Well, I'll use that rubber cement to fix up the raft, and then I'll row it across the harbor myself.
Come in, please. Come in.
Oh, excuse me. I don't mean to intrude.
Hey, look who's here.
It's Mr. Caldwell.
Could you tell me where Virginia is?
Sure, we could tell you.
And will you be surprised?
Young man, can you explain the reason for your presence here?
Why, yes, sir. I meant to tell Virginia first, but, well, you see, we've conducted some experiments, and...
You mean with my raft?
Is Papa success?
Are we going to be rich?
Well, reasonably so. Now then, where's Virginia?
Well, right now, she's sailing the raft across the harbor.
Alone?
Yes, I thought that I ought to finish the packing, just in case.
Holy smoke. She'll drown. We've got to save her.
Oh, don't worry. She's used rubber cement. The reason the raft sank in the first time
Well, that's what I mean. The only part of the raft that held together was the spot she patched with the chewing gum. Oh, come on. Let's go before it's too late.
Sailing,
Virginia. Honey, will you marry me?
No.
Well, why not?
Oh, well, I'm too wet. Besides, you just feel sorry for me, that's all. We're so poor and you're so rich and everything.
Oh, now don't be silly. You're not poor anymore.
We're not? You mean the rest?
I mean those waterproof signals. Your father just happened to invent one of the most powerful explosives the world has ever known.
Oh!
Great Godfrey, a left-handed inventor.
Oh!
How about it, Virginia? What do you say?
Well, all I can say is...
Well, what did she say? She said if you'll promise to love, honor, and obey and not give her any more black eyes and not take her to the zoo anymore and be nice to the kids and buy my invention for $100,000, I think she said yes. But will she live in San Diego?
San Diego, I love you.
Thank you, Edward Everett Horton, Louise Albritton, and John Hall for a delightful performance.
Oh, well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been wonderful fun. We're always delighted to appear with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players because we know what wonderful work's being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its Country House, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Mr. Horton will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Albritton. Ladies, if there was ever a face cream made for busy women who want to look their best, it's Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. For this one cream by itself does all the four things the skin needs most for beauty. The patch test proves it. So make the Lady Esther patch test at your very first opportunity. Here's all you do. Just rub a little Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream on one part of your face, like your forehead, chin, or one cheek. Rub it on, wipe it off, and look in your mirror. See how much fresher and clearer that patch of skin looks than all the skin around it. Touch it. Feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone. Now that's what will happen to your entire face when you apply Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. It will waken to instant new life and freshness. It will look smoother, feel softer, take on a radiant, new, youthful appearance. Many women who thought they were born with a bad skin write and tell me they see an exciting difference after the very first application of Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream.
And now, here is Edward Everett Horton.
May I remind you of something? This war isn't over, not by a long shot. The closer to Berlin and Tokyo our armies drive, the longer our battle lines, and the more it takes to keep our boys fighting. Buy some boy an extra chance for life. Buy that extra war bond today.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present The Age of Innocence. It will star John Payne and Merle Oberon. Be sure to listen. Edward Everett Horton, Louise Albritton, and John Hall can now be seen in San Diego, I Love You, a Universal picture whose current release is the Technicolor production Can't Help Singing. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Truman Bradley speaking. Thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Hedy Lamarr in Love Crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I know very little about astrology, but I'm sure anyone could draw an accurate horoscope promising success and popularity for the Lux Radio Theater tonight. One quick look at the stars would be enough, because those stars are two of the brightest in the Hollywood sky, William Powell and Hedy Lamarr. We borrowed them from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer constellation, where they shone together recently in Crossroads, and where Hedy Lamarr has just finished the much talked about white cargo. We went to the same studio for our play, the gay comedy Love Crazy. You'll remember it as one of Bill Powell's most versatile performances. Tonight you'll hear Bill and Hedy Lamarr as husband and wife, starting out to celebrate their wedding anniversary, but naturally not expecting a domineering aunt, an ex-sweetheart, and a lunacy commission to horn in on the celebration. In a world where people have adventures like that, I suppose very few are guided by the Greek philosophers. But you'll find some highly modern ideas among them. There's Aristotle, for instance, who had never heard of Lux toilet soap because it hadn't been invented, but stoutly maintained that personal beauty is a better introduction than any letter. He might have been thinking of a motion picture star or any one of millions of lovely American girls who know all about Lux soap. They all share the same secret, and the little magician that helps them is known to most of you, I believe, in 3 little words: Lux toilet soap. 3 other words, curtain going up, bring on the first act of Love Crazy, starring Hedy Lamarr as Susan and William Powell as Steve.
Hey! What's the matter up there? What's the matter?
It's Mr. Riley on the 10th floor.
What happened?
I don't know. He's got his head caught in the elevator door.
Mr. Steve Ireland, apartment 10A, has his head caught in the elevator door. This evening at 7 o'clock, Mr. Ireland was the happiest man on earth, all ready to go out and celebrate his 4th wedding anniversary. Now, just 10 minutes later, he has his head caught in the elevator door. Such is life. Let's go back a little and see how it all came about. It's 7 o'clock, and Mr. Steve Ireland has just entered his apartment.
Susan! Susan!
Is that you, Steve? Oh, hello, darling.
Happy anniversary, darling.
Happy anniversary. Oh, what's that thing?
That, my love, is a portable phonograph.
Oh, darling, I've always wanted a portable.
Yeah? Well, it was the best I could rent for 35 cents a day.
Pretty cheap, considering it has my initials on it.
Oh. Darling, I've got some great news for you.
What?
I've decided to keep you another year.
Maybe you haven't seen the new models. They haven't got brakes like me.
What brakes have you got?
Will you do something constructive?
What?
Will you get my walking shoes?
Your walking shoes?
Yes, you don't expect me to walk 4 miles in dancing shoes, do you?
Well, look, darling, do you think we want to go through that rigmarole again tonight?
Rigmarole? Oh, darling, we swore that every year we'd do exactly what we did when we were married.
Yes, I know.
Oh, I love that walk to the Justice of the Peace.
Yeah, but it's 4 miles. Look, darling, I've got an idea. Why don't we do everything we did, only in reverse?
In reverse?
Yeah, backwards.
Oh, but that would mean that we'd have to take our 4-mile walk at midnight. And backwards at that.
Yeah, that's right. Everything backwards.
Oh, but that sounds very silly.
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, let me show you. Going in reverse, it is now 1 a.m. Now, let's see. What was the first thing I did? Oh, I turned out the lights. There we are.
Wait. You forgot to wind the clock.
Oh, yes. I set the alarm for 12 o'clock. You were going to lunch with your Aunt Bessie.
The next thing you did was to crack your ankle on that chair.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll just skip that part of the routine. Well, then the next... Oh, darling. You know, you shouldn't be allowed to stand in the moonlight like that. It ought to be against the law, like other strong drugs.
I don't remember you saying that before.
I should have. Come here, darling.
Ah, Steve, the door.
Oh, for the love
Now,
of...
you better answer it.
All right. But whoever it is, they shall not pass.
Happy anniversary, Steve. 4 years ago today. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, isn't it?
Steve, you look funny. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, fine. Come in, Aunt Bessie.
Oh, hello, Aunt Bessie.
Oh, there you are. Happy anniversary, darling.
Thank you. Put on the lights, Steve.
No, I can't stay long, darling. I just wanted to congratulate you. After all, you've been just like a daughter to me, Susan. Hasn't you, Steve?
And you're just like a mother-in-law to me, Aunt Bessie.
Darling Steve. Now, just wait till you see what I've brought you. A rug for the foyer. There. Isn't it just too matchless?
It's lovely, Aunt Bessie.
Isn't it?
Gorgeous. Where did you ever find such a beautiful shade of purple?
Put it down, Steve. Don't you wonder how you ever managed without it?
Oh, it's lovely, Aunt Bessie, but I thought you knew that we had to take up the rug you gave us last year because the floor is just too highly polished. Everybody slipped on it.
I remember very well, but the dimensions of this rug are absolutely perfect. Oh, Susan, dear, I wonder if I could have just a little bite to eat. I'm famished.
But Aunt
Now,
Bessie...
don't fuss or anything. Don't pay any attention to me at all. You go right ahead as if I weren't here.
Go ahead and what?
Steve. I must keep an eye on the time. Your Aunt Laura's coming in from California at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? Oh, well, you'd better run along if you're planning to meet her.
Yes, you wouldn't want to be late.
It's all right, children. There's no hurry. Oh, I completely forgot something.
Nothing you'll have to dash out and attend to, I hope.
Steve, you can go out and mail this letter for me. It's my insurance premium. It must be sent tonight. Steve, dear, I hate to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble at all. What else would I have to do? I'll be right back, Steve.
Look at him.
Oh. Thanks for the rug, Aunt Bessie.
Steve, always counting.
Right back. Elevator, hey, going down. Hold it.
Yes, sir. Oh, good evening, Mr. Island.
Evening.
Watch your step, please.
Well, Steve Island.
Isabel.
How are you? Sugar, I haven't seen you since you were married.
That's right. 4 years to a day.
Oh, now, don't tell me you're not back in circulation yet.
Oh, not me. I'm stuck for life, and I like it.
That doesn't sound like Stevie the party boy.
Hey, weren't you married, too?
Yeah, a month after you jilted me. But with me, it was different. You see, I had to do something to mend my broken heart.
Your broken heart. You were glad to get rid of me.
Anyway, that's what I told people. Oh, Steve, you're looking elegant.
Really? I wasn't even trying. What are you doing here?
Oh, I just moved in. You live here?
Yeah, 10A.
I'm 11C. Well, we're neighbors. Remember that if you ever want to borrow a cup of sugar. Say, is this the ground floor?
Well, no, Mrs. Grayson, it isn't. As a matter of fact, we're in between floors. The power's off.
You mean we're stuck?
Looks like it.
Say, I can think of a lot better places to park. What are you going to do?
Well, we'll have to go out through the top of the elevator.
You mean that little hole up there?
Yes, sir. That's the emergency door. Then I can stand on the top of the elevator and open the door on the 4th floor.
Oh, I see.
Give me a boost, will you, Mr. Island?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, there. Okay.
1 second, Mr. Island. Hurry up. Okay. Now just wait till I get the door open.
Well, I guess you're next, Isabel. How is your acrobatic work?
It hasn't changed much.
Now, here, just put your foot on my knee and then on my shoulder.
Oh, but I better take my shoes off. I don't want to stab you to death.
Oh, thanks. I guess I wouldn't look so well in footprints.
Here, put them in your pocket.
Huh? Oh, yes. Ready?
Ready?
Alley-oop.
Oh.
Easy.
Well, don't wiggle, Steve.
Well, would you mind not stepping on my face, please?
Okay, Mrs. Grayson. Up you go.
Up. Thank you.
Now, if you'll hold the elevator door open just a minute, I'll help Mr. Island.
Give me your hand, Joe.
Okay. Come on. Come on.
Of course, this elevator would never get stuck with that Bessie in it.
Hold on to that door, Mrs. Grayson.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, Mr. Island.
Your head's up, Steve. Now just play like it's a transom you're climbing over.
Yeah, but don't make jokes.
Here, I'll help too.
The door, don't let go. Oh!
Steve!
His head's caught.
Open the door!
I can't.
Hey. Open it!
Open it! It's locked or something. I'll have to call the elevator.
Susan.
Steve, what's the matter? Mr. Island, where have you been? Why, you're all dirty.
Oh, darling, what happened?
The thing. The elevator broke down.
Oh, darling, was there an accident? Are you sure you're not hurt?
No, I'm fine now, but it's a close call.
Oh, Angel.
Your hat. Steve, you've lost your hat.
Huh? Oh, I guess I must have left it in the elevator. How do you like my new neck, dear? Must have stretched a foot.
Oh, but what happened?
I'm telling you, my head got caught the door. I was hanging there.
I'll get it.
Excuse me, ma'am. Here's Mr. Island's hat. He left it in Mrs. Grayson's apartment.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Grayson? Who's that?
Oh, yes. I was going to tell you about that, dear. Isabel Kimball, that is, Isabel Grayson, she is now. Well, she was in the elevator when it broke down, so I went into her place for a minute to pull myself together, and I guess that's where I left my hat.
Isabel Kimball, That's the girl who gave you a black eye when you told her you were going to marry me.
Yes, but she's married now and got a husband.
Really? Whose husband has she got?
Honey, just a minute.
Sorry to bother you, sir, but Mrs. Grayson would like her shoes, please.
Her shoes?
Oh, yeah, here, I've got them in my pocket. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well.
Oh, that's all right, Aunt Bessie. That's how Steve dresses me, you know. He steals a pair of shoes here, a dress there. All I have to buy are my underthings.
Stephen, tell us your story of how you got Mrs. Grayson's shoes.
She took them off to stand on my shoulders.
Sounds like fun.
Well, it wasn't fun.
Oh, good heavens. Look at the time. I'll have to run, Susan. I won't be able to stay for dinner after all.
Oh, what a shame. Goodbye, Aunt Bessie.
Good night, Stephen. Good night, Susan. Happy anniversary, children.
Thank you.
Good night.
Watch out for the rug. Oh, Aunt Bessie. Oh, Aunt Bessie, are you all right?
Are you all right, Aunt Bessie?
I fell.
Oh, are you hurt?
It's my ankle. It's sprained again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll call a doctor.
Oh, wait, Susan. Don't you think it'd be better if she went to a hospital?
No. No, I'd rather stay here. Help me onto the couch, Stephen. Oh, what on earth are we going to do about Aunt Laura? Susan, you'll have to meet her.
Oh, but tonight, it's our anniversary.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I guess I'll have to go.
But look.
You'll only have to drive her to Westvale, dear.
Westvale? Well, that'll take half the night.
Oh, I know, Steve. But
Hurry, Susan.
Yes, Aunt Bessie.
And don't worry about me, dear.
No, Aunt Bessie. Good night. Goodbye, Steve.
Goodbye, Susan.
Happy anniversary, dear. Hello, Aunt Bessie.
Hello, dear.
Well, I finally got Aunt Laura bedded down. How's your ankle?
Oh, my ankle isn't troubling me anymore.
Oh, that's good. Stevie?
I'll be very much surprised if you find him here, my dear.
Really? Where is he?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
Aunt Bessie, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, I heard Stephen talking to that Grayson woman on the phone.
Isabel Grayson?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. She called here and pretended she was a business friend, and he ordered a taxi cab, and they've been gone for 3 hours.
Huh. Steve said they lived just above us, didn't he?
Susan, what are you going to do?
Aunt Bessie, I think you better run along now.
Yes, of course, but...
Oh, please, Aunt Bessie.
Well, good night, dear. But if you take my advice...
I'll handle this.
Very well.
Switchboard.
Hello? Will you connect me with Mr. Grayson, please?
Mr. Grayson? Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Hello, this is Mrs. Ireland. Is Mr. Ireland there?
Mr. Ireland? Certainly not.
Well, is Mrs. Grayson there?
No?
I'm sorry to bother you, but when do you expect them back?
Well, I don't expect them. Wait a minute. You mean my wife is Uncle Steve Ireland?
Yes, she is.
Listen, if he's starting to fool around with Isabel again, I'll break his back.
Oh, no, I'm sure that won't be necessary.
No? Well, what do you think I should do about it?
Well, tell me, Mr. Grayson, are you good looking?
Am I good? Hey, are you kidding me? What's on your mind?
Well, if Steve would walk in and find me, say, kissing you, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have any more trouble with him. And I don't think you'd have any more trouble with her either.
Oh, I get it. Give them a taste of their own medicine, huh? Great idea.
All right, wait for me. What apartment is it?
11C.
Oh, I'll be there in a few minutes. 11G.
Oh, wait, it's not 11G, it's 11C. Hello.
11G. 11G.
Who is it?
It's me, Mrs. Ireland.
Who?
Hello.
Hello.
Say, you are good looking.
Huh? What?
Oh, that makes everything perfect. May I come in?
Well, Sure.
Thanks. I think we'd better turn out some of these lights. It'll make it look more romantic.
Huh? Pardon me, but I can't for the moment remember where we met.
Oh, I don't think we ever did. I've seen you in the elevator now and then.
Oh, so that was it, huh?
I know what would help. Let's have something to drink.
Oh, pardon me. What do you have? I don't suppose you care for whiskey.
Why not? Perfect. But perfect. A little on the breath would help wonderfully.
Oh, that's very funny. Tell me, dear, how did you ever happen to think of this?
Well, when I thought about my husband being out with another woman, I decided to teach him a lesson.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll teach him a good lesson, won't we, eh?
We certainly will. I think I'll put some lipstick on you now.
And why not? Kiss me, baby.
Oh, wait. Please stop.
Oh, what's the matter, baby?
Oh, well, there's no particular rush about it.
Oh, all right. Have it your way.
Tell me, what are those things?
Those? Oh, just a bow and some arrows. I shoot a little.
Really? Well, can you hit anything with it?
Once in a while. I just happen to be the world's champion. Here, I'll show you. See that target over there? Well, what?
Oh, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm taking off my shirt. I can't shoot unless my torso is free, if you'll pardon the expression. Now what? See? Bullseye.
Oh, that's very good.
Bullseye.
Wonderful, you. Wait. I think I hear them.
Hmm?
Grab me. Kiss me, quick.
Sure. Oh, you're beautiful. What have I done to deserve this?
Wait. I don't hear anything now. I guess I was wrong.
What are you listening for?
Must have been somebody else.
Who?
Oh, I don't know where that was.
You know, you're not the easiest girl in the world to understand.
Well, you're a little peculiar yourself.
Oh, I'm not really. Not when you get to know me. Come here.
No, stop it.
Kiss me, baby.
Go. No, keep away from me. Stop.
Hey, now, take it easy.
Oh, help.
Hey, wait, baby, wait a minute.
Help.
Oh, shut up, will you? Come back here.
Let me alone.
Now, cut it out.
Steve.
Now, don't scream like that.
You let go of me, Mr. Grayson, or I'll scream like an eagle.
Not out here in the hall. You might... Wait a minute. My name's not Grayson.
You're not Mr. Grayson?
No, that's Grayson's apartment down the hall.
Oh, but then who? Oh, then you're not that, How dare you?
Oh. Hey, take it easy.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Well, I guess I can't blame you very much. My name's Willoughby.
What a stupid mistake.
Well, there's no harm done, not unless your hair's turned white.
Good night, Stevie.
Good night, Isabel.
Well, look who is here. Hello, Stephen.
Why, Susan.
Well, aren't you on the wrong floor?
Susan.
Oh, it's your wife, Steve. How do you do?
Oh, charmed, Mrs. Grayson.
Susan, what are you doing here? And who is that? Don't tell me it's Aunt Laura.
My name's Willoughby. Ward Willoughby.
He's Aunt Laura, if she's a business acquaintance.
Say, are you referring to me?
Look, I don't want to be tiresome, but who is this guy?
The name's Willoughby. Ward Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby, aren't you kind of cold without your shirt on?
This gentleman is a friend of mine. This is my husband, Steve Ireland.
I'm Ward Willoughby. How do you do?
How do you do? What do I mean, how do you do? What are you doing with my wife dressed like that?
I'm not dressed like that.
Look, I was in my apartment minding my own business.
Oh, don't bother to explain. First, I want to know what my husband was doing out with the Chamber of Commerce here.
I was just leaving Mrs. Grayson at her door.
So I noticed.
What's the matter here? What's going on here?
Oh, hello, darling.
Who's this guy?
Oh, he's my husband. Darling, this is Mr.
You shut up. I'll attend to you later. Excuse me, Mrs. Ireland. I'll go and put a shirt on. Oh, are you Mrs. Ireland? Well, I've been waiting for you for the last 20 minutes.
Another one. What were you doing, dear? Canvassing the building?
Well, I must say.
Will you keep quiet? Mrs. Ireland, you phoned me downstairs.
Oh, she phoned you, I see.
Yes, I phoned him.
So I went to your apartment to tell you that
You weren't in your apartment when I called?
No, I was at the desk.
Well, I think I know who was in your apartment.
Say, what do you mean? You're
You know what she means, and so do I. That's why I want to know what you were doing in there.
Look, I know what. Let's all room together all through school. Susan, are you asleep? Susan, are you asleep, dear?
No.
Oh, I thought you were asleep. Good night, dear.
Steve.
Yes?
Steve, am I what you call a jealous type?
Jealous? You? Oh, you haven't an atom of jealousy in you. Not a bit.
Then why do I want to chop your head off?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you think I'd look better without it.
Maybe I'd like you to keep it from telling me what happened tonight.
Oh, now, honey, it's not that bad. Look, you wouldn't mind hearing about it at all.
Oh, don't tell me, Steve. Not if it's a lie. I couldn't forgive you that.
Honey pot, all that happened was that Isabel phoned. Then I called a cab and slipped downstairs to meet her. We went out for a drink and then came home. You know the rest.
You called a cab?
Yes.
And you took her out?
Yes.
You weren't in her apartment?
No.
All right. Don't say any more. I believe you, Steve.
Well, of course. Now, that's my girl.
Oh, Steve, I know that whatever else happened, you wouldn't lie to me.
Well, not on our anniversary.
Steve, there are only 5 minutes of our anniversary left.
Don't you worry, honey face. We're going to have 1,000,000 anniversaries. Honey,
Yes, darling.
just one little question. What was that guy doing in his undershirt?
He has to have his torso free when he shoots his bow and arrow.
When he... Now, what kind of an answer is that?
He's the world's champion bow and arrower.
Yeah? Okay, you believed me, I'll believe you.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Ireland there?
This is Mrs. Ireland.
Well, this is a taxi driver.
Oh, yes?
Now, looky here, lady. Mr. Ireland ordered a cab at 8:30, and he ain't come out of the building. Does he still want me to wait?
No, but I do. I'll be right down.
What was it?
The end of the world?
What do you mean? Who was it?
A taxi driver.
The taxi driver. What is he doing, drumming up trade?
So you went out, did you? You didn't go out. You went with her in her apartment.
Oh, Susan, darling, now please don't cry, dear.
I'm not crying. and if I am crying, it's because I think that 12 o'clock at night is a pretty rotten time to start my life over again.
What are you doing?
I'm going inside and get dressed. I'm leaving.
Oh, now, honey, dear, wait.
Get out of my way.
Now, listen.
Now, let me get dressed.
Susan.
Will you please get your head out of that door?
No. Whom are you going to believe, me or a taxi driver?
A taxi driver.
Ow! Oh, my head.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell and Hedy Lamarr will return in Act Two of Love Crazy. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Well, Libby, keeping up with the stars as usual?
Well, this time I was just ahead of one. The other afternoon, I was at Union Station in Los Angeles to meet a friend. Quite a little crowd of us were coming through the gate. I turned around all of a sudden and looked right into a pair of gorgeous blue eyes. And who should they belong to but Paulette Goddard?
Libby, I've been in and out of that station dozens of times, but I never had luck like that.
She certainly did look stunning.
Well, the ladies in our audience might like to know what Paulette was wearing, Libby. Did you notice?
Don't think I didn't. A simple dress with a short fur jacket and a perfectly enchanting little hat. Dark brown with tiny copper sequins sewn all over the veil. You know, it must have been fun for Miss Goddard to wear that hat. I bet when she took a look in her mirror and saw how that sparkly veil set off a $1 million complexion, well...
Libby, she must have felt the way lots of pretty ladies do when they look in their mirrors and see a smooth, lovely complexion. Mighty pleased with themselves. And think how many of them, including Miss Goddard, must be pleased with their Lux Soap complexion care.
You know, Paulette Goddard says she doesn't let a day go by without taking an active lather facial with Lux toilet soap. She just smooths the creamy, rich Lux soap lather lightly in, then she rinses with warm water and follows with a dash of cool. She pats her face dry with a soft towel. It's a simple care, but it really works.
Yes, Libby, famous screen stars, lovely women everywhere have proved that. Lux toilet soap, you see, has active lather that swiftly removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. It's such rich, abundant lather, too. Screen stars say it feels like smoothing beauty in to use gentle Lux toilet soap. Yet this luxurious soap costs but a few pennies a cake. Just try active lather facials with gentle white Lux toilet soap for 30 days. Then look in your mirror and see. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of Love Crazy, starring Hedy Lamarr as Susan and William Powell as Steve. Susan Ireland, the irate wife, has run the usual irate wife's gamut of emotions, from suspicion to certainty, from tears to angry determination, from her husband's bed and board to a divorce lawyer's office. That's where Steve finally catches up with her.
Susan, what are you doing here?
I'm arranging with George to get a divorce.
But George is my lawyer. Look here, George. If you help Susan divorce me, you will lose my business, and my business is business.
As a matter of fact, Steve, I was just about to tell Susan I think she's being a little hasty.
Well, then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and tell her.
Susan, I think you're being a little hasty.
Hastier than you think. I want you to file the papers and get going on things today.
Today? Isn't that a little soon?
Unless you happen to think it's 4 years too late.
Well, I don't know quite what to say.
Say? But there's everything in the world to say. Say that a divorce is something that you'll never stop regretting. Tell her that marriage is too important a thing to be broken up by a trifle.
Susan, marriage is too important a thing to be broken up by...
Have you any idea where I might find a lawyer with a mind of his own?
Well, you might try Mulvaney, and DeWest. DeWest is very clever.
Thank you.
Oh, now, Susan, please don't go. I've got to talk to you.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I'll never again believe a word you say.
Hello? Steve Ireland talking.
Hello, Steve. This is George. What are you doing?
What have I been doing for the last 8 weeks? Worrying. Look, George, do you think she's really going to show up in court tomorrow morning?
Well, she got back in town today. She's here now at the Bristol's party.
At the Bristol? Well, hurry up. I mean, hang up. I'll be right over.
Steve, over here.
Oh, where is she, George? Where is she?
Out on the terrace. Go ahead.
Okay. Susan.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Susan, could I speak to you for a minute?
I don't know. Isn't it unlucky for the groom to see the bride the night before the divorce?
Susan, for 2 months I've been planning what I'd say to you, and now all I can think of is I feel awful.
Do you, Steve? I rather hoped you would. Tell me exactly how you feel.
Well, I can't sleep. And when I try to eat, I can't. Because I've got a great big cold cannonball right here in the pit of my stomach.
Good.
What's good about it? Oh, Susan, why do you want me to be this miserable?
Because I don't want to be the only one.
Susan.
Oh, it's only natural. I expected to feel badly for a while.
Oh, but not that badly, honey cake. That's love.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Well, then let's go home.
I can't.
There's no such word, dear.
There's no such thing as marriage based on deceit. Steve, I begged you not to lie to me.
But I didn't lie to you.
Steve, if you'd only be honest and admit that you lied. There's nothing I wouldn't forgive you.
All right, darling. If that's the way you feel about it, I'll confess. I lied. I was guilty.
You mean you were in Isabel's apartment?
Yes, that's right.
On our anniversary. You beast.
But I've admitted it. You said you'd forgive me.
I suppose it's perfectly all right because you've admitted it.
But, honey cake, I only said I was guilty because you
I
said...
don't care what I said. I'll hate you for that for the rest of my life.
Oh, what's the trouble? Anything wrong, Susan?
Oh, it's you again. The bow and arrower. I didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Ward, take me home, please.
I ought to sock him in the nose.
Yeah? You and who else? Yeah.
Hey, Steve, anything happen?
Yeah. She's gone home with little Beaver.
He's been in Arizona with Susan and her Aunt Bessie for 2 months. He's doing all right, I guess.
George, you've got to have this divorce case postponed.
No can do, Steve.
But Susan still loves me. She told me. Call up her attorney and offer him a bribe. Anything.
Oh, no can do.
Will you please stop saying that? You're driving me crazy.
Well, look, Steve. Say, that would do it.
Huh?
Well, if you went crazy, Susan couldn't divorce you for 5 years at least.
She couldn't?
Why, even if you suggested symptoms of insanity, why, it would require the postponement of 30 days before they could find out if you were crazy or not.
George, I love you. Look, George, look.
Huh? What's that?
I'm a teapot.
That's very funny, you know.
Oh, that's only the start.
You'll have to have witnesses, Steve.
I got 100 of them right here at this party. Here, hold my shoes for a minute. You might as well take the socks, too.
What for?
What for? Did you ever see a teapot with shoes and socks on?
Oh, that's right. Hey, somebody's coming out.
Steve, quick.
I'll meet you outside with the shoes.
Yeah.
Good evening. It's nice and cool out here, isn't it? Very warm inside. My name is Klugel. Said it's very warm inside.
Where did you leave your parachute?
I beg your pardon. My name is Klugel.
You'll pry no information out of me.
My friend, I don't understand. Oh, you have lost your shoes. Is that it?
Lost my shoes? Oh, no. No. My feet were prisoners, locked up in those dungeons, without food or water. The enemy locked them up to keep them from talking. But they never said a word. They were loyal.
I don't understand.
So I set them free. See how happy they are? They wiggle. Ooh, happy little feet, happy little feet. Shh. The enemy. They're coming.
What enemy?
Don't you hear the horses?
I know.
No, and why? Because they're sneaking up on tiptoe.
Horses?
Good night, my friend. My hat, please.
Yes, sir. Good night, Mr. Arnold.
My hat. And you may give me the others, too.
Excuse me, sir, but them hats belong here.
My friend, I set you free. Henceforward, you are a free man.
But you can't free me, sir. I'm free now.
Don't be silly. If I can't free you, then why am I Abraham Lincoln?
What's the matter with Steve?
The hats, please.
Mr. Ireland, don't throw them hats around, sir.
Hats? I set you free. Out the window, hat. Fly away.
Hey, Steve, that's my hat.
Why, he's throwing hats out the window.
Goodbye, hat.
Listen, that's my $30 topper. What the world?
Stephen, this is your idea of a joke.
They're prisoners. I've set them free.
You were drunk.
I never drink while emancipating. They're free, free, free.
Now, Mrs. Ireland, please state to the court in your own language your reasons for doubting that your husband is really ill or insane.
Well, I just don't see anything unusual in the way he behaved last night. It doesn't prove he's having a nervous breakdown. He was just having a good time.
You mean that such behavior is usual with him?
Now, look here, George. You know he's behaved that way often.
Really, Mrs. Ireland?
Yes, Your Honor. I tell you, he's not crazy. This is just a trick to delay my divorce.
Who did that?
That was my client, Your Honor, Mr. Ireland.
Mr. Ireland, do you realize you're in a court of law?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Take your seat, please. Now, Mrs. Ireland, suppose you tell us exactly... Mr. Ireland!
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I was just trying to hail a cab.
The court orders this case adjourned for 30 days.
But why? You mustn't.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ireland, but I'm afraid your husband is in a doubtful mental condition. He'll be examined by the Lunacy Commission tomorrow.
The Lunacy Commission? Thank you, Your Honor.
Court's adjourned.
Hey, George, come here. What's this lunacy commission? I don't like it.
Lunacy, schmoonacy, what's the difference? You've just convinced these people you're crazy. You can convince the commission you're sane. You've got nothing to fear from the Lunacy Commission.
No? Then why am I afraid?
And now, Mr. Ireland, just sit over here, please. All of us are here to help you. Remember that.
Thank you. Well, now, gentlemen, what would you like to know?
Mr. Ireland, if you'll please put those pegs in the appropriate holes.
Oh, I see. Square peg in square hole, round peg in round hole. Well, a man would certainly be an idiot if he couldn't do this, wouldn't he? Oh, I suppose that's the point.
Exactly, Mr. Ireland.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen. I'm sorry if I'm late.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Well, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, sir. Haven't we met somewhere before?
My name is Klugel.
Oh, yes, sure. It was last night at... Holy ice.
No.
But,
Look, Mr. Ireland, you mustn't be upset at finding yourself here. We are your friends.
Oh, I'm not upset at all. I just hope you won't be prejudiced about me.
My boy, not at all.
Thank you.
Shall we continue, gentlemen?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, gentlemen, Mr. Ireland is the man I told you about. Set the hats free and herd horses on tiptoe. I think, gentlemen, that we are agreed on the verdict. That will be all, thank you.
Just a minute, Doctor. You can't declare this man insane. I'm his lawyer. I demand another hearing.
Oh, now, please.
So look here. I'll go to the mayor. I'll go to the governor, the president.
Quiet, please. Mr. Rennie, if there's any change in Mr. Ireland's condition, you can have a new hearing in 6 months.
6 months?
Have Mrs. Ireland come in, please.
Now, look here.
You will be placed in the custody of Mrs. Ireland, and it will be up to her to take care of you.
I'll be placed in the I'll be with my wife?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine.
Dr. Klugel?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Ireland. I have some very tragic news for you. Your husband has just been declared insane.
Declared insane? Oh, Steve, you fool.
Susan, I tried to tell him that I'm all right, didn't I, Klugel?
Oh, stop it. Stop that acting, you lunatic.
Mrs. Ireland, I know this must be a terrible
Do you
shock.
really call yourself a doctor? How can you let him fool you like this?
My dear young lady, no one has been fooled. Now, would you come this way, please? It's necessary that you sign a paper.
Susan, wait. Don't let them take you, too.
Oh, keep quiet. Dr. Klugel.
Ah, yes. Now, here's the paper, Mrs. Ireland. Will you sign here?
What is this?
Your consent to take your husband into your custody.
Into my custody?
Yes, that is the law, Mrs. Ireland. You see, your divorce is now postponed for at least 5 years.
But... Oh, I see. Doctor, tell me, is it the law that I have to keep him with me all the time?
Yes. Well, unless you wish to put him in a sanitarium or some such institution.
Mm-hmm. And could you recommend some such institution?
Well, Dr. Werdering has a very nice place in the country.
Thank you. Oh, Stephen.
Yes, dear?
Stephen, would you like to go to the country?
Oh, I just love to go to the country. That'd be wonderful.
All right, darling.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents William Powell and Hedy Lamarr in Act 3 of Love Crazy.
Welcome, sweet springtime, da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da-da.
Why, Sally, aren't you a bit ahead of time? This is October, you know.
Yes, but I keep thinking of spring, because that's when my rainbow tulip garden will be in bloom. I hope everyone will take advantage of our wonderful Lux and Lux Toilet Soap offer.
Sally, it's a grand offer for flower lovers everywhere. Think of it. 10 superb tulip bulbs, first quality, full size, for only 25 cents. And the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap or the opening tab from a box of Lux.
Just send the coins, securely wrapped in paper, with the Lux wrapper or tab to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. And be sure to include your name and address. If you prefer, you can get handy order blanks from your dealer.
And you can send for as many sets of bulbs as you like, enclosing an additional 25 cents and wrapper or tab for each set you want. With your bulbs, you'll receive an illustrated leaflet of planting instructions.
It tells you how to plant the tulips indoors in pots if you wish. That way, they'll bloom early in time for Easter, when it's so glorious to have spring flowers.
Well, I'm no gardener, Sally, but even I can grow these. The instructions are so clear, and tulips are such an easy flower to grow.
And they bring such a rich reward in beauty. Tulip colors are so brilliant. Darwin, Cottage, and Breeder tulips of the finest varieties are included in this rainbow offer. They're wonderful deep shades of purple and golden bronze, clear bright yellows and pale pinks, and cerise and scarlet and rose.
You'll be thrilled with the gorgeous display these tulips will make in your garden next spring. No ordinary bulbs, but from one of the largest and best-known growers in the country. And they'll bloom year after year. But don't delay. These choice bulbs are limited in quantity. I'll repeat the address. For each set of 10 bulbs you wish, send 25 cents and the wrapper from a cake of Lux soap or the opening tab from a box of Lux flakes to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Don't forget to include your name and address. If you wish, get a handy order blank from your dealer. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your bulbs to reach you. And send now, because fall is the time for planting. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Love Crazy, starring William Powell and Hedy Lamarr. Steve is now in the country, in a lovely old house with a lovely old garden, surrounded by a high electric wire fence. This is Dr. Wuthering's rest home, but Steve is not resting very well. He's walking in the garden with an attendant.
Well, nice place, ain't it, Mr. Ireland? Of course, the wire fence kind of spoils the view.
Say, look, just a minute. Would you like to make $100? Just get me over that fence and out of this place.
Mr. Ireland, I had a man in here a month ago who was going to give me $1 billion just because I was so pretty. Do you know I never got a dime of it? Now, wait. Now, take it easy, Mr. Ireland, and I'll see you. Make yourself at home. I'll see you at lunch.
Hey, Ireland. Hi, old kid. Remember me?
Say, what? Look here, Willoughby. What are you doing in my car?
I borrowed it from Susan.
Oh, you did. Listen, you fake Hiawatha. One of these days I'm going to spread you around like warm butter.
How does it feel behind that fence, Ireland?
Very funny.
Look, I got a message for you. Susan just wanted me to tell you that she's leaving for Arizona tomorrow, unless you arrange for a new hearing right away.
How can I? I'm stuck in here.
All right. Nothing to me if you want to be stubborn. Personally, I like Arizona.
What?
Yeah. So long.
Now, wait a minute. Let me think this over.
Well, I'll give you 5 minutes. Holler when you've made up your mind. I'll get in a few archery exercises.
Why don't you take off your shirt?
Thanks, I will. Good idea.
I suppose you've got your little bow and arrow in the back of my car.
Oh, I don't need the bow. You see, I just go through the motions. Like this. See?
Yeah. You look like you ought to be on this side of the...
What?
Just talking to myself. Oh, guard!
What's the matter here, Mr. Ireland?
Look out there. Hiawatha won't play with me. He ran away. The gardener left the gate open.
Well, for the love of... Hey, Mike, get that guy out there. He's shooting arrows without no arrows.
Hey, you, come here. Hello?
Come on, Sonny, inside.
Hey, now, let go.
Let go. Bring him in the gate, Mike.
No, wait a minute.
Easy.
Hey.
Okay, Mike.
Now, wait. You fellas are making a terrible mistake. Do you know who I am?
I know. You're Hiawatha.
You framed me. This guy framed me.
Come on.
No, wait a minute.
Grab him, Mike.
No, cut it up. My name is
Get
Ward.
the straitjacket, Mike.
No,
Come on.
no, listen.
Hey, Ward, look.
Then he told them I was Hiawatha, so they grabbed me and shoved me through the gate.
How did you get away?
I told you I had to fight.
Well, what happened to Steve? Did he get away, too?
Listen, I don't know what happened to him. I was just trying to get out of there.
Oh, wait a minute. Hello?
Mrs. Ireland?
Yes.
This is Dr. Wuthering. Mrs. Ireland, your husband has escaped.
What?
He and his accomplice.
Accomplice? Oh, but that was only Mr.
Mrs. Ireland, I can't talk now, but I might tell you we regard your husband as definitely homicidal.
Homicide?
He's a dangerous man. But don't worry, we're sending the police to protect you.
Who is it?
Open the door, quick. Hello, Isabel.
Why, Steve.
Now, look, Isabel, could you hide me someplace?
Hide you?
Yes. The cops are after me.
The cops, but what if
They're all over the building.
But I can't hide you here. My husband's in the shower.
Isabel, where are the towels?
Just a minute, dear. Steve, get out.
I can't get out. They think I'm a maniac.
Isabel. Yes, dear. Will you please get out?
Look, give me some other clothes. At least do that for me.
I can't give you my husband's clothes. He'd see me.
Well, give me something. Give me some of your clothes.
Oh, Steve, you can't pass as a woman.
Get me a dress and a coat and a hat. At least I can get to my own apartment.
They'll spot you in a minute.
Leave that to me. Will you get me the clothes?
All right. In my bedroom. You'll find my dresses in the right-hand closet, the hat's in the left.
Isabel!
Yes, dear.
No news yet, eh? Okay, thanks. Nothing yet, Susan, but they're pretty sure he's in the building.
Ward, do you think Steve has a chance to get to me?
Not a prayer, so don't worry about it.
I am worried. I want him to come here.
What?
I want to talk to him.
Now, don't do it, Susan. He cooked up this party. Let him stew in his own juice.
Ward, don't argue. Help me. Get the police off his track. Take him to the wrong apartment, anything. Oh, give Steve a chance to get to me, please.
Yeah, but I don't see
Oh, please.
Oh, all right, Susan.
Thank you, Ward.
I'll go down and hang around the lobby. I'll get that. Don't bother. Yes, ma'am? What is it?
Is this Mrs. Ireland's apartment? I was told it was.
Well, yes, ma'am. Yes, but I don't think Mrs. Ireland is receiving any visitors.
Oh, but I'm not a visitor. I'm a member of the family.
Oh, sure. I can see the resemblance. You're Steve Ireland's mother, aren't you?
I beg your pardon. I'm his sister.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just go right in, Miss Ireland.
Thank you so much.
You'll find her in the living room.
Who's that? Someone for me?
Mrs. Ireland, good evening, dear.
Is there something you wanted?
Susan, it's me. It's Steve.
Steve!
Oh, Susan.
What in the world are you doing in those clothes?
Susan, I'm in a terrible jam.
Well, I know, but what are you trying to prove?
Look, they're after me with guns. Look, I'm a homicidal maniac.
So I hear, but I don't believe it.
Well, of course not, but they believe it. And if they catch me, I'll be sitting in a padded cell in a straitjacket from now on.
Steve, you might have known something like this would happen.
Oh, Susan, are you going to quarrel with me now? I've had the most terrible time just trying to get to you. Doesn't that prove I love you?
Maybe. But it doesn't prove why you didn't use that taxicab that night of our anniversary.
Darling, I told you that all Isabel and I did was to walk over to a little bar and have a drink. Honest, darling, I completely forgot that we had a taxi waiting.
Oh, I wish I could believe that.
Oh, why don't you believe it? Look, honey cake, you hide me somewhere until the cops leave the building, and then tomorrow morning we'll hop on a plane and fly to Canada. George can straighten out this lunacy business while we're having a second honeymoon, a wonderful second honeymoon, huh?
All right, I'll do it.
Oh, darling, kiss me.
No, I mean I'll hide you. You'll go to Canada alone.
But Susan...
Come on, officer. Right.
Oh, it's Ward. Get in the bedroom.
Okay.
Bedroom.
But don't tell them.
Susan?
Yes, Ward. Here I am.
Where is he, Susan? Where is he?
Where is, who?
Steve. We heard his voice.
I asked you not to look for him.
Now, Susan, I'm not going to let Steve put this over on you no matter what you say. Come on, officer.
Officer, stay right where you are. Unless you have a search warrant.
Oh, now, Susan, be reasonable.
Susan, where are you?
Oh, come in, Aunt Bessie.
Susan, I just heard Steve escaped. Are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be?
Officer, look in the bedroom.
Okay.
No. Don't touch that door.
Come out of there. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Oh, dear, you frightened me.
I'm sorry, madam.
You ought to knock, you know, coming into a room. Why, it might have been a very embarrassing incident for both of us.
You better leave, officer.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make any trouble, ma'am.
Susan, who is that woman?
Susan, you didn't tell me that you had company.
Well, I was trying to keep them from disturbing you.
Oh, but it's no disturbance at all. I'm always happy to meet friends of my brother Steve.
Oh, my Aunt Bessie and Mr. Willoughby.
Yes, we've met.
Yes, how do you do?
How do you do?
So you're Susan's Aunt Bessie. Oh, well, I'm just ever so, just ever so.
And you're Stephen's sister?
Yes.
Yes, I remember. From Saskatchewan.
Yes, that's right, from Saskatchewan.
Oh, it's such a pity about Stephen.
Oh, yes, it's terrible.
Susan, would you please tell us where he is? You're hiding him, aren't you?
Will you give me one good reason why this is any business of yours?
It's anybody's business who likes to keep you from making a fool of yourself.
Suppose I want to make a fool of myself.
Susan, Steve double-crossed you once. He'll do it again if you give him the chance.
Ward, you're being very rude talking like this in front of Steve's sister.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but it's not my fault if Steve's a stinker.
A stinker? Now, see here, Mr. Willoughby. I've heard just about enough from you. Why, if I weren't a lady, I'd slap your face. Ooh.
Hey, take it easy.
Oh, dear. I'm so sorry. Pardon my hot temper, please.
Well,
Ward, you can't blame Miss Ireland for trying to defend her own brother.
Well, it's my duty. After all, Stephen is my own flesh and blood.
He certainly is.
I'll tell you what Steve really is, if you want to know. He's a fake and a cheat and a bad sport.
Oh, how dare you!
No!
Oh, dear, how embarrassing. I'm so impulsive.
I got a good mind to let you have a sock in the...
Ward, what are you thinking of?
Well, whatever it was, I'm still thinking of it.
My dear Miss Ireland, you do have a nasty temper.
Oh, dear, all our family are like that. You know, Stephen once nearly killed 3 men with his bare hands.
How horrible.
What were they, pygmies?
Oh, you mean that you doubt my word? Why, if I were a man, I'd knock you down for that. No! Oh, dear, there I go again.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. So ashamed.
Oh, Miss Ireland, don't cry. Please don't be upset.
Ward, you ought to be ashamed. She's crying. She must be very easily hurt.
She's easily hurt. Hey.
Ward, apologize. Or leave this apartment immediately.
Apologize?
Yes.
Well, all right. I apologize, Miss Island. I take my hat off, too. I bet you can lick any dame in the world.
Hey, Mike, see any sign of him yet? No, keep your eyes peeled. Okay.
Officer, I found him.
What? Where?
He's upstairs in his own apartment.
Hey, Mike, come here. We got him. Where is he?
Upstairs. He's his sister.
Huh?
I'm telling you, Steve Ireland is his sister.
Whose sister?
I got it right after she hit me.
She? Who?
Steve Ireland. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I know you?
This way, boys, this way.
Sure, I know you. You're Hiawatha.
What?
Hiawatha. Hey, grab this guy. He just
No!
Susan, I don't understand you, really. If he was hiding here, you should have given him up. Even you must see that, Miss Ireland.
Oh, no. I think Susan is perfectly right to protect Stephen if she loves him.
I don't love him.
I'm glad to hear that, Susan.
I just don't want Stephen hunted and hounded like a common criminal. When all he's done is...
It's try to prevent you from divorcing him. Any crazy way he could. Just because he loves you too much to let you go.
Miss Ireland, I don't think that you realize. If you'd been watching this marriage night after night as I have, you'd know what was wrong.
Oh, indeed. Or perhaps that's the root of all the trouble.
What do you mean?
Will both of you please stop this? I have a mind of my own, and I'm perfectly capable of running my own life.
Very well, my dear. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll retire for the night.
What?
I'm very tired, dear. Is the bedroom this way?
No, that's my room. Your room is down here, Miss Ireland, the guest room.
Oh, dear. I was hoping to sleep in there. For some reason, I feel drawn to that room. I do so love a southern exposure.
Well, if you go in my room, you'll get another kind of exposure.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want that.
I thought not.
But good night. And, Susan, dear, if you get lonely during the night, I do hope you'll feel free to come to me. Nighty-night, dear.
Susan, I am not going to leave you under that woman's influence. I'm spending the night here.
But, Aunt Bessie, there won't be room for you.
Nonsense. You go to bed, dear. I'll bunk in with your guest.
Oh, no. No, you two would just fight all night now. Run along, Aunt Bessie.
Imagine the nerve of that woman defending Stephen to us. I'd like to hear her explain what Stephen was doing that night he was out with Mrs. Grayson.
I don't think you'll ever convince Miss Ireland there was anything wrong in that.
I'll convince her. After all, I saw them with my own two eyes.
You what?
As I was leaving the building, I saw them walking along the street as bold as you please.
You saw them walking along the street? Along the street?
Yes.
Where? Well, then he wasn't in her apartment.
What?
Oh, look, Aunt Bessie, you sleep in my room tonight. Believe me, it'll be much better. And, look, I'm going to take Miss Ireland back to Saskatchewan in the morning.
Honestly, Susan, you're so confused tonight.
Oh, Aunt Bessie, go to bed and don't worry. I'm not confused anymore.
Well, all right, but I hope you get a good night's sleep.
Thank you. Oh, Miss Ireland. Miss Ireland?
Yes? Oh, come right in, Susan, dear.
Hello.
Hello, Susan. Did I wake you up?
Yes. What's the matter, Ward?
Susan, listen. The nut house people picked me up. They think I'm Hiawatha.
Give me that
Send
phone.
somebody down to get me out. Hey.
Hello, Ward.
Who's this? What are you doing there?
For many delightful evenings of entertainment in the past, and for another in this theater tonight, our gratitude to William Powell and Hedy Lamarr.
Thank you, Cecil. But it could hardly help being delightful with Hedy present.
That's very nice of you, Bill. By the way, did you know there are only 19 more shopping days before Christmas?
Sounds like a hint, Bill.
I'm a little confused mathematically. How do you figure 19 days, Hedy?
There are just 19 shopping days before November 1st, the deadline for sending Christmas packages to the boys in the armed forces overseas.
You have any suggestions on what to send?
Well, something small and something useful.
The package should be light and not larger than a shoebox. And whatever is in it, a lot of love will go with it.
I'm sure that will double the thrill for the boys, Eddie. And especially if you send a little love, too.
I have some more advice to give tonight, Mr. DeMille. It's about Lux soap. You've heard of it?
Well, sounds familiar.
Well, I've used Lux soap for a long time, and I'm sure any woman will find that it's a very lovely complexion care.
On the screen, Eddie, a Lux close-up is a lucky close-up.
What's the news on your next play, Cecil?
Well, it's a play about the theater bill, a drama by Zoe Akins, and it's called Morning Glory. And our stars will be Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou. Morning Glory is the story of a young actress fighting for her chance at fame, fighting with a courage that refuses to fail. Next Monday night, I promise you a stirring drama with a fine cast.
I'll be in the audience, Cecil. That's a great play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You made the rafters ring tonight. And now, here's some news about 2 new radio programs that are so outstanding that it's both a duty and a pleasure to tell you about them. Beginning next Wednesday night, over these same stations, Bob Burns, our beloved Arkansas traveler, will begin a half-hour weekly series of truly American humor. And we welcome Bob back to the fold. Immediately following Bob Burns will be another half-hour, starring an old friend of yours and mine, Lionel Barrymore. Lionel's program is called The Mayor of the Town. We look forward to many weeks of the performances that only he can give. A glance at your local paper next Wednesday will supply the time for both. Our sponsor, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou in Morning Glory. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Every American kitchen can be a munitions factory. If every woman saves 4 ounces of waste fats a week, it'll make nearly 2 million pounds of explosives. Strain all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease into a clean, wide-topped can. Your meat dealer will buy them and send those fats to war. Save all waste kitchen fats to make explosives. Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as Ward, Dorothy Lovett as Isabel, Verna Felton as Mrs. Cooper, Joseph Kearns as Dr. Klugel, and Fred Mackay, Ferdinand Mounier, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wally Mayer, Eddie Marr, James Bush, Bessie Smiley, Horace Willard, Betty Hill, Boyd Davis, Griff Barnett, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Judy Garland, John Payne, and Adolphe Monjou in Morning Glory.
Are you tired, nervous, worn out? You may need extra vitamins and minerals. Then here's your chance to try Vims, V-I-M-M-S. Your druggist is now featuring a special trial offer of Vims. Buy the $1.69 package, get the regular 50-cent size free. Get your free Vims right away and get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Between the years 1694 and 95, William Shakespeare completed his first tragedy, by far the loveliest of them all. It is drenched in the sunlight of golden love story, darkened to a gray evening of sorrow that laments the death of bright youth and ill-starred love. A story for all men and women of all seasons.
Romeo, what time tomorrow shall I send to you?
At the hour of 9.
I will not fail. Good night, good night.
parting is such sweet sorrow that I must say good night till it be morrow.
Our mystery drama, The Love Song of Death, was adapted from William Shakespeare's tragedy, Romeo and Juliet, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Christopher Tabori and Morgan Fairchild. It is sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's nothing very new under the sun. And in the Italian city of Verona, where our story begins, a feud as formidable as the Hatfields and the McCoys, a vendetta vicious as the Ghibellines and the Gents in Florence, was the enmity between the Montagues and the Capulets. Our story begins with a brawl between servants of the Montagues and the Capulets, a brawl which Romeo's friend and cousin, Benvolio, nephew to Lord Montague, is trying to stop.
Put up your sword, you fools! Are you all mad? If you do not beat me, I'll beat them down. A Montague with a sword drawn. Here's fair game for a Capulet. Civil! As you stain your noble seal against these common blades, turn to your equal and meet your death. I'm trying to stop this fight. Put up your sword or help me part these men. There's steel in my hand, and I should listen to talk of peace with the Montague. I hate the name as I hate hell. And not you, coward! Hold off! It is the prince!
Drop those swords, you enemies, to peace. On pain of torture, disarm yourselves. Or by the living gods, I'll have my soldiers tear the steel from you and run you through. Now, hear me carefully. If ever any of your families disturb our streets again, I'll hold your lives forfeit. So, once more, on pain of death, all men depart. Till later, then, Benvolio.
When Capulet meets Montague, then sparks must fly. I was trying to stop the brawl, Mercutio, when Tybalt challenged me, acting like a madman.
And so he is. One day I'll call that heavy-tempered braggart out and teach him a lesson.
In God's name, no. Who heard your uncle, the prince?
I am neither Capulet nor Montague. The prescription does not apply to me.
Don't risk it, Mercutio. I value your friendship too sincerely.
As I yours, and your kinsman Romeo. Where is he? I have happier news for all of us that may lift his mooning gloom and put some sunshine in his smile.
As well I hope you can. I am, to be frank, between ourselves, heartsick over his calf love for straight-lipped Rosalind.
Hist, here he comes, as solemn as a calf in heat. Hey, Romeo! Hey!
I bid you morning, good Mercutio. Benvolio.
I bid you morning. Why, here's a death knell for a day beginning. Are you sick?
I am in love.
That's a sickness.
It is, when the lady is so far beyond me.
What are you? Stupid, ill-made, gross, ill-mannered?
In her eyes, I suppose. She is a Capulet.
And you a Montague.
I more's the pity.
I take exception to that.
I meant only because of Rosalind. How can I get near her to pledge my suit?
That is the very reason for people like myself. Suppose I could arrange that you will meet this lady by tomorrow night.
Oh, then I would grasp you to my bosom as friend forever. And I would know that at that hour, my life would first begin.
So, Juliet, you come from your mother?
Yes.
Oh, not pleased, then? She had something to tell you?
Yes.
Concerning the masked ball tonight?
Yes.
About a young man and being married?
Yes.
A kinsman to the prince, young Paris?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, now, here's a pretty state. Your old nurse who held you at her breast. Have you no more to say to me than yes, yes, yes?
Good nurse, I beg you. I am not ready yet for love.
You mean you have not found the man? Don't try to tell me you're not a woman yet. You cannot fool your nurse. Well, let's make you ready then, as my Lady Capulet has ordered me to set you out like some delicious pie to be gobbled up.
Oh, don't say it that way. I'll make up my own mind.
Of course you will, my love. Get ready for the ball, and have no fear. Somehow, happy nights will follow happy days.
This is a Capulet masked ball. We are not bid to it, Mercutio.
But being masked, how can we be questioned?
You are safe. The prince's family is welcome. But Benvolio and I, as Montagues...
Oh, do come, Romeo. Once into the ball, our faces masked, each man is as good as his legs.
Hear the music? Does it not stir your blood?
It is a tune to dream by.
I see that dream, and that Queen Mab has been with you.
Queen Mab?
Why, yes. The fairy's midwife. Put on your masks, then. For inside these walls, in a garden where the music bids us, is Queen Mab to spin the dreams, and who knows the answer to all our desires. So, my visor is in place. Yours, Benvolio?
I am as eager as you.
And Romeo?
Yes. And yet, I have the strangest feeling.
What?
My life begins, and mayhap ends in this adventure.
Oh, so, have you found your Rosamond?
Why, no. She is beset by so many partners that I...
Oh, Romeo, don't try to pull wool over an old sheep's eyes. Somehow your ardor has cooled.
Look where I point. Who is that lady whose hand rests on that fortunate knight?
Why?
She teaches even the torches to burn bright. She hangs upon the ear of night like a jeweled earring. Beauty too rich for use, fur too bright. Did my heart ever love before? Forget it. I never saw true beauty till this night.
Take care, my friend Romeo. The lady you admire is, I dread to tell you, a Capulet.
Her name?
Juliet, daughter of your father's deepest enemy.
May I claim this dance?
A holy monk? Is it within the allowance of your order?
Only a pilgrim's garb I wear on my long journey to you, the shrine.
I have no claim to devotion.
To this pilgrim, you have total claim. My lips stand ready to assure you this.
You need not reach so far, good pilgrim. Just palm to palm is holy pilgrim's kiss.
But saints have lips as well as holy palms.
Lips they should use in prayer.
Cannot they do what hands do? Touch and pray, lest faith turn to despair?
Saints do not move, sir.
Let me move to purge all sin, this from my lips.
But on my lips now I've taken the sin.
Then let me trespass lightly, sweetly, and give me back my sin again.
You kiss by the book?
Better closed. Bachelor, whoever you are, you must know her mother is the lady of the house. Come away, child.
Cousin Romeo.
Yes, Benvolio.
It's time to leave.
I will not go.
We must. It is the midnight hour. Time to unmask. And we are a small island among our enemies.
Come, love. Everyone is unmasked. It is time to go to bed.
But who is he?
He?
Oh, do not trifle with me. You know the one you tried to close the book on.
With reason, sweet. His name is Romeo. He is a Montague.
Oh, my only love sprung from my only hate. How could you destroy me so? What hope is left for love?
Have you seen Romeo, Mercutio?
Not I. He must have stolen home to bed.
I thought I saw him run this way and climb the wall.
And if he did, it's his affair. Come with me to the taverns, Benvolio.
These are bad times. I worry for my cousin.
What reason? Now he's out of love. Cupid can no longer harm him.
Nothing touches you. You bear a charmed life.
What means that?
Nothing except We all can jest at scars that never felt a wound.
With love's light wings I climbed this wall. And now, a moment soft. What light through yonder window breaks? Not dawn yet, but it is the east. And Juliet is my sun. And there she is at the window of the dawn. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. I wish she knew she were. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Would that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch her cheek. She speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel.
Romeo, wherefore are you Romeo? Deny your father and forswear your name. Or if you will not, only swear yourself my lover, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. It's but a name that is my enemy. What is a Montague? What's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So forget your name, which is no sworn part of you, and for that name, take me instead.
I take you at your word.
Who's there?
Someone new baptized, that from this night forth never will be Romeo. My name is hateful to myself, because it is an enemy to you.
My ears had drunk no more than the first few words. Then I knew that you were Romeo. And a Montague.
Neither, ever, if you dislike the names.
My kinsmen, if they saw you, would murder you.
There lies more peril in your eyes than all their swords. Smile on me, and I am proof against their enmity.
By whose direction did you find me?
My love. A pilot who would have led me to you if you were on the other side of the world.
You know the mask of night is on my face to hide my blushes. I could say so much, but I say it in one phrase. I love you.
And, lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear...
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, lest your love be as changeable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all. Or if you must, swear by yourself, who has already all my love. And I'll believe you.
If my heart's dear love...
No, do not swear at all. This contract is too swift, too ill-advised. Too like the lightning, which is gone before it ceases to be. Sweet, good night. As sweet repose come to your heart as what is in my breast.
Will you leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction can you have tonight?
The exchange of your love's faithful vow for mine.
I gave you mine before you asked for it.
Madam!
Anon, good nurse. Sweet Montague, if your love is honorable, the purpose, marriage, let me know tomorrow.
Madam Juliet!
Anon! But if you mean not well, I do beseech you, leave me to my grief.
Madam, come!
1,000 times good night.
1,000 times the worse to need your light. Love goes to love, as schoolboys from their books. But love from love goes back to school with heavy looks.
Romeo, what time tomorrow shall I send to you?
At the hour of 9.
I will not fail. Good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I must say good night, till it be morrow.
So falls the curtain on perhaps the most famous love scene of all time. The lovely words are spun out in the soft silver of the moon, vibrant with the magic of the night. Sad that so bright a beginning already is about to fade under the lengthening shadow of dark tragedy. I shall return with Act 2. For Romeo, there is no slightest hint of impending doom. Not even the blood feud between his family and Juliet's can keep his heart from singing. his feet from dancing on air as he hurries through the dawn to the cell of Friar Lawrence.
Good morning, Father.
Who salutes me so early? Oh, Romeo. To leave your bed so early in the day, to come to argue that you've been up to some mischief and come seeking absolution.
Not this time, Father.
Then here, I'll hit it right. You haven't been in your bed at all tonight.
The last is true, and all the sweeter did I rest. I'm in love with Capulet's daughter, Juliet.
What are you saying?
My heart is hers as much as hers is mine, and we are both set on holy wedlock. I come to pray that you will marry us here today.
Do Capulet or Montague know of this new burning flame?
God forbid, dear friar, that my father or hers should... Or we might light a fire to burn Verona down. But if we are married...
Jesu Maria, you could speak truth. This alliance could be the only hope to end the bitter rancor of your households. So, God might smile upon it. If the Lady Juliet wills it too, I will marry you.
Stay. Hold, young sir.
Yes, forgive me. I am in some haste.
Yes.
But you guessed last night. You are my beloved's nurse. Why do you search for me?
Well, my lady bade me inquire you out, but... Oh, sir, can we first withdraw within the shadow of the church here?
By all means. So shall we both find sanctuary for those secrets that pass between us. Now tell me why Juliet has sent you to me.
What she bade me say I will keep to myself. But first, let me tell you, if you should lead my little one into a fool's paradise, as they say, will be gross and cruel behavior, for my mistress is very young. And if you should lead her down the garden path, as they say, why then I say...
Good nurse, say no more, except to commend me to your mistress. Will you take her this message?
Oh, you may lay your life upon it.
Why, so I do, as I pray she will hers. Bid her come to confession at Friar Lawrence's cell this afternoon.
Is that all?
No. Tell my heart's love that she will be confessed as I, and Friar Lawrence shall make us man and wife.
This afternoon? She shall be there. I said I would not tell you what my little mistress said. That is all changed. Here were her words.
Oh, come, tell me quickly.
She said that I should ask her love what message he had for her, which I now have got.
And that was all?
Oh, that was the meat. Now here's the garnish. She bid me tell you that she loved you, that her heart was yours to do with as you pleased.
Thank God, at last. Sweet nurse, what news? Have you met with Romeo?
I am a-weary. Give me leave a while. Can't you see I'm out of breath?
And I am out of patience.
Oh.
The news. Good or bad?
Oh, why? Your love said, like an honest gentleman, and a courteous, and a kind, and a handsome, and I'm sure a virtuous. Where is your mother?
Why, inside. Yes, what did he say?
Do you have permission to go to confession today?
I have.
Why then, my lamb, as slow a turtle as I am, you'll be a hare in getting to Friar Lawrence's cell. You'll find a husband there waiting to make you his wife.
Oh, God be thanked. Good day, Friar Lawrence. Was I long, Romeo? Did I keep you waiting? Was I too long?
If you had come early, it would still have been too long, and I would have been waiting. You've not changed your mind.
My true love has grown by such excess I cannot sum up the half of all my wealth.
Then we are rich indeed, since I cannot begin to count my blessings.
Finding you both in such a state of grace, may I suggest you come quickly with me, so we shall make short of work of making you both one. For by your leaves, you shall not stay alone until the church can your desires condone.
Mercutio, the search for Romeo seems fruitless. I pray you, let's retire. The day is hot, and with Capulets everywhere abroad, and by my head, here come some Capulets and Tybalt.
And by my hell, I care not.
Gentlemen, a word with you. Yes, Mercutio, you consort with Romeo.
Consort? What, would you make us minstrels? If that's your intent, I promise you nothing but discord. Here's my fiddlestick. That shall make you dance.
We're out in public. Let's pick some private place to air our grievances, or let's depart. All eyes watch us here.
Men's eyes were made to look. I will budge for no man's pleasure.
Put up your sword. Here comes my man.
I'll be hanged, Tybalt, if he wears your livery.
Well, I'll dress him in another suit, Romeo.
Yes, Tybalt. What do you want? To tell you what my hate for you can find no better word. You're a cowardly villain. Turn and draw.
Tybalt, I protest I never injured you. I love you better than you can believe till I can tell you why. So good Capulet, a name I now count as dear as my own. Be satisfied.
Oh, come, dishonorable, vile admission. Tybalt, rat catcher, will you walk with me? What do you want from me? Alley prowler, king of pest-ridden cats, one of your 9 lives. Draw before I cut your whiskers off.
I am for you.
Mercutio, put your rapier up.
Come, Tybalt, engage me.
Draw, Benvolio, draw. Beat down their weapons. Tybalt, Mercutio, your own uncle, the prince, has forbidden this. Hold off.
Come, Capulet, away.
A plague on both your houses. What? Is he gone unmarked? Are you hurt? A scratch. But send for a surgeon. Send my page. Go, boy. Hurry.
Courage. The wound cannot be much.
'Tis not so deep as a well, nor as wide as a church door, but it will serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you will find me a grave man. A plague on both your houses. Why the devil did you come between us? His thrust passed into me beneath your arm.
I thought it for the best.
He has made worm's meat out of me. I have it. And soundly. A plague on both your houses. Oh, God. He's dead. That gallant spirit.
And through me, Benvolio. On this dark day, more trouble will depend. That only begins the sadness others yet must end.
No time for mourning. Here comes the furious Tybalt again.
Alive and in triumph, and Mercutio slain. Goodbye to love while fury boils hotter in my veins. Tybalt!
What, lily-livered boy?
Take back that villain you threw in my teeth. Mercutio's soul is just a little way above our heads, waiting for yours to join him. Either you or me or both of us must go to keep him company.
He was your companion here. Let him be the same in hell.
Die, braggart and murderer!
Oh, God, I'm shot.
Romeo, the people are up. The guard on the way. With Tybalt slain, you are doomed to death. You must run, leave the country. Your days in Verona are over. Well, stand not amazed. If your life means anything, take your heels.
Oh, God. God who made me this. Benvolio, I am fortune's fool.
If searching for some sign of favor or help. Then, as the hue and cry approaches, he takes to his heels and flees, while Juliet, unknowing, prepares herself for her wedding night. I shall return shortly with Act 3. In the wake of the 2 deaths, the prince has to sort out all the claims and counterclaims. But Benvolio's quiet, factual account of what happened weighs in Romeo's favor. The decision of the prince is that Romeo shall not be put to death, but
vanished? Tybalt is gone, and Romeo that killed him is vanished.
Oh, God! Romeo's hand shed Tybalt's blood.
It did, alas, today it did. That courteous and honest gentleman, why, grief is enough to make me old. All shame to Romeo.
Hold your tongue.
What?
It should be blistered for such a wish. On Romeo, there is no shame.
You can speak well of one who killed your cousin?
You expect me to speak ill of one who is my husband? If Tybalt were alive, by then Romeo would be dead. And Tybalt, quick-tempered, imperious bully that he was, kills gentle Mercutio. I mourn for him, but don't excuse him. Because of his rash actions, my Romeo is banished. Banished!
Hold now, sweet, I cannot bear to see you so. Romeo is still in hiding at Friar Lawrence's cell.
Oh, cruel of you not to tell me sooner. Here, take this ring, and bid him come to me tonight to take his last farewell.
Banished? You might as well have hanged me out of hand, good father.
Now, Romeo, it is a gentler judgment.
Not to me. To me, exile has more terror.
There's still the whole broad world.
There is no world without Verona's walls for me. This is where my Juliet lives. What use is my life anymore? Dear friar, have you no poison mix, no sharp ground knife, no sudden means of death to take me quickly to an unmade grave?
There's someone knocking. Quick, Romeo. Hide yourself.
Well be taken. There's no more reason to live.
Holy Friar! Oh, Holy Friar! Where is my lady's lord? Where is Romeo?
Juliet's nurse. Let her in.
Very well.
Oh, is he still here? He is not dead.
Hush, woman, hush. As you can see, he is still here.
Oh, may the good Lord be thanked. My lady has sent me to you, sir, to give you this.
A ring?
And to beg you, come to her this night to say your last farewells.
How can I face her?
How can you not? Get you to your true love, as was ordained. But make sure you leave her before the night is out, so you escape through to Mantua. Once you are there, I can announce your marriage, and with the help of friends, sue the prince's pardon and call...
You will forgive me, Sir Paris. But as Juliet loved her kinsman Tybalt dearly, as indeed we all did, she has retired this early. But once she knows of your love, I know she will be heart and mouth to find herself your wife.
Perhaps, in the circumstances, haste would...
No. We'll keep no great ado. What day is this?
Monday.
Then Wednesday is too soon. We'll make it Thursday. And since Tybalt died so recently, we'll keep the company small and the wedding quiet. Tomorrow, I shall prepare her against the date.
Do not go yet, Romeo.
I must, Juliet. The lock has sounded.
No. It's not near day yet. That was a nightingale you heard. She sings nightly in that pomegranate tree. The nightingale, and not the lark.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn. No nightingale, love. Night's candles are burnt out. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Oh, no, don't leave me.
Then let me be taken. Come, death, and welcome. Juliet wills it so. So now, it is not day.
No, it is the day. I see it now. How could a lark seem so much out of tune? Hurry and be gone. A parting kiss till we shall meet again. Now quickly, love. Descend.
Adieu, my love. Adieu.
Adieu. My love, adieu. Why, that's goodbye. How heavy on my heart that word must lie. Who's that?
Your mother. How are you, child?
Madam, I am not well.
Still weeping for your cousin's death. Have no fear. We have arranged for sudden joy to lift you out of this despond.
What joy, Mother?
Next Thursday morning, in St. Peter's Chapel, You are to be the bride of that gallant, courteous, and noble gentleman who stands a step beneath the throne, Prince Paris.
But I cannot marry Paris.
I would not suggest you try to tell your father that.
How can I stop it? My husband is on earth, and my faith in heaven. How can I bring my faith back to earth? Good nurse.
Yes, poor little bird.
You heard. Go in and tell my mother that I am gone to make confession to Friar Lawrence. You have confessed me, Father. Now I wish to die.
Child, if I were to let you go, you would kill yourself?
Without hope, yes.
Then listen to me close. Take this bottle and the liquid in it. Go home, be mercy seeming, and give consent to the wedding Thursday. Wednesday night, make sure you are alone, and drink this liquor, which shall lull you to a drowsy state, which counterfeits death. For 2 days will you lie so. By the second night, when you are laid to rest in the Capulet tomb, by my word and letters, Romeo shall come and wake you from your drugged sleep, to carry you off to Mantua, to freedom and to love.
Give me the vial, Father. And for all the rest, I place my trust in you and what heaven shall decree. I am alone. And now it is the night. Come, precious liquid. Buy me my future. But what if this drug fails to work? Shall I be married tomorrow morning? Or suppose it should be poison which the friar, fearing to be dishonored for wedding me in secret, subtly administered to have me dead? What does it matter? It is my last, best hope that Romeo, with this draught, I come to you.
Good morrow, Lady Capulet. Is my bride ready to go to the church?
Ready to go, but not to be your bride, Sir Paris.
But how is this? You promised her.
Man makes promises. Only God can make them secure. Juliet! My Lord is dead.
God have mercy. Would you break the door down?
I kick the pops from under heaven, Friar Lawrence.
What's amiss, Benvolio?
Has Romeo been here?
Didn't you meet with him in Mantua?
Having no safe conduct, the guards made me prisoner. When at last I found my freedom, it was only to learn the news. Juliet's death had reached Romeo in Mantua, and from that town he was already gone.
Without my letter being delivered to him?
That's right.
Then he thinks that Juliet is truly dead. Oh, our Heavenly Father. Now, lend me speed. Come, let us quickly to the tomb. Give me the torch, boy. Get you home, and leave me alone to mourn. Oh, Juliet, with bridal flowers, your canopy of dust and stones I strew. And nightly, the death watch I keep shall be to haunt your grave and weep. What? But, boy, I thought I told you to go. Montague, Romeo, how dare you here?
Sir Paris, friend of my dear friend, Mercutio, I have no quarrel with you.
But I have with you. Banished. The murderer of my love's cousin, whose grief at Tybalt's death drove her to the grave. I care not for Tybalt, but at least I can revenge Juliet's death.
I beg you, gentle youth, don't tempt a desperate man. I come armed here against only myself.
Do you provoke me? Then have at you.
Again I beg. I seek no fight with you.
But I with you. Murderer. Defend yourself. Oh, God, I'm saying I die.
So do we all. Poor fool. To make your own death. Oh, Juliet. Sweet, My love, how gently you sleep. Why are you still so fair? Soon I will be with you, for I come armed with some apothecary's potion, which in a second can send me from this world to yours. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, seal with a righteous kiss the bargain of death. Here's to my love. Oh, true apothecary, your drugs are quick. Thus, with a kiss, I die.
The vault is open, as I feared. Then, in God's name, let's follow in. Better you stay here and keep the horses hidden from the watch if they should pass by. Then hurry, Father. The walk to the grave is always slow. Strange, I must in a hurry go. What blood is this that stains the sepulchre? Oh, no. Two masterless and stained swords in this place of peace. Romeo and Paris. What's happened here?
Who asks what's happened? As I do. Where am I? Oh, comfortable friar. You are with me. But where, as you promised, is my Romeo?
My lady, come away. All has gone awry. Your husband lies dead.
Romeo?
And Paris, too. Come. I will see you disposed among a sisterhood of nuns.
Friar Lawrence, Father, come quickly.
We must leave.
No. Go yourself. Save your life. For I will not leave this tomb.
Friar, make haste.
I cannot leave you, daughter.
You must. You cannot do any more for me.
Father, the watch. The watch.
God bless you and help you. Yes, I come.
Romeo. My darling Romeo dead? What's in your hand? I see. A poison cup. That has been your end. Then let it be mine. Oh, selfish love, to drink and leave no friendly drop to help me follow you. Then let me kiss you. No poison lingers there, although your lips are warm. Then I must find some other way. Now, oh, happy dagger from your breast. I'll give it better sheath. To let me rest.
The sun is gone, and love is dead. And the dark shadow has marched inexorably to claim its tragic own. The dagger buried in her heart, Juliet, in her white burial dress that might have been her wedding one, slips from the bier to lie beside her dead lover. Both Romeo and Juliet are dead. But the story of their love will never die. There is only this to say beyond the final curtain for our lovers. History records that both Capulet and Montague, learning that their bitter hatred had condemned their children to a senseless death, came to their senses. And perhaps the most tragic picture of all is the sterile one of two bitter old men at last clasping hands and offering friendship. Too late. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Morgan Fairchild, Joan Shea, Bob Caliban, Guy Sorrell, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Blood. Iago blood.
Patience. Your mind may change.
Never. Like the Pontic Sea, whose icy current, never ebbing, drives relentless through the Hellespont, even so my bloody thoughts will ne'er look back. Kneel with me now that I may take oath to those words. Within 3 days, I will hear you say that Cassio is not alive.
My friend's already dead. Done for at your request. But let her live.
Desdemona? Lewd minx. Damn her. I go now apart to study what swift means of death I can devise for that fair devil.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Be with us at 8:07 tomorrow night for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater on KVOR, Colorado Springs. And one...
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte in The Other Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Looking through the records, I find that tonight's Lux Radio Theater play is the first American motion picture ever to have had an international premiere. This Enterprise picture, The Other Love, opened in London to a distinguished audience of peers, critics, and celebrities. Last month, it made an equally successful debut in New York, and we are soon to see it in Los Angeles. But tonight, we give it its first coast-to-coast premiere in this, the largest theater of them all. And we're proud to have Barbara Stanwyck, Richard Conte, and Joan Loring from the original screencast, and George Brent as the important Other Love. George, by the way, is one of the top names on our Roll of Honor, which lists the stars who have appeared most frequently on our stage. And Barbara Stanwyck isn't far behind. We hope we'll be privileged to act Dick Conte's name in the years to come. Of course, there's a Roll of Honor in your home, too. One that expresses your daily preferences, your shopping list. And I'm confident that Lux Flakes gets top billing on that honor roll. Because, quoting from your many letters, Lux Flakes help keep things nice and lovely longer. And those same Lux Flakes help bring you such inspiring dramas as tonight's play, David Lewis's production of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Karen Duncan, George Brent as Tony Stanton, and Richard Conte as Paul Claremont, with Joan Loring as Celestine. Our curtain rises on Act One. High in the mountains of Switzerland, there's a noted clinic for pulmonary ailments, the Mount Viers Sanatorium. In the office of a staff physician, a new and celebrated patient, the concert pianist Karen Duncan discusses her case with Dr. Stanton.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Doctor. All of a sudden, I feel dizzy.
It's traditional with all new patients, Miss Duncan. It's nothing but the altitude. Now, tell me, when did you first notice you were ill?
I really don't remember. It just kept getting worse.
And that's when you went to Professor Lineker?
Yes.
He sent me a very nice letter about you. Warned me to take the very best care of you.
That was kind of him. When will I know the results of all these tests and x-rays?
In a day or so, Miss Duncan.
How long will I have to be here, Doctor?
Let's see. You've been on concert tours the past 2 years, a night here, a night there. Eating on the run, hurrying to catch trains. Barely time to sleep.
Barely time for anything.
You should be very tired.
Yes, I am.
You know, I'm quite overwhelmed meeting you. I have a great many of your records.
Thank you. May I go to my room now, Doctor?
Of course. Huberta?
Yes, Doctor.
Please take Miss Duncan to suite 17. This is your nurse, Miss Duncan. This is Huberta. I'd be quite helpless without her.
How do you do?
How do you do?
We'll have to start building you up a little, Miss Duncan. How's your appetite?
What appetite?
Oh, well, we'll change that. By the way, on your first night here, you ought to dine with your doctor. So, shall we meet him? I'll be at 7.
Thank you.
Notify the kitchen, Huberta. Grade A, stimulation diet for number 17.
I'm impressed with the suite, Huberta. It's lovely. And that view from my balcony.
That is Mount Vierge, Miss Duncan. And there below us is the town.
It's like a toy town from here. Like something in a fairy book.
Oh, not when you get used to it. I've lived there all my life.
Who had this suite before me?
A lady. She left us yesterday.
Did she go home?
Oh, I imagine so. Well, I've hung up your clothes. You're on your own now for a while. Just ring if you want anything.
2 hours until dinner?
Just time for a nice nap.
A nap? Well, I'll try.
Please, Miss Duncan. It will do you so much.
One of the things we take great pride in here is our dining room. You enjoyed dinner, Miss Duncan?
Oh, very much. This place is almost like a hotel, isn't it?
Why not?
Dinner, music, even orchids.
Hmm?
I should have thanked you for these before, Doctor. It was sweet of you to send them.
Well, I'm chagrined. I didn't send them.
You didn't?
To my shame, no.
But who could have?
Well, we have quite a number of gentlemen here. It could have been anyone who saw you. Well, would you care to walk around the grounds?
Can you spare the time?
I'll check my office first, and while you're waiting for me, I'll have Huberta get your coat.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, madame.
I didn't know there was a florist shop here.
Oh, yes, madame. There are several little shops here at the sanatorium. You are new, then?
Yes. These orchids came from here?
You are in suite 17?
Yes.
We have a standing order to send white orchids every night.
But there was no card.
No card? Suite 17? Oh, I am very sorry, madame. There has been a mistake. The lady left us last night.
I see. Then the gentleman who sent them?
The gentleman? He left us several months ago.
I'll leave the orchids here. Thank you.
Well, there you are, Miss Duncan. Come in the office, won't you?
I found out who sent me the orchids.
You did?
A man who died months ago. Except they were intended for a woman who died yesterday.
Oh, now, Miss Duncan, you're really jumping at conclusions, aren't you? The lady who formerly occupied your suite went back to Copenhagen. She went there to join the gentlemen. They were both cured.
Do you always lie so considerately?
I'm not lying.
No, of course not. You call it therapy. Protect the patient from fear. Keep bad associations away. But I'm not fooled, Doctor.
And I just got through telling Professor Lineker what wonderful hopes I have for you.
What do you mean, Professor Lineker?
He telephoned from Zurich. He wanted to make sure that you'd arrive safely. You see, a lot of people are interested in you, Miss Duncan. They want you to be well again. And he said that you were to stay quiet and take orders. And to do what people think is best for you. Now, what about our walk?
If you don't mind, I'd rather go straight to bed. I can't sleep.
Oh, you'll
then
sleep. I'll have Huberta give you a sedative.
Just as you say, Doctor. Hello, Dr. Stanton, please.
Doctor expecting you to call?
Yes, he said I could.
Hello?
Doctor, this is Karen Duncan. Can you come to my rooms quickly, please?
Now, what is it, Miss Duncan? A bad dream?
I don't know. I don't seem to get enough air. The mountains are pressing against me.
Well, you're not acclimated yet. People often react oddly to sudden changes in altitude. But you mustn't worry.
I know. But I heard strange noises, like someone knocking out there on the balcony. There it goes again.
Well, look out there. See that pine tree? Whenever the wind blows, the pine cones tap against the balcony. Now, that's not so mysterious, is it?
Well, there was another noise, too, out in the hall, like like the clanging of an iron door.
Well, you must have been dreaming.
I was awake. Hearing it was what made me call you.
Well, there are stages in sleep when one is neither awake nor actually asleep. I've had that thing happen to me many times. Please, Miss Duncan, try to go back to sleep. Try counting sheep or pretend that you're on a merry-go-round. That's worked with me.
Well, what if I get the brass ring?
You can give it to me in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll be all right. Thank you.
Now you're to lie on the lounge, Miss Duncan, here on the balcony.
Oh, but I just got out of bed, Huberta, and I'm starving.
Wonderful. I'll have your breakfast tray in a minute.
May I eat out here?
You not only may, it's ordered.
Good morning. Well, did you finally get to sleep?
Oh, yes, Doctor, thank you.
Then where's my brass ring?
Missed it. I didn't lean over far enough. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Oh, I'll take your lighter, please. You won't be needing it for a while.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But you saw me smoking
But
yesterday.
Today, you're not smoking. Has Huberta told you about your schedule?
Yes.
Good. I'll see you later on.
Your tray looks very tempting, Miss Duncan. Now, if you
Just set it down, Huberta, maybe later.
But I thought you were hungry.
I've lost my appetite.
Well, it's always hard the first day or two. In a week, you'll see a great change. Would you like a book?
No, I'll just lie here and think.
Think about what?
About what's going to happen.
Only one thing's going to happen. You're going to get well.
How do you know?
You'll get well if you do as the doctor says. Keep those blankets on.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her.
Oh.
Here I am, the next balcony. I'm your neighbor.
Oh, good morning.
We don't take ourselves too seriously here. Oh, excuse me, I'm Celestine Miller. I heard you last night.
Heard me?
When Tony came in.
Tony?
Dr. Stanton. You're really quite ill, aren't you?
I suppose I am.
Well, I'm not. I'm only playing sick. My husband thinks he's in love with another woman, and my being here makes him feel guilty. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thank you.
Well, what do you think of him, Tony?
Oh, I think he's charming.
Oh, the first day he's always charming. Would you like to go to the village this afternoon?
The village? Oh, I'd love to. Will he let me?
Probably not, but there are means of getting away. I'll go ahead and... Miller! Uh-oh, Nurse's caught me again. See you after the rest period.
And I wish I could say yes, Miss Duncan, but I can't. No trips to the village for some time.
But it doesn't make sense. If I can go for a walk with you...
A very short walk. See? You've already arrived at our destination.
This house?
Yes.
Well, it's very charming.
And very small.
Part of the sanatorium?
In a sense, it's where I live. Come on in.
Oh, it's lovely. So removed, and yet just a few steps from the...
Whenever you want to get away, come here. Doors are always open.
Well, the piano's very inviting. I didn't know you played.
I don't. Well, not really. Although when I was about 7, I toyed with the idea of being a concert pianist myself.
What made you change your mind?
Well, when I was 8, I met a little girl who had a doll that was always sick. And she was a singularly beautiful little girl, so I decided that a doctor's life must be a singularly happy one. And here I am.
What happened to the little girl?
I don't know. She probably married a pianist. Please don't play.
Oh, don't tell me this is forbidden, too.
For the moment.
But why?
Music has demanded too much of you already.
But I must play. Playing the piano is my life.
It was your life, and it will be again. But for the moment, you must try to think of yourself as being in a deep sleep between today and tomorrow. Before you know it, the darkness will be gone. Just the way it went last night.
Is there anything that isn't forbidden?
Many things. Amongst them, hope.
Hope? Yes, you're right. There isn't any need of me trying to fight you, is there?
Why, I didn't know you were fighting me.
Oh, it was only fear. I didn't realize how frightened I was until last night, and then when you came to see me, I'm not frightened anymore. There's a nice quality about you, Doctor. You make me forget my sickness.
Oh, never use that word. All you have is a tiny puncture in your lung.
Like a tire?
Like a tire.
How many miles left in me?
Many, if you don't speed.
Well, I'll try to go slowly. When may I go to the village?
Speeding already?
No, I only
Well,
want...
I'm afraid there'll be some delay about that, Miss Duncan. Starting tomorrow, you've got to spend a whole month in bed. If you need anything from the village, I'll have it sent from there.
A whole month in bed? Oh, no.
That will be a month well spent, if you're a good girl.
Is it necessary to refer to me as a child?
Well, up here, in a way, you are a child. You have no responsibilities. You make no decisions.
And who will make my decisions?
I will. And your first day up, I'll take you to the village myself. All right?
It has to be. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Yes, it's all right, Doctor. It's fine.
Karen, hey.
Celestine.
Out on the balcony. Come here.
Oh, hello.
Well, how was your afternoon in
Oh, wonderful. Do you know how we went? A horse and buggy.
Oh, naturally. Nothing as fast as a car. Slow down, says the good doctor. Well, have you fallen in love with him yet?
Oh, don't be an idiot.
It's case history, darling. Every woman here goes through it. Then they learn to hate him.
Hate him?
Oh, no, of course not. But we soon find out his concern is purely professional. It's part of the treatment, keep the patient happy.
Well, it's a very sound principle, isn't it?
Well, at least he divides his charm equally. He's fair about it. 10 drops with every meal.
Oh, he isn't always so methodical. Excuse me, Celestine. I have a room full of packages to open up.
Well, come in, Karen. Had your lunch?
Uh-huh. Huberta said that you
Yes, your new x-rays. And as long as you're here, take a look.
Well, they all look alike to me.
They're not, though. The only thing they have in common is that they're you. A part of you, anyway.
Not a very flattering one. How am I getting along?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Oh, you say that every time you examine me. Don't you ever think about today?
Of course I do. Very much.
Well, what do you think of me today?
I think you're a very lovely and talented young woman who still has some distance to go.
Well, that's a concession. I'm a lovely, talented woman.
Yes, who's taking up more of my time than she should.
Oh, don't throw me out, Tony. I feel so good, so at one with everything.
It's a gift of the mountains. Just high metabolism.
Oh, I prefer a musical term. Harmony. Strange how the days here melt together. Like a perfect chord.
That's the charm of living without a calendar and living quiet.
Oh, you can't say I'm not living quietly.
And see that you stay that way?
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, I'll meet you in the house at 3 o'clock.
Yes, Doctor. 3 o'clock.
What are you looking for, Karen?
Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Sorry I was delayed. Need any help?
Well, in your absence, I was going to start the fireplace, and since I had no matches, I was looking for some in this table drawer.
Quite a collection, isn't it?
Dozens of cigarette lighters plundered from patients.
None of those work. Here, try this one.
Oh, it looks familiar.
Odd it should have your initials.
I'm flattered you kept it.
Now I have a little present for you. Here.
A snuff box?
Yes, but since I forbid the use of snuff, use it for your pills. It's quite old, I think. I found it in the village.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, careful. It's full. You know when to take those pills, don't you?
Huberta told me. If and when I have an attack. Thank you, Tony.
Hey, where did those come from?
The flowers? Oh, I didn't bring the flowers to you.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I brought them to the piano. That vase on top looks so empty. I don't suppose you'd let me play, would you?
No, I don't suppose I would.
Uh-huh. All right, then you play it.
Oh, that would be slightly horrible.
Oh, please.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. Well, not with you standing next to me.
Well, then I'll walk over here. I played that when I was 16. I can see myself now, my hair in braids, very serious and very determined.
Oop.
That's where my music teacher tried to kiss me.
Any other memories like that?
Oh, a few. There have been a lot of men in my life, Doctor. Brahms, Beethoven, Mozart. All very possessive. They demanded all of me.
Did you give them all?
Well, I thought so then. But I don't think so now.
Uh-oh, there goes the bell. Rest period.
I didn't hear a thing.
I did. It was paging Miss Duncan, I'm afraid. Come on. I'll walk over with you.
If I'm very good, may I go to the village soon again?
Tomorrow, if you like. Just you and the horse this time. I'll be pretty busy.
Hey, how about a lift?
What? Whoa, boy, whoa.
I said, how about a lift? Look what happened to me.
That's your car in the ditch?
Yes, I've always had difficulty with Curves.
That's a racing car, isn't it?
Of a sort. It's going to be a long walk into town for a tow car unless I can get a lift.
Well, climb up.
Thanks.
You're going to find this a little slow after a racing car.
I like extremes. Oh, my name is Claymont. Paul Claymont. Like a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you. Not just now.
The air has a bite up here. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. It's the new snow on the mountains. Where did you come from?
Monte Carlo. I came up for the race.
What race?
Next Sunday. Haven't you heard about it?
No, I haven't. How is life in Monte Carlo?
Oh, the way it always is. The wheels spin, the pawnbroker retires young, and I always lose. Why don't you come down to Monte Carlo and bring me some luck? I could have you there in 95 minutes.
With a broken neck? No, thank you. I like it too much up here.
So do I. I never ran off a road with such interesting results before. How soon will we be in the village?
A few minutes.
It's a pity.
Oh? I gathered you'd like to get places in a hurry.
Well, speed isn't necessarily movement. It can be a philosophy, a pattern for living.
For winning races, yes. Do you want me to drop you off at a garage?
Whither thou goest, there goest I.
Oh, well, that would be hard for both of us. A garage.
But I won't have time to thank you. I could do it much better at dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have an engagement. I'm going shopping.
Well, there's a hotel in town. If we met there,
I am meeting someone there now.
Oh. Well, lunch tomorrow.
Engagement.
Dinner tomorrow.
Engagement?
Sounds terribly monotonous.
It isn't.
Well, this can't go on forever. You're going to see the race, of course.
No.
I'll get you a box, then after I've won it, we'll have cocktails, then dinner.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to the race.
I don't blame you, but I'll meet you just the same. The bar at the hotel will start at 6, and then perhaps I can convince you that snow is for the cold and hot. The warm-hearted live by the sea.
I prefer the snow.
Then I'll let you convince me. What are we stopping for?
Here's the hotel. You'll find a garage just around the corner. Goodbye, Mr. Claremont.
Thanks, and don't forget, Sunday at 6 o'clock.
It's a pity you have to leave so soon, Professor Lineker. Karen will be heartbroken.
But she didn't know I was coming, and perhaps it's just as well.
I can't tell you how I appreciate your visit.
When I sent Karen to you, Doctor, I had one regret. The world was losing a fine artist. We have too few that we can afford to be reckless with them. But now, after seeing the X-rays, this is hard, Stanton.
It's more than that.
I wish I could be of help to you, but all I can say, you've already found out for yourself. She has a chance, a very slim chance. How is she bearing up?
She's been wonderful.
Does she know how ill she is?
No, she doesn't. I've only...
Professor Lineker!
Karen!
Oh, what a wonderful surprise. What a delight to see you.
Careful, Karen. I'm not that old.
When did you get here? How long are you staying?
About 2 hours ago. I'm leaving right now.
Oh, and I thought you came up here to take care of me.
Let Dr. Stanton take care of you.
Dr. Stanton's a jailer.
Good.
He doesn't know what the word leniency means, and I feel so strong now, so ready for anything.
You do what he tells you, Karen. He knows how strong you are. Well, the car's waiting for me. Goodbye, Stanton.
Goodbye, Professor, and many thanks.
Goodbye, Karen. Write to me.
Goodbye, I will. Oh, what a sweet man. Why didn't you tell me he was coming?
I didn't know myself.
Oh, I've had a glorious afternoon.
So I notice.
How can you tell?
You're flushed. Come in my office, will you? What happened this afternoon?
Oh, nothing spectacular, and yet, in a way, something miraculous.
Sit down.
I was doing some shopping in the village, just a few little things, when suddenly I had the feeling that everything bad was over. I could pick up the threads of my life again. I was no longer different, no longer sick. I was as I had been. And something else, too. I've met someone, a very attractive man.
Oh?
Oh, Tony, it was so good for my morale. After the full impact had struck me, I knew I was well again.
You'll be well. But you must go slowly.
Oh, I'm growing to hate that word.
Karen, I have to ask you not to go to the village for a while.
Why not?
Because I think it's best.
That's not the reason.
Now, don't be too much of a woman.
You know it's not.
Well, let's not argue about it. Give me your hand. I have an idea.
Oh, how can you be so everlastingly professional? Why must you deny any joy I have? I go to the village. Someone talks to me. I come back here singing inside, and you put on a long face and say, stay here and take my pulse and act like a pompous... Oh, leave my hand alone.
Too much excitement for one day, Karen. Here, one of your pills. Take it. Karen, take it. Did that help? Smashing the glass?
Yes, Dr. Stanton. It helped lots. Good night.
Our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte, will return in a moment with Act Two of The Other Love. What's that you're knitting, Libby? A sweater?
Uh-huh. Jane Wyman gave me the directions. She made one just like it while she was on location in Arizona filming Cheyenne.
You mean that new thriller of Warner Brothers? I hear it's the most lavish Western they've ever made.
The outdoor scenes are really magnificent.
Well, if Jane went to Arizona to work, when did she get time to knit?
Oh, she and Janice Page had a lot of free time while the big crowd scenes were being filmed.
Did Dennis Morgan and Bruce Bennett wind the wool for the girls?
No, they went off fishing when they weren't needed on the set.
Nice work.
Well, living in the desert country wasn't all fun for the cast of Cheyenne. The days were very hot and the nights bitter cold. The dust on the high plateaus got into everything. The girls' blouses and sweaters and cotton dresses had to be luxed over and over.
Well, as long as they had plenty of Lux Flakes along, there was nothing to worry about.
That's right. The girls were delighted with the good care the wardrobe department took of their things. In spite of all that washing, their things still looked lovely when they got back.
Well, naturally, with Lux. After all, tests by a well-known independent laboratory proved that with Lux Care, colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long. It's wrong washing, using strong suds, hot water, or handling nice things roughly that does the damage. Often streaks and fades colors.
Well, that's important, whether you've spent money buying nice things or time in making them. It's no wonder to me that stars appreciate Lux Care just as much as girls everywhere.
And don't forget, it costs so little to Lux a summer dress or a sweater, and colors stay fresh so much longer. Lux Care is really thrifty. We return you now to William Keighley.
It's curtain time for Act Two of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Karen Duncan, George Brent as Tony Stanton, and Richard Conte as Paul Claremont, with Joan Loring as Celestine. It's Sunday afternoon. On the grounds of the sanatorium, Karen suddenly encounters the patient from the suite next door, Celestine Miller.
Karen, I've been looking all over for you. I'm leaving here. I'm well.
Celestine.
He told me this morning, Tony. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Darling, come into town with me. Help me celebrate.
Oh, I wish I could. I can't, Celestine.
Oh. Doctor's orders?
Uh-huh.
What about your romantic interest, Mr. Claremont? He's in that automobile race today, isn't he?
I turn over all rights to you.
Oh, then give me a message for him. I'd love to meet him. You said the hotel bar, didn't you?
There's no message. Run along, Celestine. Have a good time.
Where are you going?
I feel like some music. Maybe Tony will let me use his phonograph if I don't overexcite myself.
Not much danger of that, darling. Tony's gone.
Gone?
He went to the village, too. Won't be back till late.
Oh. Well, I still feel like some music. Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto No. 1 in B-flat minor. Karen Duncan, pianist, and the London Symphony Orchestra. An album of Chopin waltzes. Karen Duncan, soloist. Don't be angry if I play, Tony. Just this once. I can't. Hello, Celestine.
What are you doing here at the bar? Looking for me or Paul Claremont?
I'm not looking for anyone.
Incidentally, he lost the race. His car broke down.
He wasn't hurt.
Oh, no. He's been here a dozen times looking for you.
And he has no right to be sure I'd come.
Darling, please. Oh, I've got something for you. I'm going to make you my heir.
Do you feel all right?
Just slightly delirious, wouldn't you, if you were going home? Here. It's a key. Comes in very handy.
A key to what?
Passkey to the sanatorium.
I got it months ago from the night watchman. Anytime you stay out after hours, just use the servants' entrance.
That's sweet of you, but I won't be out after hours.
Oh, take it, please, Karen. And promise me no matter how late you come in tonight, knock on my door. I'm going back now. I've got to pack 3 big trunks. Oh.
What's the matter?
There he is, Paul Claremont, just when I have to leave.
Oh, Celestine, no, don't go.
Goodbye, darling. Have yourself a time.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd just about given you up.
Too bad about the race, Mr. Claremont.
Oh, you saw it?
No, I didn't see it. You're going back to Monte Carlo now?
I was. Now I can phone and cancel it.
Aren't you a bit previous breaking a date?
Oh, he'll be there tomorrow, too.
He?
Yes, the croupier at the roulette table.
You're giving him up for me? This is the ultimate sacrifice.
See how serious I am about you? I'm even neglecting my vices. Besides, the croupier has become routine. I'd like to avoid routine. Let's go inside and have dinner. What are you smiling about?
You? You don't even know my name.
What's that got to do with dinner?
Nothing. Thank you. I'd love to have dinner.
But she must be here, Huberta. What about outside?
No one's seen her, Doctor. Not since this afternoon.
Well, if you should see her, I'll be in Celestine Miller's room.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes, she's been taken ill. Quite sudden.
More coffee?
No, thank you, Paul.
How about a brandy?
Oh, this is exhilarating enough. Look, through the window, the ski run. They go so fast, like shooting stars. How fast do they go?
Well, it's about a quarter of a mile from the ski hut to the first jump out there. I did it yesterday in 23 3/10 seconds. Not good, not bad.
I see you're a second splitter.
It's the only way to be.
Why?
Because it's in that split second that we really live.
Oh, that makes for a short life.
It's the best way to measure time. Look at my watch.
I'm looking.
I love you. Those 3 words took exactly 9/10 of a second. But there are years in them.
A remarkable watch.
Where would you like to go?
You mean there are other places?
Well, there's a city called Paris. A very beautiful city. There's also London, Cairo, Athens, all beautiful cities. And not one of them wouldn't be graced by your being there.
Another man once told me that.
Who?
A clerk in a travel bureau.
I'm not a clerk in a travel bureau. My tour will be more encompassing. It's time to stop.
You want to leave right now?
Oh, do you think I was joking?
Oh, you can't mean it.
I never meant anything so much in my life.
Well, it's insane. I couldn't possibly go.
Why not?
Why, I've so much to do. You just can't revise your whole life in a split second.
Of course you can. You mustn't be frightened at speed. When you're going real fast, you don't dare look back.
Well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But there's one thing I can't do. Face an unknown future with an unpowdered nose. Do you agree?
Go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
A message for Mr. Claremont, madame? But I believe Mr. Claremont is in the dining room now.
Yes, I know he is. Just tell him his watch goes too fast for me.
His what?
Please, he'll understand. Celestine, are you awake?
Miss Duncan.
Oh, I know I have no right coming in at this hour, Huberta. I'll go to bed just as soon as I've seen Mrs. Miller.
Please don't go in there. Mrs. Miller has left.
What do you mean she's left? Oh, no. No.
Miss Duncan, wait. Dr. Stanton, Miss Duncan is back, but she's leaving. She's going down the stairs now. You can stop her in the lobby.
But how could it have happened? You said Celestine was cured.
I never told her that.
But you did. She said you did.
I told Celestine the truth, or most of the truth, but we'd done all we could for her here.
When my time comes, how much of the truth will you tell me?
Oh, you're different, Karen. You're someone else. Your time isn't going to come.
How am I different? You lied to me the same way you lied to Celestine. You lied the first night I came here about that noise I heard. I did hear an iron door. Tonight I saw it. They were wheeling her through it.
Karen, please, I'll take you to your room.
No.
If you don't, you may be very ill.
How ill am I now?
You have every chance.
That's what you said all along.
And I'll continue to say it, but you must help yourself.
Why was Professor Lineker up here? You sent for him.
Yes. I was afraid for you.
How much time have I got? A year? A month? 3 months?
You have your whole life. But it's got to be a careful life. For a long time, you've got to rest. You've got to sleep. You've got to be an automaton. Not acting on impulse, Karen, but always under control. You can't afford to have a free will anymore.
An automaton. That's how you treat human beings. Like machines. You try to keep them running, and if one stops, you go on to the next. Well, I'm tired of resting and sleeping. Don't you see what I am, what I want to be? Don't you realize I've never really lived?
I didn't either, until you came up here.
What does that mean?
It means that I love you.
I don't believe it.
What will you believe?
Nothing. Nothing anymore. I feel well now. I felt well for a long time.
Karen, that's a deception.
If it is, we're even.
All right. I can't keep you here. Forget what I just said. But you're important to music. Stay here and get well for the sake of music.
Which treatment is this, Doctor? Love didn't work, and now you try music. The music that brought me here. Well, that won't work either. Faith in your ability is the most you ever gave me, and now even that's been taken away. No, Doctor. No, I can't stay here any longer. Don't look at your watch, Paul. I know how long I've been gone.
Did you powder your nose?
Yes. Yes, I powdered my nose.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine. How did you know I'd be back? Didn't you get my message?
Yes, I got your message. My car's at the curb. Let's go. You look tired. Why don't you go to sleep? I'll wake you when we reach Monte Carlo.
I think I will. Oh, by the way, there's something I think you should know. My name is Karen Duncan.
Not the Karen Duncan.
Yes, the.
If Chopin could see me now.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Remember me?
Oh, I seem to faintly. Paul, did you say afternoon?
It's 2:00.
Oh, no.
I had lunch sent up to your room. Didn't you eat it?
Oh, I thought it was breakfast.
Go over to the window. Open it up.
What?
Don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
Very well.
Hello.
Hello. I didn't know your room was so close.
What are you doing in half an hour?
Oh, something very important.
More important than me?
Much. I'm buying clothes.
What time then?
About 7?
You know how many hours there are till 7?
I'll try to make the waiting worthwhile.
Karen.
7 o'clock. Buy that watch of yours. Come in.
At the tone, it will be exactly 7. Well, what a gown. A shock like that can kill a man.
But not you.
What a wonderful way to die. Here, the finishing touch.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you like orchids?
Oh, no. Not white orchids.
Well, why not?
Nothing. I once had a bad dream about
Oh, this is no place for a bad dream. Close your eyes. Now what do you see?
Nothing.
This will take their place.
Don't hold me, Paul, please.
Karen, one kiss.
Paul, Yes, of course, darling. Of course.
Aren't you coming inside, darling? I've got a stack of chips that high. I've never had so much luck in my life.
A likely story. You've lost every night since we've been here.
Who's talking about roulette? You're my luck.
Paul, sit here for a moment. This is a beautiful room. Why do they have music rooms in gambling casinos?
So you can play for me? Please.
How long have we been here? Is it 5 days or 5 seconds?
Is that important?
No. Look out there. The waves are white. From the mountains, the sea appeared so near. And now from the sea, the mountains seem so far away.
I want them to seem that way.
So do I.
I want every place except where